My name is Lu Qingqing. I got slapped hard and fell to the ground. My face burned with pain and my head spun. I tried to get up, but my arms were too weak. In front of me, an old woman with dark skin and high cheekbones angrily shook a torn cloth in my face and yelled at me for ruining it while washing. Her spit flew everywhere, and the bad smell made me feel even worse. I couldn't take it and passed out. When I woke up, I was in my room, holding my aching head. I sighed. This was my second day in this world. I had somehow traveled back in time to the Ming Dynasty, but something was different. Instead of the Yuan Dynasty before Ming, there was a country called Dian. Was it a parallel world? In my past life, I was just an ordinary worker, living a stressful life with long hours. I ended up with cancer, and despite all the treatments and money spent, I still died. Now, I was given a second chance, but life here was tough. I was only around 8 or 9 years old, weak and skinny, yet responsible for so many chores. Feeding the pigs and chickens, gathering grass, cooking, and even looking after my younger siblings. The head of the family was my grandfather, strict and unbending. My grandmother was in charge of everything and hit me earlier. My father was the eldest son, and my mother, Lady Li, never spoke up for me. I had a younger brother, De Zhuang, and other relatives living with us. Though our family owned some land and was better off than others, life was still hard. At dinner, I saw that there was no food left for me. When I tried to take some, my grandmother scolded me harshly. My little brother tried to help, but my mother stopped him, afraid of making things worse. I sat down and forced myself to eat the bitter vegetables, which tasted terrible. The way my grandmother took food from the main dish for herself and the other men disgusted me, but I had no choice but to endure it. Later that night, my father secretly gave me a small piece of bread. I was so hungry that I finished it in just a few bites. It was the only kindness I had felt since arriving here. Hunger kept me awake, so I sneaked out to the chicken coop. I managed to take a few eggs, but feeling guilty, I left 2 behind. I cooked myself a simple egg and vegetable soup, and though it was bland, it tasted better than anything I'd had so far. The next morning, my grandmother was angry that some chickens hadn't laid eggs. She blamed us children, and my cousin Arya tried to explain, but it didn't help. I knew I had to be careful if I wanted to survive in this harsh environment. Living in this time was tough, and I needed to figure out how to protect myself and find a better life. The sun was scorching. I carefully wrapped 4 winged ants in a torn piece of cloth. These ants, called hidden wing insects, could fly and release a burning secretion when they bit, causing a painful and itchy rash. I wiped the sweat off my face and hurried to finish cutting grass. I needed to get home before noon to cook lunch. Carrying the heavy basket of pig grass, I dumped some in the pigsty and left the rest for my cousin Arya to chop for the chickens. Then, I carefully hid my cloth-wrapped ants in my room and climbed onto a small stool to cook. I boiled water, added chopped vegetables, and poured in some coarse grains. This wasn't pig food. It was lunch for our family of over 10 people. Before anyone returned, I quickly scooped some thick porridge for myself, because once my mother came, I wouldn't get the good part. Just as I finished, my mother, Lu Lisher, rushed in, urging me to hurry up since my grandparents were waiting. She looked exhausted, her face dark and thin, like everyone else in the family, worn out and underfed. After she left with the food, I quickly mixed my hidden portion back into the pot and served my younger siblings. I gave extra to De Zhuang and Arya since they helped with chores. Little Sanya, too young to eat by herself, looked at me eagerly, so I fed her. As I ate the tasteless porridge, I missed all the delicious food from my past life. Since arriving here, I had desperately hoped for some magical system or cheat, anything that could help me survive. But after countless attempts of calling for a system, I accepted reality. Life here was miserable, worse than a pig's life in modern times. After finishing lunch, I took a large basin of dirty clothes to the river. Washing clothes carefully, I made sure not to ruin anything again, remembering how I got in trouble last time. While rinsing, I noticed a smooth, white stone. Thinking it might be jade, I grabbed it and accidentally cut my finger. Suddenly, the stone vanished, and I felt dizzy. A strange new space appeared in my mind. Inside the space, there was a well surrounded by green stone, filled with clear water. Everything else was empty. I was overjoyed but cautious. After making sure no one was watching, I secretly entered the space by thinking about it. I even tested it by planting some wild vegetables from the roadside to see if they would grow. Later that night, after finishing all my chores, I sneaked into my grandfather's room and placed the hidden wing ants in a corner. At dinner, I ignored my grandmother's mean remarks and quietly ate. Lying in bed, I was exhausted but excited about my discovery. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the house. It was my grandmother. She had been bitten by the ants I had planted earlier. The whole house was in chaos as they tried to figure out what had happened. Listening to her yells, I smiled to myself. By morning, her face was swollen and itchy, and she couldn't stop scratching. The whole family was laughing behind her back as she tried to deal with the pain. Meanwhile, I focused on my new plan, to secretly plant vegetables in the family garden and use my space to grow enough food to survive. Life here was tough, but with my newfound ability, I finally had a glimmer of hope. Seeing my grandmother scratching her swollen face made me feel really good. I even helped my mother cook breakfast. At the table, I noticed that my grandfather was also scratching his leg, but he tried to hide it. I felt a little guilty since he got bitten too, but honestly, I would still do it again. After breakfast, the others went to the fields, and I stayed behind to do house chores. Thinking about the coming disasters in the Little Ice Age, I knew I had to fill my space with supplies fast. I quickly got to work. I made a little grass rabbit for my younger siblings to play with while I sneaked into the vegetable garden behind the house. I carefully took a few cabbage, radish, and bean seedlings. For the pumpkin, I only took one since my grandmother always keeps an eye on food. While I was working, I got scared when I heard footsteps. Luckily, it was just a neighbor passing by. After he left, I continued, and then went to wash clothes by the river. The water was cold in the morning, so I hurried up. After hanging the clothes to dry, I grabbed my basket and walked quickly to the foot of the northern mountain. I searched for wild food while cutting grass, but after a long time, I only found a few old wild vegetables. Thinking about how hungry I used to get in the winter, I decided to go a little deeper into the mountains. I used a stick to check for snakes in the thick grass and held my sickle tightly. The further I went, the thicker the grass became. I was scared but kept going, looking around carefully. My childhood in the countryside helped me recognize edible plants. I had hoped to find something valuable like ginseng, just like in novels, but reality was disappointing. Finally, I found some peach trees with ripe fruit. I eagerly picked a few and took a big bite. The sweet juice filled my mouth, making me feel happy. I picked all the reachable peaches and even climbed the tree to get more. I put them in my space and enjoyed eating a few right there. For the first time since coming here, I felt full and satisfied. I also found a small peach tree sapling and carefully planted it in my space. I gathered some peach seeds from the rotten fruit on the ground, hoping they would grow too. After that, I cleared a small path through the grass to avoid getting lost and decided to explore further. Suddenly, I heard a rustling sound in the bushes and hit it with my stick. A wild pheasant flew out, and I quickly checked the spot where it was hiding. Sure enough, I found a nest with eggs and happily stored them in my space. Looking at the sun, I knew it was time to head back. At home, I decided to give a few peaches to my father as a thank you for secretly giving me food when I was punished. I had collected over 80 pounds of peaches and left the unripe ones on the tree to come back for later. I still wasn't sure if my space could keep food fresh, so I needed to figure out a way to store them. Thinking about selling the peaches in town, I recalled from the original body's memories that there were vendors selling food there. But for now, I just focused on dinner. When I gave the peaches to my father, he was surprised and worried. He told me about a man who went deep into the mountains years ago and never returned. Villagers believed dangerous animals lived there. I pretended to listen and promised not to go back, but deep down I knew I would. Winter in this place was harsh, and I couldn't let myself starve. I had a second chance at life, and with my space, I could survive. I didn't need to be rich, just having enough to eat and live safely was enough for me. The next day, I was surprised to find that the peaches in my space that touched the ground had started to rot. However, the ones I had washed with well water and placed on the stone platform near the well were still fresh. To test things, I put some peaches on a wooden board, both washed and unwashed. The ones touching the ground rotted again, but those on the board stayed fresh. I realized that the well water didn't preserve food. It was keeping food off the ground that did the trick. I decided to collect more wood or flat stones to build shelves and keep food fresh in the space. Checking the wild eggs I had found earlier, I noticed some were dark and heavy, possibly close to hatching. I left them in the space to see what would happen. The lighter eggs, however, I secretly cooked and ate over 2 days, making sure not to leave a trace. In this household, I couldn't expect to share food. My grandmother controlled everything: eggs, grains, and oil. My father, being the main worker, occasionally got an egg, and my younger brother, the favorite grandson, also got special treatment. But me? I was left out. Growing up in my past life, I was loved by my grandparents, so the coldness of this family felt even harsher. From the original body's memories, I knew my father had loved me when I was younger, but that faded over time. My mother only cared about my brother, always reminding me that he would be my only support in the future. I had no one to rely on but myself. I knew that if a famine came, I would likely be the first to be sold or starve to death. To survive, I needed to store as much food in my space as possible. Since the planting season had passed, I decided to go to town and look for seeds. Yesterday, I heard from my friend Gu Hua that today was the big market day in town. She was a neighbor and well-off compared to me, often taken to town by her family. The market was an hour away, but I figured it would take me longer because of my weak body, so I gave myself 2 hours to get there and an hour and a half to look around before heading back. After breakfast, when the adults left, I dumped the pig grass into the sty, told my brother to watch the younger ones, and hurried off to town. Walking was tiring, and I had no money for the ox cart, which cost 2 coins one way. I rested along the way, drinking a bit of the sweet well water from my space to refresh myself. It wasn't magical water like in novels, just really fresh and tasty. When I finally reached town, the smell of steamed buns filled the air, making me hungrier than ever. But with no money, I could only sigh and move on. The town was full of vendors selling vegetables, woven baskets, and hats. I finally saw a 2-story inn with a fancy sign, the most elegant building I'd seen so far. Compared to our village, town life seemed much better. Thinking practically, I found a quiet spot and pulled out some peaches from my space, picking the best-looking ones to fill my basket. With my heart pounding, I walked into the inn, hoping to sell them and maybe buy some seeds to secure my future. I walked into the inn and asked the shopkeeper if they bought peaches. I told him they were from my family's tree and tasted really sweet. He looked up and saw me, a skinny little girl, but didn't chase me away, so I quickly put down my basket and handed him a clean peach to try. He took a bite and liked it, then asked how much I wanted for them. I politely told him he could decide the price, since he was kind enough to give me a chance to sell. I had seen peaches selling for 6 copper coins per pound at the market, but mine were better quality, so I hoped for at least that much. The shopkeeper offered me 8 coins per pound and bought my whole basket, which weighed 45 pounds. He paid me 360 coins. I gave him a few extra peaches as a gift to build goodwill for future sales. While there, I also asked what other mountain goods they usually buy. He said wild game was the most valuable, followed by mushrooms and high-quality fruits. Feeling encouraged, I decided to try my luck at the wealthy Yang family's house. On the way, I took out 30 pounds of peaches from my space and knocked on their back door. A servant took a couple of peaches to his master, and after some time, the steward came out. He tasted the peach and decided to buy them at a higher price, 9 coins per pound. I earned another 270 coins. With money in hand, I went straight to the grain shop. Wheat was expensive, costing 600 coins for 120 pounds. I bought seeds for 300 coins, enough to plant a few acres. I also found corn seeds, a new crop from the capital, and bought 4 pounds for 200 coins. Then I stored the seeds in my space and checked the market for other food options. I hoped to find sweet potatoes or potatoes since they grow fast and produce a lot of food, but no one sold them, not even the grain shop owner. Disappointed, I moved on and bought 50 meat buns, 10 vegetable buns, and 36 steamed buns for 128 coins. Finally, I could eat something delicious. I took a big bite of a meat bun, and tears almost came to my eyes. It tasted so good compared to the bitter porridge I had been eating. After eating a few, I felt full and happy. On my way home, I wished I could find an ox cart to ride, but I had to walk the whole way back. By the time I got home, I rushed to cook lunch before my mother returned. After feeding my siblings, I collapsed on the bed, completely exhausted. My feet were hurting badly from blisters, but I washed them with the cool well water in my space, which helped a little. Even though I had eaten earlier, my stomach still craved food. I sneaked into my space and ate half a steamed bun, thinking how lucky I was not to worry about dieting like in my past life. After resting for a while, I went out to cut more pig grass, sighing at the constant work. At night, I waited until everyone was asleep, then carefully sneaked out to get the farming tools. Since the plow was too heavy to use alone, I took a hoe and entered my space from the outhouse. No matter how tired I was, I knew I had to start planting soon. I needed to make sure I had enough food to survive the coming days. After a few days of exploration, Lu Qingqing found that the space always came out from the same place where she entered. Moreover, when in the space, if she concentrates, the image of the place she entered will appear in her mind. There is no need to worry about being discovered when she comes out of the space. Moreover, as long as the food does not directly touch the ground, it can remain in the state it was put in. The buns and steamed buns I bought in the town a few days ago are still hot. Lu Qingqing swung in the space, and the more she worked, the more she felt that the efficiency of ancient planting was too low. These acres of land in the space can be planted in an hour with fully automatic machines in modern times. Her hands were blistered from swinging the here, and she was tired for most of the night before she finished half an acre of land. This was just turning the soil and digging the furrows. The seeds had not been sown yet. After sowing the wheat seeds and covering them with soil, the sky outside was a little white. It was about 3 or 4 o'clock, and she didn't care about watering. Lu Qingqing quickly put the back and walked back to the house lightly. Several people were still sleeping soundly. Lu Qingqing felt relieved, went to bed quietly, and fell asleep in a short while. It felt like she had just fallen asleep when she was called by Lu Li. After breakfast, Lu Qingqing asked Dazhuang to look after his younger brother and sister, and through the pig grass she cut last night into the pigsty. Under the pretext of cutting pig grass, she went out to find a place to catch up on her sleep. After a short nap, she got up and saw that it was still early. After cutting all the grass in the backpack, she cut some more pig grass to put in the space, and then went back. She was busy for 4 or 5 days in a row, and finally sowed all the seeds she bought before. These days, she worked at night and secretly found a place to catch up on her sleep in the space during the day. Lu Qingqing was really tired these days, but when she saw that the wheat seeds had sprouted in the space, she suddenly felt that her previous efforts were worth it. Moreover, Lu Qingqing found that the plants in the space grew faster than those outside, and they could grow well without watering. The cabbage, radish, and bean seedlings transplanted from the vegetable garden have grown much larger than those in the vegetable garden, and the transplanted pumpkin seedlings have grown into several small pumpkins. Now there are about 2 acres of wheat and 1 acre of corn planted in the space. Many sprouts have already emerged in the land planted earlier. The peach seedlings transplanted from the mountains have also grown taller, and their leaves have spread out, looking much bigger than before. Next to the right side of the well are the vegetable seedlings transplanted from the vegetable garden, and the pumpkin seedlings now occupy the largest area. A large area of green leaves has grown, and 6 small pumpkins have grown under the leaves. The other vegetable seedlings are also growing well. Lu Qingqing suddenly found that the pheasant eggs she brought in before moved. A small hole was pecked on the green eggshell, revealing a small sharp beak with a little black. After watching silently for a while, a little chick with a tender yellow background and black and brown stripes appeared in front of her. After the hair on its body was completely dry, a fluffy chick appeared in front of Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing fed the vegetable paste that she had put in before to the chick, and watched it peck at it bit by bit. She found a stone with a groove, filled it with some water, and placed it in front of the chick. 3 more chicks hatched one after another, and Lu Qingqing decided to give them the entire fence. After all, the wheat and corn have just sprouted, and they still rely on these grains to survive, and they can't be ruined by them. After the fence is built, looking at these 4 chicks, I secretly hope that there will be more hens so that I can eat eggs in a few months. Looking at the space in front of me, Lu Qingqing felt more at ease. No matter what happens in the future, the food here is her guarantee for the future. Lu Qingqing plans to go into the mountains again. In addition to picking the unripe peaches last time, she plans to see what other mountain products there are in the mountains. It would be best if she could kill a wild rabbit or pheasant because she is really greedy for meat now. Besides, it was already August, and she didn't know whether corn and wheat would be ripe before winter came. She had to store more food before winter came. Entering the mountain again, Lu Qingqing followed the previous route, still holding a long stick and padding forward. With the cheat of space, she was actually more afraid of small poisonous creatures such as snakes and insects than large beasts. This time, she entered the mountain much faster than before. When she arrived under the peach tree, she found that many peaches were ripe again. This time, Lu Qingqing directly placed the peaches on the wooden board and flat stones that she had prepared before. Going further in, she found a large number of wild animal footprints and feces, and nearby she also found traces of chestnut shells and residual yam residues, guessing that they might be wild boars. Yams and chestnuts, as foods with sufficient starch content, are what Lu Qingqing needs very much now. She held the sickle firmly in her hand, walked lightly along the traces left by the wild boar, and was ready to enter the space at any time. The weeds in this area, where wild boars often move, are relatively short. Following the traces, she found a large number of yams not far away. This time, Lu Qingqing learned from her last experience and brought a shovel for digging wild vegetables at home. First, she collected all the yam beans on the yam vines and on the ground into the backpack, took a break, and started digging yams again. This yam is thinner and shorter than the ones we eat nowadays. I don't know if it's not nutritious enough or if the modern varieties have been cultivated. But for Lu Qingqing, this yam field is really a treasure land for her. Unfortunately, she is small and weak, so she can only work for a while and rest for a while. After a while, she also practiced a labor-saving method. After digging out a little bit of yam, pinch this little bit and put it into the space, and it can also be directly stored in the space. When this piece of yam is almost harvested, looking at the large piece of yam and yam beans in the space, Lu Qingqing felt a big stone in her heart. Steaming yam in winter will not starve her. A new problem has arisen. The wooden boards and stones stored before can't hold the yam and yam beans dug. Many of them are directly placed on the ground. I have to find something to separate the ground when I go back to store them. Since yam is a perennial plant, Lu Qingqing dug more than a dozen yam seedlings and planted them in the space. The growth cycle is faster than planting yam beans alone. Thinking of the chestnut skins she saw before, Lu Qingqing paid special attention to whether there were chestnut trees as she walked forward. Sure enough, she walked a distance and found a chestnut forest near the mountain wall. Many chestnuts fell to the ground when they were ripe and were eaten by wild boars who stepped on the thorny shells. More chestnuts were piled on the ground. Lu Qingqing put her hand on them and put the chestnuts in the space. She planned to slowly pick up the chestnuts in the shells after returning, but there was no rush. The chestnut shells can also isolate the soil in the space, which can be regarded as an alternative way to keep fresh. After collecting most of the chestnuts in sight, Lu Qingqing sat under the tree to rest for a while. The sunlight shone through the dense leaves and sprinkled on the ground in front of Lu Qingqing. Smelling the scent of soil and fresh leaves in the air, Lu Qingqing felt relaxed physically and mentally. Suddenly, a rustling sound of leaves appeared. Lu Qingqing quickly looked up and looked around, raising the sickle in her hand in front of her. A group of wild boars rushed out of the bushes, their fangs looking particularly sharp in the sun. The pigs did not seem to notice Lu Qingqing's presence behind the tree. They were gnawing on the chestnuts scattered around, occasionally making low grunts. Lu Qingqing held her breath and quickly assessed the current situation in her mind. She knew that wild boars were large and agile, making them difficult to catch. And wild boars often rub against trees and mud, with a protective layer of mud and pine resin on their bodies, making them difficult to cut. But even if she knew it was difficult to catch wild boars, she had the space as a refuge artifact, and she was reluctant to give up the pile of meat in front of her. At worst, if she really reached a critical moment, she would hide in the space and wait for the wild boars to leave before coming out. But now, she had to be careful not to alarm them. Lu Qingqing's eyes searched among the pigs, looking for a suitable target. Everything around her became quiet, with only her heartbeat and the calls of the wild boars echoing in the air. It was unlikely that she could kill the wild boar with the sickle in her hand. Suddenly, Lu Qingqing noticed a steep next to the big tree behind her left. She walked over quietly, held the tree, and looked down carefully, and found a deep ditch of more than 10 meters. Before she looked back, she heard the sound of a group of wild boars running over. Oh no! It was the sound of her walking that startled the wild boars. Turning around, she saw a large group of wild boars grunting and rushing towards her at a very fast speed. At the head was a pig king with sharp fangs. It was huge in size, but ran very fast. Lu Qingqing wanted to shrink back into the space immediately, but she couldn't. The wild boars were more than 3 meters away from her. She calmed her mind and flashed into the space decisively when she was about 2 meters away. In the space, she used her consciousness to pay attention to the outside. She found that except for the 3 big wild boars at the head and 2.5 wild boars that rushed too hard and fell down, most of the rest stopped. Hearing the shrill howls of the wild boars that fell, the herd of pigs above panicked. After a long while, seeing that the wild boars had all retreated, Lu Qingqing flashed out of the space. He found that the wild boars that fell had also stopped howling, and 5 wild boars were lying scattered in the ditch. Lu Qingqing walked around the downhill road and came to the side of the ditch. This side was only about 1 meter away from the bottom of the ditch, and he carefully went down into the ditch. Except for a half-grown wild boar that was still trying to get up, the rest were dead, and the dead wild boars were collected into the space. Lu Qingqing decisively took out the sickle and cut the neck of the half-grown wild boar, but there was no bleeding. As if feeling the threat of death, the wild boar groaned even more, but still couldn't get up. Lu Qingqing looked carefully and used so much force, but only cut a little skin. Not knowing whether the knife was too blunt or the wild boar's skin was too thick, Lu Qingqing aimed the sickle at the position, gathered all his strength, and cut 5 or 6 times in a row. Finally, blood spurted out. Lu Qingqing hid farther away, fearing that if blood splashed on her body, it would be hard to explain when she got home. Looking at the blood flowing out, she thought to herself, what a shame. This would need to be a large basin of blood, but it was a pity that she didn't bring a container. When the blood had almost flowed out, she decisively put it into the space and hurried home. Before leaving the mountain, Lu Qingqing put on the backpack full of pig grass, looked at the sun, and trotted home. In the end, she still didn't catch up. When she got home, Mrs. Lu Li was already boiling water and cooking. Lu Qingqing thought it was not good. Sure enough, Mrs. Lu Li's face looked grim. When she saw Lu Qingqing appear, she shouted, "You stupid girl! Where have you been? The whole family is waiting for dinner in the field, and you didn't do anything. Let's see how you'll explain to your grandparents tonight." Lu Qingqing wanted to explain, but she saw that Mrs. Lu had turned around and was busy cutting vegetables, so she had to follow her and help. Finally, after finishing, Mrs. Lu Li left with the rice bucket. Lu Qingqing sat at the table, looking at the vegetable paste in the bowl, and sighed softly. She was so tired. She had just escaped from the wild boars, and now she was facing this situation again. She was beaten by Old Lady Lu for washing torn clothes before, and she didn't know what she would face at night because she was late for cooking this time. She really wanted to leave, but this was ancient times, and people without household registration certificates were illegal residents. She couldn't hide in space all her life. No matter how introverted a person is, she couldn't stand not being social. She looked at a bunch of little kids at the dining table, all of whom were eating very fast, for fear that others would their food. She felt sad and powerless to change the status quo. At this time, Dezhuang said from the side, "Sister, are you afraid that Grandma will punish you and not let you eat at night? Don't be afraid. This time I will definitely leave some food for you secretly, and I won't be discovered by Grandma like last time." Lu Qingqing was stunned. She had not had much interaction with his brother since she came here. She just distributed the food to them at noon, and after they finished eating, she went to work. She didn't expect that this brother was still thinking about her. Then sister would like to thank Dezhuang in advance. Lu Qingqing looked at Dezhuang and smiled. When Dezhuang heard his sister's words, a silly smile appeared on his dark face. Sister also gave me. Halfway through his words, Dezhuang suddenly covered his mouth, thinking of the fact that only his family had eaten the peaches before, and he felt that he couldn't say this. Lu Qingqing looked at her brother like this, and her heart was warmed. No matter what happened in the future, Dezhuang now really treated her as a sister. In fact, after she came here, Lu Qingqing basically didn't feel much kindness from the Lu family. Most people in the family ignored her. This feudal society favored boys over girls, which was imprinted in everyone's consciousness. For the Lu family, they gave Dia a bite to eat, and didn't throw her away or drown her. They gave her a bite to eat and fed her, so she had to be grateful and help with the housework. When she got married, she would get a betrothal gift to help the men in the family marry a wife. This was the fate of most farm girls here. In this case, very few families would give their daughters a gift. He has invested too much emotion in his daughter, just like his original father, Boss Lu. Although he also likes Dia, he will put more effort on Dezhuang. After all, his daughter will belong to someone else's family after she gets married. After finishing her meal, Lu Qingqing first found a broken jar that had not been used for a long time at home. After putting it in the space and washing it, she bled several wild boars one by one. After finishing the housework neatly in the afternoon, she began to think about what to do in the evening. Last time when she washed the torn clothes, Mrs. Lu beat her, and then acted weird for a long time. According to Mrs. Lu's temper, she will probably punish her this time. The slap last time made her dizzy for a long time. This body is really weak. Lu Qingqing is afraid that she will have problems if she is beaten. I think they will not call a doctor for her. After thinking for a long time, there is no good way. She only had 2 cents in her hand, and taking it out would not solve the problem. She had to call Dezhuang over and told him that if Grandma wanted to beat her at night, she should run to the next door to find the old village chief. The old village chief was the cousin of Old Man Lu, and they were cousins from the next room. He was fair, and Old Man Lu was always afraid of him. In fact, if she was only punished by not being allowed to eat, this punishment that other children feared the most was nothing to her now. After all, she still had the steamed buns she bought before in her space. She was just afraid that Grandma Lu would do it again, and she couldn't beat her with her little arms and legs. No matter how she struggled, after finishing dinner, the Lu family went home in the sunset. As soon as Grandma Lu came back, she called Lu Qingqing to the main room and asked with a gloomy face, "You dead girl, what happened at noon? You didn't start cooking at any time and made our whole family wait for you. Did you go to be lazy somewhere? If you don't want to stay in this house, just get out." Big brother Lu said on the side, "Dia, admit your mistake to your grandparents." Without waiting for Lu Qingqing to explain, Old Lady Lu glared at Old Man Lu and said, "Old man, this has happened several times in a row, and you can't even take care of a child. I'll talk to you later." Then she turned to Lu Qingqing and said, "Last time you tore my clothes with a stick, and this time you didn't cook. You haven't washed your clothes clean recently. Do you think I owe you because I didn't call a doctor for you last time you had a fever and you're deliberately making trouble for the family? Old Mrs. Lu became more and more angry as she spoke. She picked up a bench at hand and threw it at Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing had been on guard against her. When old Mrs. Lu bent down to pick up the bench, she dodged to the side. The sound of the bench hitting the ground was particularly clear at night. Old Mrs. Lu saw her dodge and became more angry. She found a stick and chased Lu Qingqing. As early as when old Mrs. Lu called her in, she asked a zhuang to call the old village chief. Now, before anyone came, old Mrs. Lu was about to take action. A hit from this rough stick would be terrible. Lu Qingqing ran out. As soon as she reached the yard, she heard de Zhuang's voice coming from outside. My grandma is going to beat my sister to death. Come with me quickly. Lu Qingqing stopped abruptly and saw that old lady Lu was still some distance away from her. She turned around and knelt down in front of old lady Lu, crying loudly, Grandma, I know you have a problem with me because I accidentally tore your clothes last time, but I am also a child of the Lu family. I have been working on a bench since I was 5 years old, and you have never had to worry about any housework at home. Today, I just wanted to collect more pig grass, so I ran a little further and cooked a little late. Are you going to beat me to death? Old lady Lu saw her stop and hit her with a stick. Stop, Zhenhai's wife. As soon as the old village chief entered the door, he saw old lady Lu holding a big stick and trying to beat Daya. Hearing Daya's crying just now, he felt that old lady Lu was vicious. Daya was such a well-behaved and hard-working child, but she was going to be beaten to death just because of a piece of clothing. Zhenhai, what's going on? What kind of sin did Daya commit that you have to beat her to death? When old man Lu saw his cousin coming, he immediately stood up from the stool, hesitant for a long time, and then said, Daya is a disobedient child. She was lazy at noon and delayed the meal. The whole family had to wait for her, so her grandmother taught her a lesson. The old village chief snorted, Use such a thick stick to punish her? Daya is an obedient and sensible child since she was young. At a young age, she stood on a stool to cook for you, and she didn't fall behind in the housework. Look at any child in the village who is so sensible. Even if it's a little late this time, she must have been delayed by something. Have you asked the reason clearly? Why do you beat the child like this? Are you doing this to ruin the reputation of the village? Who would dare to marry into our village if you get a reputation as a mean person? Your grandchildren won't have to get married in the future? The old village chief's conversation made old man Lu and old lady Lu lower their heads. The old village chief glared at old man Lu. Your mother beats the child like this, and you don't know how to stop her. If something happens, how can your family have a good reputation? As the eldest son in the family, don't you know how to take care of these things? Old man Lu shrank his head and went to help Lu Qingqing on the ground. Lu Qingqing looked at her and remembered the scene just now. When old lady Lu was about to hit people with a stool, old man Lu was standing in front of Lu Qingqing on the right. But not only did he not help to stop her, he was afraid that he would be hit, so he quietly stepped back a few steps. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. I thought that old man Lu was biased towards boys and had feelings for me. Now it seems that he only cares about himself. Lu Qingqing thanked the old village chief. The old village chief looked at the thin girl in front of him and couldn't help feeling pity. He warned old man Lu, use your brain in everything in the future, take care of your family, and don't let the villagers laugh at you. After saying that, he went back with his hands behind his back. After the old village chief left, the house was quiet. Old Mrs. Lu glared at Dazhuang, but dared not say anything, just looked at old man Lu silently. Old man Lu took 2 puffs of his pipe, squatted at the door of the house, stared at Lu Qingqing for a while, and said, Daya, as a farmer, what we value is diligence and duty. How about this, starting tomorrow, let Dazhuang and Arya do the housework, and you follow the family to the fields. After old man Lu finished speaking, Lu Qingqing felt like she had been struck by lightning. She would not have time to enrich her space if she went to the fields. She had not yet sold the wild boar in her space. Although the space could preserve freshness, she was in urgent need of curtains or wooden racks to isolate the soil. She had planned to go to town the day after tomorrow to sell the wild boar and buy some food and daily necessities, but now she didn't have to think about it for a short time. Besides, the weather outside was so bad that it could dry people out. Her body was already malnourished, and she didn't know if she could hold on. After Old Man Lu finished speaking, he ordered without waiting for Lu Qingqing to answer. Everyone started to eat. When Mrs. Lu was distributing the food, she glared at Lu Qingqing for a long time before scooping her a bowl of porridge, which was more water than rice, and very watery. After quickly finishing it, Lu Qingqing pondered for a while and went to the haystack behind the house. She pulled some wheat straw and spread it in the corner of the space, spreading it as she went, until it was a thick layer. She also divided the wild boar and the yam beans into 2 piles and stacked them neatly on the wheat straw. Putting them there first will prevent them from rotting on the ground. She took out another steamed bun, ate it quickly, and rinsed her mouth before returning to the house. When Mrs. Li saw Lu Qingqing come in, she muttered, "You silly girl, you are getting more and more outrageous now. You disappear after dinner and don't even help your mother clean up the table." Lu Qingqing looked at Lu Lisher. This mother had no love for Daya at all. No matter whether she was beaten for washing torn clothes before or she cooked late this time, Lu Lisher had no intention of helping her child. Lu Qingqing didn't say much. She just replied that she had to urgently, and then she planned to go to the Kong to rest. At this time, the voice of Lu Laoda sounded, with a tone of blame and warning. "Daya, you should go to the fields to work with me tomorrow. You must be serious and do more work. Don't be lazy and play around anymore, or else not only your grandparents will punish you, but your father will punish you too." Lu Qingqing looked at Lu Laoda for a while, until he looked at her a little evasive. Then she replied softly, "I know." In the memory of the original body, most of the girls in the village did not go to the fields, but stayed at home to cook, wash clothes, and so on. Only the poorest and most unpretentious families let their little girls go to the fields. After all, people of this era have to discuss marriage at the age of 12 or 13, and most of them are seen in advance. If they are tanned, no matter how good-looking they are, it's useless. It's impossible for Lu Laoda not to know about this. The Lu family is considered a wealthy family in the entire Lujia village. The family has a lot of land. In previous years, during the busy farming season, they also spent money to hire temporary workers to work. The family also raises pigs. In a village as big as Lujia village, there are no more than 5 families raising pigs. How can it be that a girl of 8 or 9 years old is asked to go to the fields? It's nothing more than Mrs. Lu and Mr. Lu. They felt that Daya was disobedient and dared to ask the old village chief to stand up for her. They felt that they were laughed at and embarrassed by the old village chief. That's why they used her to establish their authority in this family in order to maintain their position as the head of the family. Moreover, they didn't even think about listening to her explanation this time. Although Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu look very old, they are actually only in their early 50s. Old Lady Lu just survived her mother-in-law and has been in charge of the family for less than 2 years. She felt that it was the right time to be powerful in charge of the whole family. As for Boss Lu, he didn't dare and didn't want to resist the decision of Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu, or he could say that Daya, a little girl, was not worthy of him to resist them. Lu Qingqing didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, these were not her real relatives, and there was no way to get rid of them for the time being, so she just left. Just live your life. She cherished this extra life very much and silently told herself to endure now. The next day, at dawn, Mrs. Lu Li called Lu Qingqing to get up and cook together. Breakfast is usually taken turns by the first, second, and third rooms, 1 day for each family. Breakfast is still vegetable porridge with steamed bread. Of course, the steamed bread is for men who do heavy work. Among other people in the family, only Old Lady Lu can eat steamed bread. After being a daughter-in-law for many years, she finally became a mother-in-law. Naturally, Old Lady Lu could not let go of this right. After dinner, Lu Qingqing also went to the fields with the Lu family. The family's land was scattered in several directions. Before going to the fields, Old Man Lu had already divided up who would work on which piece of land and what to do specifically. At this time, most of the work in the fields every day is to carry water and water the plants. And weeding. The male laborers in the family were responsible for carrying water from the nearby rivers or wells to the fields, and the women began to water and the fields. Lu Qingqing was assigned to work in the east field with Lu Laoda and Lu Li. She was assigned to. There was dew on the field in the morning, and the temperature was relatively low before the sun came out. After a while, her clothes were wet by the dew, and she shivered when the cold wind blew. Helplessly, Lu Qingqing had to lower her body as much as possible. Although she was exposed to more dew, the branches of millet were higher and could block the wind. When the sun gradually rose, Lu Qingqing felt that it might be better when it was cold just now. In the field, there was no high shelter except the millet stalks and leaves. As the sun rose higher, the sunlight became scorching. Sweat-soaked Lu Qingqing's clothes flowed down, dripped into the soil, and was instantly absorbed by the soil without a trace. Lu Qingqing's hands were swollen and white due to long-term contact with dew, and her waist was so sore that she could hardly stand up straight. She stood up to ease the pain in her waist and looked around. Lu Laoda had just carried 2 buckets of water to the field and watered the land they had weeded. Lu Li was weeding in the field next to her. After weeding all the weeds, Lu Qingqing and Lu Li were responsible for watering the field, and Lu Laoda only carried the water. It was not easy to make it to lunch, and today it was Lu Li who went home to pick up the food. Lu Qingqing saw that after Lu Li left, Lu Laoda went to the woods next to the field to cool off, and she hurried over. She found an open space behind a tree a little distance away from Lu Laoda and lay down directly. She was really exhausted this morning. Not to mention Lu Qingqing, even her original self-diet didn't work in the fields for so long. After resting for a while, Lu Qingqing didn't drink the water in the bucket like Lu Laoda, but pretended to go to the bathroom. She slipped into the corner and drank a lot of water. The water in the space was cleaner and cooler than the water outside, and it was more thirst-quenching. Most people in ancient times drank raw water directly, which was easy to be infected with parasites. On the first day of crossing here, Lu Qingqing boiled more water when cooking. Later, when she had the space, she found that there were basically no insect microorganisms in the space. There were no insects on the dishes, so it was more reassuring to drink the space water. After resting for a while, Lu Li came over with a rice bucket. She first went to deliver the food to Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu. Today, Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu followed the second and third rooms respectively and came over after delivering the food. The 3 of them didn't say much. After finishing the porridge quickly, the couple of Lu Laoda stayed together, and Lu Qingqing returned to the open space before, and they all began to take a break. In the afternoon, the sun seemed to melt everything, and the earth was scorched like a huge steamer. The air was heated up, and even breathing could feel the scorching heat. When watering in the afternoon, I could only secretly sprinkle water on my body again and again, at least to relieve the heat. At the end of the evening, Lu Qingqing felt so tired that she didn't want to move her fingers, and her head was beating all the time. I guess she got heat stroke from the sun. I went back and barely finished the vegetable porridge and secretly went out to drink a lot of space water. I took a shower in the space with water, and then I felt better. I reluctantly ate some steamed buns and went back to the house to rest. After doing this for a few days in a row, Lu Qingqing got darker. The magical thing is that this body has gradually adapted to it, and it didn't get heat stroke like the first day. Of course, I still feel tired and sore in my waist and legs every day, but my adaptability is also improving day by day. Several days passed, and finally when she woke up this morning, it was gloomy outside, and it started to rain soon. Old Man Lu waved his hand and said that there was no need to go to the fields today, and each room should rest for a day. After breakfast, Lu Qingqing told Mrs. Lu Li that she wanted to see if there were any mushrooms, and if there were any, she would pick them and eat them at home. Mrs. Lu Li hadn't eaten mushrooms for a long time, so she didn't stop Lu Qingqing from going out. She went out in the rain with a backpack on her back. There was only one set of raincoat in the house, which was what old man Lu usually wore. Not to mention that they would not agree to let Lu Qingqing wear it out, even if they let her wear it. She couldn't wear it with her short body now. Not long after she went out today, she met an old man driving a bullock cart. Lu Qingqing didn't expect that he would come out even in the rain. This time, a straw shed was built on the bullock cart, which could barely keep out the rain. After asking, she found out that today was the day of the big market in the town and many people from nearby villages would go. Lu Qingqing took out 2 coins and agreed with the uncle to give him another coin on the way back, and took the ox cart on the way back. Sure enough, many people got on the ox cart one after another. The road was very bumpy, and just when Lu Qingqing felt that her buttocks were numb, she finally arrived at the town. When she arrived in the town, the rain was much lighter. After asking the old man driving the cart about the time to go back, she walked towards the town. She first came to a inn and saw Manager Li talking to the waiter. Manager Li turned around and was stunned when he saw Lu Qingqing appear. "Girl, why are you in town in the rain?" Lu Qingqing hurriedly explained her purpose. Yesterday, her family went up the mountain and killed a wild boar and dug some yams. She came to ask the manager if he would accept them. After that, she put the backpack on the ground and opened the lid to reveal the yams inside. Manager Li saw that the yams were in good condition and accepted them directly. The weight of yam is about 55 jin, and the price is 3 won per jin. Lu Qingqing was given 165 won. This morning, a group of foreign merchants came to the inn. Because it was raining and they couldn't travel, they stopped at the inn to rest. When the shopkeeper was worrying about what food to prepare for the reception, Lu Qingqing came to the door. There were about 30 or 40 people in this group. The shopkeeper directly ordered the largest wild boar and agreed with her that it would be 35 won per jin. Lu Qingqing agreed with the shopkeeper that he would come to deliver the wild boar later. After leaving, Lu Qingqing went to the town's dental shop. The town itself was not big, and the dental shop also rented houses. After listening to Lu Qingqing's request, the dental shop owner asked Lu Qingqing whether she planned to rent long-term or short-term. For short-term rental, the minimum rent is half a month, and less than half a month is also charged half a month. The shopkeeper smiled and explained to Lu Qingqing that if they only stayed for 2 or 3 days, most people would directly choose the inn. It is more appropriate for those who find him to stay longer. The shopkeeper saw that Lu Qingqing was not well off, so he recommended a house at the east end of the town to her. It turned out that an old lady who lived alone lived there. After she died in the house, there were no children or nephews to inherit it, so the government took it back and asked him to help sell or rent it. Since everyone in the town knew what the house was like, the house had been vacant. The house was a yellow mud brick house, and the lowest price was 100 won a month. Lu Qingqing communicated with the shopkeeper and wanted to live there for half a month. The shopkeeper agreed, without much hesitation. When Lu Qingqing saw the house, she knew why the house had been vacant. There was a serious water leak in the house, and it was full of dust. There were no people living nearby, and the public security was really not good at this time. Living here was quite a test of courage. But the advantage was that the wall of the yard was relatively high, and the yard was large enough, which was convenient for her to put things away. That was enough. She didn't plan to live in this house. Spend 50 won to settle it with the shopkeeper, and tell him in advance after getting the key. Half a month later, before leaving, I will put the key under the big stone at the door, and I won't go to deliver the key. There is not much furniture in this room, so the shopkeeper agreed. Put the big wild boar under the shed in the kitchen, and put another wild boar and the backpack with yam in the room. The big wild boar is for the inn, and she plans to ask Yang Yuanwai's mansion about the wild boar and yam in the room. After locking the door, Lu Qingqing returned to the inn and asked the shopkeeper to borrow the inn's cart to pull the wild boar. The shopkeeper said nothing and asked the waiter to push the cart with Lu Qingqing to pull the pig. When the two returned to the inn, shopkeeper Li was shocked to see such a big wild boar. It was rare to catch such a large wild boar. After weighing, the weight was about 284 catties, so the total was 9,940 coins. This time the wild boar came in time, and the shopkeeper could make a lot of money from the merchants, so he generously gave 10 taels of silver. He also wanted to make friends with her, thinking that the little girl's family could hunt wild animals, and told her to send him any rare wild animals later. Lu Qingqing agreed with a smile, and then found the shopkeeper to exchange 2 taels of silver for 2,000 copper coins, and took the rest in cash. After saying goodbye to the shopkeeper, he left the inn and found that the rain was lighter at this time, and many stalls had put out their goods again. Lu Qingqing went straight to the carpenter's stall at the big market. Seeing the cart on the stall, he asked the price. A cart cost 1 tael and 2 cents of silver. It was too expensive. Although Lu Qingqing had just received 10 taels of silver, he had too many things to buy, so he didn't dare to spend the money here. So he negotiated with the stall owner to rent it for a morning, and the stall owner's son pushed the cart to help, and gave a total of 30 coins. The stall owner's business was not good today. It was raining and there were not many people in the market. Thinking that he was free, he agreed. Lu Qingqing communicated with the stall owner again and asked if he could make some wooden racks. After explaining the requirements, the stall owner said that this kind of rack can be made very quickly. It can be made before lunch. Lu Qingqing ordered a total of 8 wooden racks with 3 layers. After paying a deposit of 400 won, she and the stall owner's son went back to the house to pull wild boars and mountain products to the residence of Yang Yuanwei in Jinbei. As usual, they went to the back door of Yang's residence. The servant who opened the door was very happy to see Lu Qingqing. He still remembered that the peaches were very sweet last time. When Lu Qingqing saw that it was him, he also smiled and greeted him, and secretly stuffed a handful of cooked chestnuts into the boy's hand. The stall owner's son was very embarrassed when he approached Yang's residence, and stayed behind silently throughout the whole process. Seeing that he did not come forward, Lu Qingqing also knew that in this era, most people were afraid of rich families, so she did not say much. She asked the servant of Yang's residence to help carry the wild boar in, and got the silver money after weighing it in the residence. Using the backpack as a cover, she put the silver into the space, and then went out to ask the stall owner's son to go back. This time, she successfully sold a wild boar and 70 kilograms of yam in Yang's house, and received a total of 8 taels of silver. Now she has a total of 18 taels in her hand, which can be considered as buying some things. She asked the carpenter's stall owner's son to go back to the stall first, and she would go to find him later. Lu Qingqing went straight to the grain shop and bought 10 stone of white flour, 5 stone of rice, 3 stone of millet, and finally thought about it and bought 5 stone of coarse grains, spending a total of 14 taels and 3 cents. If Lu Qingqing eats this food herself, it can be eaten for 5 or 6 years. Because she wants a lot, she discussed with the grain shop owner and agreed to deliver it to her home. After buying the food, Lu Qingqing went to the carpenter's stall and asked the stall owner's son to pull the cart to visit the market. She saw a stall selling large baskets, which are very suitable for carrying things, so she bought 6. There were also woven mats on the stall, and I bought 3 of them. One can be used for sleeping in the space. I have always slept on the ground before, which is not only hard, but also covered in dirt. The other 2 are intended to be used to store things and to isolate the soil in the space. I also bought 4 long ropes, 3 wooden basins, 2 ladles, a water bag for coarse porcelain bowls, and 2 ceramic pots and racks at the market, which are used for boiling water and cooking. I thought about how I secretly used the farm tools at home at night when I was planting before, which was very inconvenient. I went to the blacksmith shop to buy a sickle, and also bought a kitchen knife when I saw it. Ancient ironware was really expensive. These 3 items cost 1,750 coins. There was also a stall in the middle, selling condiments such as green onions, garlic, green peppercorns, and star anise. Lu Qingqing thought they were relatively fresh, so she bought a little of each and planned to plant them in the space when she returned. Later, when she wanted to cook, she also needed salt. When she asked the price at the salt shop, she was shocked. It was 120 won per caddy. In modern times, a bag of refined salt is only 2 yuan. The salt purification technology in ancient times was not good, the taste was astringent, and the price was very expensive. However, she had to eat salt, so Lu Qingqing bought 2 caddies and spent 240 won. After buying the salt, she walked forward and found someone setting up a stall. What they were selling turned out to be sweet potatoes, which were smaller than modern sweet potatoes, and most of them were slender. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. Seeing a circle of people around the stall, he greeted them enthusiastically. "Dear young and old, these are sweet potatoes from the capital, and they taste very sweet. My family is from Yuhigu in the south, and we are all fellow villagers. I don't want to charge a high price, just 4 won per caddy, which is lower than the price of wheat." People gathered around to watch the fun, but no one asked to buy. "Uncle, this thing is cheaper. I'll buy some to try." The stall owner saw a skinny little girl in front of him speaking and thought it was a naughty girl who came to make trouble. He also saw a young man pushing a cart standing behind the girl and guessed that they were a family. Thinking of this, he said, "Girl, I sell it sincerely. The price is not expensive. How much do you plan to buy?" Lu Qingqing was anxious to go back after buying things, so she stopped talking and said, "Uncle, if it's 3 cents a pound, I plan to buy about 200 pounds. When the stall owner heard that he wanted 200 pounds, he immediately became interested. There were a total of 300 pounds on a stall. At once, most of them were sold. The locals had never grown his sweet potatoes, so no one dared to buy them. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing leaned over and whispered to the stall owner, "This thing will cause heartburn if you eat too much, and it can't be eaten like food. I won't lose money if you sell it to me for 3 cents. The stall owner saw that Lu Qingqing was knowledgeable and thought that he would not lose money at this price. He was also afraid that her nonsense would affect his business, so he sold her more than 200 kilograms. After paying, all the things were placed on the cart, which was already full at this time. Lu Qingqing felt that she had bought almost all the big items, so she and the stall owner's son pulled the things back to the hut first. After unloading the things, the two returned to the carpenter's stall together. The carpenter had already prepared the wooden racks. Lu Qingqing checked and found that they were all very sturdy. She paid the remaining 400 coins and 30 coins for the car rental. The stall owner's son ran a few times and delivered the wooden racks back to the hut. After sending the stall owner's son away, Lu Qingqing began to put the things she bought into the space one by one. After confirming that nothing was left out and seeing that there was no one around, he placed the key under the stone slab at the door. The rain had basically stopped by now, and figuring that the ox cart might be heading back, Lu Qingqing got up and walked towards the agreed town exit. When passing by the steamed bun stall, he bought another 100 meat buns and 300 steamed buns. This time he bought more, so the boss gave him a burlap bag for the buns. When he arrived at the agreed location, there were already quite a few people on the ox cart. He gave a penny to the old man driving the cart, waited for a while, and started to head back when everyone was together. With nothing to do on the ox cart, Lu Qingqing silently calculated today's income and expenditure. Selling wild boars and yams brought in a total of 18 taels. In terms of expenses, he spent 14 on food. 2 and 3 cents of silver and other miscellaneous expenses totaled about 3 and 6 cents. Now there are 63 coins left in the space. I bought a lot of things in the space today, but there is not much money left. On the way back, people got off the car one after another. Before reaching Lujia village, Lu Qingqing got off the car in advance and took a detour to the back mountain. I went straight to the place where I had seen withered mushrooms before. Sure enough, a lot of them had grown again. I picked some common mushrooms. This large area of mushrooms grew quite lush. Lu Qingqing was ready to go down the mountain when she had picked almost all the mushrooms she knew. She picked 2 full backpacks. She kept half a basket and put the rest in the basket in the space. When I got home, the Lu family had finished lunch. She went back to the room to rest. She went to the kitchen and saw only half a bowl of porridge on the stove. Lu Qingqing put down the backpack, put half of the basket of mushrooms into another part of the space, and poured the rest into the basket in the kitchen. She poured the remaining half bowl of porridge into the space to feed the chickens, ate a steamed bun directly in the space, rinsed her mouth, looked around and saw that there was no one, so she left the space. It's not that she didn't want to eat the buns, it's just that the meat buns smelled too strong. The people here haven't seen meat all year round, so they are particularly sensitive to the smell of meat. When she returned to the room, Da Zhuang was snoring in his sleep, and Lu Laoda and Lu Li were also lying on the bed, breathing deeply. Lu Qingqing hung her wet clothes by the door, climbed to the end of the column quietly, and fell asleep in a short while. When she woke up again, no one was in the room. It was already evening. Lu Qingqing got up, put on her half-wet clothes, and went to the kitchen. Mrs. Lu was cooking. Seeing the fire burning in the stove, Lu Qingqing took the initiative to go over and light the fire, hoping to dry her clothes. At dinner, under the supervision of Mrs. Lu fried 4 eggs. It was called frying, but in fact, she just wiped the pot with an oilcloth. She also boiled the mushrooms that Lu Qingqing brought back into the soup and was reluctant to put too much salt. Mrs. Lu only took out the salt jar, wiped a little with her fingernails, and dipped it in the mushroom soup. This way of cooking made Lu Qingqing's eyelids jump, and she silently thought that it would not be sick if she ate it uncleanly. However, at dinner, Lu Qingqing still did not eat the mushroom soup. Thinking about the black water that had been rinsed with fingernails, she really couldn't eat it. As for the eggs, they were in the bowls of Mrs. Lu and the 4 male laborers, and Zhuang and Zhuang, the grandchildren, also got a small chopstick. There was no need to think about others. Arya and Sonia, who were standing next to Lu Qingqing, stared at the eggs and kept swallowing their saliva. Seeing them like this, old lady Lu scolded the little girls, scaring them so much that they dared not look up and kept eating the vegetable porridge in their bowls. Old man Lu, who was standing next to him, ate in silence. Whether it was the men who were given eggs or the wives of the third room who did not get eggs, they all seemed to have not heard anything and lowered their heads to eat the porridge in their bowls. Dinner ended in silence. This month, the first room was still responsible for the kitchen work. After dinner, Mrs. Lu Li called Lu Qingqing and asked her to help clean up. At night, when they all fell asleep, Lu Qingqing went into the space to tidy up. First, pick out the bad sweet potatoes and leave the big and plump ones for seedlings. After picking and choosing, she finally left a dozen bad ones to roast and eat. Place the sweet potatoes to be grown on the ground in order to ensure that each sweet potato is in contact with the soil. The space and land have the function of accelerating growth. I hope that the sprouts will sprout quickly. When the sprouts grow up, I will break off the sweet potato seedlings and plant them. I bought too many things today, and I need to plan the space well. Now the wheat and corn are planted on the south side of the well, and the sweet potatoes are also placed next to the wheat. I will plant sweet potatoes here later. The vegetable garden occupies a small piece of land just west of the well. The transplanted yams and the planted yam beans are all on the west side of the vegetable garden. To the north of the vegetable garden is the fenced chicken coop, and to the west of the chicken coop are the chestnuts that were sown before, which have already sprouted. To the east of the well is the rest area planned by Lu Qingqing, with thick wheat straw underneath. Lu Qingqing spread the mat she just bought on it, lay down and tried it, and it felt much more comfortable than the hard Kong outside. Arrange the base of the pottery pot next to the north side of the well, and put the pottery pot on it. The pottery pot is next to the rest area, which is very convenient for cooking and boiling water. To the east of the rest area is a newly purchased 3-layer wooden shelf. Lu Qingqing put the newly purchased bowl, water bag, ladle, and kitchen knife on the middle shelf. She also put salt and a cloth bag for steamed buns next to the kitchen knife. She also put the basket of mushrooms and the yam beans she had collected before in the basket and placed it under the shelf. The yams she had collected before were placed on the lower shelf, which was full. Lu Qingqing couldn't reach the top shelf yet, so she had to find a wooden block to step on before she could put it there. However, most of the wooden shelves in the space are empty now, and there is no rush to use the top shelf. The 8 wooden shelves are placed around the space, close to the walls of the space. The purchase baskets are basically not used now, and they are all placed on the empty shelves. These baskets can be used when the grain is harvested. Except for the wooden racks placed against the wall of the space, most of the other places on the north side of the well are empty, and the crops planted are arranged here. A piece of open space is left in the northwest of the space, and Lu Qingqing plans to dig a deep pit when she has time. Sharp branches are inserted underneath to make a trap. If she encounters a wild boar later, she can also put it directly into the deep pit of the space. After almost arranging everything, Lu Qingqing left the space and went back to the house to sleep. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, I have to continue working in the fields, so I have to rest well. As a result, not only did it not rain the next day, but it didn't rain for a month. Now, the air feels very dry. In about half a month, the millet can be harvested. The crops in the field are now in the period of growing grains, and they absolutely cannot do without water. These days, the whole Lu family is very tired. The family carries water from morning to night to irrigate the fields. The weather is dry and hot, and the water evaporates faster. The whole family is watering the fields almost from morning to night, and even De Zhuang and Arya, who are a little older in the family, come to work in the fields. Lu Qingqing was dizzy from the sun, and seeing that she was far away from the field, she wanted to save some energy to carry water. So she secretly put some water from the space into the bucket, but was soon discovered by Lu Lisher. With the same bucket of water, Lu Qingqing watered a little more than her. Lu Lisher thought that Lu Qingqing was lazy and watered less. After telling Lu Laoda, she was scolded. Naturally, Lu Qingqing didn't dare to do anything else, and worked honestly. That night at dinner, I heard that the village had also started to fight over water issues. These days, the water level in the river ditch of Lujia village has dropped sharply, and the river bend in the southwest has no water today. The villagers in the southwest went to the river bend in the south of the village to fetch water, and the villagers on both sides fought directly. When the village chief went to mediate, both sides refused to give in. Finally, they had no choice but to let the villagers in the southwest fetch water from the river in the north of the village. This river flows down from the mountain in the northeast of the village and passes through Lujia village from east to west. Although the amount of water in the river has also decreased a lot, at least there is still water to continue irrigating the land. However, it is quite far to fetch water from the southwest land. But food is the life of farmers, so they have to spend more time running back and forth to fetch water. Fortunately, the 3 plots of land of the Lu family, the east and west plots, are next to the river. Only the land in the south may need to take a detour to fetch water in a few days. Now there's not much water in the bay in the south. After dinner, the village chief asked people to call the head of each family to the ancestral hall. It was Old Man Lu, who went to the Lu family. When he came back, he called his 3 sons into the house and gave them a few instructions. Lu Qingqing only knew that Old Man Lu called his sons into the house to talk about something, and then Old Man Lu and his 3 sons went out with shovels. Lu Qingqing didn't know when the eldest brother Lu came back. Recently, he has been working in the fields and has to go into the space to work at night. Lu Qingqing basically fell asleep. One morning, when Lu Qingqing was still watering the fields, he heard the sound of a gong. Old Lu yelled to Lu Qingqing to bring farm tools and follow him. Everyone on the road took their tools and ran to the end of the village. When Lu Qingqing ran over, she saw the villagers of Lujia village and the villagers of Lijia village downstream in a tense confrontation. Old Lu, I was wondering why the water in the river has been getting less and less these days. If I hadn't come here to see it today, I wouldn't have known that you blocked half of the water from upstream. You're not leaving us any chance to survive. The head of Lijia village shouted loudly, obviously emotional. The head of Lujia village was not willing to be outdone. We only blocked a small section, but water still flows to your village. What are you talking about? Is the little water that flows down enough for you to wash your feet? Your village is upstream, so you have the advantage in water use. And you blocked the water for us. You have to ask the men of Lijia village whether we agree or not. As soon as the head of Lijia village finished speaking, he heard the men of Lijia village respond loudly. No. No. Seeing the rising morale in the village, the head of Lijia village became more and more loud. To cut off our water is to take our lives. Although there are more people in your village, don't think we are easy to bully. We can't survive, and we will never let you have an easy life. Seeing that the 2 sides were about to fight, several older elders from Lujia village came out, including the former village chief. The old village chief said, Old Li, we have known each other for more than 60 years. If there is anything, let's discuss it. There is no need to fight and kill. What do you think? An old man with wrinkles on his face came out from Lijia village. Old Lu, Your village is not fair in handling this matter. We all know that crops need water now. You can't do this. The head of Lujia village wanted to say something, but was stopped by the old village chief. Okay, you did it wrong. Take people to dig up the water outlet. After the old village chief gave the order, several men in the village came forward to dig open the water. The villagers of Lujia village looked at the water flowing towards their village, and their expressions relaxed. The village chief of Lujia village wanted to talk about the water that had been blocked in the past few days, but was stopped by Old Li. When the villagers of Lujia village were walking back, the village chief of Lujia village asked Old Li, "Uncle, Lujia village has blocked the water for several days. Are we just going to let it go?" Old Li glanced at him. "It's great that we can open up the water outlet on this trip today. Think about why Lujia village only blocked half of the water outlet." Village chief Li understood immediately. Everyone knows that water is food now. In previous years, when the weather was good, people could not have enough to eat even after paying the grain. This year, the water shortage is so severe that people will definitely starve to death if the grain harvest is less. If Lujia village blocks the water and cuts off their way to survival, the people of Lujia village will definitely fight them to the death. If they don't fight now, they will starve to death in the future. But they only blocked half of the water, and there was still water flowing to Lujia village. Even though the people of Lujia village shouted loudly at that time, if they really asked them to fight, no one would fight to the death. When there is a way to survive, who is willing to fight to death or injure? The most important point is that the population of Lujia village is far greater than that of Lujia village. The people of Lujia village could accept just asking them to open the water outlet. But if they want compensation, whether it is water or food, the people of Lujia village will not agree. The elders of the two villages are also unwilling to fight. No matter who wins or loses, someone will definitely get hurt. In addition, the autumn harvest is coming soon and no one wants to cause trouble at this time. This water storage storm passed without any major problems. Lu Qingqing secretly guessed that this water storage incident was most likely planned by the old village chief and other elders, and the original intention was just to store more water. Even if the villagers deliberately wanted to keep more water, the water bays in the village were still out of water in a few days. The water in the river was almost dry, and the villagers checked. The water source at the back mountain no longer produces water. That evening, the elders of Lujia village summoned all the villagers to carry water for irrigation overnight while there was still some water in the river. If it were to dry out again tomorrow, the existing water would evaporate. That day, everyone in Lujia village carried water overnight. In order to grab water, the women also went to the river to fetch water and were busy all night. At dawn the next day, Lu Qingqing found that everyone had stopped. The water in the river was completely gone. However, Lu Qingqing discovered that Old Man Lu secretly fetched a few more buckets of water and put them at home last night. It is estimated that other families did the same so that they could retain some water. The old village chief and several elders in the village wandered around the village, looking at the grains in the fields. The grains of millet have not grown yet and are shriveled. But in the current weather, if there is no water to irrigate the fields, the millet will not last more than 2 days. The nearby water sources have also dried up. Only the well in the village still has water, but the water level has dropped sharply. This is the water used by the whole village. People cannot survive for a few days without water. The old village chief and several elders in the village reluctantly decided that the whole village should rush to harvest millet starting tomorrow. Old Man Lu arranged for several of his sons to secretly go to the fields in the east and pour a few buckets of water when it was dark, hoping to harvest more food. The next day, Old Man Lu looked at the millet in the fields that were a little wilted due to lack of water and arranged for everyone to harvest the 2 fields in the west and south first. At home there were limited sickles, so only the men could cut the grain in front, while the women and half-grown children piled up and the harvested grain. The younger children followed behind, picking up the scattered grains on the ground to prevent any grain from being wasted. While tying the grains, Lu Qingqing secretly collected them into the space. After all, she had been doing this for so long, so it was more or less like collecting some interest. The family was busy for 2 days and finally collected all the grains. Then, The villagers lined up to go to the wheat field to thresh the grains. As the villagers gradually took the grains home, the atmosphere in the village became more and more depressed. This year's per-acre yield of millet is about half less than in previous years. After paying taxes to the government, they have to save seeds for next year. Even if many families replace all the millet with coarse grains, it is not enough to eat for a year. On the day when the Lu family threshed the millet, the old man Lu's face was frighteningly gloomy. That day's dinner was changed to everyone drinking vegetable porridge, and there was no coarse grain-steamed bread. From that day on, Old Lady Lu arranged for the women and children in the family to start digging wild vegetables and drying them when they came back. The vegetables in the vegetable garden were not watered, and most of them died in the sun. The remaining ones, whether they were ripe or not, were pulled out and dried into vegetables to be eaten in the winter. The village wells have been arranged to be guarded. Each household with less than 10 people can only draw 1 bucket of water a day. For every 5 more people in the household with more than 10 people, half a bucket of water is given. As water control becomes more and more stringent, most families in the village have begun to deal with livestock. The Lu family's pig is still a small pig. They originally planned to raise it until the end of the year, and then kill it to sell some money so that the family can eat pork. But now it is difficult for people to drink water, let alone livestock, and no one in the village can afford to buy pork. The millet has been dried and processed in the past 2 days. The remaining millet is reserved for tax payment, and the old man Lu plans to go to the town today to exchange all the coarse grains. He also arranged for his 3 sons to tie up the pigs and chickens in the family, preparing to see if they can be sold at the big market in the town today. It is said that refugees who have fled famine have already arrived in the town. It is related to the family's food rations this year, and they are afraid that there will be problems on the road. In addition to contacting the familiar families in the village, Old Man Lu also asked all the adults of the Lu family to go out. After the adults of the Lu family left, Lu Qingqing also went out to find a place to enter the space under the pretext of digging wild vegetables. He picked some of the plump millet that he had collected before and planted it. Some time ago, the cabbage, radish, and other green vegetables that had been planted in the space were ripe and had been picked and placed on the shelves in the space. Now, the wheat and corn in the space are also ripe. After calculating the time, Lu Qingqing found that the growth rate of plants in the space is about twice as fast as that in the outside world. More than 2 months have passed since the planting, and the wheat fields are already golden, and the grains of wheat ears are full. The cobs in the cornfield have also grown, and they feel almost the same size as modern corn. The sweet potatoes that were previously raised as seedlings also sprouted the day after the seedlings were raised. Lu Qingqing broke off the long sprouts and planted them. Now the sweet potato vines in the field are growing particularly lush. Recently, Lu Qingqing often picked some sweet potato leaves and chopped them up to feed the chickens, and the chickens that were raised before have grown a lot. Now it can be seen that there are 3 hens and a rooster. After another 3 months, we can probably eat eggs. I was too tired some time ago, so I didn't deal with the wild boars in the space, and I didn't dig the places where I planned to dig traps. Now I have to harvest wheat and corn, so I can only wait. After eating the buns, Lu Qingqing wrapped her hands and face and started harvesting wheat with a sickle. After a busy morning, she only harvested less than half an acre of wheat. Lu Qingqing pounded her sore waist, tied the harvested wheat, and put it on the mat. She washed it by the well, cleaned up her clothes, and then went home. After returning home and cooking, I waited for a long time but didn't see the Lu family come back. The market here usually disperses at noon. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and no one came back. The 3-year-old little girl was crying with hunger, so Lu Qingqing scooped a bowl of porridge for each of the little ones to eat first. When I was cleaning up in the kitchen after eating, I saw Old Man Lu and Old Brother Lu coming back in a hurry. Old Man Lu went back to the house by himself. Boss Lu was waiting outside with a very ugly face. Without waiting for Lu Qingqing to ask, Old Man Lu stuffed the key into his jacket pocket with one hand, took the bundle with the other hand, and came out shouting that Boss Lu was gone. It was not until the evening that the Lu family came back. Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu, who came in first, had gloomy faces, and the others looked distraught. Third brother Lu was in a daze, limping, and his face was bruised and swollen from being beaten. And third Aunt Lu Qinshi didn't come back. Where was the food at home? Everyone came back empty-handed. After the elder Lu and Mrs. Lu Li returned to the house, they complained in the house that the third son's family had lost all the money in the family. Lu Qingqing asked about it and then understood the whole story. It turned out that after the Lu family arrived at the market in the morning, the old man Lu found a place and asked the third son Lu and his 3 daughters-in-law to watch the stall and sell livestock. The old man Lu went to the grain shop with the others to exchange grain. Not long after the old man Lu left, the third son Lu had to urgently, so he went to find a place to solve it. At this time, a young man dressed in a luxurious manner came to the stall. Against the backdrop of the yellow and black skin of the people around him, he saw the fair-skinned, petite Lu Qinshi at a glance. Lu Qinshi was a rare, cold, white skin. Even if she followed him to the fields every day, she still had fair skin, red lips, and white teeth. She looked like a lady from a certain family. The young man's words were full of teasing, and Lu Qinshi was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide. But the more Lu Qinshi hid, the more interested the young man became, and he began to make moves. Lu Qinshi asked for help from her 2 sisters-in-law, but they were all women and could not defeat the servants on the side of the young master. Just as the 2 sides were entangled, Lu Laosan came back. When he saw a strange man pulling his wife, he immediately became anxious and rushed up without thinking much. The young master was definitely not the opponent of a man who often did heavy work. Before the servants could stop him, the young master was punched in the face. Seeing the young master's teeth mixed with blood spit out, Lu Laosan was also a little confused. At this time, the guards around him also stepped forward to control Lu Laosan and beat him up. Afterwards, Lu Laosan lay on the ground like a dead pig, and Lu Qinshi next to him was so scared that she forgot to cry. When Lu Laotu and his group came back, they saw the young master asking the servants to take Lu Laosan and Lu Qinshi away. Seeing that her youngest son was beaten to death, old lady Lu rushed over and threw herself on her son. Old man Lu begged for mercy repeatedly, only asking where he had offended the young master. The young man from a wealthy family snorted, "My father is Mr. Yang in the town, and my uncle is the prefect of Liezhou. You peasants dare to beat me. You are really tired of living." Hearing this, Old man Lu and his 2 sons were so scared that they kept kowtowed. For them, the biggest official they had ever seen was the town's constable. Not to mention the prefect, even Mr. Yang in the town would be easy to deal with. Seeing that the young man was going to take his youngest son and his wife away, Old man Lu looked at his youngest son who was dragged on the ground and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Looking at the old woman who was holding her son tightly, he had to bite the bullet and said, "Young master, my son is stupid and didn't mean to offend you. Please have mercy and spare my son's life." Lu Qinshi also came back to her senses at this time. Seeing her husband being beaten like this, she felt extremely sad. Since getting married, the couple has had a very good relationship. This time, it was because of me that my husband was beaten like this, and I also begged for mercy. It's all my fault. Please don't blame my husband. The young man looked at the young woman crying on the ground, and his anger dissipated a little. He said that he was injured this time, and it would cost at least 50 taels of silver to see a doctor. However, if Lu Qin was willing to follow him, the money for medical treatment would be fine. But if the culprit who beat him wanted to take him away, he had to give 20 taels of silver. Although the Lu family had more than 10 acres of land and some family assets. But it was impossible for old man Lu to spend so much money on a daughter-in-law. Even if he married another daughter-in-law for his son, it would only cost a few taels of silver. Turning his head to look at his unconscious son on the ground, thinking that he had loved him since he was a child, old man Lu made a decision in his heart. There were still 13 taels of silver in the family savings, and the coarse grains just exchanged could get about 6 taels of silver. The pigs in the family had only been raised for a few months and weighed only about 60 kilograms. Add a few chickens, and it can barely be counted as 2 taels, which can only be collected by selling them. thinking that if this happens, all the money in the family will be lost, and I can't help but feel distressed. Then I thought of the precious gold hairpin that I asked my wife to save. Forget it, my son still has to be saved. Thinking of this, Old Man Lu made a decision. After adjusting his mood, Old Man Lu looked at Lu Qingshi with a sad expression on his face. Old Third's family, the family really can't get 50 taels together. It's our Lu family who is sorry for you. Lu Qingshi looked at her father-in-law and knew that her husband's family might not have so much money, and it was impossible for them to sell land for her. And her parents' family is even poorer than her husband's family. She is already married out, and it is even more impossible for her to spend so much money. Thinking of this, she lowered her head like she accepted her fate. Old Man Lu said good things to the young master, wanting to redeem his son, but the money was not enough, and whether he could use livestock to pay for some money. The young master was impatient to deal with these troubles, but when he saw Lu Qingshi begging him, the beautiful woman's pitiful appearance made him very moved. Young Master Yang agreed, and then waved his hand to let them collect enough money to go to Yang's house to pick up the person. Old Man Lu asked the second son to go back with him to get the money, and the rest of the people went to exchange the coarse grains for silver. They met at the gate of Yang Yuanwai's house. When they collected enough silver to redeem Lu Laosan, he had already woken up. Knowing that his wife was robbed and his family paid 20 taels of silver for him, he was a little crazy. This is the norm in this feudal society. If the lower class wants to live, they can only swallow their anger. As for filing a complaint, officials and businessmen are colluding in this era. If Lu Laosan wants to file a complaint, he may not even be able to go to the county. A pass is required to enter the county town, and this must be issued by the local government. When Lu Qingqing heard that the Lu family sold all the food rations in the family in order to pay 20 taels of silver, she realized that it was not good. The autumn harvest has just ended, and the food to be exchanged today is for the family to eat until the autumn harvest next year. Now that all the food in the family has been sold, Old Man Lu may still have about 1 or 2 taels left. Even if all of it was replaced with coarse grains, it would only be about 3 stone, which was not enough to eat no matter how frugal. The family's livestock had been sold. In addition to the land, the only thing that could be sold was the people. It took several generations for Old Man Lu's ancestors to save up these 10 acres of land. For farmers, the land is their roots, and it is impossible to sell it. There are 2 boys and 3 girls in the family now. There are 2 boys in total, and I think they are reluctant to sell them. She is the oldest of the 3 girls, 10 years old. Arya is only 6 years old, and Sonia is only 3 years old. Only at her age, it is easier to sell whether she is sold to a trafficker or sold to someone as a child bride. Lu Qingqing was panicked, but she knew that she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. She tried to calm herself down and think about a way out. The first thought was to escape from this home. But in this era, you need a pass to go anywhere. If you are found without a pass, you'll be punished by the government. So, she couldn't escape by herself. The second way was to make money so that the Lu family could see her value. But before Lu Qingqing crossed over, she was just an ordinary person. She didn't know how to make cement, brew wine, or make paper. Only the space could help her hunt in the mountains. But a little girl suddenly knew how to hunt. It was more likely that she was regarded as possessed by an evil spirit. The ancients usually burned or drowned such aliens. The third way is to be sold to a trafficker. This is the worst, and you have no idea where she will sell you. Not to mention being sold to a secret door. Even if you are sold to a wealthy family as a maid, you have to sign a contract to sell yourself, and your life is in the hands of others. The last way is to be sold to someone as a child bride. But the lives of the people you are sold to are different. Instead of being sold to an unknown place by them, it is better to take the initiative and find a suitable family. Lu Qingqing plans to observe whether there are families with simple populations and better personalities in the village or nearby villages. Boys of marriageable age generally do not look for child brides. When they are old enough, they will directly look for girls of marriageable age. Raising them for a few years will save a lot of food. Lu Qingqing estimated that those who can find child brides in nearby villages are all special cases. As the drought intensifies, there is not much work in the fields now, and the women and children in the family are arranged to go out to dig wild vegetables every day. While Lu Qingqing was digging wild vegetables, she heard the women in the same village talking about the stupid son of the Qin family in the north of the village. When he was a child, he had a high fever that damaged his brain. Now he is 12 years old and has grown tall and strong. He also knows how to help with farm work, but unfortunately he is mentally. Lu Qingqing knew that there was a single household near the back mountain of the village where a grandparent and grandchild lived. She had not known much about it before, so she decided to go and see what was going on, so she got up and walked towards the back mountain. When Lu Qingqing approached the Qin family's yard, she found a teenage boy grinding grain at home. The boy was dark and strong, working very seriously, and did not pay attention to the situation outside the yard at all. The boy did not look stupid. Lu Qingqing was afraid of being discovered, so she turned around and went to dig wild vegetables in another direction, but she did not expect to meet Grandma Qin, who was coming back from digging wild vegetables here. Lu Qingqing smiled and said hello and continued to move forward. Judging from her face and demeanor, Grandma Qin was not a mean person, but face reading was not entirely accurate. She still had to ask more about the two families to see if she could find someone who was easy to get along with. Even if he is sold there, he can still live a slightly better life. Taking the opportunity of digging wild vegetables, he wandered around the village and the nearby Lijia village for 2 days. The first suitable family is the only child of the old Li family in the village, who is spoiled by his family. Li Chunkai is 17 years old this year. He does not work properly, steals things in the village, and has a perverse temper. After his reputation spread, no one in the surrounding villages was willing to marry him. The other family is a widower in the village. He is almost 30 years old this year and has a son and a daughter. He is about the same age as her father. But Lu Qingqing felt that there was no more time for her to get to know him. Today, Old Man Lu went to a richer family in the village and bought some wheat bran. When cooking, he used miscellaneous grains mixed with wheat bran and vegetable paste to make rice. At the dinner table, she clearly felt that Old Man Lu was observing her. Lu Qingqing was even more uneasy about the abnormal behavior of someone who usually did not pay attention to his granddaughter at home, so she decided to act as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Lu Qingqing went to the back mountain near Qin's house to dig wild vegetables, but saw the fool coming back from fetching water. A group of children surrounded him and threw stones, but he carefully avoided those children and walked home. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing drove those little brats away. Seeing the fool staring at her, she asked a little embarrassedly, "Do you want to go dig wild vegetables together after fetching water? It's on the mountain east of your house." Seeing that the fool was just staring at her without saying anything, she added, "I have sweet potatoes, which are delicious. If we play together, I will give them to you." The fool's eyes were bright, and he smiled foolishly. "Sweet, is it candy? Then you wait for me." After that, he hurried home to put down the bucket and ran out with a. Lu Qingqing asked him to take the basket, and the two went to the call. After arriving at the place, Lu Qingqing pretended to take out the previously baked sweet potatoes from the basket, which were still hot. She took a big one and handed it to the fool. Seeing that he was eating it with relish, she coaxed him and said, "My name is Dia. You ate my sweet potato. Are we friends? What's your name?" The fool ate the sweet potato and muttered, "My name is Chen Lang. Will you give me sweet potatoes in the future?" Lu Qingqing felt that Chen Lang's IQ was like that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, and they could still communicate normally, so she coaxed him, "Only your wife will stay with you forever. I will be sold by my family soon. After the sale, you won't be able to see me, and there will be no sweet potatoes to eat. Do and be sold. We are friends." Chen Lang was so anxious that he didn't eat the sweet potato in his hand. One hand unconsciously raised and rubbed the small piece of wood hanging around his neck. It looked like a teething stick made by his family when the child was teething. After years of rubbing, the color was brown, and the surface was very smooth. Lu Qingqing continued to coax him with a sense of guilt. "If you marry me, we can be together forever, and you will always have sweet potatoes to eat." Lu Qingqing taught him how to tell his grandmother when he got home, and taught him several times. When she asked him if he remembered, Chen Lang nodded seriously. She asked him to say it twice, and after confirming that there was no problem, after wiping the sweet potato residue off Chen Lang's mouth, the two went home separately. After breakfast the next day, Old Man Lu called Lu Laoda into the house and whispered something. The voice was too soft, and Lu Qingqing didn't hear what was said through the door. But when Lu Laoda came out and saw her, his expression was evasive and guilty. Lu Qingqing thought to herself that it was not good. After a while, Lu Laoda went out. Lu Qingqing was uneasy, wondering if Chen Lang had mentioned it to his grandmother, or whether his grandmother would agree if he did. It was not until the morning when she saw Grandma Chen coming to the Lu family that Lu Qingqing felt a little relieved. Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Lu Li received Grandma Chen. After they had just chatted for a few words, Mrs. Lu drove Lu Qingqing out. Lu Qingqing was anxious, but she could only wait for the result. When the three finally came out, she saw that Mrs. Lu was full of joy. Grandma Chen's face was still indifferent, and no specific emotions could be seen. But when she looked at Lu Qingqing, she still raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. Lu Qingqing guessed that it should be successful. Sure enough, as soon as Grandma Chen left, Mrs. Lu called Lu Qingqing into the house. "Dia, you also know the current situation of our family. Just now, Grandma Chen Lang came here to ask her grandson to marry you. Although Chen Lang is a little naive, he looks very upright, so it's not wrong for you." Lu Qingqing just bowed her head and said yes. Seeing that she was well behaved, Mrs. Lu let her go back in a good mood. When Old Man Lu came back, he heard that Mrs. Lu had privately agreed to Daya's marriage, and he was so angry that he scolded Mrs. Lu. Old Man Lu heard that in previous years, a little girl of 8 or 9 years old in other villages could get 2 taels of silver by selling her to a trafficker, so he asked Old Man Lu to go to the town to inquire in the morning. Before he came back, Daya was promised out by that stupid old woman. Before Old Man Lu could get angry, he saw Old Man Lu coming back. Old Man Lu hurriedly called him into the house, and when he heard that the girl was sold to Mr. Yang's family, he immediately gave up the idea. After what happened before, he wished that Mr. Yang would never remember their family again. Hearing that the Qin family's betrothal gift was a load of grain, Old Man Lu was still satisfied. Even if he sold Daya, he would only get this much grain. This time, Daya was hired to the Qin family as a child bride. Although the old woman and his family wanted more grain, everyone knew that this grain was considered to be selling Daya to the Qin family. But after all, they were from the same village, and there was no deed signed, which was better for reputation. When Old Man Lu returned to the house, Mrs. Lu Li told him that the Qin family gave so much grain. Then she urged Lu Laoda to ask for some money from home. Her brother and nephew from her mother's side had sent her a message some time ago. The eldest nephew had not eaten solid food for a long time, and he was so thin from hunger that Mrs. Lu Li felt so distressed. Lu Laoda was actually not happy about his parents selling Daya. The third child in the family got into trouble, but they wanted to sell his daughter. But in the morning, his father called him into the house alone and told him earnestly about the difficulties of the family, saying that he was the eldest son in the family and the family would rely on him in the future. His younger brothers were not as good as him, and his parents would follow him in the future. Most of the land in the family would definitely be divided to him. If the land was sold now, the family property would be thin in the future. Selling a daughter would not harm her. There was no food ration at home, and life was hard at home. He could have enough food if he went out. After this conversation, Lu Laoda actually felt that his father was right, so he went to the town to find a human trafficker. But the traffickers in the town were from the Yang family. After returning home, he heard that his mother had promised Daya to the idiot from the Qin family in the north of the village. Boss Lu thought that the Qin family was from the same village after all. If there was something wrong at home in the future, Daya would be able to come back to take care of her since she was so close. But his parents took away all the betrothal gifts for Daya, and he didn't see any of the food he got. Listening to the nagging of his wife, Lu Laoda was very annoyed. He also wanted to ask for some food, but thinking of his parents' stern faces, he didn't dare to do anything. Therefore, no matter how Lu Lisher urged him, Lu Laoda always refused, and sometimes he would fight with Lu Lisher when he was annoyed. After a round of beatings, seeing that Lu Lisher was honest, Lu Laoda felt relieved. At this time, in the third room, two children ran out crying to find their grandparents. "Grandpa, Grandma, Daddy has not eaten all the time lying in bed and ignoring us. Will Daddy die?" The crying of the two children alarmed the Lu family, and the whole family ran into the third room. I saw Lu Laosen lying on the bed, staring at the roof with his eyes blankly, muttering Lin Yang from time to time. He has been in this state since Lu Qinshi was taken away. No matter how Lu Laoda and Lu Laoer scolded him, there was no reaction. Old Lady Lu looked at her little son like this and felt very distressed. She kept scolding Lu Qinshi as who had seduced her son away, and she wiped her tears with heartache. "My dear, it's not easy for your mother to raise you. You can't ruin your body for a woman. Look at your mother." Lu Laosen was immersed in the pain of losing his wife and was indifferent. Old man Lu looked at his youngest son, who had lost all his family property to get him back, and he looked half dead. He was also angry and distressed. Seeing that the eldest and second sons scolded him, it didn't work. His mother's crying and begging didn't work, so she called Erzwang and Sonia to the third son. "Sanner, I know you feel bad that Erzwang's mother is gone, but you still have two children. Your parents are old and can't help you for long. The two children will rely on you in the future." Lu Laosen finally had some reaction. Looking at the two children beside him, he hugged the two children and cried bitterly. Lu Qingqing looked at the Lu family crying in pain with cold eyes, but she couldn't feel any pity in her heart. Lu Laosen was spoiled by old Lady Lu since he was a child, and he had never suffered much since he was a child. When he grew up, he hung out with the hooligans in the nearby villages all day long, teasing cats and dogs and getting scolded. At that time, old Lady Lu often gave Lu Laosen private money so that he could buy some food. Lu Laosen often took the candies he bought from the town to tease Daya. Seeing Daya drooling at the candies, he hooked her with candies to run. Daya, who was tired of running, sat on the ground and then crawled again. Soon her body was covered with chicken on the ground. Looking at the stinky Daya, he smiled and stuffed the candy into her mouth, crunched it and swallowed it, as if he was watching fun. Seeing that the candy was gone, Daya burst into tears. Lu Li, who came over after hearing the noise, saw it and cursed her angrily. But he didn't dare to provoke the brother-in-law who was favored by his mother-in-law, so he just pinched Daya hard, and Daya burst into tears. When Lu Laosen reached a certain age, he insisted that his family spend 6 taels of silver to marry him to Qin Linyang, the most beautiful girl in the surrounding villages. In order to save up this money, old Lady Lu saved from her food rations. At that time, Daya could not even eat much every day. The original body, who was malnourished for a long time, was often sick, and the family could not spend money to treat a girl. When Lu Laosen finally married Qin Linyang, he changed a lot and no longer followed the street urchins. At this time, Lu Laosen began to coax old Lady Lu for money. Buy delicious food for Qin Linyang, send things to Qin Linyang's parents' home, and so on. Later, when he had his own children, he stopped bullying Daya and other children. At this time, Daya had grown up a little, but Lu Laosen didn't have a good face for them. Because old man Lu favored his eldest son and grandson, Lu Laosen felt that his second son was wronged. On weekdays, he secretly asked old Lady Lu for money to cook for his children. Because of the partiality of old man Lu and old Lady Lu, the relationship between the 3 branches of the Lu family has always been bad. This time, because of the third son of Lu, the family wealth was squandered. Lu Qingqing felt that she was not so selfless. She was sold, so how could she pity the person who sold her? The Lu family did not have much food. One day at home meant one more day of food. After receiving the engagement food from the Qin family, old Lady Lu decided to marry Lu Qingqing to the Qin family in half a month. At this time, The old village chief knew that old lady Lu had sold her granddaughter to the Qin family as a child bride and ran to scold old man Lu in anger. He asked him to return the food, and the Lu family could not sell their granddaughter and could not ruin the reputation of the entire Lu family, who knew that old man Lu played rogue this time. He said that the family had lost all the food and money for the third son, and if not, the whole family would starve to death. If the old village chief was willing to pay for the food, he could continue to raise his granddaughter. The angry old village chief trembled for a while and was helped back home by his youngest son Lu Tianxin. Lu Tianxin kept comforting his father, saying that the grandmother of the Qin family was a good person and Dia might have had an easier life in the past. The old village chief didn't feel so angry when he heard this. But thinking about what old man Lu had done, he couldn't help but want to beat him up. Lu Qingqing didn't know the situation of the old village chief's family, but she was grateful to him. He was fair and had helped her more than once, and she would definitely repay him when she had the chance in the future. These days, Boss Lu felt a little guilty towards Lu Qingqing and didn't dare to look her in the eye. Old lady Lu occasionally cooked for him and secretly left some for her. Lu Qingqing accepted it all. Anyway, she had been sold, so she took it since he gave it to her, but it was far from enough. Thinking of the eggs, rice, flour, and oil that old lady Lu had taken out of the house before, Lu Qingqing decided to charge some more interest. These days, when Lu Qingqing was chased out by old lady Lu to dig wild vegetables, she kept sneaking back to observe nearby. Finally, when the wedding day was approaching, Lu Qingqing got the chance. On that day, the Lu family went out. She took the opportunity to sneak into Mrs. Lu's room. There was a big cabinet on the Kong. Thinking of the eggs, rice, flour, and oil that Mrs. Lu had taken out of the room before, they must have been locked in this big cabinet. There was no other place to hide things in the room, so they must have been put together. There was a big lock on the cabinet which was very solid. Lu Qingqing pulled it twice, but couldn't open it. So she put her hand on the cabinet, and the moment she took it into the space, she felt what was placed inside the cabinet. A money bag, which contained 1 or 2 taels of silver and a dozen copper coins. A small basin of eggs, a large bag of white flour, a small bag of millet, a bag of cakes, a large bowl of lard, a small bag of coarse salt, a few feet of cloth, and a small wooden box with exquisite carvings stuffed in the cloth. Entering the space, touching the cabinet with his hand, taking out the small wooden box, opening it, there was a gold hairpin inside, which looked very exquisite, so he took the box away decisively. Without wondering how the Lu family could have such a good treasure, he wanted to put away all the food in the cabinet. Suddenly, he remembered that Mrs. Lu would usually ask Lu Lao-san to open the cabinet to give her things. So, he put away most of the things in the cabinet and left the rest untouched because he thought the color of the cloth was too old-fashioned. He felt that it was almost done and was about to put the cabinet out. He saw a handkerchief placed against the wall where the cabinet was originally placed on the Kong, which was very similar to the one Mrs. Lu used to use. After opening it, he found that there were more than a dozen copper coins and 2 small silver coins inside. It was probably Mrs. Lu's private money, so he took it away decisively. After rolling the handkerchief back to its original position, he put the cabinet back to its original position. He looked at the door and saw that there was no one, so he slipped out quickly. Soon, it was the day for Lu Qingqing to get married. It was said to be a wedding, which meant that Lu Qingqing carried a small bag on her own and followed Chen Lang, who came to pick her up, to the Chen family. The children in the village gathered around and shouted loudly. Chen Lang listened to his grandmother's instructions and carefully protected Lu Qingqing, not letting the children bump into her. Lu Qingqing's only dowry was a small bundle of dowry, which contained a set of replacement clothes. According to the village's marriage practice, the woman's family would keep half of the betrothal gifts and the remaining betrothal gifts plus some other things as dowry. When it came to Lu Qingqing, the Lu family had already treated her as a sold maid. The betrothal gifts from Chen Lang's family were naturally kept by old man Lu. Lu Qingqing didn't even wear a red dress, and she was still wearing the patched clothes. This might be the most shabby wedding Lu Qingqing has ever seen. Fortunately, Lu Qingqing did it herself and added a lot of dowry to the space. When she got married, only De Zhuang from the entire Lu family came to hug her, reluctant to let Lu Qingqing go, and was dragged away by Lu Li, who came over soon. No one cared whether Lu Qingqing, who married empty-handed, would be tortured. Before getting married, Mrs. Lu Li also pulled her to talk about not forgetting her parents' home after getting married, and that her younger brother Da Zhuang would be her support in the future. Lu Qingqing didn't want to quarrel with them today, so she just nodded silently. But she knew clearly in her heart that no matter what they did in the future, these people who sold her would have nothing to do with her. On the day she married into the Qin family, the Qin family set up 2 tables of dishes and invited the village chief, the old village chief, the elders of the clan, and several familiar families. During the meal, Grandma Qin asked Chen Lang to pick up a large bowl of dishes and bring it to her with a coarse grain steamed bun. Lu Qingqing didn't eat much that day. People kept coming into the house, and she didn't find a chance to eat. When she saw the food, she immediately ate it in big mouthfuls. There was still a lot of meat in the bowl. She picked up a piece of pork belly and took a bite.
It was so satisfying.
When it was evening, Lu Qingqing saw that all the guests had left, so she came out to clean up the table with Grandma Qin. Looking at this diligent girl, Grandma Qin felt that the betrothal gift she spent was worth it. Although she didn't bring much dowry, as long as the girl can live well with her grandson and have more children in a few years, this family can develop like other families. Lu Qingqing, who was lying on the Kong at night, didn't know that Grandma Qin had been thinking about letting her have more children in a few years. Now she couldn't help but sigh that she had been through so long and finally had the luck to choose a kind-in-law family. Yes, Lu Qingqing slept alone today. Chen Lang said that Grandma Qin specifically told him not to sleep with her until Dia grew up. Grandma Qin's house has many rooms, and Lu Qingqing cleaned up one room in advance before she married in. Today, when Lu Qingqing followed to clean up the table, she found that although the Qin family was old and young, their financial resources were much richer than the Lu family. The family had all the necessary utensils, and even a well was dug in the yard. Although there is no water now due to drought. But in this era, most villages only have one well. Even in some cases where several villages work together to dig a well, the Qin family's well is very powerful. Lu Qingqing closed the door and finally felt at ease in the house and entered the space. After the harvest in the past few days, the wheat in the space has been harvested and there is still some corn left. She quickly broke the last corn cob and put all the broken corn in the basket. Looking at the full of food in the space, the tension and anxiety that has been with her since she crossed over finally subsided. Now the food in the space is enough for her to eat for 7 or 8 years. The peach seedlings transplanted before have grown a lot taller, and the peach pits planted have also grown out. Lu Qingqing kept the 2 thickest ones and pulled out the rest. 3 peach trees are enough to eat, and this kind of peach tree takes up too much space when it grows up. The sweet potatoes are also growing well, and they can be harvested in a while. Thinking that Chen Lang especially likes to eat sweet potatoes, Lu Qingqing cooked some sweet potatoes and chestnuts. While cooking, Lu Qingqing took a bath in the space, and she felt really comfortable after washing. Because I was afraid of being discovered, I didn't dare to wash my hair. I just combed my hair with a comb and dipped it in water, which made my scalp feel much more comfortable. Since the village has controlled water, the water that each family gets from the well is only enough for their own food and drink. It's easy to sweat in summer, and everyone's smell is quite pungent. After the sweet potatoes and chestnuts in the pot were cooked, Lu Qingqing tasted a few, then cleaned up and left the space. I had to get up early to cook tomorrow. Lu Qingqing thought that she might suffer from insomnia after suddenly changing places. Unexpectedly, she fell asleep just after closing her eyes. After a dreamless night, Lu Qingqing got up early the next day, thinking about cooking. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw Chen Lang standing in the yard, holding a thick stick and practicing attentively. His movements were vigorous and powerful, and his breathing rhythmically matched his movements. Lu Qingqing didn't disturb him. There were leftovers from yesterday on the stove, and there were still a few coarse grain steamed buns, so she added a little water and heated them up. When Grandma Qin got up, she saw Lu Qingqing was already heating up the meal. Knowing that Lu Qingqing was diligent and sensible, she told her that she didn't have to get up so early in the future. There was no work to do in the fields now, so she could have a good rest. After making breakfast, Chen Lang had already put away his stick, washed up, and came to eat. Chen Lang had a big appetite. He ate more than Lu Qingqing and Grandma Qin combined. No wonder he grew so big. When the three of them finished breakfast, Lu Qingqing took the initiative to clear the table. Grandma Qin asked Chen Lang to go out and see if there were any wild vegetables nearby, and if so, dig some up. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing quickly finished the work in her hands and followed Chen Lang out. Lu Qingqing looked at Chen Lang, who looked innocent and was completely different from when he practiced martial arts in the morning. She took the initiative to talk to him. "Brother Chen Lang, are you practicing martial arts this morning?" Chen Lang nodded seriously. "Yes, my grandfather used to practice with me in the morning. Later, my grandfather went to heaven, and my grandmother asked me to continue practicing, saying that I could protect my family if I became strong." At this point, he looked down at Lu Qingqing again, his eyes sparkling. "Sister Dia, do you want to practice with me? Grandpa said that I learned it very well. I can teach you. Can this be taught to others?" Lu Qingqing was worried that this was the Qin family's martial arts and was not allowed to be passed on. "You are not someone else. Grandma said that we will be a family in the future." Listening to Chen Lang's words, Lu Qingqing curved her lips and pulled him to the valley. There were fewer people digging wild vegetables on the road. Most of them were seriously dehydrated. Their lips were sunburned and cracked, and they looked scary thin. The two went to several places, but there were no wild vegetables. Now most of the wild vegetables have been killed by the sun, and even some trees in some places have died. Lujia village is still next to the mountain, and there used to be groundwater on the mountain. Other places may be more serious, and Lu Qingqing is a little worried that there will be problems. Lu Qingqing took Chen Lang to find a valley and found some wild vegetables here. The two squatted down and dug for a while. Lu Qingqing saw that there was no one around, took out a sweet potato from her arms and handed it to Chen Lang. There were not many sweet potatoes bought before, and Lu Qingqing planned to wait until the sweet potatoes in the space field were ripe before eating. Chen Lang saw that she didn't eat it, so he broke off a piece for her and asked her to eat it too. Looking at the half piece of sweet potato handed over, it was still steaming. The golden potato flesh exuded a sweet smell, and Lu Qingqing couldn't help it, so she took it and took a big bite. The sweet and soft taste made her squint her eyes. Seeing her eat, Chen Lang was also very happy. Before, when there was delicious food at home, he asked his grandmother to eat with him, but his grandmother always said she didn't like it. Chen Lang knew that Grandma was lying to him. Every time Grandma pushed and shirked like this, Chen Lang felt that the food was not fragrant. Fortunately, his sister is here now, and they can eat together if there is something delicious in the future. The two of them ate one bite at a time, as if they were competing, and they finished eating in a short while. Watching Chen Lang take out a handkerchief and wipe his hands carefully, he lowered his head to help Lu Qingqing wipe off the sweet potatoes on her hands. Lu Qingqing really felt that Grandma Qin was a wise old woman who taught Chen Lang very well. She was simple but not selfish, knew how to respect people, did not bully children, and was not unreasonable like a few-year-old child. They should be able to live in harmony. After eating, Lu Qingqing once again reminded not to tell anyone about the two eating outside. Otherwise, there will be no more delicious food in the future. Chen Lang nodded vigorously, then stretched out his little finger, hooked Lu Qingqing's little finger, and said that he would not change his promise for 100 years, and then stamped it with his thumb. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing's mouth curled up, and she pulled up his sleeves, and the two began to walk home. The sun was scorching on the road, and after returning, the two gulped down several mouthfuls of water because of the heat. Grandma Qin looked at the few wild vegetables in the baskets of the two people and told them not to go out to dig wild vegetables from tomorrow. When Lu Qingqing was preparing lunch, she heard the village chief knocking the gong and calling for the whole village to gather. Grandma Qin and Chen Lang quickly took their tools and walked out, and Chen Lang did not forget to call Lu Qingqing. When the three arrived at the entrance of the village, They saw dozens of refugees surrounding the entrance of the village. Although the refugees were all skinny, there were quite a few of them. Seeing such a large group of people blocking here, Lu Qingqing was still very worried that a fight would break out. As more and more people came from the village, she slowly relaxed. At this time, the villagers and refugees were face to face, and the difference between eating and being hungry could be seen directly. Although most of the villagers ate coarse grains and wild vegetables, they could eat about 60% full, and were obviously much stronger than the refugees. The refugees gradually stopped their restlessness when they saw more and more villagers coming. A leader came out to talk to the village chief. Listening to their conversation, Lu Qingqing realized that these refugees were from the neighboring county. The water shortage there lasted longer, and the crops in the fields died of drought before they could even bear ears. There was no drinking water, so they had no choice but to flee. They heard that there was a water source on the mountain here, so they came here just to have a drink of water. Before the village chief could reply, the villagers started talking about how the water source on the mountain had stopped a long time ago. The village chief looked at the group of skinny people in front of him, suppressed his pity, and said, "The water source in the mountain has been cut off for more than half a month, and we have no water to drink. You should go look for water somewhere else." After hearing this, some refugees sat down on the ground, muttering, "There is no water elsewhere, not even here on the mountain. God doesn't want us to live." Some of the refugees were cunning and shouted, "There must be a place to drink water in the village. We don't want much. Just drink a sip of water and leave." The village chief looked at the refugees who were provoked by his words, and the noise was getting louder and louder. Just as he was hesitating about what to do, the old village chief came out and said, "It won't rain, and the water sources on the mountain have all run out. The Lijia village downstream knows about this, and we went up the mountain together to check it out. We don't even have anything to drink, so where can we get water for you? You go east, I remember there is a big river over there. Go see if there is any water over there." Seeing that most of the refugees hesitated, the refugees who had caused trouble wanted to continue speaking. The old village chief said sternly, "I see that it's not easy for you to escape from the famine, so I said a few more words. If you don't leave, do you want to rob our village?" The young and old men in the village will not agree. Hearing this, the men in the village took 2 steps forward with their weapons, scaring the refugees back one after another. One refugee retreated, and the rest all withdrew soon after. After this incident, the village immediately organized the villagers to arrange for people to guard the head and tail of the village and to ring the gong as soon as there was any situation. After a period of time, the drought became more and more serious. As the water level in the village's wells became lower and lower, the village chief organized people to dig in the wells, but the water level continued to drop. Now, the village only provides water once every 3 days, and each person is supplied with half a bucket of water. This amount of water can't even be used for cooking, it's just enough to drink a small sip when you are thirsty. Grandma Chin saved up the water when the village began to control water. Now the 3 buckets, water jars and basins in the house are still full. The Chin family still has water for cooking, but it uses it very sparingly. The village welcomes waves of refugees from time to time. Fortunately, the refugee gangs are not too large and dare not attack Lujia village. The refugees were all emaciated, and seeing that they could not get food and water, they walked eastward like zombies. The refugees who came and went revealed that there were people selling water in the town before, but now they have stopped. It can be seen that the situation outside is very difficult, and the villagers no longer have any objections to the village chief's water control. Now they can have a mouthful of water to drink, and they are alive. During this period, relatives from other nearby villages also came to borrow water. Some of them were thin-skinned, and after lending water, they were scolded by their families, or there was a commotion at home. More often, the family members directly refused. After all, water is more precious than food now. One day, Lu Li came to find Lu Qingqing. It turned out that it was Lu Li's younger brother Li Jinbao who came. He went to the Lu family to borrow water first, but was directly rejected by Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu. Li Jinbao pestered Lu Li, and Lu Li, who was a little soft-hearted, suddenly thought of Lu Qingqing. When Lu Li saw Lu Qingqing, his attitude was still the same as before, and his tone was commanding. Dia, go get me a bowl of water. These words made Lu Qingqing laugh, and she really wanted to reply, who are you? But this was ancient times, and her status determined that she could not scold Lu Li directly. Lu Qingqing looked at Lu Li coldly. Mom, I have been sold by my family. Do your grandparents know that you came to ask me for water? Seeing her like this, Lu Li was immediately annoyed. You are really rebellious. You dare to use your grandparents to pressure me. You are my daughter. Even if you get married, it can't change the fact that you crawled out of my intestines. I asked you for a bowl of water, but you didn't give it to me. I really raised you in vain. I might as well have thrown you into the bucket when you were born. Lu Li said while gritting her teeth, trying to pinch Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing naturally couldn't let her pinch her, so she dodged. She was not the original Dia who could be beaten and scolded by her. Since she was sold by the Lu family, she had nothing to do with the Lu family. The Lu family has sold me to the Qin family. Do you think I can get access to the Qin family's water? Lu Li also felt that since she was sold to the Qin family, she probably wouldn't be able to drink much water. But her brother was here, and she couldn't go back empty-handed. Seeing that Lu Qingqing seemed to be in better condition than before, she immediately pointed at Lu Qingqing's face and said, You stinky girl, are you kidding me? Look at your mouth, it's a little naughty, and the whole person seems to be a little fatter. Is this because you are lacking water? Lu Qingqing was shocked, but she looked calm on the surface. The village is short of water now, and I guess the Qin family doesn't have much water. Besides, I can't get access to water here. Lu Li looked at Dia's cold expression and felt that this girl seemed to be out of her control. She subconsciously raised her hand to hit someone. Lu Qingqing grabbed her arm. At this time, Chen Lang in the yard saw his wife being bullied and wanted to come up to help. Lu Qingqing coaxed him to go back to the house, saying that she would be back soon and it would be okay. Seeing that Lu Li wanted to continue to pester her, Lu Qingqing was already annoyed. She grabbed Lu Li's arm and dragged her out. Every family is short of water now. Since my mother insists that I steal water and be divorced by my in-laws, it would be better for me to go back with you and explain this matter to my grandparents. Lu Li felt the strength coming from her arm and looked at Lu Qingqing, who was still pulling her forward. She panicked. This girl really wanted to complain. She didn't dare to let her parents-in-law know that she came to Dia to ask for water. If her parents-in-law knew that she needed water to support her brother, they would definitely drive her back to her parents' home. Now her parents' home couldn't afford to support her. Lu Li pulled her hand out and ran away in a hurry. Lu Qingqing looked at Lu Li, who ran away, and reflected on herself silently. Lack of water now causes most people's lips to become chapped and their faces to look ugly. Since she came to the Qin family, the food has been obviously much better than before. The 3 people in the family eat the same food, and she can eat coarse grains for every meal. Her body is too weak, and it will be troublesome if she gets sick. Taking advantage of her independent space after arriving at the Qin family, Lu Qingqing consciously supplemented herself with nutrition. She basically secretly ate some oil residue or other foods as a snack every night. Maybe it was because she ate too much. She started to grow taller and gain some weight. She secretly warned herself that she should be more careful in the future and disguise her face when going out. Lu's house. Mrs. Lu Li took the small bag of dry food that she had saved with great difficulty and coaxed her brother away with a kind voice. It was her turn to cook today, and she just went to the kitchen to get busy. She heard Mrs. Lu screaming in a shrill voice in the house. Where did this thief dare to steal my things? When Mrs. Lu Li heard that her things had been stolen, she quickly turned off the engine and ran to Mrs. Lu's room. When she arrived, the small room was already crowded with people. The door of the cabinet on the Kong was wide open, and the inside was in a mess. Mrs. Lu Li saw a little white flour left in the bag, a few eggs in the basin beside, and some millet at the bottom of the cloth bag. There was only the bottom of the lard bowl left, and only a few small pieces of coarse salt and a few new pieces of cloth at the bottom. These were things that Mrs. Lu could not eat normally. They were usually eaten by the old couple and 3 sons of the Lu family. She couldn't stop swallowing her saliva when she saw them. She, her de Zhuang, and her family couldn't eat so many good things. They were all eaten by the dead old woman and her family. Mrs. Li kept cursing Mrs. Liu in her heart. In the room, Mrs. Liu collapsed on the ground and wailed, "Who stole all the good things in my cabinet? You shameless man! You eat so much. Why don't you die of fullness?" While howling, she seemed to remember something, her eyes fixed on the people in the room in front of her, and she looked at the eldest and second wives in particular. "Did you two steal it? Tell me quickly, did you steal it?" Mrs. Li waved her hands quickly. "Mother, it wasn't me. I haven't been into your room." Mrs. Lu Wang also echoed, "Yes, yes, mother, I haven't been into your room, it wasn't me." Mrs. Lu was about to ask again, but was stopped by Old Man Lu. "Old woman, that's enough. Stop shouting. Think about when was the last time you opened the cabinet. Were the things still there?" Mrs. Lu squinted her eyes and thought for a while, then said, "The last time was when the third child got into trouble. Didn't you come back to open the cabinet and take the money? Later, the family had no money, and we couldn't bear to eat these things. By the way, when Dia got married, didn't we have a banquet? I asked the third child to take a few eggs from the cupboard and had an extra meal in the evening." When Mrs. Lu said this, she looked at her youngest son. When Mr. Lu heard this, he looked puzzled. "Mom, the last time I took your key, I only took a few eggs from the bowl and didn't touch anything else. You won't suspect me, will you?" Mr. Lu became more and more anxious as he spoke. Seeing Mrs. Lu's suspicious eyes, he felt that he was too wronged. In the past, he also got his mother's consent to take some food from the cupboard to satisfy his cravings. Although he occasionally took a little more, this time, it really wasn't him. Mr. Lu looked at his third son with suspicion on his face. "Santa, what was in the cupboard when you took something out of it last time?" "Dad, it was dark when I took it last time and I didn't look closely. I just took the eggs from the bowl and went out." After Mr. Lu finished explaining, he saw that everyone around him was looking at him with suspicion, and he became more irritated. "Why are you looking at me like this? Li Nyang is gone. Who can I spend the money on even if I take it? Mom, please speak for me. It was not me who took it this time. I did not touch the wooden box in the cabinet. The money inside must have been stolen by someone else." When the eldest and second sons of Lu heard this, they looked at Mrs. Lu suspiciously. Their mother favored the third son since he was a child. When he was a child, she secretly gave him money to buy delicious food. After he got married, she secretly gave him money. They tolerated the past. But now, the third son knows where the money is hidden at home. The eldest son of Lu was particularly angry. His father said that most of the money in this house would belong to him in the future. But he didn't know about the money hidden at home. It was clear that he didn't take him, the eldest son, seriously. For this family, he even sold his daughter. Not only did they not get any food, but even the family's money was stolen by the third brother. The eldest brother of Lu firmly believed that the money was stolen by the third brother. Only Mrs. Lu and Mr. Lu had the key to the cupboard, and now the lock was not broken, so it must be the third brother who stole it. The second brother of Lu also suspected that it was the third brother who stole it. The eldest brother was a simple-minded boy, and he would be obedient after being coaxed by his father. He didn't need money to coax him at all. Now his mother's behavior and expression seemed to show that the money was really gone, and she was not pretending. It could only be the third brother. The third brother, the family spent 20 taels of silver for him, and now he stole all the family savings. The second brother of Lu became more and more angry. He rushed forward and punched Lu Laosan in the face, cursing as he beat him. "You good third brother, the family has spent 20 taels to protect you. This is 3 acres of good land, you greedy man, and you stole all the remaining money in the family. Do you want to starve the whole family to death? I'm going to beat you to death, you thief." Lu's punches were deadly, and after 2 hits, third Lu reacted and started to fight back. At this time, Dad Lu also came forward to help, and the 2 brothers beat the third Lu together. After a few hits, third Lu was beaten to the ground and had no strength to fight back. Old Mrs. Lu wanted to stop him, but was supported by Mrs. Lu Li and Mrs. Lu Wang. They said they were afraid that old Mrs. Lu would be beaten, but in fact they didn't want her to go in to help. At first, Old Man Lu also wanted to beat the third Lu a few times to vent his anger, but he saw that the third Lu was beaten and lying motionless. Fearing that the third Lu would be beaten to death, he hurried forward to pull the eldest and second brothers, but the angry dad Lu waved his hand to block them. The unprepared Old Man Lu fell on the ground. The old man's bones were brittle, and he hit his tailbone with a snap. He was in so much pain that he couldn't move. When Mrs. Lu saw her old man fall, she pushed her two daughters-in-law aside and went to help him. He cried out in pain every time he moved and was also scared. Mrs. Lu screamed "ah," which scared her two sons. The two brothers stopped and ran to Old Man Lu to show concern. Old Man Lu asked his two sons to carry him to the Kong and waved his hand to let his two sons go back. However, the eldest and second sons were still standing in front of the Kong and refused to leave. They insisted on searching the third son's room. Old Man Lu had no choice but to agree. He wanted to let his two sons go back, and then he and his wife would go. The third son searched the house. After finding it, he hid the hairpin again, as it was a family heirloom. He thought that the third son had not been out for a while, so the hairpin must still be at home. As for the food, although he felt bad about it, it was his son who ate it after all, so it was not wasted. Now, the two sons insisted on searching, so he searched it. It was nothing more than putting the hairpin in the open so that the children would know about it. But who knew that the third son's house was almost demolished, and the eldest and second sons did not find the hairpin. Old Man Lu was really anxious this time, and he called the third son into the house alone, tempting and coaxing him. Seeing that it didn't work, he threatened and questioned him, and when he saw that the third son still refused to tell the truth, he was so angry that he almost burst into tears. "I can't catch my breath." The eldest and second oldest Lu beat up the third oldest Lu again, but no matter how the third oldest Lu defended himself, everyone thought he had stolen it. The Qin family. She knew nothing about the big drama caused by Lu Qingqing and was now worried about the lack of water at home. That evening, while Grandma Qin was busy in the house, Lu Qingqing poured water from the space into the well in the yard. It took a while to see that the water in the well was slowly accumulating. When it was enough for about 2 buckets, Lu Qingqing quickly ran into the house and called Grandma Qin to come and see. Grandma Qin was also shocked to see that there was water in the well. She hurried to close the door and asked Chen Lang to pump the water out of the well. The Qin family's courtyard wall is relatively high. When it was built high because it was next to the back mountain and they were worried about wild animals coming in. Now it is convenient for Lu Qingqing to do things. She doesn't have to worry about being seen when doing anything in the yard. From this day on, Lu Qingqing would secretly put water into the well in the yard every day and then let Chen Lang draw it out. The water level of the well in the village is basically at the bottom. Now water is distributed every 5 days, and each person is given a mouthful of water a day. Those who stand guard at the entrance of the village get 1 more mouthful. Because of the extra water from the well in the yard every day, the Qin family's water containers are full. For fear that the well water will evaporate and be wasted, they even started to make rice porridge to drink in the past 2 days. Lu Qingqing drank a mouthful of the porridge full of rice fragrance, accompanied by fried dried vegetables, and felt that her stomach was relaxed. This evening, it was time to distribute water again. Although the Qin family is not short of this little water now, in order not to be suspected, they still have to go to get water. Lu Qingqing told Grandma Qin that she went to get water today and applied some dry soil on her face in advance, but it didn't seem to work very well. So, she followed the example of many women in the village and found a piece of cloth to wrap her head and face. She looked at the basin and thought it was pretty good. Now the water is divided into 5 days at a time, and each person takes a sip every day. Lu Qingqing took the small clay pot at home and went to line up. After walking a few steps, she saw Chen Lang trotting after her. Since marrying into the Qin family, Chen Lang has been particularly attached to her. Except for sleeping in different places, they wish they could be together every day. Lu Qingqing looked at Chen Lang's dark eyes looking at her brightly, and felt that Chen Lang's face was still too clean. Now there is a lot of water at home, and the three of them will dip some water to wipe their faces and hands every morning. Lu Qingqing felt that there was no need to wipe Chen Lang's face dirty, so she asked him to go back. Chen Lang pouted, and although he was unhappy, he still went back obediently. Grandma said that he had to listen to Dia. When Lu Qingqing arrived, she found that the line at the well was already very long. What was a little puzzling was that many families had 2 or 3 people coming to get such a small amount of water. I only knew it when I heard people chatting while queuing. Because of the water fetching, many families in the village started to quarrel. Before, some people who came to fetch water secretly drank some on the way back. When there was a lot of water, it was not noticeable. Now, everyone only gets a mouthful a day, and it is noticeable if there's less water. There will be quarrels at home. Now, everyone is worried that people who fetch water will drink it secretly, so most of the people who fetch water are men from each family. Moreover, there are several people from each family who supervise each other to take the water home. While queuing, Lu Qingqing saw Lu Laoda, Lu Lao Air, and Lu Lao San who came to fetch water. It was obvious that Lu Lao San was excluded. He walked at the end with his head down, his face was bruised and swollen, and he walked with a limp. After all, they were nominal relatives. With so many people in the village watching, Lu Qingqing still greeted them. When Lu Laoda saw her, his expression was obviously unnatural. Lu Qingqing ignored him and didn't care what he thought. As time passed, the drought situation did not improve at all. Finally, one day, the villagers found that the well was dry. It was useless to arrange people to dig down because the sand dugout was dry. It's not that Lu Qingqing is unwilling to release water to the village well, but since the drought began, the well has been locked, and it is impossible to open the well without a key. Later, people were directly arranged to guard the well. Moreover, during this period of water shortage, everyone in the village had their eyes on the well, and Lu Qingqing did not dare to take risks. The families who were more frugal before still had some water, and some families had no water at all. The families without water have begun to drink that they collected before. And now, these is getting less and less, and they are about to die of thirst. In desperation, the village organized people to go deep into the mountains to find water. The village chief promised that if water was found, those who went there would be given priority. Most of the families who had no water at home sent several people. The families who still had some water were unwilling to go into the mountains. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and they all know that if they go into the mountains, they will die if they are not careful. Of course, the Qin family did not take risks. The well in the yard now has about a bucket of water every day. Grandma Qin was afraid of being discovered, so she usually kept the gate of the yard closed. Something was also placed on the mouth of the well to block it, for fear that if it was discovered, the family would not be able to keep the water. The people who were looking for water went in with dry food, and if they did not find water, they would die of thirst when they returned. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that the villagers came back. Although they found water, 2 of the people who were looking for water were dragged away by wolves, and the rest were more or less injured. The village chief directly asked the people who were looking for water to take the water back. It was agreed that they would continue to organize people to go into the mountains tomorrow, and those who wanted to go tomorrow should come and sign up first. After returning, prepare dry food. It takes 2 days to go back and forth to the water source. Grandma Qin saw that the families who had not gone before had also signed up today, and asked Chen Lang to go and sign up. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing also wanted to go with her. Grandma Qin sighed and agreed. Lu Qingqing knew that if Chen Lang was gone, Grandma Qin would definitely not be able to bear the. Once she was the only one left in this family, she would definitely be taken back by the Lu family. After coming to the Qin family, Lu Qingqing's life obviously improved. She could eat dry food every day and was no longer bullied. Grandma Qin was a kind and wise old woman, and Chen Lang was very dependent on her. He would think of leaving any delicious food for her. Compared with the Lu family, they were more like Lu Qingqing's relatives in this world. When they went back at night, Grandma Qin prepared dry food for the 2 of them in advance, and took out a water bag from the house and handed it to Lu Qingqing and them. She told the two to try to avoid people when drinking water and to be careful when entering the mountain tomorrow, and asked Chen Lang to follow Lu Qingqing. The next morning, in order to prevent being discovered by Grandma Qin, Lu Qingqing secretly put more water into the well after Chen Lang had drawn water. While waiting at the back entrance of the mountain, Lu Qingqing found that the 3 brothers and 2 daughters-in-law of the Lu family had all come. When Lu Li saw her, she glared at her. Lu Qingqing ignored her, and after everyone arrived, the two followed the villagers into the mountain. The situation in the mountain was completely different from when Lu Qingqing entered the mountain before. Most of the plants on the mountain were sunburned to death. There were still some alive, but they were all wilted. Without the shade of trees above their heads, the scorching sun made people's skin hurt. After walking for half a morning, as the sun rose higher and higher, the air became scorching hot, and everyone walked slower and slower. Seeing this, the village chief asked everyone to rest in the shade of the mountain wall. Seeing that some people had started to drink water, Lu Qingqing also took out the water bag from the bucket, and the two of them drank a sip each. After a while, the team started again. The higher they went, the more rugged the mountain road became. Lu Qingqing saw that everyone was walking in the direction of the ravine. Along the way, you can occasionally see some dried animal carcasses. Before, the mountain was full of chirping birds, but now there is no sound. When I entered the mountain before, the rabbits and pheasants in the grass are now gone. Most animals live by water, which shows that there is indeed no water in this mountain range. Lu Qingqing looked forward. The mountains ahead were all yellow and dry, and she didn't know where the water source she had found before was. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the bamboo hat on her head was better than nothing. She turned around and looked at Chen Lang beside her, whose face was also red from the heat. Lu Qingqing tugged at the corner of Chen Lang's clothes and gradually slowed down. Soon she fell to the back of the team and quietly took out the water bag that had just been filled with space water. After giving Chen Lang a big sip, she also took a big sip of water. As soon as the cool and sweet water entered my mouth, I felt comfortable all over. At noon, when the sun was at its hottest, the village chief arranged for everyone to rest again, this time for an hour. The villagers took the dry food they brought and started to eat. Lu Qingqing also took out the coarse grain-steamed bread that Grandma Qin brought from the empty bucket and stuffed a cucumber and pickled vegetables in the steamed bread. When Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang were eating, they saw that the Lu family members not far away also took out dry food, which was steamed bread made of wild vegetables and wheat bran. Seeing that the Lu family members were choking while eating, Lu Qingqing pulled Chen Lang to the corner and signaled Chen Lang to eat quickly. Even so, he still couldn't escape. Lu Li came over quietly, looking at the pure coarse grain-steamed bread the two people were eating, and kept swallowing her saliva. She stretched out her hand and asked Chen Lang and Lu Qingqing to give her 2 steamed breads. Seeing that the two ignored her, she was about to start looking through the bag. Chen Lang quickly picked up the bucket containing the bag and put it behind him, looking at Lu Li with a vigilant face. Seeing that Lu Li was still about to yell, Lu Qingqing lowered her voice and said, "If Mother doesn't want Grandpa and Grandma to know that you are secretly supporting your parents, then go back quietly and don't bother me again. Otherwise, I can't make a living here. We are mother and mother, and I'm sure Mother's life will not be easy." Lu Li couldn't help cursing the dead girl in her heart. She didn't know which time she was seen. In this year, if she was divorced, her parents would definitely not be able to support her. After thinking about it, she didn't dare to make a fuss and went back quietly. In fact, Lu Qingqing was deceiving her. She saw Lu Li acting sneaky when making breakfast before, so she guessed that she might have hidden food. According to Lu Li's personality, she couldn't wait to go home to Li Jinbao as soon as she had something to eat, so she made this guess. In fact, Lu Qingqing is still worried that Lu Li will make a fuss. People in this era pay attention to filial piety. If Lu Li sure insisted on asking her for steamed bread and Lu Qingqing refused to give it, she might be criticized by the villagers and be excluded by the villagers in the future. Fortunately, it was only Lu Li who came to cause trouble this time. If the disaster becomes more and more serious in the future, I am worried that Old Man Lu will come to cause trouble. He is not as easy to fool as Lu Lisher. Chen Lang beside him looked a little nervous, and one hand unconsciously rubbed the teething stick. Lu Qingqing didn't think about it anymore, and hurriedly comforted him softly. Every time Chen Lang was nervous, he would unconsciously rub the teething stick. After a while, Chen Lang finally relaxed, and after dinner, the two lay down to rest. After setting out in the afternoon, they walked until the evening, and nothing happened. After it got dark, the village chief led everyone to find a place to stay and arranged people to take turns to watch the night. In the middle of the night, when everyone was sleeping soundly, they heard the two people on duty screaming that there were wolves, many wolves. The awakened people hurriedly got up and took out their weapons to defend themselves. Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang brought a hatchet and under the dim moonlight, wolves could be vaguely seen in the distance. The crowd and the wolves were in a tense standoff. At this time, a man in the village took 2 steps back unconsciously. Seeing that they were in the front, the others also wanted to retreat. Before the villagers could react, they heard a long roar from the Wolf King, and the wolves began to attack the villagers. A group of people with no combat experience faced a wolf pack, and most of them would think of hiding behind. But as people in the village were dragged away by the wolves and died, everyone became more and more panicked. The village chief could only shout loudly, "If we don't resist together, sooner or later we will be bitten to death by wolves. Young and old men, pick up your weapons, beat these beasts to death like dogs, and eat me together." I don't know if the village chief's words worked, or if they were afraid of being dragged away by wolves and killed. At this time, the villagers began to gather in groups of 2 or 3. Once a wolf rushed up, the people in the group would take hoes and other tools to hit the wolf's head and waist. This really worked. 3 wolves have been killed, and many were injured. The number of wolves is still smaller than that of people. When resting before, Lu Qingqing and the others were a little further away from the crowd. Now the wolves saw that they were alone and kept rushing towards them. Fortunately, Chen Lang was strong and methodical. He swung this several times in a row to hit the wolf's waist. The wolves whimpered and ran away in pain. Of course, many villagers were bitten, but no one was dragged away. The Wolf King soon discovered this situation and divided the wolves. Most of them rushed to the area with fewer people, and a small number of wolves harassed the villagers on the other side, so that the villagers did not dare to come to support. When Lu Qingqing saw the changes in the wolf pack and saw more and more wild wolves rushing towards the side, she decisively pulled Chen Lang up and ran a few steps to squeeze into the crowd of villagers next to her. Looking at the wild wolves that kept attacking the crowd in front of her, they would definitely tear off a piece of their mouth once they bit them. The bloody appearance made Lu Qingqing panic. There were so many people, and she couldn't hide in the space. But she had to stay alive and couldn't be dragged away by the wolves. Wolves are cunning creatures, and they will also pick on the old and weak in the crowd to bully. Unfortunately, in their eyes, Lu Qingqing belongs to the weak category. Under the cover of a wolf, another blue-gray wolf bit towards Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing had just cut the abdomen of the previous wolf with a hatchet, and the force had just dissipated. Before the hatchet was withdrawn, she saw this wolf with its mouth wide open biting. Just when Lu Qingqing was about to be bitten, the Chen Lang's hand blocked the wolf's mouth. Lu Qingqing turned around and saw that the wolf that originally attacked Chen Lang had bitten Chen Lang's calf. Chen Lang was dragged down by the wolf. Seeing Chen Lang being dragged out by the wolf, Lu Qingqing didn't care about anything else. Holding the hatchet, he chased after him and chopped the neck of the wolf that was biting Chen Lang's leg. Perhaps it was a critical moment. Lu Qingqing burst out with strength and cut the wolf's neck in half. Lu Qingqing quickly stepped forward, pulled out the hatchet, pulled away the wolf's head, helped Chen Lang up, and ran a few steps back to the crowd. The wolves were still attacking, and the two in the middle were bitten one after another. Fortunately, the wounds were not serious. As time passed, the strength of both sides in the fight was consumed. Finally, with the roar of the Wolf King, the wolves retreated. After the village chief counted the number of people, He found that there were a total of 4 villagers missing, a man, an old man, and 2 women. The bodies were dragged away by the wolves. As for the dead wolves, they were afraid that the wolf meat would go bad in the hot weather, so they roasted it by the fire and divided the wolf meat. Some more was given to the families of the 4 men, and the rest of the people also got some. Lu Qingqing took the wolf meat in her hand and gave it to Chen Lang as a snack. This time, most of the villagers were injured. Lu Qingqing was also helping Chen Lang deal with the wound on his leg. Because of the dragging, the wound was a little torn. After cleaning Chen Lang's wound with water, Lu Qingqing tore a piece of cleaner cloth from her inner clothes and tied the wound. When she saw that it was no longer bleeding, she felt a little relieved. Because of nervousness and fear, Lu Qingqing's hands were still shaking slightly. After seeing this, Chen Lang handed the teething stick on his neck to Lu Qingqing. Let her touch it, so she won't be nervous. Lu Qingqing looked at the boy in front of her, and her heart softened. Before, when Chen Lang first came to the Chen family, he didn't let others touch his teething stick. This was made by Grandpa Chen for him when he was a child. Lu Qingqing felt that Chen Lang had some abebe complex about this teething stick. Later, Grandpa Chen passed away, and when little Chen Lang missed his grandfather, he took the teething stick and rubbed it. Gradually, whenever Chen Lang was nervous, he needed to touch the teething stick to feel at ease. The teething stick was very important to Chen Lang, who had a low IQ. And now, looking at the small teething stick handed to him, Lu Qingqing wiped her hands on her clothes and touched it gently, as if she was no longer panicked and afraid. Looking at Chen Lang, who was hissing and gasping in pain because of the bandage, Lu Qingqing felt distressed and moved. The boy in front of her had a childish face, but he was already a man. This time, she owed Chen Lang a life. No matter what, she would try her best to protect Chen Lang and Grandma Chen in the future. It was too late, and the village chief rearranged the uninjured people to keep watch, and the others fell asleep one after another. They set out early the next morning and arrived not long after walking. There was a thin stream of water flowing from the mountain wall to the bay below. When everyone saw the water source, they all rushed over and lay down by the bay to drink it. Lu Qingqing noticed that there were many animal paw prints by the bay, among which wolf paw prints were the most. It can be seen that this place may be near the wolf gathering place. The village chief and his men also noticed the situation and briefly told the villagers. They told everyone to hurry up and get some water and leave as soon as they were done. Almost everyone in the team brought 2 buckets. Some families had too many people and didn't have enough buckets, so they even brought pots. The Chen family had 2 buckets in total, which Chen Lang brought, while Lu Qingqing brought 2 pots with handles. When everyone finished getting water, there was a lot less water in the bay. On the way back, in order to prevent the water from spilling, everyone slowed down a lot. After Chen Lang was injured, Lu Qingqing took over the bucket. Now that the bucket was full of water, Lu Qingqing had a hard time walking. Although she was a little taller, she was still a short person, and her strength was much worse than that of a man. There were lids on the buckets, and Lu Qingqing secretly put some of the water in the bucket into the space, which finally made her feel a little relieved. Chen Lang wanted to take the bucket several times, but was coaxed by Lu Qingqing and refused. The wound on Chen Lang's leg was very deep, and he had to take good care of it for a while. On the way back, several more wolves from the wolf pack caught up with the villagers. They were not far behind, and the villagers were terrified, afraid of being besieged by the wolf pack again, so they unconsciously sped up a lot. It was not until they entered the mountain next to the village that the wolf pack stopped catching up. Everyone was relieved and returned to the village in the evening. The families whose relatives had died burst into tears when they learned that their relatives had died. But after crying, they could only accept the reality and went home with the wolf meat they were given and some water that the village chief had decided to distribute. Although life is painful, the living have to continue to live. After returning home, Grandma Chen looked at the 2 injured people, turned her back and secretly wiped away her tears while getting medicine. Grandma Chen carefully treated the wounds of the 2 people. When listening to Lu Qingqing's story about their experiences on the mountain, he looked at them lovingly, touched Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang's heads, and said, You two are good children. The Bodhisattva will bless you, and you will have a safe and smooth life without illness or disaster. Lu Qingqing looked at the loving Grandma Qin, and then looked at Chen Lang, who was smiling at her. Her mind relaxed, and she fell asleep in a short while. When she woke up again, she felt a stinging pain from the wound. Lu Qingqing remembered that there were no anti-inflammatory drugs in ancient times, and was worried that the wound would become inflamed and cause a high fever. Fortunately, I don't know if it was because the wound was treated well or because the two were young and healthy, the wound did not become inflamed. After returning from the mountain, Lu Qingqing began to secretly nourish Chen Lang's body. The fat meat in the space had been boiled into oil, but the lean pork and pork bones had not been touched. Lu Qingqing added spices and salt to the space, boiled a pot of big bone soup, and drank a bowl every day. When Chen Lang drank the bone soup for the first time, his eyes widened. Lu Qingqing found it funny and coaxed him. This is a reward from the Bodhisattva, because he thinks you are brave and sees that you are injured. You can't tell anyone else about this. If you tell anyone else, the Bodhisattva will be angry and will never send you delicious food again. Chen Lang nodded seriously and took Lu Qingqing's hand to make a pinky promise, which was Chen Lang's unique way of making a promise. That morning, the village chief was heard knocking the gong at home again. Lu Qingqing panicked and wanted to run out with her stuff. Grandma Qin stopped her in a hurry. This time the village chief only knocked once, asking everyone to gather at the entrance of the village to announce something. Lu Qingqing scratched her head in embarrassment, making a mistake. Later, she heard from Grandma Qin that the gong in the village was usually kept at the village chief's house. When there was a big announcement, it would be knocked once. When there was a flood, it would be knocked twice. When the village was attacked or, in other serious situations, it would be knocked 3 times. When the villagers arrived at the entrance of the village, they found that it was the government who came to inform them that it was time to pay this year's grain tax. I thought that the government would reduce taxes due to the severe drought this year. But when I learned that the government would collect 20% more taxes this year than in previous years, there was a commotion in the crowd. Why? Do you have any objections to the government's taxes? The tax collector shouted loudly, and the constable who followed him immediately drew out the big knife he was carrying. The blade flashed with cold light, and with the constable's fierce expression, the crowd instantly quieted down. The villagers in the front row tried to hide, and the village chief had to smile and explain, "Sir, don't get me wrong, we are all family. Lu Tianming, the chief clerk of our county government, is my cousin. I wonder if you know him." The clerk's expression eased when he heard this. "Are you talking about Lu, the chief clerk next to the county magistrate?" "That's right, Lu Tianming is our uncle's son. He came back to the village to pay New Year's greetings last year." Seeing the clerk's face ease, the village chief quickly responded. When the clerks heard this, they all looked friendly. "Oh, this is really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King temple. Brother, I don't mean to make things difficult for you. This grain tax is an order directly issued by the prefect." I heard that. At this point, his voice gradually became smaller. There are barbarians invading from the north again, and the court has been slow to reinforce grain and grass, so the grain tax has been increased. The county magistrate also knows that the people are having a hard time this year, but it is difficult to obey the orders of the superiors. Brother, please also understand us runners. When the village chief heard this, he also knew that the increase in grain tax was a foregone conclusion, so he said a few more polite words. After asking about the time and place of collecting grain taxes, he sent the clerks away. The village chief then notified each family to go back and prepare the grain taxes to be paid. He came to weigh and inspect the grain in the afternoon and went to the county to pay the grain taxes tomorrow. He also asked each family to prepare more. In case the grain bucket was full this time, there would be a surplus so that there would not be enough. When Lu Qingqing returned, she saw that the door of Grandma Qin's house was open, and she was unlocking the cellar. Grandma Qin directed Chen Lang to move grain out of the cellar. The grain for tax payment had been prepared during the autumn harvest. Lu Qingqing also went down to the cellar to help, and was shocked as soon as she went down. The cellar was full of grain, which was enough for the 3 of them to eat for 2 or 3 years. After being shocked, Lu Qingqing subconsciously looked at Grandma Qin, but found that Grandma Qin was also looking at her. Grandma Qin said with a smile, "Girl, you don't have to worry about not having enough food now." Lu Qingqing suddenly remembered that when she first got married, the Lu family only added a small spoonful of coarse grain noodles to a meal and rarely added salt. So she subconsciously cooked according to the Lu family's way of cooking. When eating, Chen Lang shouted that the rice was not salty and asked her if she forgot to add salt. After eating, he said that he was not full. Lu Qingqing realized that not only did she not add oil and salt, but she also did not cook enough. At that time, she was embarrassed and her face turned red. Grandma Qin was worried that if Chen Lang continued to talk, she would be more embarrassed. So she tried to smooth things over for Lu Qingqing, saying that she was afraid that she would run out of food and go hungry in the future. Now, thinking back, Lu Qingqing knew that it was Grandma Qin who had always asked Chen Lang to stay with her more, fearing that she would be embarrassed to tell her if she had something. Now, she told her about the family's food without hesitation. Grandma Qin really treated her as a family member. Lu Qingqing smiled at Grandma Qin and said intimately, "It is my blessing to meet you and Brother Chen Lang." In the afternoon, the villagers began to line up for weighing. When Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang pushed the food over, there were already many families queuing in front. The weather was still hot at this time, and most people lined up in the shade of the trees on the roadside. When Lu Qingqing was queuing, she suddenly heard the village chief in front of her cursed rascal. Looking forward, she found that it was the famous ruffian Lu Tianfu and his mother who had quarreled with the village chief. Lu Tianfu leaned over, holding the grain bag with one hand, and said to the village chief in a nonchalant manner, "Cousin, when my uncle was the village chief in previous years, we all paid grain in this way. It worked then, but why doesn't it work for you?" The village chief was even more angry when he heard this, and pointed at Lu Tianfu's nose and cursed, "You are so blind, Lu Laowai. You dare to bully me. In previous years, my uncle was willing to give in to you and gave you grain himself, so you think everyone should give in to you." As he said that, he grabbed a bag of grain and said loudly to the villagers next to him, "Everyone come and see. This Lu Laowai is using this undried grain to pay taxes. He is deliberately harming everyone. The government will definitely not collect grain taxes from our village when they see this kind of grain." The villagers next to him also stepped forward one after another to grab a handful of grain and touch it, and accused Lu Tianfu of being dishonest. He could pay a lot less with this undried grain. But if the government refuses to accept the tax, they will have to pay a lot more next time. Lu Tianfu was a reckless person. Seeing the accusations from the people around him, he did not seem anxious. He said slowly, "My family's grain is in this state. Why don't you do it? You can take it or not." The village chief was so angry that his hands were shaking. "You want to refuse to pay the grain tax? All right, I will tie you up and hand you over to the county tomorrow to avoid dragging down the whole village."
How dare you?
"My father died in labor service because of your uncle and your father. You promised my grandparents to take care of me and my mother, but this doesn't count." Lu Tianfu shouted with his neck stiffened. The village chief looked at Lu Tianfu like this and curled his lips in disdain. "When your grandparents were alive, they asked us to take care of you every year. But now you are over 30 years old. My father passed away last year, and you still want us to take care of you. Look at you. You are such a hopeless case." Seeing that her son was going to suffer, Lu Tianfu's mother sat down and started howling at the top of her voice. "You have no conscience. I, the head of the family, have given up because of them. When my parents left, they promised to take care of us orphans and widows, but now they are not keeping their promise." Seeing more and more people gathered around, the village chief felt even more embarrassed. This year is his first year in office, and the grain tax collection has been messed up like this. If he just lets it go, he will have no prestige in the village in the future. Thinking of this, he directly asked the villagers to tie up Lu Tianfu. Lu Tianfu and his mother were not popular in the village on weekdays, and this time it was because of the grain tax that almost ruined the village. When they heard the village chief asking them to tie someone up, Several men around them immediately joined forces to push Lu Tianfu to the ground and tied him up tightly with rope. Seeing her precious son being, Lu Tianfu's mother was anxious to save her son, but was stopped by the women in the village. Seeing her son like a dumpling, Lu Tianfu's mother was so anxious that she sat down on the ground and started to howl again. The village chief was annoyed, but he couldn't do anything to Lu's mother. After all, she was his aunt. Aunt Lu. So she asked the women in the village to take her aside, so as not to interfere with the payment of grain tax. The work of collecting grain began again with the howling of Old Lady Lu. The weather was very hot, and Old Lady Lu did not bring any water when she came out, and she could not howl any more after a while. When it was Lu Qingqing's turn, the village chief grabbed a handful of millet and touched it, and it was very dry. He poured the millet into the bags prepared by the villagers one by one, and there were no impurities. He was very satisfied with his family's millet, and Lu Qingqing's side passed smoothly. Before they could leave, they saw Old Man Lu leading several sons pushing grain not far away. Old Man Lu walked in front with a cold face, and several sons behind him were dejected. When the Lu family harvested in autumn, Lu Qingqing followed the whole process, and she knew very well how much grain the Lu family had harvested this year. Even if all of them were replaced with coarse grains, the whole family would have to tighten their belts to live. Not to mention that they had lost all their family assets some time ago. If she loses the money, even if she replaces the grain she sells with coarse grain, she won't be able to eat until next year's harvest. And this time the grain tax has increased, and the gap from the increase will most likely be made up by the grain seeds for next year. However, the Lu family has nothing to do with Lu Qingqing. After all, she has been sold to the Qin family as a child bride. The Lu family was at the end of the line, and when the eldest son of Lu saw Lu Qingqing, his eyes lit up, and he took 2 steps forward to come over. Lu Qingqing knew that he must have come for no good, either to borrow grain or water. Anxious to avoid big trouble, Lu Qingqing swiftly grabbed Chen Lang, turned around and walked away in the direction of the Qin family. The eldest son of Lu was left staring blankly at the dust they raised as they left quickly. Old Man Lu felt ashamed when he saw his eldest son standing stupidly at the edge of the team and pulled him back to the team. After returning home, Lu Qingqing no longer had time to care about the Lu family. What happened? Her attention was drawn to the things on the table, on which was a large piece of reddish-brown bacon and half a bag of white flour. Smelling the bacon with a unique smoky aroma, she felt her saliva was about to flow down. Chen Lang next to her was even more exaggerated, lying on the table, wishing he could hold the bacon and take a bite now. It turned out that Grandma Qin knew that the 2 of them had to go to the county to pay grain taxes tomorrow. Thinking that it would take a whole day to go to the county and wait for the grain to be paid, she was worried that the 2 of them would not be able to bear it, so she took out the bacon to nourish them. Chen Lang jumped up happily and dragged Lu Qingqing to wash the bacon. Lu Qingqing coaxed him to wash the bacon and saw him carefully scoop out some water to wash it. She didn't care anymore. Seeing that it was still early, she planned to steam white flour buns first. After a while, Chen Lang finished washing and came to Lu Qingqing and sat obediently. Lu Qingqing asked Chen Lang to go to the cellar and take out some beans and peppers to make bacon stewed beans and peppers fried bacon in the evening. When the steamed buns came out of the pot, the sweet smell of white flour steamed buns came to the face. Lu Qingqing handed a steamed bun to Chen Lang. Chen Lang took the steamed bun, broke half for Grandma Qin, and shared the rest with Lu Qingqing. The steamed buns just out of the pot were soft and exuded the natural aroma of wheat. Each person took a bite of the steamed bun and finished it in a short while. When it was time to cook, Chen Lang smelled the aroma of bacon and kept turning around the stove. Lu Qingqing looked funny and fed him several times unconsciously. At dinner, eating the big steamed buns made of pure white flour with delicious stir-fried dishes, Chen Lang kept giving Lu Qingqing a thumbs up, and Grandma Qin also ate a lot more. As expected, the 3 of them were full. This was the best meal Lu Qingqing had eaten since she traveled through time. The rice was no longer a coarse noodle and wild vegetable paste, and the dishes were no longer boiled vegetables without salt. After eating a lot, I touched my bulging stomach and sighed in my heart, This is the life of a human being. The next day, the 3 members of the Chen family got up early. Today, the young and strong men in the village have to the grain collectively to the county to pay the grain tax. Grandma Chen prepared the dry food, clean water, and the hatchet, and for self-defense for the 2 people early. Before leaving, she forced Lu Qingqing to buy some cloth and some needles and thread from the county and come back to make her some clothes. Lu Qingqing waved her hand to refuse, but she couldn't refuse. When the 2 arrived at the entrance of the village, most people had arrived. Lu Qingqing found that most of the young and strong men in the village were in the team. A small number of families with fewer men would also have stronger women following. After a look around, she accidentally found Lu Tianfu in the team. He looked fine, and he didn't want to be, as the village chief said yesterday. Zhuzi's wife behind her saw her looking at Lu Tianfu, so she whispered to her about what happened yesterday. Yesterday evening, when most families were about to pay their grain taxes, the old village chief walked over slowly. He stopped the village chief who wanted to speak and walked to the tied Lu Tianfu. The old village chief sighed and asked, "Fuzi, tell me how your uncle has treated you over the years?" Seeing Lu Tianfu nodded and said yes, he continued, "When you were going to perform corvée labor, your father drew the lot. Who knew that he would never come back after he left? Your second uncle and I both acknowledged this and promised your grandparents to take care of you and your mother. Over the years, your second uncle and I feel that we owe you. Every year, we use our own food to support you and help you with big and small things." Having said this, he took a breath and continued, "But your second uncle passed away last year, and I am also 61 years old. Your uncle is old and can't help you. Your cousins also have their own lives to live. You are 35 years old, and it's time to stand up." Seeing Lu Tianfu lowered his head and didn't speak, Lu's mother didn't dare to make a fuss. She was always afraid of this majestic uncle. Seeing the 2 like this, the old village chief directly gave orders to have people move dry food from Lu Tianfu's house. In the end, there was not enough left, so they used undried food to exchange for dry food, and only then did they collect enough food tax. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but sigh again. The old village chief is really a man who values friendship and loyalty. Since childhood, the old village chief has helped the original body many times, and the old village chief has also helped herself after she came here. The Chen family moved to the village later, and they don't have any close relationship. If there is a chance, you can talk to grandma and make friends with the old village chief's family. While Lu Qingqing was still thinking, the village chief saw that almost everyone was there. Before setting off, he encouraged everyone, old and young men, "We are going to pay the grain tax today. There are many gangs of refugees outside now, but we usually don't dare to rob a large group of people with weapons. Everyone should bring their own weapons when they go out this time. If you encounter refugees robbing, don't run around." Seeing that the villagers listened carefully, he continued, "According to the division, every 5 households will guard a cart loaded with grain. If someone comes to rob, just chop it down and the grain must be protected. Everyone knows the situation of this year's autumn harvest. We can't pay grain for the second time. If you don't want to be arrested and punished, you must protect everyone's grain. Did you hear it?" Seeing the emotional response of the young and strong in the village chief was relieved to call everyone to set off. When Lu Qingqing set off, he looked back and saw that it was the old village chief who led a group of young and strong people to stay at the entrance of the village. Thinking that the old village chief was there, Lu Qingqing was more relieved that Grandma Chen was at home alone. The group of people, carrying food, marched towards the county town in a mighty procession. As they left the village, everyone became nervous and unconsciously clenched their weapons. Lu Qingqing was holding a hatchet, and Chen Lang beside her was holding a. After walking 6 or 7 miles, they only encountered a few refugees. The skinny refugees didn't dare to move when they saw such a large group of people. Soon they came to the first village. The people left behind in the village were so scared when they saw such a large group of people coming that they hurriedly wanted to ring the gong. But then Lu Tianfu shouted, "Gooden, it's me, Fuzi." The man called Gooden was very happy to see Lu Tianfu. "Fuzi, where are you all going?" Lu Tianfu sighed and said, "Hey, we're going to pay the grain. This year, The government's grain tax has increased by 10%. After paying, everyone will have nothing to eat. Gooden was shocked to hear this. Can your village still collect the grain tax? What our village has grown this year is not enough to pay the tax. There was no water early, and the grain didn't grow. Lu Tianfu's heart tightened when he heard this, and he made a sad face. It's all the same. There was no water early. My family's grain tax was collected with last year's old grain, and there was no grain seed left. The two complained to each other for a few more words, and Lu Tianfu quickly caught up with the team. After that, they passed several villages one after another. The villagers in most villages were similar, tanned and skinny, with chapped lips. The sun was rising higher and higher. Even though Lu Qingqing wore a hat to block out the heat, she still felt dizzy. She turned around to look at Chen Lang beside her, whose face was also flushed from the heat. Taking out the water bag, Lu Qingqing took a few gulps and felt comfortable. Then she handed it to Chen Lang beside her. The team had reached a low hillside by now. Lu Qingqing saw something reflecting light on the opposite hillside, which flashed her eyes. Before she could react, she heard the village chief shouting, "There are refugees attacking. Everyone, guard the food well, and cut down anyone who comes. Don't hesitate." On the opposite hillside, a group of ragged refugees ran down. Most of them were holding farm tools such as hoes and sickles, but their eyes were full of greed for food. The refugees shouted and attacked the convoy. Even though she knew that her side had more people than the other side, Lu Qingqing was still a little scared when she saw the refugees rushing towards her. Chen Lang grabbed Lu Qingqing's arm and protected her behind him, holding the in his hand in a martial arts posture. Soon, several refugees rushed over. When they got near their car, their chests heaved violently, and they gasped for breath due to the long-distance sprint. Without waiting for the refugees to get close, the strong men next to the car waved their weapons and smashed them on the body and head. The difference between people who have been hungry for a long time and those who can eat until they are 60% to 70% full was reflected at this moment. Most of the villagers were stronger than the refugees, and their numbers far exceeded them. The battle for food ended after half an hour. Dozens of refugees were lying on the ground, bleeding all over the ground. Those who could run had all run away. Some villagers were also injured by being smashed and chopped. Fortunately, none of them were seriously injured. Seeing that the bodies on the ground blocked the road, the village chief simply asked everyone to take a short break. The injured treated their wounds, and the uninjured were responsible for carrying the bodies to the woods on the side of the road. Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang were not injured this time, and the two of them carried the bodies on the ground together. The man they carried was a man with a full beard, and when they carried him into the woods and threw him down, Lu Qingqing saw that there seemed to be a smear of green in the man's tattered clothes. Seeing that the villagers had not come over yet, Lu Qingqing quickly reached out, took out a jade pendant, and neatly put it into the space. He whispered to Chen Lang, "Let him don't mention this matter, and go back only after he nods." After throwing all the bodies into the woods, the village chief asked everyone to continue their journey. The group of people were covered in blood and looked very fierce. On the way, they did not dare to attack any refugees. When it was almost noon, everyone finally saw the wall of the county town. People were lining up at the city gate to check the pass. The village chief led everyone to line up at the back, waiting to enter the city. When it was the turn of the people from Lujia village, the village chief hurriedly stepped forward to take out the pass and explained that the villagers came to pay grain taxes. The guards looked at the people from Lujia village, with bloodstains and wounds on their bodies from the fight. After carefully confirming that there was no problem with the pass, they were allowed to enter the city. When they arrived at the county government office to pay the grain tax, there was no queue. The gatekeeper saw that they were here to pay the grain tax, and his attitude was quite good. Hearing that the village chief knew Lu Zhibu, his attitude became even more attentive, and he enthusiastically asked the yamen runners around him to report to Lu Zhibu. Lu Qingqing was waiting at the door and saw a middle-aged man with a beard and wearing an official robe walk out. The man was very happy when he saw the village chief. "Tianli, this year you are leading the villagers to pay the grain tax. How was the journey? Was it smooth?" "Cousin, We encountered a wave of refugees on the road. Fortunately, the number of people was not too large. There were many people from our village this time, so there was no big problem. After listening to this, Lu Tianming sighed. This year, the drought in the entire prefecture is very serious, and the refugees are fleeing and making trouble everywhere. There are too many cases, and the Yamen runners can't handle it at all. They can only maintain the stability of the county. Fortunately, our village is far from the county. Several villages near the county have been massacred by refugees. After saying that, he said no more and took everyone to pay the grain tax. With the chief clerk following, the grain buckets were basically flat, and there was a lot of grain left. After seeing Chen Lang, Lu Tianming came over and talked to Chen Lang and Lu Qingqing for a while. After confirming that everything was fine at home, he told them that if they encountered any problems, they could find him or his old village chief, and not to be afraid. Then he asked them to go to dinner with him after paying the grain tax. Lu Qingqing politely declined Lu Tianming's invitation because she had plans. But she was still a little confused. Why was Lu the chief clerk so good to them? Chen Lang didn't explain it clearly, so she planned to go back and ask Grandma Chen. After the grain tax was paid, the head of the village told everyone to go as soon as possible if they wanted to buy something, and those who didn't want to buy should take a break and have lunch, and return to the village in an hour. After that, the village head followed Lu Tianming to the county government office. Lu Tianfu wanted to say hello to his eldest cousin, but seeing that the two had already walked away, he had no choice but to sit down. When Lu Qingqing heard what the village head said, she took Chen Lang to the pawnshop in the county. There were 2 pawnshops on the way, and she planned to go in and ask. When they came to the first pawnshop, Changsheng, she handed the jade pendant to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper looked at it carefully for a while, then glanced at Lu Qingqing and the others inconspicuously, and offered a price of 6 taels of silver. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing pretended to be angry. The shopkeeper has no sincerity in this price. Are you taking advantage of me because I don't know anything? If you say that, then there is no need for me to stay any longer. She was about to get up and go out, and the shopkeeper hurriedly stopped her when he saw this. Little girl, how about this jade pendant at 12 taels? This price I offered is quite realistic. When Lu Qingqing heard this, she held up 3 fingers, and the shopkeeper shook his head directly, saying it was impossible. When Lu Qingqing turned around to leave, the shopkeeper shouted out 25 taels, and Lu Qingqing shouted out 30 taels. After a tug of war, the shopkeeper offered a maximum of 27 taels and refused to increase it. Lu Qingqing only said that she would discuss it with her family, and then she took Chen Lang out of the door. They came to the second Chenji pawnshop, which was smaller than the first one. After looking at the jade pendant, the shopkeeper offered a price of 25 taels. After Lu Qingqing arguing about the price, the deal was finally settled at 29 taels. Holding the freshly acquired silver, the two went to the fabric shop first. They chose 3 colors, green, black, and dark blue, and bought 3 sets of cotton fabrics. She also bought some needles and threads of matching colors, spending a total of 950 coins. She saw some ready-made clothes next to her. The materials used were better, and the styles looked better. After asking about the price, Lu Qingqing gave up decisively. Recalling that there was not much cotton in the cotton-padded clothes she wore in previous winters, she asked the clerk if there was any cotton now. Unexpectedly, there was some in the warehouse, which were some left over from last year, and the price was cheaper than usual. Lu Qingqing had not expected that there would be discounts for off-season shopping in ancient times. She bought cotton that could make 3 sets of clothes and 2 quilts, and spent a total of 6 taels of silver. When she took out the money, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but sigh that cotton was really expensive in ancient times. The material was placed in a backpack, and Lu Qingqing carried it herself. The clerk packed the cotton in a cloth bag, and Chen Lang carried the cloth bag out of the door, and the two walked towards the candy shop.
Go.
Grandma Chen and Chen Lang both like to eat candy. Most of the candy these days is the kind of yellow sugar with impurities. Sugar was also a luxury in ancient times. Considering the chaotic situation, it is estimated that it will be difficult to buy it later. Lu Qingqing bought 4 pounds of sugar and 1 pound of brown sugar, spending a total of 1.5 taels of silver. After buying the candy, she planned to go to the grain shop to see if there are any new seeds. It would be best if there are potatoes. On the way, Chen Lang saw someone selling candied haws, and his feet were completely unable to move. Lu Qingqing bought 2 for him. Chen Lang took a bite of the candied haws and squinted his eyes. Lu Qingqing refused the candied haws that Chen Lang handed over. This thing is only sweet on the surface, and the hawthorn underneath is so sour that it makes your teeth fall out. She really can't eat it. When they arrived at the grain shop, Chen Lang had already finished 1 candied haws. Lu Qingqing put the other one in Chen Lang's backpack. Let him eat it after he gets home, fearing that he would feel uncomfortable if he ate too much at once. The grain store in the county town really has more varieties than the town. Lu Qingqing found potato seeds inside. Surprised, she continued to search and found tomato seeds. She picked and chose some vegetable and fruit seeds. Fortunately, there were not many of each. When checking out, she spent another 6 coins of silver. After thinking about it, Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang went to the medicine store again. She found the doctor to explain the situation. It was not convenient to go out now, so she asked the doctor to prescribe some commonly used medicines, 20 sets each, and spent another 4 taels of silver. Looking at the remaining 15 taels of silver in her hand, Lu Qingqing planned to buy some self-defense tools. When she arrived at the blacksmith shop, she took a round. Most of the things in the shop were made of farm tools and kitchen knives. When Lu Qingqing turned the 3rd round, the blacksmith asked her what she needed. Lu Qingqing approached the blacksmith and whispered that she wanted to buy some self-defense weapons. The blacksmith looked outside, asked the clerk to watch the people at the door, and called Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang into the inner room. A large box was pulled out from under the bed. When it was opened, there were all kinds of weapons inside, including long knives, machetes, tang knives, bows and arrows, spearheads, etc. Chen Lang liked the tang knives at first sight, picked them up and gestured a few times, looking very impressive. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing quietly asked him, "Did your grandfather teach you how to use a knife?" Seeing Chen Lang nod, he decided on the tang knives. As for Lu Qingqing herself, she chose a lighter bow and arrow that was more suitable for her, with 20 arrows. After choosing, the blacksmith quoted 13 taels of silver and no bargaining. This kind of thing is now contraband, and Lu Qingqing had no other channels to buy it, so she paid the money quickly. Lu Qingqing pretended to put the weapons into the backpack, but actually put them directly into the space. After the two came out of the inner room, they planned to go back. Lu Qingqing put some of the things she was carrying into the space and looked at the cotton bag in her hand. This thing was too big, and there was no excuse to put it in the space. When the two returned to the gate of the county government with their things on their backs, the villagers were curious about the big bags and baskets they were carrying. An unconscious woman came forward to look through the bags, but as soon as she touched the bag, Lu Qingqing slapped her hand open. "Auntie, what are you doing?" The woman was a little embarrassed when her hands were opened. "You girl, why are you so fierce?" "I just saw that the cloth bag on the silly boy's back was big, so I helped him."
"Don't worry about it.
"The cloth bag is just filled with some old cotton. It looks big but not heavy," Lu Qingqing said with a cold face as she pulled Chen Lang back to the cart and put the things on the cart. Zhuzi's wife had come back a long time ago, and she comforted her when she saw this. "Annie Wang is just like that, just ignore her." Lu Qingqing didn't take this matter to heart at first, and saw a small cloth bag next to Zhuzi's wife. Although it was only filled with a small piece of bottom, she knew that she had also bought it back. Lu Qingqing took out the coarse flour cake prepared by Grandma Chen and ate it with Chen Lang. Zhuzi's wife next to her took the initiative to avoid it when she saw this. In this year, food is precious, and more conscious people will not stare at other people's food. After Lu Qingqing finished eating, seeing that the village chief had not returned yet, Zhuzi's wife came over to chat with Lu Qingqing again, and they talked about family. Zhuzi's wife's little daughter Ernie is only 2 years old, and she has not eaten anything good since she was born. Recently, there has been nothing for her to eat. Seeing that she was almost dying of hunger, she came to buy 1/2 pound of millet, wanting to go back and supplement the child. Lu Qingqing looked at the woman in front of her with a sad face, and vaguely remembered that she seemed to be only 18 or 19 years old, but she looked much older. Zhuzi's family is in front of the Qin family, and it is the closest family to the Qin family in the village. After Lu Qingqing got married, she found that his family had a good relationship with the Qin family. After coming to the Qin family, Zhuzi's wife became familiar with Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing also knew about Zhuzi's family situation. Zhuzi's parents favored their youngest son and separated Zhuzi's family and drove them to the back of the village. They were given a total of 1.5 acres of wasteland, and they could not even eat enough after paying the grain tax. The 2 daughters in the family were as thin as kittens. In Lujia village, Zhuzi's family was considered to be poor. In previous years, Zhuzi would go to the rich families in the town to help harvest wheat, or do odd jobs. At least you can earn some money to supplement the family. This year's drought has caused most families in the town to no longer hire workers, so it must be even more difficult. Zhuzi's wife was pressed by life, and felt that although Lu Qingqing was young, she was very steady in her words and deeds. The 2 families had a good relationship, so she started to talk about it as if she felt less bitter after she said it. These days, it is hard for people to live, and it is even harder for women. Seeing that everyone had returned, the village chief counted the number of people and called on everyone to set off. On the way back, because most of the carts were empty, everyone was under less pressure. After leaving the city, some refugees began to appear on the roadside. Not far away, a white-haired old man rushed in front of the car and begged everyone for a drink of water. The old man had messy white hair, and his turbid eyes were full of desire for life. Some soft-hearted villagers in the village turned their faces away unconsciously and did not dare to look. The village chief looked at the old man in front of him, who was older than his father, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. When he looked up again, but seeing that the refugees around were all staring at this side, he was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He shouted at the old man to get out of the way, and seeing that the old man had no strength to move, he directly asked the villagers to carry the old man to the woods by the roadside. Hearing the village chief's scolding, the men in the village also reacted, holding weapons and posing fiercely, and the refugees around stopped paying attention. The village chief asked everyone to speed up and leave. On the way back to the village, if the team encountered refugees blocking the road to ask for water, they would bypass them if they could, and if they couldn't, they would pose as if they were going to chop people to scare the refugees away. Along the way, Lu Qingqing saw a large number of refugees wandering around, and he was more determined to go back and practice bows and arrows. The court did not provide disaster relief, and the shortage of water and food caused by the drought would only make the situation more and more chaotic. In the evening, the team finally rushed back to the village. Under the dim firelight at the entrance of the village, many people were waiting for them to go home. Lu Qingqing saw Grandma Qin standing on the side of the road at a glance. The old woman's originally tense body relaxed quietly when she saw them. Grandma Qin took 2 quick steps, stepped forward, and held the hands of the 2 people. Seeing that neither of them was injured, she said repeatedly, "It's good to be back safely. It's good to be back." Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang pulled the cart, and the 3 of them began to walk home. On the way, Lu Qingqing secretly put the weapon back into the backpack. After arriving home, Lu Qingqing first told Grandma Qin about her experience on the road, and said that she picked up a jade pendant and pawned it to buy things. Worried that Grandma Qin would accuse her of spending money indiscriminately, she emphasized the chaos caused by the refugees outside. After listening, Grandma Qin looked through the things Lu Qingqing bought, and looked at the bow and arrow and tang sword for a while, thinking of the big sword and bow and arrow used by the old man in his early years. It was a pity that the old man was injured and left them in the mountains. Thinking of this, she praised Lu Qingqing for buying a good weapon. The world is getting more and more chaotic, and only with weapons can you protect your family wealth. Grandma Qin saw the sugar and 3 sets of clothes under the backpack and knew that this girl was filial and grateful. He liked Lu Qingqing more and more and told her about the Qin family in the early years. Grandma Chen followed Grandpa Chen to escape famine and came to Lujia village because of the disaster in her hometown. The Chen family's hometown in the early years was far away from here, further south. The Chen family also opened an agency in the early years, and Grandpa Chen saved a lot of money at that time. There was no shortage of land and food, and it was considered a wealthy family in the local area. Who knew that after flood, everything was washed away by the flood. At that time, the family only had time to take some valuables and ran to the mountains with their family. The family's food and livestock were washed away and soaked by the flood, and many people who didn't have time to run were drowned in the water. When the flood receded, the ground was full of silt, branches, and various corpses, and the smell was foul. Grandma Chen and her family returned to the Chen family and found that most of the things in the house had been washed away, and several rooms had collapsed. There were still some grains of food that had not been washed away under the silt in the granary, but people didn't dare to eat them. After the flood, the people who were still alive were forced to become refugees. In order to survive, refugees often burned, killed, and looted. At that time, Grandma Chen had 2 sons. On the way to escape from the famine, the younger son was killed to protect them. The eldest son, Chen Lang's father, was also seriously injured and died. Only Grandpa Chen, Grandma Chen, and the pregnant eldest daughter-in-law survived and moved to Lujia village. This village was chosen by Grandpa Chen. There are mountains behind it, and there are water sources in the mountains. If something happens, you can hide in the mountains. After the Chen family moved to Lujia village, the old couple of the Chen family sold some of the gold and silver in the family. After building this house, they bought a few acres of land in the village and settled down here. But not long after, Chen Lang's mother died of hemorrhage after giving birth to Chen Lang. The remaining old couple guarded their grandson and lived. The output of a few acres of land was just enough for the 3 people in the family to eat and drink. Grandpa Chen wanted to buy some property for his grandson, so he went into the mountains from time to time. The house was built far away from the villagers. Whenever they got small prey such as rabbits and pheasants, they would eat them secretly to replenish their bodies. If they got big prey, they would secretly transport it to the county at night to sell it. In this way, they saved a little from time to time, and with the original valuables, the family became rich again. When Chen Lang fell ill, although some of it was spent, he was subsidized by Mr. Chen's hunting from time to time, so he was still rich. The old couple who had experienced famine understood the horror of famine better than other people in Lujia village. They always had food for 2 or 3 years at home. Although Chen Lang had a high fever when he was a child, his intelligence remained at the age of 5 or 6, but he had been practicing boxing with Grandpa Chen since he was a child. His body was stronger than ordinary people, and his strength was also surprisingly great. Until 5 years ago, when Grandpa Chen was injured in the mountains when he went into the mountains for the last time, he died not long after returning. At that time, Grandma Chen took her grandson with her, and she was worried that she would attract the covetousness of the villagers, so she became more low-key. At this point, I remembered that Chen Lang went home a few days ago and told Grandma Chen that he wanted to marry Dia as his wife. He knew the child he raised well, so how could he understand what marriage was? Sure enough, after a few questions, he found out that the Lu family wanted to sell Dia, and the little girl had nowhere else to go, so she came to coax her grandson to marry her. Grandma Chen has lived in the village for many years and has some understanding of the temperaments of most villagers. She knows that the old man Lu's family is greedy, but she has a good impression of Dia, who is kind-hearted, hard-working, and capable. Grandma Chen feels that this girl is smart. She is old, and her health has been getting worse in the past 2 years. She can also feel relieved to have a kind and clever person to accompany her grandson. Looking at her grandson happily chewing the candied haws, and then looking at Dia sitting quietly beside her and listening to her talk, Grandma Chen felt her heart calm down. Before going to bed, Grandma Chen secretly gave some of the candies she bought to Lu Qingqing. She put away the rest and specifically asked not to let Chen Lang see it. Chen Lang loves to eat candies like Grandma Chen, but he gets a toothache every time he eats too much candies. The next morning, Zhuzi's wife came to inform that the village chief was going to organize the villagers to go into the mountains to fetch water again. It had been 7 days since the last time they fetched water. The first batch of people who went into the mountains had already drunk all the water, and the next batch of people didn't have much left. After Zhuzi's wife left, Grandma Chen thought about it again and again, and decided to follow them into the mountains to fetch water. Although the family is not short of water now, it cannot be exposed in front of people. Before leaving, Grandma Chen repeatedly told the two to be careful of wolves. She was still scared by the injury last time. Lu Qingqing found that almost all the families in the village came this time. Holding various water containers, a group of people entered the mountain in a mighty manner. After crossing the first mountain, everyone began to guard against possible wolves. But until the evening, no wolves appeared. This time, the village chief arranged 6 night guards, and the villagers slept very alertly. But until dawn, no wolves attacked. When everyone walked to the water source, they found out the reason. The water source had dried up, and the animal footprints by the bay had dried up. Animals live by water, and the wolves must have moved deeper into the mountains. Everyone was dumbfounded when they looked at the dried-up water source. There was still so much water when they came last time, and they thought they could last for a while, but they didn't expect it to be gone so quickly. This time when they entered the mountain, many families brought the last bit of water at home to drink on the way. A group of people were stunned in place, and then the crowd burst into tears, and the voices were full of despair. Lu Qingqing raised her eyes and looked forward. The mountains in the distance were withered and yellow, and the continuous mountains could not see the end. It was unknown whether the villagers would decide to continue going into the mountains. After the villagers stopped to discuss, most of them wanted to return to the village. There was another small group who wanted to continue going into the mountains to find water. Of course, Lu Qingqing was among the majority of people who returned to the village. Those who wanted to continue going into the mountains borrowed some dry food from those who returned to the village and continued to go in. No one borrowed water, and they didn't have enough to drink. Lu Qingqing followed most of the people back to the village, and on the way she was thinking that if the people who went into the mountains couldn't find water, the villagers could only last 5 to 10 days at most. If there was no water by then, everyone would die of thirst. Her family was still able to live a stable life until now, without being stolen or robbed, because they relied on Lujia village. If that really came to that, Lu Qingqing would have to find a way to release the water. After returning to the village, except for the patrolling people, everyone lay still at home and tried to reduce activities as much as possible. Lu Qingqing was waiting for the people who went into the mountains to find water to come back. 3 days later, they finally came back. However, it was not good news. The people who were looking for water walked in for a long time, but only saw the carcasses of animals that died of thirst on the road. The further they went, the more dead animals they found. The strong stench crushed the faith of the villagers who were looking for water. They returned to despair, as if everyone had fallen into a dead end. There was no water source around. When the drought first started, some people went to the town, and at that time the 4 wells in the town had already dried up. When they went to the county yesterday, they heard that the water level of the ancient wells in the county had dropped sharply, and it was only for city residents to use, and they had to get water based on their household registration. The surrounding villagers fell into a dead silence, and some left and went home one after another. Lu Qingqing, like all the villagers, was eagerly looking forward to rain from God. It was already September, and it would rain at this time in previous years. Lu Qingqing calculated the time and planned to wait until the 5th day if it didn't rain. Even if she took the risk, she would find a way to release water. After waiting for 4 consecutive days, the sun still rose high every day. On the 5th day, Lu Qingqing planned to go to the back mountain to find a place to release water, but she saw that the sky suddenly became cloudy. Thick clouds covered the sun, and soon bean-sized raindrops fell. People ran out of the house cheering, looking up to welcome the rain, swallowing it in big gulps. After a while, the people who woke up began to take out the utensils at home and put them outside to collect rainwater. Under the eaves were filled with large and small earthen pots, earthen jars and copper pots, and soon these containers were filled with water. People began to bring them into the house one by one and pour them into the water jar. However, not everyone was happy. A man in the village was crying while holding his mother's body. In order to keep her grandson alive, the old lady secretly saved the water that was distributed to her since she could not find water in the village. She fed her grandson every day when he came over, and she died yesterday, dying of thirst. The man cried with regret, saying that he should have waited for another day. If he had cared more about his mother, she would not have died of thirst. In the past few days, a total of 3 families in the village have died, all of whom were elderly people who died of thirst in order to save water. At this time of year, the funeral of the elderly was also simple. Familiar relatives came to pay their respects and then buried the deceased. After 2 days of continuous rain, the villagers seemed to have come out of the previous haze. Seeing the cracks in the ground washed away by the rain and the earth becoming moist again, the villagers began to discuss sowing. On the 3rd day, the rain stopped. After the old man in the village went to the field to check, he thought it was time to sow. It rained for several consecutive days, and the weeds on the ground began to emerge. There was also water in the village's bays and wells. At this time, some people in the village had already started sowing autumn wheat. Some cautious families waited for a few more days, and seeing that it was still raining, they also put their minds at ease and started sowing. Everyone thought that the drought was over, but Lu Qingqing remembered that the climate during the Little Ice Age was abnormal, and disasters were generally continuous. Before autumn planting, Lu Qingqing discussed with Grandma Qin and felt that the disaster was likely to continue and that wheat might not be harvested. Thinking that if they planted some cabbage this year, they could harvest it before winter. After thinking for a while, Grandma Qin decided to plant wheat in the land close to the village and plant cabbage in the land next to the back mountain so that the cabbage can be harvested before winter. Lu Qingqing thought about it and felt that this was the best way. If there is a famine next year, if the wheat cannot be harvested, she can still harvest a crop of cabbage. The villagers will not be jealous of her family because they have also lost food. If there is no famine next year, the wheat in the field can be harvested normally and can also be used to pay taxes. Just when the Qin family was busy with autumn planting, something happened to the Lu family again. When paying the grain tax before, in order to make up for the increase, the Lu family handed in all the grain seeds. Seeing that the village had planted autumn wheat, Old Man Lu began to get anxious. After thinking for a few days, he was still reluctant to sell the land, so he set his sights on Arya. Sonia at home is only 3 years old, and she may not grow up yet, and it will be difficult to sell. Arya is already 6 years old, so she can at least get some grain seeds in return. Now that there are refugees making trouble outside, the Lu family dare not go to the town or the county and can only look for suitable families in the village and nearby villages. Families of the same age in the village will definitely not look for such a young child bride, and it will cost a lot of food to raise her. Among the teenage boys in the village, only Chen Lang is a simple-minded one, and he needs to find a child bride in advance. The other boys have a good reputation and will not have trouble finding one when they reach the age. After searching around, they fell in love with the 17-year-old street kid Li Chengkai that Lu Qingqing had noticed before. This time, Mrs. Lu came to the door in person, and it was Li Qingsai's mother who received her. I don't know what the two talked about. The next day, Li Qingsai's family went to the Lu family with grain seeds and took Arya back. People in the village said that the Lu family directly threw away their face this time and sold Arya to the Li family. The Li family even asked the village chief to write a document, but now they can't go to the government to register. When the Li family wanted to take Arya away, Arya's mother refused to let go and held Arya tightly. But no matter how she begged, Arya was still taken away by the Li family. After Arya left, Lu Wangsher had a big fight with Lu Lauer and was beaten so hard that she couldn't get out of bed. After a few days, the village gradually stopped spreading this matter and instead began to spread the story of Arya being beaten. After Arya went to the Li family, she took on most of the work of the Li family, getting up early and going to bed late. The only job she couldn't do was carrying water because she was not strong enough. Qingsai's mother felt more and more at a loss. It was a big loss to spend so much food to buy this stinky girl. Although Li Chengkai liked to provoke the women in the village, he was not interested in a little kid like a bean sprout, and he didn't care how his mother treated her. A few days after Arya went there, she started to be beaten by Chingsai's mother. At first, she was more restrained, but later, she saw that nothing happened after being beaten, so she became more and more unscrupulous. Most of the women in the village were soft-hearted. Seeing the pitiful appearance of Arya being beaten, they began to talk about it to each other. The news was passed around and somehow got to Lu Wangshi, who dragged her injured body to the Li family. When she saw Arya with a bruised face, she cried out of pain and wanted to take Arya away. Chingsai's mother, who felt a little guilty when she saw Lu Wangshi coming, stepped forward and grabbed Arya. Hey, we bought this with our family's grain. What do you want to do with it? However, Mrs. Lu Wang was unwilling to leave Arya here, so she gave birth to this one daughter. She hadn't been pregnant for 6 years, and she loved this daughter like a treasure. Unlike Mrs. Lu Li's prejudice against girls, she really loved Arya. This time, Old Man Lu and his men sold Arya, and Mrs. Lu Wang was completely desperate. While the two were struggling, Li Chengkai and his father came back. Seeing that she couldn't take Arya away, Mrs. Lu Wang refused to leave and just hugged her daughter tightly. Seeing this, Chingsai's father didn't know how to pull Mrs. Lu Wang, so he went directly to the Lu family to call for help. When Mrs. Lu and Mr. Lu arrived, they saw this scene and were worried that the Li family would regret asking them to withdraw the grain, so they dragged Mrs. Lu Wang home. For a while, the woman's shrill cries and the little girl's sharp cries mixed together, and the people nearby could hear them. More and more people were watching, and the village chief he also came over, and after asking the reason, he asked the villagers to disperse and go back to their homes. He also looked down on Old Man Lu's behavior of selling his granddaughter, but after all, it was their family affair and he couldn't do anything about it. He still remembered what Old Man Lu said to his uncle. He couldn't give Old Man Lu grain to raise his granddaughter. His own life was difficult, and his wife was thrifty, so that she didn't starve. At this time, the Lu family and the Li family had to sit together to discuss this matter. Lu Wangshi came up and expressed her idea, hoping to take her daughter back. But old lady Lu firmly disagreed to return the grain seeds, and bluntly said that they had no grain seeds to return. And Li Chingsai's family spent grain to buy someone, so it was even more impossible for them to let her go for free. In the stalemate, the village chief proposed a compromise solution. Although Arya was sold to the Li family, they were all from the same village, and the Li family would not be allowed to beat and scold Arya at will in the future. If the Li family is heard to have beaten or scolded Arya at will, the clan will handle it. The Lu family, especially Lu Wangshi, are not allowed to come to the house for no reason and disturb the Li family's life. After Mrs. Lu and Chingsai's mother agreed, the matter seemed to be resolved, but no one asked Arya what she thought. No one noticed that Lu Wangshi was staring at Mrs. Lu and Mr. Lu in front of her, her eyes full of hatred. When the autumn crops in the village were planted, the temperature gradually cooled down. After obtaining the consent of Grandma Chen, Lu Qingqing now gets up early every day to practice stick with Chen Lang. The practice is the simplest stick method, mainly to exercise strength first. After the strength is greater, practice bows and arrows. This year the weather got cold earlier than in previous years. Lu Qingqing was worried that it would be very cold this year, so she started collecting firewood early. Because of the drought, the grass and trees in the mountains were all sun-dried to death. Although it rained a little, it didn't affect the collection of firewood. Grandma Chen had already started making cotton clothes for Lu Qingqing. Thinking that she had bought a lot of cotton, she planned to make a thick winter coat. As long as it didn't rain during the day, Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang would go to the back mountain to collect firewood. Every few days, they would go to the field to pull weeds in the evening. The wheat and cabbage in the field had already sprouted. Under the irrigation of rain, the field grew well, especially the cabbage. Grandma Chen was making clothes and cooking at home, busy with housework, and the whole family was preparing for winter. After being busy for more than half a month, The family's firewood room was full, and the open space in the space was also full of dry firewood, but Lu Qingqing was still worried that it was not enough. It takes a lot of firewood to burn a Kong here in winter. So, she pulled Chen Lang to continue to chop firewood in the mountain. At this time, other people in the village had already gone up the mountain to chop firewood. When the empty rooms in the family were neatly filled with firewood, even the shed for cooking in summer was full. Even Grandma Chen said that the firewood was enough to burn for 2 years, so Lu Qingqing stopped. Feeling the pain all over her body and looking at the small muscles bulging on her arms, she could only comfort herself and think of it as exercise. At this time, Grandma Chen had already made the cotton-padded clothes for the 3 people. Lu Qingqing's cotton-padded clothes were newly made, and she brought a set of replacement single clothes, without cotton-padded clothes. Grandma Chen used a lot of cotton in the new cotton-padded clothes, and the cotton-padded clothes were thick and looked very warm. Chen Lang's cotton-padded clothes were made longer than those of previous years. Grandma Chen took out the cotton inside and fluffed it again, and it was soft and mixed with new cotton. Grandma Chen's cotton-padded clothes were also fluffed after the old cotton and added some new cotton. The next step was to make a quilt. At this time, the firewood at home was also ready, and there was no work outside, so Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang also followed Grandma Chen to make quilts at home. It took time and effort to unravel the threads of the quilt at home, take out the cotton, and fluff it loose. Grandma Chen was responsible for removing the threads on the quilt, while Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang were responsible for picking out impurities such as hair, dandruff, and rags from the old cotton. Picking out hair and dandruff requires good eyesight. Grandma Chen started to have blurred vision a few years ago and could not see small things clearly. Seeing the 2 children picking out impurities, she started to remove the threads of another quilt. After a while, Chen Lang became a little restless. He got up to drink water and went to the toilet. Lu Qingqing looked at him and laughed. "Brother Chen Lang, do you want to compete with me? Let's each pick a piece of old cotton and see who can pick it clean first." Chen Lang straightened his back when he heard it. "Dia, I'm sure I'm faster than you." Grandma said, "I'm an adult." "Then, let's compete. Whoever finishes first can have a piece of candy." After Lu Qingqing finished speaking, she looked at Grandma Chen. Grandma Chen smiled and watched the 2 people playing and nodded in agreement. Chen Lang heard that he could eat candy if he won, so he said no more and sat on a small stool to pick quickly. Chen Lang worked very carefully, picking little by little. When he found a short thread in the cotton, he had to turn the cotton over and pick it out carefully. Lu Qingqing occasionally looked up and saw that Chen Lang was working seriously, so she continued to do her work. Near noon, Lu Qingqing finished her work and saw that Chen Lang was still short of a small piece. She deliberately left a hair on the cotton and got up to go to the toilet. When she came back, she saw Chen Lang stood up and happily showed off to Grandma Chen that he had finished first. There was a long hair on Dia's cotton. When Chen Lang got the candy, he insisted that Lu Qingqing take a bite first. After watching her take a bite, he took a small bite of the remaining candy. At noon, Lu Qingqing took out the pickled radish and sour beans pickled by Grandma Chen from the cellar and fried some edamame. The 3 of them finished the hot coarse grain pancakes with the crisp and refreshing pickles. After a break, the clean cotton needs to be fluffed in the afternoon. A tool is needed to fluff the cotton, which looks like a cow tendon string for a large wooden bow. By hitting it hard, the old cotton gradually becomes loose. Lu Qingqing feels that this process is similar to a modern opener, but more primitive and manual. Lu Qingqing and Grandma Chen are both weak and have to take a break after working for a while. Seeing this, Grandma Chen called Chen Lang, who is still picking cotton. "Xiao Lang, fluffing cotton is a job that requires a man. Dia and I are not strong enough. Come and help us." Chen Lang happily ran over to help when he heard it. After hitting the cotton vigorously with the tendon string, the cotton became fluffy in a short while. Lu Qingqing had noticed Chen Lang's great strength before and had asked Grandma Chen about it. Grandma Chen said that the male descendants of the Chen family had great strength since their grandfather's generation. Grandpa Chen was also noticed by the local master and learned martial arts. After Chen Lang fluffed the old cotton, Lu Qingqing further combed the cotton wool. Beating it with a long stick made it more uniform and fluffy, and the old cotton was almost combed. Lu Qingqing and Grandma Qin laid the combed cotton into a mesh structure according to the required size and shape, and then fixed the cotton crisscross with thin ropes. After fixing the shape, it was exposed to the sun for a day. The cotton after drying smelled dry and fresh with the residual heat of the sun. After disassembling and fluffing the old quilts at home, Grandma Qin and Lu Qingqing began to fill them with new cotton. The previous quilts at home were made thicker, and they were filled with new cotton after the renovation. Lu Qingqing tried it, and the thick quilt was a bit oppressive. When the 3 beds were ready, the weather was getting colder. When Grandma Qin was young, she lived in the south. Although the south is colder and wetter in winter, the temperature is higher than that in the north. Although she has lived here for many years, she is still very afraid of the cold. This year, the temperature began to drop early, and the 3 people in the family put on cotton clothes this morning. The temperature dropped sharply. Lu Qingqing saw that the water jars in the yard were frozen, and the temperature was below 0. The cabbage in the field was almost grown, so she didn't delay any more and went to the field with Chen Lang to harvest the cabbage. In the field, the outermost leaves of the cabbage were a little frozen, but the inner leaves were still green. Without delay, Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang took sickles to cut off the roots of the cabbage and piled the cabbage. After a busy day, they finally took all the cabbage in the field home. They kept some to pickle sauerkraut, and the rest were neatly stacked and placed in the cellar. The cellar is now full of grain and cabbage, and on the corner shelf are some pickled vegetables and bacon made by Grandma Qin. Looking at the full cellar, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but think of a sentence: store up enough food for the winter. Today, the family started cooking at the stove in the house. The stove at home is connected to the Kong in the bedroom. After cooking at night, the Kong is warm. At night, the cold wind is blowing outside. The 3 of them set up the table next to the stove. For dinner, they had cabbage, bacon, and vermicelli stewed with white flour pancakes on the side of the pot. The white flour pancakes are fragrant, the vermicelli is glutinous, and the unique aroma of bacon is mixed with the taste of fresh cabbage. The 3 of them are very satisfied with the meal. After dinner, Lu Qingqing felt warm all over. When she returned to the house, she remembered that the stove connected the Kong in her house and Grandma Qin's house, and Chen Lang's house now had no Kong. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the grandparents standing at the door of Grandma Qin's house. Chen Lang hugged his bedding, looking unhappy, and refused to enter Grandma Qin's room, shouting that he wanted to share a room with Dia. Grandma Qin whispered to Chen Lang, and then Chen Lang pouted and entered Grandma Qin's room. Grandma Qin looked up and saw Lu Qingqing there, and gently asked her to go back and rest. The next morning, after Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang finished their exercise, they saw that Grandma Qin had already prepared breakfast. After eating, the 3 of them began to divide the work and get busy. Today they had to pickle sauerkraut that could be eaten for a whole winter. Grandma Qin was processing the cabbage, picking off the old leaves on the outside of the cabbage, cutting off the roots, and picking out the bad cabbage. Lu Qingqing called Chen Lang, "Brother Chen Lang, do you want to help me wash the big jar in the cellar?"
Chen Lang nodded happily.
Grandma Qin often needed his help with the housework. The 2 went to the cellar together to clean the big jar for pickling sauerkraut. There were 3 big jars in the house, and thinking that there were more cabbages planted this year, they planned to use all 3 big jars. The temperature was too low now. Lu Qingqing walked quickly to the cellar with the boiled water. Chen Lang had already taken the things and was waiting at the entrance of the cellar.
Daya, go slowly.
It's a bit steep here. Let me help you get the water. Lu Qingqing thought the water was a bit hot, so she didn't give it to him and just asked him to help open the cellar lid. When Lu Qingqing went down, she found that the temperature inside the cellar was obviously much warmer than outside. After going down, the air was not circulating and it felt a bit stuffy. So she left a gap in the cellar lid for ventilation. The big urn had been cleaned after use before, and now it was simply brushed. After wiping off the water, Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang went up to find Grandma Qin. Some of the cabbage had been picked clean, and Lu Qingqing took a knife to cut the cabbage into 4 pieces. After cutting, the 2 carried the cabbage down, first spread a layer of coarse salt on the bottom of the big urn, and then began to put the cabbage. Chen Lang worked carefully, placing the cabbage layer by layer, and sprinkled a layer of salt on each layer, pressing it with his hands to allow the salt to fully into the leaves. Finally, when the jar is full of cabbage, put a large stone on the top layer to ensure that the leaves will not float up during the pickling process. Take out the thick cloth used in previous years, seal the mouth of the jar, and then tie it tightly with a rope to prevent air leakage. The two people clapped their hands after finishing their work, and then they had to wait patiently for the fermentation process. The cabbage in the jar will slowly ferment and turn into sour and delicious sauerkraut. The three of them were busy until the evening before they finished processing all the cabbage. That afternoon, when Lu Qingqing was learning needlework from Grandma Qin in the house, she heard Chen Lang's excited shout in the yard.
Snow.
It's snowing, Grandma. Dia, come and see. It's snowing. Lu Qingqing ran to the yard and found a layer of snow on the ground. The sky was gray, and large flakes of snow were still falling, with a tendency to get bigger and bigger. Chen Lang ran in the yard, looking back as he ran, leaving a line of footprints on the snow, and called Lu Qingqing to play together. But he was stopped by Grandma Qin, who called the two into the house. She watched them put on thick cotton-padded jackets and pants, helped them put on hats and gloves before letting them out. At this time, the snow had covered the ground. Chen Lang pulled Lu Qingqing walked towards the low in front of her house, wanting to play there. The two held hands and squatted to slide down, and rushed forward to the bottom of the. Zhuzi's house was in front. When they got closer, they heard Da and I crying, and the two children were crying breathlessly. Lu Qingqing was worried about something going wrong, so she pulled Chen Lang over to have a look. The door of Zhuzi's house was open. Lu Qingqing shouted and saw Zhuzi's wife rushing out. Seeing that it was not Zhuzi, her expression instantly became lost again. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Lu Qingqing looked at Zhuzi's wife, who looked anxious, and asked, Danny's father went to the mountain to chop firewood this morning and hasn't come back yet. The snow is getting heavier and heavier. What can we do? He came back before this time yesterday, and I'm afraid something happened to him. Zhuzi's wife said, her back bent. No, I have to go up the mountain to find him. Zhuzi's wife said as she was about to go to the back mountain. The two kids saw their mother was about to go out, so they ran up and hugged her crying. Looking at the situation in front of her, Lu Qingqing had to calm Zhuzi's wife first. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Brother Zhuzi often chops firewood in the back mountain. He is familiar with that piece of land, so nothing will happen to him. It's probably because of the heavy snow. It's not easy for you to find it by yourself because the mountain is so big. It's better to ask Uncle Wang and Brother Erxi for help. Zhuzi's wife was full of grief and indignation. It was my father-in-law's family who insisted that day and I help him chop more firewood. Because of this, we didn't even have enough firewood for our own family. Danny's father saw that it was cold early this year, and he was afraid that the two children at home couldn't stand it. He went anyway even though it was cloudy today. Zhuzi's wife felt more and more uncomfortable as she spoke. No, I have to go find them. Dia, please help me look after the two children. With that, he left the two children and ran to the village. Da and I cried loudly, shouting that they wanted to find their mother. Lu Qingqing was helpless. After coaxing them for a while, it was useless. She had to take the two children to the village. Zhuzi's wife ran to Wang's house and found that the gate of Wang's courtyard was closed. Zhuzi's wife had to shout across the yard. When she saw Zhuzi's mother coming out, she hurriedly shouted, Mom, Zhuzi went to the mountain to chop firewood and hasn't come back yet. Please help go up the mountain to look for him. Zhuzi's mother put her hands in her sleeves, blaming Zhuzi and his wife in her heart for going through so much trouble in such a cold day. The eldest daughter-in-law, Erxi, and his father have been feeling unwell these 2 days and can't stand the cold. It is estimated that Zhuzi will be back soon. You wait and see. Zhuzi's father stood behind the door without saying a word, letting Zhuzi's mother take the lead. Zhuzi's wife's eyes turned red with anger when she heard this. Mom, Zhuzi was chopping firewood for you, so he delayed our own firewood. He is your son too. How can you bear to watch him die? Zhuzi's mother got angry when she heard this. He is my son. Isn't it his duty to chop wood for his parents? I was wondering why Juzi became less and less filial after getting married. It's all because of you, a troublemaker. Seeing her mother-in-law making a fuss, Juzi's wife ignored her. Seeing a shadow behind the door, she shouted towards that place. Dad, Juzi is up in the mountain, and we don't know whether he is dead or alive. Why are you hiding in the house and not coming out? As the noise spread, the neighbors nearby also came out to watch. Juzi's father saw that more and more people were coming and felt embarrassed, so he came out and wanted to send the eldest daughter-in-law away. Before she could open her mouth, she heard Juzi's wife said with a sad face, Dear uncles and aunts, Danny's father and I have never failed to give the annual gifts and festival gifts that should be given to filial piety every year. We usually do all the chores at my father-in-law's house, and even chop firewood for my brother-in-law's house. Now he is up in the mountain, and we don't know whether he is alive or dead, but my father-in-law and mother-in-law don't care and want to watch us die. Juzi's mother was so angry about this that she picked up the broom next to her and was about to open the door to hit her, but was dodged by Juzi's wife. I'm saying this today. If you don't go and look for him, if my head of the family dies in the mountain, I will hang myself at your door with my 2 children, and even if I turn into a ghost, I will haunt you every day. Juzi's wife stared at their family with a gloomy face, gritting her teeth and looking angry. Wang Yukai, what's going on in your family again? The old village chief came over with his hands behind his back, looking at Juzi's father with an unhappy face. It's snowing so heavily, and Juzi is still up in the mountain and hasn't come back. You, as his parents, should go and look for him. Wang Yukai looked at the old village chief who came out to speak, and then he came out to explain with a guilty conscience. Look for him? I didn't say I wouldn't look for him. Just now the old woman spoke too hastily and caused the eldest son's wife to misunderstand. At this point, she turned around and called her youngest son Urxi. Urxi, go and pack up. Let's go up the mountain to look for your eldest brother. Urxi was standing behind his parents watching the show, and when he heard his father calling him to go up the mountain, he immediately frowned and went back to the house to change clothes reluctantly. Seeing this, the old village chief called a few young men in the village and asked them to help go up the mountain to look for Juzi. When Juzi's wife heard what the old village chief said, she was very grateful and kept thanking everyone, saying that when Juzi came back, they would definitely come to thank everyone. Before leaving, Juzi's wife sent Danny and Ernie to the Qin family and asked them to help take care of the children. Grandma Qin and Lu Qingqing hurriedly agreed and told her to go without worry. It was not until the second half of the night that the villagers came back carrying the unconscious Juzi. Hearing the noise, Lu Qingqing got up, looked at Da and I, and and I, who were already asleep, put on her clothes quietly, and went out. At this time, Grandma Qin also got up. Hearing that Lu Qingqing wanted to go over and take a look, she nodded, got up and got her a torch. As soon as she went out, the cold air hit her face, and Lu Qingqing shivered. The temperature dropped too fast. When Lu Qingqing rushed to Juzi's house, all the young men in the village had gone home. Juzi was lying on the bed unconscious, and Juzi's wife was holding a hot towel to wipe his hands and face. Juzi's wife saw Lu Qingqing coming and wanted to get up to greet him, but she was dazed for a moment and almost fell down. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing hurriedly supported her sister-in-law. Don't be polite. I heard the noise and came to see. How is brother Juzi? Juzi's wife looked at the unconscious Juzi again and wiped her tears. He was frozen in the mountains for most of the night. When I found him, he fainted after saying a few words. After saying this, he took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and continued. We went to the place in the back mountain where we often chop firewood, but we couldn't find it after searching for a long time. I remembered that the head of the family mentioned a small path before, so I thought about going over to take a look. Fortunately, we went there and found that the head of the family had fallen into a deep pit. When we found the area nearby, he was almost unconscious from the cold and was struggling. When he heard someone, he shouted loudly, and we found him. When Juzi's wife said this, she looked at Juzi lying on the bed. Fortunately, we found him, otherwise I really don't know how the 3 of us would survive. Lu Qingqing stepped forward, patted her on the back, and comforted her. Sister-in-law, Everything will be fine. You are also very tired today. Go to sleep. Danny and Ernie are doing well with me, don't worry. Juzi's wife looked at Lu Qingqing gratefully. Dia, thank you so much. I was panicked this time. Thanks to you for reminding me. Otherwise, I don't know if I could find Danny's father if I went up the mountain by myself. Lu Qingqing waved her hand, telling her not to be so polite. When she got home, there was an oil lamp on in the main room, and Grandma Qin was waiting for her at home. The next morning, snowflakes were still floating in the sky, and a thick layer of snow had piled on the ground. When Juzi's wife came in the snow, the Qin family was having breakfast in the house. The two children were holding coarse grain cakes, eating them with pickles and salty porridge, and when they saw their mother coming, they jumped off the stool happily and ran over. Juzi's wife saw that the children were already having breakfast at Qin's house, and she felt grateful, but also a little embarrassed. Food is so precious now, and she had wanted to come early in the morning to take the children back. Unexpectedly, the Qin family had eaten early, and the children were fed such good coarse grain cakes. After thanking Grandma Qin and Lu Qingqing, she called the two children home. Danai and Erinai, put down the cakes quickly. Mother has cooked at home. Come home with Mother and eat quickly. Danai and Erinai were only 2 or 3 years old. They hadn't eaten such delicious cakes for a long time, so they were naturally reluctant to put them down. Seeing their mother was about to come over to grab them, they quickly hid the cakes behind them. Upon seeing this, Grandma Qin hurriedly called out to Juzi's wife. Hey, children are just eating. What are you doing? Don't be so formal between us. Didn't you and Juzi often come to help me before? After Grandpa Qin passed away, when Chen Lang was still young, it was inconvenient for Grandma Qin to fetch water by herself, and Juzi's wife, who had just married, often came to help. It's not easy for you now, and you have to take care of Juzi. Just leave the child here, and I'll take care of you for a few days. Hearing what Grandma Qin said, Juzi's wife couldn't hold back her tears. After Juzi got into trouble, her tense emotions finally eased. After calming down, she wiped her tears with her hand and thanked the 3 members of the Qin family with gratitude. But she still took the 2 children back. At this time, food was scarce in everyone's family, and she couldn't take advantage of the Qin family. Grandma Qin looked at the figure of Juzi's wife and sighed. Juzi and his wife are honest people, but it's a pity that they met such a pair of blood parents. Dia, our family is small, and we can interact more with Juzi's family in the future. Our family used to have some friendship with him. You help him when you encounter problems, and he can help us when we encounter problems in the future. Lu Qingqing nodded when she heard this. The Qin family has a small population. If they want to gain a foothold in the village, they really need to make friends with more families. Late at night in the space. After Lu Qingqing pulled out the last potato stalk, she dug out the potatoes buried in the soil and put them in the basket beside her. Then she straightened up and patted the soil on her hands. Looking at the big round potatoes in front of her, she seemed to have eaten spicy and sour potato shreds, potato stewed with pork ribs, braised potato slices, sweet bowl mashed potatoes, and other delicacies. There were not many potato seeds bought before, and Lu Qingqing was reluctant to eat them, so she used them all for planting. Now that she has finally harvested, she has neatly collected all the potatoes in the field and put them on the shelf. She took 2 big potatoes and picked a bright red tomato from the vegetable garden. She prepared to make herself a midnight snack. She was not afraid of the sound being transmitted in the space, so she quickly cut the potatoes into shreds with a kitchen knife. Her knife skills were average, and the potato shreds were a bit coarse, but she didn't mind eating them herself, and she cut the tomatoes into pieces for later use. She skillfully put oil in the wok, sautéed the chopped green onions, poured in the potato shreds, stir-fried until cooked, and then added the tomato pieces. Seeing that the dish was done, she scooped it into a bowl. Seeing the sizzling oil at the bottom of the wok, Lu Qingqing, who had been used to a hard life since she came here, was reluctant to waste it, so she took a hot white flour bun and wiped the bottom of the wok. She took a bite of the big bun and paired it with the refreshing potato shreds, which was a perfect match. Lu Qingqing finished eating with great enjoyment, touched her round belly, and squinted with satisfaction. Although the potatoes were cut a little thick, it did not affect the taste. He looked at the clean bottom of the bowl, rinsed it with clean water, and put the bowl on the shelf. The shelves bought before were all full. The shelf next to the rest area only had one layer for daily necessities and cooked food. The picked vegetables filled a long shelf alone, and the rest of the shelves were mostly for food. Even the top layer that had not been used before was filled with things on wooden blocks. Those that could not be placed were placed on the open space on the north side of the space, with a thick layer of hay underneath. Now, the potatoes and sweet potatoes in the space have been harvested. The newly planted wheat and corn are only half a person tall, and the vegetables in the vegetable garden have been harvested twice, with only a small portion of tomatoes left that are not fully mature. The yams and yam beans mature one after another, and the fallen yam beans often grow into new plants because they are not picked up in time. During this period, the yams took up more and more space, and Lu Qingqing had no choice but to dig up some of the yams. A fence was made with branches, and all the yams in the fence could not be eaten. In the chicken coop, the pheasants have grown up, but they have not started laying eggs yet. I don't know, I wonder if it's because of the breed, they are not as fat as the chickens we see today. Lu Qingqing occasionally lets them go to the fenced yam field to peck at the yam beans that have fallen on the ground. The chestnut trees and peach trees are also growing very lushly. According to the growth rate of the space, it is estimated that it will take another year or two for them to bear fruit. Lu Qingqing also deepened the trap in the northwest direction of the space, and it is now more than 3 meters deep. Some sharpened branches are inserted at the bottom, so that if they encounter danger again, they can be put into the trap of the space. Compared with the outside world, the current space is like a paradise. There are no hot summers and cold winters, the temperature is suitable, and there is water and food. After this batch of wheat and corn matures, Lu Qingqing plans to stop planting wheat and corn in the short term. On the one hand, the food in the space is enough for her to eat for a long time. The more important reason is that it is too uncomfortable to harvest wheat and corn. The sharp thorns of wheat ears made her feel itchy all over, and the corn leaves were even sharper. If she was not careful, she would leave a blood mark. After finally finishing the harvest, Lu Qingqing was stumped by peeling and grinding wheat seeds. She accidentally found an abandoned millstone in the village, and after a simple repair, she started grinding flour and cornmeal again. Fortunately, after coming to the Qin family, she had her own house, so she had more time to operate. Lu Qingqing planned to take a few days off and plant another crop of potatoes and sweet potatoes. These two crops are much more convenient to harvest and simple to eat. She picked some ripe tomatoes from the vegetable garden and threw a few ripe and cracked ones directly into the chicken pen. When the pheasants saw the food, they scrambled to peck at it. After washing up, Lu Qingqing shivered as soon as she came out of the space. It was too cold. Hearing the whistling wind outside the window, she tightened her clothes and leaned over to the window to look out. It was white outside, and the light reflected by the snow on the ground was barely enough to see the situation outside. Outside the window, the wind blew large flakes of snow into the air, and the gate of the courtyard was shaken and creaked. The path swept out in the yard was covered with snow again, and a thick layer of snow was piled on the well cover in front of the house. Lu Qingqing returned to the Kong and touched the Kong head, which was only slightly warm. She went to the stove outside to add firewood, sealed the stove mouth, and went back to sleep. When Chen Lang called her to exercise in the morning, the snow was much smaller, and Chen Lang had already swept the snow in the yard. Because it was cold and snowing, after dinner, Lu Qingqing learned to make shoes with Grandma Qin in the house. At this time, Chen Lang heard a knock on the door outside. After opening the door, it was Danny from Zhuzi's family who ran in. She cried and begged Grandma Qin to save her parents. When the 3 Qin family members rushed to Zhuzi's house was in chaos. Zhuzi's mother grabbed Zhuzi's wife's hair and was trying to the key from her. Zhuzi's wife held the key tightly and refused to let go. Ernie was so scared that she burst into tears. Zhuzi's father was holding a quilt in his hand, and Zhuzi's younger brother Erxi was holding half a bag of grain in his hand. "Yukai family, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Grandma Qin shouted loudly. Zhuzi's father and his family were stunned when they saw the Qin family suddenly appear. Zhuzi's mother saw someone coming and held her hand tighter. Zhuzi's wife didn't care about her hair being pulled and called for help from the Qin family. Seeing that Zhuzi's mother was about to take the key away, Lu Qingqing stepped forward quickly and pinched the numb tendons of Zhuzi's mother's arm. Feeling the pain, Zhuzi's mother couldn't help but let go of the hand holding the bag. "What are you Qin family members doing here?" "This is my eldest son's house." Zhuzi's mother rubbed her arm while speaking and glared at Lu Qingqing fiercely. "People who know you are Zhuzi's mother, but people who don't know you think you are the bandits from that village who came down the mountain to rob." Grandma Qin said to Zhuzi's mother with a cold face, and then turned to look at Zhuzi's father. "Zhuzi's father, although I am an outsider, I have lived in Lujia village for so many years. You and my former head of the family also had some contacts. You are so shameless to come over and say a few words. What are you doing with all these bags?" Zhuzi's father seemed to remember some bad experiences in the past. Seeing Grandma Qin's cold face, he laughed dryly and said, "Isn't there anything to eat at home? I came here because Zhuzi said he wanted to give me some millet as a filial gift." "You're talking nonsense. This millet was bought by Dad for me and Ernie to drink. There's nothing else to eat at home, and you still come to rob. You are all bad people." Danny's face was full of hatred. She stared at Wang Youcai's family and retorted loudly. Zhuzi's father's face froze, and he winked at Zhuzi's mother. "You little loser, are you worthy of eating such good millet? My son was killed by your family. Now he is almost dead, and you still want to occupy my son's food."
Bah.
Zhuzi's mother cursed and wanted to hit Danny. Zhuzi's wife quickly reached out and hugged Danny and Ernie. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, my father isn't dead yet, and you're already thinking of stealing food. All the food in this family is grown by me with great effort, and the money Zhuzi earned from doing odd jobs has been taken away by you. My father had a high fever today, and he even started to twitch. I thought that my second brother had a fever before, and he hadn't finished taking the medicine that my father sent him, so I wanted to ask for a dose to boil for him. Who knew that instead of the medicine, you brought back this family of jackals?" When Zhuzi's wife said this, she turned her head and stared at Zhuzi's father. "Father-in-law, when you separated our family, you gave us 1.5 acres of wasteland out of the 8 acres of land in the family. You didn't even give us any tools for the division of the family, and this house is still the thatched house that Uncle Qin built before. Every year, we send you the New Year gifts early, not to mention the work we have done for you."
I didn't lie about these things.
Zhuzi's father's face was stiff, and he said vaguely, "It's all in the past. Why are you still talking about it?" Seeing this, Grandma Qin stepped forward. "Zhuzi's father, we have all lived in Lujia village for decades. You know, anything that happens in this village spreads very quickly. Your eldest grandson is 4 years old now, right? He will have to get married in the future. It's not a good reputation for these parents to force their son and daughter-in-law's family to death." When Zhuzi's mother heard this, she wanted to scold him, but was frightened by a look from Zhuzi's father. Seeing this, Grandma Qin continued, "Besides, Zhuzi has been honest since he was young, and he is filial to you. After getting through this, he will continue to be filial to you in the future." When Zhuzi's father heard this, his expression eased, and he said, "Since we can't help Zhuzi here, we'll go back first." Hearing this, Erxi, who knew that he couldn't take advantage today, wanted to sneak away with the food. As soon as he reached the door of the house, he saw Lu Qingqing stride over and close the door. "Brother Erxi, the bag you're holding is from Brother Zhuzi. Don't bother to take it to the kitchen, just put it here." He took a step forward and snatched the bag. Seeing this, Zhuzi's father quietly put the quilt in his hand on the edge of the Kong and shouted to Zhuzi's mother that he was about to leave. But then he heard Grandma Qin say, "Since Zhuzi didn't finish the medicine he bought for Erxi, give the rest to Zhuzi. When Zhuzi wakes up, he will also be grateful for his parents and brothers. Dia, go with Erxi to get the medicine. Don't let them run again in this cold weather." Lu Qingqing responded obediently and followed them to the village. Seeing this, Chen Lang hurried over to catch up. On the way, Zhuzi's mother wanted to mock Lu Qingqing and the others. Just as she opened her mouth, she was grabbed hard by Juzi's father and immediately became obedient. When she got the medicine back, she saw Juzi's wife holding Grandma Qin's hand with red eyes. She must have cried. Lu Qingqing helped to boil the medicine, and when Juzi's wife fed him the medicine, Juzi woke up. Looking at his wife's red eyes and listening to the crying of Danny beside him, he also knew what happened. Although he knew before that his parents didn't love him, he was still very sad. These were his biological parents. In the past, he always lied to himself that as long as he was more filial to his parents, helped with more work, and obeyed his younger brother, his parents would also love him. After this life and death crisis, he finally understood that he really had no fate with his parents. When he was a child, he also heard from the villagers that because his head was too big when he was born, he couldn't be born for a long time, which caused his mother to have a difficult delivery and hurt her body for several years without having children. Within 2 years, a monk who came to the village to beg for alms came and calculated that he was born to bring bad luck to his relatives, and his parents believed it. Especially his mother. She felt that she had been vomiting a lot since she was pregnant with him, and she almost died during childbirth. Afraid of being killed, she wished that he would have an accident since she was a child. No matter how much he tried to please his parents and brother, they never treated him as a family member. After Juzi realized this, he was completely disappointed. Knowing that it was thanks to Grandma Qin's family that the family could keep the food to survive, he wanted to get up and thank Grandma Qin, but was stopped. Okay, Juzi, there's no need to talk about this between us. You should take good care of your injuries first, and we will go back first. On the way back, Lu Qingqing recalled that she always felt that Juzi's father was a little afraid of Grandma Qin. Grandma Qin understood Lu Qingqing's puzzled eyes and explained to her. When Juzi was a child, he often didn't have enough food and wandered around the village hungry. Grandma Qin felt sorry for him and often brought him some food. After getting to know each other, Grandpa Qin felt that Juzi was simple by nature and a good child who knew how to be grateful. Seeing that he had a good foundation, he thought about teaching him martial arts. The Wang family thought that the apprenticeship gift would not be paid, so he asked Juzi to go back and inform his parents, which was also a clear way out. At that time, Grandpa Qin was considered a capable person in the village with good martial arts. At that time, bandits were rampant, and the old village chief came to ask Grandpa Qin to his son Lu Tianming to the imperial examination. Along the way, Grandpa Qin saved Lu Tianming and his classmates many times, and was deeply grateful to the old village chief's family. The old village chief's family has lived in Lujia village for generations, and they are relatives of most families in the village. He has been the village chief for many years and has a high prestige. After this incident, the Qin family also gained a firm foothold in Lujia village. Grandpa Qin saw that Erxi was spoiled by his family and was lazy, and his bones were not as good as Juzi's, so he politely refused. Juzi's father ran several times, and seeing that Grandpa Qin really didn't want to accept Erxi, he started to ask Grandpa Qin for money. At that time, Lu Tianming had just passed the exam and went to the county government to be an official. Some powerful and wealthy families in the county needed martial artists to them, so they recommended them to Grandpa Qin. There were also 2 strong men in the village who occasionally followed Grandpa Qin once or twice. After they came back, their families were very happy, seeing that they had made money. Juzi's father also wanted to go, but he didn't know any martial arts and was not strong, so Grandpa Qin naturally refused again. This time, Juzi's father had a crooked mind and told the village chief that Grandpa Qin agreed to let him go because he had been running to Qin's house recently, and Juzi was accepted as an apprentice by Grandpa Qin. The old village chief didn't doubt it. When he went to the county and Grandpa Qin found out, the host had already counted the number of people and was ready to set off. At this time, he could only let him follow, but this time, Juzi's father caused trouble. On the way, when he met bandits, Juzi's father was too scared and accidentally alarmed the bandits, causing the host family to lose a lot of property. After returning, the host family insisted on punishing him and also took the matter out on Grandpa Qin and detained everyone. Thanks to Lu Tianming's intervention and selling favors, they were bailed out. When they returned to the village, The old village chief was furious and wanted to drive Juzi's father and his family out of Lujia village. The Wang family members pleaded for him, so he was not driven out. However, Juzi's father was severely punished, which frightened Juzi's father so much that he couldn't stop being afraid when he saw the old village chief. Since then, Grandpa Qin has no good face for him. Whenever he enters the Qin family, he will be picked up and thrown out. Juzi's father took out his anger on Juzi. During that time, Juzi was often injured and had no food to eat. He had no choice but to live in the Qin family for a while. It was not until Juzi was older and his parents saw that the child could work that they coaxed and threatened Juzi to take him back. Later, Grandpa Qin passed away. Juzi helped Grandma Qin and sent Grandpa Qin off despite his parents' opposition. Over the years, Juzi often came to help with the Qin family's work. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing felt at ease. The old village chief's family has a good relationship with my family, and Juzi's family is also close to my family. If I encounter problems in the future, I will have someone to help me. 2 days later, Juzi's wife came to deliver a letter. Juzi's fever has subsided, and he can get up now. They felt relieved after hearing this. Knowing that Juzi's family did not have enough firewood, Grandma Qin also brought a large bundle of firewood to Juzi's wife. Knowing that his family did not have enough food, she also gave Juzi's wife half a bag of food. Juzi's wife refused but took it back. After returning home, Juzi was even more grateful. It's been snowing outside, and the temperature is getting lower and lower. Now the temperature has reached more than 20 degrees below zero, and it has never been so low in previous years. Grandma Qin has had a cough for the past 2 days. Lu Qingqing wanted to make some cold medicine for her, but Grandma Qin thought she just caught a cold and refused to let her waste the medicine. Lu Qingqing had to boil a large pot of tea and put some brown sugar in it, hoping that she would feel better after drinking it. Grandma Qin is old and afraid of cold. Lu Qingqing now heats the Kong every day and doesn't let Grandma Qin go out. The snow outside is getting heavier and heavier, and the family has to go out to sweep the snow every day. The roof of the Qin family is still covered with tiles, which is more supportive, but it still needs to be swept twice a day. Many families in the village who use thatch have to sweep more frequently to prevent the roof from collapsing. Maybe because they have been exercising with Chen Lang and eating nutritious food, they didn't get sick this time when the temperature dropped. Lu Qingqing now follows Chen Lang to sweep the snow on the roof every day and then transports the snow in the yard out. With daily exercise, her strength has increased a lot, and she doesn't feel tired when holding a bow and arrow. Now, except for cooking and sweeping snow, the two stay in Grandma Qin's room every day. When Chen Lang is bored, he shows Grandma Qin a set of swordsmanship. A Tang sword is danced vigorously, and Grandma Qin occasionally loses her concentration, as if she is missing something. Since yesterday, Lu Qingqing also found a wooden board with a circle carved on it as a target and practiced archery. She kept missing the target, which made Grandma Qin laugh continuously. Lu Qingqing scratched her hair awkwardly, thinking it was an alternative version of colorful clothes to entertain parents. Following Chen Lang's instructions, after many misses, she finally shot the arrow onto the wooden board. Lu Qingqing was surprised that Chen Lang was really amazing. She had never seen him practice archery before, but after picking up the bow and arrow, he was so accurate that it was scary. The Qin family was harmonious, but the Lu family was in a mess. Since Aria was sold, second Aunt Lu, who had always been taciturn and submissive, became gloomy. Because she didn't give birth to a son, she was often bullied by Grandma Lu and Lu Li and dared not say a word. On this day, Lu Li used the excuse of feeling unwell again and wanted to push the lunch work to second Aunt Lu. This time second Aunt Lu didn't remain silent anymore. She stared at Lu Li with a gloomy face, stood up suddenly, and kicked the stool next to Lu Li far away. This action frightened Lu Li, and after reacting, she wanted to make a fuss. Second Aunt Lu stared at Mrs. Lu Li and approached her step by step. Seeing Second Aunt Lu like this, Mrs. Lu was so scared that she screamed and ran to Old Lady Lu's room, shouting as she ran, "Mom, the second daughter-in-law is crazy. She is crazy and wants to hit people." Old Lady Lu listened to the eldest daughter-in-law yelling and scolded impatiently. "Old lady, what are you yelling about again? You can't yell all the time." Mrs. Lu Li was so scared that she ran into Old Lady Lu's room. Seeing second Aunt Lu approaching step by step, she hid behind Old Lady Lu in fear. "Mom, it's nothing. My eldest sister-in-law said she was not feeling well and asked me to help her cook dinner. I have no strength since I was sick last time, so I didn't agree." After second Aunt Lu came over, she glanced at Mrs. Lu Li and said to Old Lady Lu. Old Lady Lu glared at the two of them. "I think you are just too full, and you still have the energy to make a fuss. Mind your own business in the future. Don't bother me. If you keep making noise, you will be hungry for a day." Old Lady Lu drove the two out irritably. They were already hungry, cold and hungry these days, and the old lady was still making a fuss. In fact, Old Lady Lu knew that it was the old lady who was bullying, but the eldest daughter-in-law gave birth to her grandson after all. She would usually say a few nice words to coax her, so she turned a blind eye. As for the second daughter-in-law, she would not get it even if she was beaten with 3 sticks. If there was any dirty and tiring work that was difficult to order the two daughters-in-law to do, let her do it. As for the little tricks between the sisters-in-law, Old Lady Lu was too lazy to care. She deserved to be bullied because she was stupid. Lu Li, who was driven out, did not dare to stay with second Aunt Lu at all and ran back to the house quickly. After closing the door, Mrs. Lu Li leaned on the window to look outside, only to see Aunt Lu still staring at their room grimly. She was so scared that she quickly climbed onto the Kong to talk to Lu Lauda. After listening to a few words, Lu Lauda waved his hand impatiently. "Hasn't the second son's wife always been very honest? Area was sold recently, so she must be in a bad mood. Just don't mess with her." After saying that, he turned over and continued to sleep. Seeing her husband like this, Mrs. Lu Li was so angry that she slapped the quilt. She was afraid of waking him up and getting beaten, so she could only lie down helplessly. At this time, Aunt Lu Er, who had returned to the room, looked at Lu Lao Er, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, her eyes full of hatred. In the middle of the night, it was Lu Lao Er's turn to go to the roof to sweep the snow, and Aunt Lu Er came over with a ladder to set it up. Watching Lu Lao Er climb up step by step, just as he was about to climb to the roof, Lu Lao Er's feet slipped and he fell backwards. He fell heavily to the ground with a thump. The sound of broken bones was faintly heard, and then Lu Lauer wailed while holding his leg. Aunt Lu Er felt relieved when she saw him in pain. It was no wonder that she had been looking for opportunities to steal oil and polish the ladder these days. When Aunt Lu Er knew that Arya was beaten in the Li family, she begged Lu Lauer more than once. He said indifferently that which woman would not be beaten as a wife, as long as she was not beaten to death. But it was her daughter who was beaten. She was so young and so obedient. She was almost beaten to death by the group of demons in the Li family, and her husband, Arya's biological father, actually said that it was okay as long as she was not beaten to death. At that time, she began to hate Lu Lauer. And now, she finally found an opportunity. She has been secretly swiping oil when cooking these days. At night, she polished the soles of Lu Lauer's shoes until they were smooth, and then she polished the top section of the ladder away from people. Finally, she waited for the opportunity. In the middle of the night, it was Lu Lauer who went up to the house to sweep the snow. When she took the ladder, she smeared oil on the polished ladder. After seeing Lu Lauer fall and break his leg, Aunt Lu stood there and watched for a while in a good mood. Did he also feel the pain of his daughter? When she heard the noise coming from the house, Aunt Lu hurried forward, helped up Lu Lauer, who was holding his leg and crying in pain, and moved back to her room step by step. At this time, Old Man Lu had also come over and watched his second son crying in pain. He walked forward and touched it, sighed, and said that his leg was broken. Old Man Lu found 2 boards and Lu Lauer's legs, which was considered a simple treatment. Lu Lauer was afraid that he would become in the future, so he begged, "Dad, please go find a doctor. I'm still so young. What will I do if I become crippled?" Old Man Lu looked at his second son and sighed. "Second son, There is no money in the family to pay for your doctor's visit. Lu Lauer then remembered that all the money in the family had been lost because of his third brother. Dad, I'm still young. I don't want to be a. Please think of a way. Lu Lauer now regarded Old Man Lu as his only lifeline and kept begging. Old Man Lu looked at his second son with a distressed face, but he could do nothing. Lu Lauer seemed to remember something at this time. Dad, we still have Sanya at home. You can sell Sanya to treat my legs. My area was sold because of Lao San. Now it's time to sell his daughter. Dad, you can't be partial. Lu Lao San happened to walk to the door at this time, and he was anxious when he heard this. Dad, Sanya is the daughter left to me by Li Nyang. She is still so young. I have already lost Li Nyang. I can't lose Sanya again. Second brother, area was promised to the Li family because the family needed to change the grain seeds. Don't talk nonsense. Why change the grain seeds? Isn't it because of you that we lost all the money in the family? Old Man Lu looked at the two brothers who had fallen out with each other, scratched his head in pain. Okay, stop arguing. Let me think of a solution. Lu Lauer glared at Lu Lao San, who was leaving, thinking that his parents were partial to the third son, and it had been like this since he was a child. After Lu Lao San left, he went back to the house and looked at Sanya sleeping on the Kong, and thought of Li Nyang who was taken away, and sobbed and cried softly again. At this time, in Old Man Lu's room, old Mrs. Lu looked at the old man who kept smoking, and the thick smoke rings could not cover his sad face. Old man, can the second son's leg be healed? Old Man Lu heard the old woman ask her, and silently puffed on the pipe for a long time before saying, I feel that the leg is broken and dislocated, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to heal in the future. If we go to the county to have a look, there is still a possibility, but the situation outside is like this now, and we can't go out. Besides, we don't have the money to treat him now. The two of them were silent for a while. That night, many people in the Lu family suffered from insomnia. At lunch the next day, because Lu Lauer's leg was broken, each family began to take food back to the house for lunch. Because Lu Lauer was injured, old lady Lu specially left a bowl of thicker porridge for him. Aunt Lu went over and took 2 bowls of porridge and walked back, deliberately walking slowly, watching everyone else go back to the house. Then she hid at the door of the house, quietly scooped a large spoonful of thick coarse grain porridge and hid it in the handkerchief. After hiding the handkerchief, she went back to the house as if nothing had happened. That night, Lu Qingqing had just come out of the space, and the house was as cold as an ice cellar. Climbing onto the Kong, she couldn't feel any warmth. Just as she was thinking about adding some firewood to the stove, she heard a frozen creaking sound outside the house. The sound came from far away, and Lu Qingqing felt inexplicably panicked. She quickly walked to the window and saw a gust of wind blowing in the distance, condensing a layer of frost wherever it went. Seeing it getting closer and closer, Lu Qingqing grabbed the quilt on the Kong and ran quickly towards Grandma Qin's room. She pushed open the door and shook the two of them up. The cold wave is coming. Everything outside is frozen. Quickly take the quilt and mattress and follow me to the stove. Lu Qingqing shouted at the two of them while dragging the quilt and mattress to the kitchen. There was still an old wood burning in the stove. She threw a large piece of straw to start the fire and watched the flames quickly jump up. She directly moved the iron pot down and quickly added durable firewood into it. At this time, Grandma Qin and Chen Lang had also come over wearing cotton clothes and dragging quilts and mattresses. She didn't have time to explain to them, so she asked Grandma Qin to add firewood to make the fire burn as vigorously as possible. The stove was in a small room, so Chen Lang took out the extra quilts and mattresses from the closet and quickly blocked the windows and doors. Lu Qingqing quickly set up. 2 fires were built, and the 3 of them were surrounded by them. Chen Lang was still spreading the mattress at the door, and Lu Qingqing heard the creaking sound of ice getting closer. She pulled Chen Lang back, and the 3 of them huddled up in the quilt. There were 3 thick mattresses underneath, and 3 thick quilts piled on top of each other to press on them. Only then did they feel that they were no longer shivering. Some more straw was added, and the flames in front of them jumped up. Looking at the door, the cold wave had arrived, and a layer of frost had condensed on the quilt in front of the door. The cold waves spread through the house at an extremely fast speed, and the walls were visibly frozen. A layer of frost formed, followed by the water tank at the door. Seeing the frost coming towards them, Lu Qingqing felt her heart was about to stop. The fire in the fire was also suppressed at that moment. Just when Lu Qingqing was about to take the two people into the space, the frost bypassed the fire and continued to move forward. Lu Qingqing was surprised and happy, and hurriedly threw handfuls of flammable hay into the fire. Seeing the flames burn again, she felt a little relieved. At this time, Lu Qingqing felt that her face was numb from the cold, and her teeth were chattering. She tried to control it, but felt that her whole body was shaking. Grandma Chen and Chen Lang beside her were also shivering. Their faces were blue and purple from the cold. Lu Qingqing called Chen Lang to hug Grandma Chen together, and the three of them moved closer to the fire. They added a handful of straw, and as the flames jumped up, they felt better. All three fires were burning vigorously, and after a long time, Lu Qingqing finally recovered a little. It seems that this wave of cold current has passed. Grandma Chen beside her still couldn't stop shivering. Lu Qingqing hurriedly put the pot on the stove and boiled a large pot of brown sugar water. After the three of them held bowls and drank a few bowls of hot water, they finally felt better. I don't know if the cold current will come again, and I dare not sleep anymore. The 3 piles of firewood were kept burning vigorously. It felt like they had been burning for a long time, and finally the day broke. The door of the house was frozen by frost. Lu Qingqing knocked hard a few times before it opened. A sharp cold wind blew in her face, and she couldn't help shivering. Looking around, the entire farmyard was covered with a layer of frost, as if she had entered a world of ice and snow. The snow on the ground maintained its shape blown by the wind, with layers of wavy textures extending along the wind direction, and then being frozen in the cold current, showing a regular pattern. In the yard, the branches of the previously dead sycamore tree were covered with frost. On the trunk, circles of ice patterns were like the rings of time, recording the low temperature of the cold current. On the roof, the accumulated snow was frozen into a whole layer of ice, and the ice layer maintained its shape after being blown by the wind. Worried that the roof would collapse, Lu Qingqing settled Grandma Chen and began to clean the ice and snow on the roof with Chen Lang. Chen Lang knocked with the baffle, and the ice and snow made a crisp cracking sound, broke off and fell to the ground, shattering all over the ground. The snow in the yard had frozen, and the two had to use hose and other farm tools to shovel the snow and push the broken snow into pieces in the ditch in front of the door. When the two finished cleaning and returned to the house, they found that Grandma Chen's face looked a little bad. Lu Qingqing was a little worried. She touched her forehead and found that she did not have a fever. Thinking that eating something hot might be better, she cooked a pot of millet porridge. After seeing Grandma Chen finish eating, she seemed to be in better spirits. Chen Lang looked at the bedridden Grandma Chen, afraid that she would disappear like Grandpa, so he began to stay by her side. Grandma Chen looked at Chen Lang like this and comforted him softly. At this time, the gong sounded in the village, calling the villagers to gather. Grandma Chen asked Chen Lang to go with her, but Lu Qingqing refused. Chen Lang was in a bad mood, and someone had to stay at home to take care of Grandma Chen. So he walked to the village alone. The snow on the ground was frozen very solid. When going downhill, Lu Qingqing fell several times. I went to Zhuzi's house first and saw Zhuzi and Zhuzi's wife cleaning the snow on the roof. The thatched roof was a little bent. They were very happy to see Lu Qingqing coming over. Dia, how is your family? Are Grandma Chen and Chen Lang okay? Lu Qingqing stepped forward to hold the ladder, looked at Zhuzi's wife coming down, and asked, "We're all fine. How are Danny and Ernie?" Zhuzi's wife patted the broken ice on her body and said, "Ernie has been coughing these days. In order to take care of her, I slept very late last night. As soon as I felt cold, I lit a fire, which saved the whole family." Seeing that Zhuzi and his wife still had to clean up, Lu Qingqing went to the village first. Several families in the north of the village were very quiet. Through the low courtyard wall, you can see the house directly, and there is no sign of stepping on the snow in the yard. Lu Qingqing didn't dare to think too much. She passed by the old village chief's house. Fortunately, his courtyard door was open, and there were voices coming from the house. Lu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the old village chief's wife packing up, she greeted him after entering the house. Lu Qingqing followed the old village chief and his group to the village entrance. At the village entrance, the situation was better than Lu Qingqing expected. More than 200 young men and women from the village came, but very few elderly people and children came. It was not known whether they were afraid of the cold and did not come or had passed away. Seeing that no one was coming, the village chief began to assign people, several people in a group, to start from the south of the village and search one by one. As long as the door was not open, they went in to check. Lu Qingqing and Zhuzi and his wife and a young man from the village searched together. The first household they went to was an old widower in the village. His wife and children had passed away early in his life, and he lived alone. Zhuzi climbed over the wall and opened the door. When Lu Qingqing pushed open the door, she was still shocked even though she was mentally prepared. Next to the stove, the old man was curled up in a torn quilt, still holding the action of lighting a fire in his hand, and fell next to the stove. His whole body was covered with a layer of frost, and his face was filled with fear. The firewood in the stove was not lit. From the old man's movements, it can be inferred that he was awakened by the cold when the cold wave came. But he moved too slowly, and before he could light the firewood, his body was already numb from the cold. The firewood was not lit, and he died after leaning against the stove for a while. Several people rolled up the old man with a mat, put him in the main room, and continued to the next house. Passing by a house with an open door, there was a row of mats and quilts rolled up in the main room. Lu Qingqing glanced and saw 6 of them. I remember meeting the aunt of this house when I was fetching water. She greeted Lu Qingqing with a smile and happily said that her daughter-in-law was pregnant, and the woman and her child are now on a mat inside. Lu Qingqing didn't dare to look at it anymore and walked forward quickly. From time to time, people could be heard crying on the road. This cold wave took the lives of many people in the village, whether they were children, young people, or the elderly. It was not until near noon that all the families in the village were searched. The village chief counted the number of people, and the cold wave took away a total of 213 people. Most of the dead were elderly people living alone, or the whole family froze to death in their sleep. However, there was only one family where the young man was still alive, but his parents were frozen to death. Now this family has been fighting. This family has been separated, and the parents live with the youngest son, Lu Lianghe. The eldest son, Lu Liangjiang, is now pulling his younger brother's collar and punching his younger brother in the face and body, crying and beating. Lu Qingqing has an impression of this family. The eldest son of this family is honest and straightforward, while the younger son is sweet-mouthed, coaxing his parents to favor him. The custom of dividing the family in the village is to follow the eldest son, and the family property is also divided more to the eldest son. In order to give the younger son more property, the old couple separated the eldest son's family. The younger son is a coward. When the cold wave came last night, he did not dare to cross the yard to the east wing room to wake up his parents. The old couple died in their sleep. The eldest son saw his parents froze to death, but his younger brother and his family were alive and well, so they started fighting in anger. Lu Qingqing didn't pay attention to these anymore. She was worried about Grandma Qin's health, so she hurried back. When they got home, Grandma Qin was lying on the Kong with her eyes closed. She coughed from time to time, and her cheeks were unnaturally flushed. She was already unconscious. Lu Qingqing hurried forward and touched Grandma Qin's forehead. Her fever was getting worse. Chen Lang sat beside her and patted Grandma Qin's back. His other hand unconsciously stroked the wooden teether. Lu Qingqing knew that Grandma Qin's illness made Chen Lang more nervous. Lu Qingqing hurried to find the herbs for treating colds and boiled them in the kitchen. After feeding Grandma Qin the thick Chinese medicine juice, she was worried that the 2 of them would get sick, so she added water to the herbs in the jar and boiled them. The color of the medicine soup boiled this time was much lighter. She thought she was going to coax Chen Lang to drink the medicine, but He glanced at the medicine bowl, picked it up and drank it all in one breath. The bitterness of the medicine made him wrinkle his nose. Seeing Lu Qingqing looking at him, he said, "Grandma said that you have to take medicine obediently and not get sick so that you can take care of your family. Dia, you have to take medicine obediently too." As he said that, he lowered his head and touched the top of Lu Qingqing's head. Lu Qingqing also closed her eyes and swallowed it in one gulp, her mouth full of bitterness. It was not until the afternoon that Grandma Qin woke up. Seeing the red eyes of the two people lying on the Kong, she patted their heads and comforted them. "Grandma is fine. Don't worry." Lu Qingqing was afraid that the cold wave would come again, so she hung all the quilts and mattresses in the house on the wall, door and window, and also hung straw mats on the outer wall. There were not many quilts, so Lu Qingqing also moved to Grandma Qin's room, and the three of them slept on a big Kong to be warmer. A few braziers were lit in the room, so it was indeed much warmer. But Grandma Qin's illness was intermittent and never fully recovered. During this period, Zhuzi's family and the old village chief's youngest son Lu Tianxin came to visit and chatted with her. Seeing that Grandma Qin was not in good spirits, he went back. Snow kept falling, and the weather was getting colder and colder. The snow on the bottom layer had already frozen. In the village, the families who had previously cleared the snow on the street had to stop this action. After a while outside, I felt my hands and feet were numb, and it was too easy to get frostbite. Each family began to clean their roofs and yards. The snow on the road kept piling up and getting thicker. For some families with low walls, the snow outside the yard was almost as high as the wall. Grandma Qin had been coughing badly. Lu Qingqing was worried about her health, so she took out a pheasant from behind the house while sweeping the snow. After twisting the neck, she rolled the pheasant in the snow nest. When she felt it was enough, she ran back to the house. When Grandma Qin saw the pheasant, she thought that the pheasant ran out of the mountain because of hunger due to lack of food in winter. She was very happy and her spirits were better. Lu Qingqing cleaned the pheasant and stewed chicken soup. Seeing Grandma Qin drink it, she felt a little more relaxed. She fed Grandma Qin some tender chicken meat, but she stopped eating after a little bit and insisted that the two of them eat some more. Lu Qingqing gave Chen Lang the chicken feet and wings, which were his favorite parts. She simply ate 2 pieces of meat and stopped moving. Grandma Qin needed nutrition to replenish her body. After eating chicken soup and Chinese medicine for several days, Grandma Qin finally felt better. She sat up and watched Chen Lang play with a knife, praising his knife skills as good as his grandfather's. She also watched Lu Qingqing practice archery, which was better than before, and she didn't miss the target again and again, and praised her for her great progress. Seeing that Grandma Qin was happy, Lu Qingqing and the others practiced more vigorously every day. Finally, when Lu Qingqing practiced without missing the target, Grandma Qin finally got better. She felt bored staying in the house for a long time, so she would go out for a walk every day. In fact, there was nothing to see outside. It was white outside, and the snow covered the entire village. Most of the trees in the village died in the drought, and before winter came, the villagers cut them down and took them home for firewood. There was not even a big tree in the whole village. When you go out, you can only see a vast expanse of white, and you can't even find the road. If you look closely, you can see the roofs and smoke rising from the white after the snow is swept, which let them know that there are still people in the village. Grandma Qin has lost a lot of weight after this illness. Lu Qingqing began to cook in different ways every day. There was not much bacon at home, so she learned the method taught by Grandma Qin before and made bacon with the pork in the space. The newly made bacon was more tender. When she ate it for the first time, Grandma Qin said that the bacon fried this time was softer and she ate it better. There was enough food at home, and Lu Qingqing didn't worry about the shortage of food. 3 meals a day plus supper. The 3 people who ate all gained weight. Chen Lang grew up very fast, and the legs of his cotton pants were shorter. This time, Lu Qingqing made it for him. Thinking that he grew fast, she added an extra leg. When the sewing was done, Chen Lang wore the mended cotton pants and happily walked around the room to show them off. Grandma Qin also praised her for her good sewing. In fact, Lu Qingqing knew that the stitches on the trouser legs were crooked and uneven. However, she would not go against the good intentions of her family. That night, Lu Qingqing was still asleep when she was awakened by Grandma Chen. Chen Lang, who was beside her, had just gotten up and whispered, "Someone is coming in from outside. You and Grandma should be careful. I'll go over and take a look." Seeing Chen Lang pick up the Tang sword and walk quietly to the door and stand there, Lu Qingqing also went to pick up the bow and arrow. Grandma Chen's room had been sealed from the window, and only the door and the window in the room where Lu Qingqing had slept before could enter. Letting Grandma Chen follow not far behind Chen Lang, Lu Qingqing carried the bow and arrow and walked to the window of the room where she had slept before. After thinking for a while, she took out a kitchen knife and held it in her hand. The room was dark, with only some light coming in from the window. There was a movement at Chen Lang's place first. Someone was using a knife to pry open the door block little by little. Hearing the movement from Chen Lang's place, Lu Qingqing was about to go over when she saw a figure appear at the window. The shadowy figure held a long stick in his hand and went to the window to open it. The window was fastened with a rope from the inside. Seeing that the window could not be pulled open, the man took out a knife and cut the rope along the seam of the window. Before the rope was worn off, there was a chopping sound at the door. Then there was a man's scream, and the shadowy figure outside quickly ran towards the door. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing hurriedly ran towards the door, put the kitchen knife into the space, and took the bow from his back while running. With his right hand, he pulled out an arrow from the quiver at his waist, and the tip of the arrow was sharpened. When he ran to the door, he saw a shadowy figure lying on the ground, and Chen Lang was holding a Tang sword and looking at the door warily. Two tall figures rushed in from the door, one holding a hatchet and the other holding a long stick. The man with the hatchet chopped at Chen Lang. Lu Qingqing quickly put the arrow on the bowstring and pulled the string quickly with her right hand. With a whoosh, the arrow shot at the hatchet man's wrist. He screamed, and the hatchet fell to the ground in pain. At this time, another person had helped the man on the ground up. Seeing that the situation was not good, he whispered, "Quickly retreat." The three of them ran quickly towards the door, and the Chen family's door was already wide open. Chen Lang wanted to chase him, but was stopped by Grandma Chen. "Don't chase the poor enemy." These three dared to climb over the wall and rob. "It's easier to fight if you chase them." Lu Qingqing hurriedly lit the oil lamp and was relieved to see that Chen Lang was not injured. At this time, there was a large bloodstain on the ground at the door of the house. It seems that the thief was seriously injured. Chen Lang chopped the thief's arm with a knife. In a hurry, he had great force and bled a lot. In the current situation, there is no doctor in the village, and the road to the outside is blocked. I think this man is not doing well. At the Chen family, the three locked the door and cleaned up the door before returning to the Kong. At this time, they were no longer sleepy. Grandma Chen was analyzing with the two people that the people who broke in this time must be villagers. Judging from their figures, they looked like three men. The man who spoke deliberately kept his voice very low. Although the three heard it, they couldn't guess who it was. Lujia village is a big village, and it is difficult to guess accurately. The three thought about it for a long time, but they really had no clue. Now the temperature outside is too low, most of the villagers do not go out, and the village chief is not good to call all the villagers out. Moreover, the thieves last night did not succeed, but 2 thieves were injured. If no one is caught, even if you go to the village chief, it will be difficult to get any results. Grandma Chen planned to follow the footprints at dawn the next day to see where the 3 people went, and tell the village chief by the way, so that everyone can be prepared. At night, the 3 people slept restlessly. At dawn, Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang went out with weapons, and there were sporadic snowflakes in the sky. The snow underneath was frozen and the snow was not thick, so it was not difficult to walk. At the door, under a thin layer of snow, bloodstains and footprints could still be seen clearly. The 2 followed the traces to look down the hillside. After a while, the bloodstains disappeared. It was probably because the temperature was too low at night and the wounds were frozen. The 2 continued to look forward along the footprints. On the steep, the traces of slipping and falling were obvious. It was probably because it was dark at night and it was difficult to see, so the thief fell several times on the road. But when they arrived at the entrance of the village, the footprints disappeared. There were some traces of sweeping on the ground. It was probably because the thief was afraid of being followed, so he took a broom to sweep away the footprints. After entering the village, the traces on the road were more messy. The ground was covered with wool tracks, which were left by the cars when transporting snow out, and there were also scattered footprints. Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang walked around the main street, but found nothing. When they arrived at the old village chief's house, they saw 3 carriages parked in the yard of the old village chief's house, and the sound of a woman crying could be faintly heard from the house. At this time, the old village head's wife came out with a basin of blood and water to pour. When she saw Lu Qingqing and the others, she smiled reluctantly and greeted them. At this time, the old village head's wife seemed to remember something and asked Chen Lang hurriedly, "Xiao Lang, do you still have golden wound medicine at home? Your great-uncle was chopped by bandits and the bleeding has not stopped. There is no doctor in our village. What should I do?" Chen Lang remembered that when his grandfather was alive, he would prepare some golden wound medicine every year. Later, when his grandfather passed away, his grandmother handed this matter to him, and the family would prepare a batch every year. "Grandma's son, there is still some at home. I will go back and get it." When the two ran home and told Grandma Chen turned over the wooden box on the Kong. She took out a small box of medicine powder from it, thought about it, took out a porcelain bottle, and poured 2 pills on the handkerchief. She told Lu Qingqing that the one in the box was applied to the wound to stop the bleeding. The medicine wrapped in the handkerchief is, and has the effect of nourishing and producing blood. When the two arrived at the old village chief's house, the old village chief's wife was still waiting at the door. Seeing someone coming, she quickly pulled the two back into the house. In the room, there were several people dressed in rich clothes, sitting on the chairs next to them. On the Kong, Lu Tianming looked embarrassed, with a long wound on his left leg still bleeding, and the skin and flesh were rolled up, which looked very scary. When Lu Tianming saw the two, he wanted to say hello, but when he moved his body, he pulled the wound, and his face twisted in pain. Lu Qingqing hurriedly handed the medicine in her hand to the old village chief beside the bed and explained how to use it. He was delighted to see the medicine. He had seen Grandpa Qin use this medicine before. When he went out he was injured and applied this, and it had a good effect in stopping bleeding. When he first got home, he had treated the wound. Now he was busy sprinkling medicine powder on the wound of his eldest son, and the bleeding stopped soon. Lu Tianming's expression also became much more relaxed. He smiled and said to Lu Qingqing and the others, "Uncle Qin's medicine is really good. I feel that my legs don't hurt that much anymore." Seeing that the situation had improved, the old village chief and his family breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lu Qingqing and the others to sit down. At this time, Ho Hot, the younger sister of the original body, came in with tea and was stunned when she saw Lu Qingqing. "I didn't expect that Daya would grow taller after going to the Qin family. Her face had grown some flesh, and her skin had become whiter. With her delicate features, she looked like a beauty. The thick cotton coat on her body was clean and new. Daya was really different from when she was in the Lu family." Thinking of this, she looked down at her brand new coat and thought about the silver hairpin that her father bought for her in the county last time. She was still better than Daya in terms of food and clothing. Then she thought about her mother's flat nose, and her skin was dark and yellow no matter how she protected herself from the sun. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. After Ho Hot served tea to the guests, she stood beside her father Lu Tianqing. His eyes swept in the direction of Chen Lang, and seeing Chen Lang's dazed look, a touch of relief flashed in his eyes. Even if Daya looked better than himself, she still married a fool and had to live with a fool for the rest of her life. Dad loved him so much, he would definitely find a good family for him. Seeing that all the guests were seated, Lu Tianming talked about his injury. During the autumn harvest, most areas of the state capital were dry, and there was no harvest in the fields. Villagers fled famine to survive, and refugees were everywhere. Some refugees gathered in the nearby mountains and became bandits. Refugees were constantly absorbed into the bandit team and robbed nearby villages and wealthy families at will. When the cold wave hit, a large number of refugees froze to death. The rest saw that there was no food in the mountains and the temperature was low, so they became jealous of the residents in the city and gathered nearby bandits to rob the county town together. In the early morning, the bandits attacked the city gate. Because it was cold at night, most of the soldiers guarding the city went to keep warm, and they opened the city gate. A large number of bandits rushed into the city, first robbing the wealthy families in the city. Seeing the mountains of food in the rich families' homes, the bandits thought of their relatives who had starved to death and became even more ruthless. They killed almost everyone they saw and set the house on fire after robbing. The poor families in the city also took advantage of the chaos to follow behind and robbed food, silver, and jewelry. The city was in chaos in an instant, and the county government was also breached by the bandits. The county magistrate's family was killed, and the county garrison was almost killed. When Lu Tianming's family heard the sound, they quickly packed up their property and food and went out. Fortunately, they left early. Just after walking out of 2 streets, they saw a fire in their yard. Looking back at the house on fire, they didn't care about being sad and quickly drove the carriage out of the city. On the way, many residents in the city were driving carriages or pushing carts, all running towards the city gate. When they were about to reach the city gate, they saw a group of bandits slaughtering at the city gate. The closed city gate caused a group of carriages and horses to be blocked at the city gate. Seeing the bandits in front of them looting and slaughtering wantonly, under the flickering firelight, the ground was covered with blood and corpses. Some families in front of them abandoned their cars and fled back without caring about their property, and they were almost here. In the back, a steady stream of city residents were still rushing here, and they could not move back. In a hurry, Lu Tianming called his son to come with him and got out of the carriage with a big knife. When he got out of the carriage, he saw the family of Yao County Magistrate on the left rear. Yao County Magistrate and his 3 sons were also holding weapons and guarding in front of the carriage. When the 2 families met, they decided to flee together. The knives in the hands of several people were much better than the weapons in the hands of the bandits. After chopping down several bandits, the city residents saw hope and stopped retreating, and they all rushed forward. Most of the bandits were just ordinary people before. Seeing that the situation was not good, they had the idea of retreating, and there were fewer people blocking them. The city residents took the opportunity to rush to the city gate, open the gate, and everyone fled out. When Lu Tianming and his family followed the crowd out, another wave of bandits came from the city. Hearing the shouts of killing from behind, everyone scrambled to flee. Seeing that there were more companions coming from behind, the previous bandits also became confident and rushed forward to rob and kill. The carriages of the Lu and Yao families were more conspicuous among them. They were larger and more imposing than the others, and were targeted. Before the 2 families left the city gate, bandits rushed up. In order to protect the women and property in the carriage, the men of the 2 families fought with the bandits with knives. Lu Tianming's son drove the carriage, and Lu Tianming was responsible for the aftermath. When he was about to leave the city gate, Lu Tianming was caught up by a bandit with a scar on his face and chopped on his leg. The eldest son of the Yao family happened to be next to Lu Tianming. Seeing this, he chopped the scar on the neck with a knife. Seeing the man fall down, he helped Lu Tianming beside him to get on the carriage. After several people left the city gate and drove away for a long distance, they got off the carriage to discuss where to go. Yao County Magistrate's family all lived in the city. Now that the county town was captured, they had nowhere to go. Lu Tianming usually had a good relationship with Yao County Magistrate. This time, Yao's eldest son saved him, so Lu Tianming took the initiative to bring Yao's family back. After hearing this, the old village chief and his family hurriedly thanked the Yao family. After the 2 sides exchanged greetings, Yao County Magistrate asked the old village chief, "Uncle Lu, is there any vacant house in the village where our family can stay for a while?" There are indeed many vacant houses in the village, but they are all families who were frozen to death during the cold wave. The old village chief was really inconvenient to ask for such a house. Seeing this, County Magistrate Yao knew that there was a problem, so he took the initiative to speak. "Uncle Lu, In the current situation, with bandits rampant outside, my Yao family really has nowhere to go. Brother Lu took care of us and came here. I am sorry to trouble you. As long as there is a vacant house, you can let me communicate with the owner and we can discuss the money. Seeing this, the old village chief knew that he had misunderstood and waved his hand. It's not about money. There are indeed many vacant houses in the village, but they were killed when the cold wave hit. This is really not good. Suddenly, he remembered another place. There is an empty house in the north of the village. It belonged to a family in the village a few years ago. After the family became rich, they moved to the provincial capital. I asked the village to take care of it. When it first snowed, I often went there to clean it. The materials used in the house are real. It is still good after all these years, but no one has lived in it for many years. When Lu Tianming heard this, he also remembered it and pointed at Chen Lang, Brother Yao. The house is at the back of the village, not far from my nephew's house. I'll let Tianxin take you there to have a look. If it's okay, stay there for a while. When the situation in the county is clear, we'll make plans. County Magistrate Yao took his eldest son to go with Lu Tianxin to see the house. Hohat saw them leave, walked to Lu Qingqing, held her hand, and looked concerned. Dia, how are you doing at the Qin family? I see you seem to be taller than before. Lu Qingqing was a little uncomfortable with such sudden intimacy and only said vaguely, I'm doing okay. In memory, the original body was taciturn and had few friends in the village. He only had contact with Hohat, and Hohat always took the initiative to find her. Hohat's family was considered very wealthy in the village, and Hohat's father also doted on her. The clothes she wore were the best in the village. Old man Lu's family was also considered a wealthy family in the village, but his attitude towards girls was completely different. Hohat was not responsible for any serious work at home, only occasionally washing her own clothes, while her original body was responsible for most of the housework. Thinking of this, she heard Hohat's voice again. That's good, Dia. When I heard that you were sold to the Qin family by your family, I wanted to find you, but my mother stopped me. You are in the Qin family now. Do you still do so much work as before? Does the Qin family give you enough food? Without waiting for Lu Qingqing to answer, she continued, I heard that when you got married, the Qin family didn't give you a dowry, right? Grandma Qin gave so much food, and you married empty-handed. You must have been wronged. It's so cold now. Did the Qin family give you a cotton quilt to cover you? You can't stand it without a quilt in this weather. Listening to Hohat's caring words in front of her, Lu Qingqing felt that Hohat's expression was not as caring as she said, but occasionally showed a hint of pride. Grandma Qin treats me well. I didn't bring much dowry, so I have to do more work to eat in peace. Not wanting her to continue asking about her affairs, Lu Qingqing took the initiative to ask, Hohat, how have you been recently? After Lu Qingqing finished speaking, she carefully observed Hohat's expression. When she heard Lu Qingqing still wanting to do the same work as before and heard her ask about her life, she showed pride in her expression. I'm still the same at home. My father doesn't let me do much housework. He's afraid that I'll hurt my hands and won't be able to learn needlework. When it gets cold in winter, Dad asks Mom to refurbish last year's cotton quilt. Although it's a little cold now, I'm doing okay at home. Chen Lang had been playing with his toes on the side, listening to the man in front of him talking. He wanted to go home with Dia, and his grandmother must be waiting for them at home. Thinking of this, he pulled Lu Qingqing's sleeve. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing didn't want to delay any longer, so she said, Hohat, you are so lucky to have such a loving family. Oh, I suddenly remembered that there is still work to be done at home. I won't talk to you for now. I have to go back quickly. After Lu Qingqing finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to Hohat. After saying goodbye to the old village chief's family, she went with Chen Lang to remind the village chief before continuing to walk back. On the way back, Chen Lang suddenly said, I don't like Hohat, Dia. Don't play with her, okay? Lu Qingqing was stunned when she heard this, and blurted out, Why? She's not good. She doesn't really like you, unlike me. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Chen Lang was a child at heart and was more sensitive to people's emotions. The feeling that Hohat gave to Lu Qingqing was indeed different from the original body's memory. In memory, when the original body was beaten and scolded by her family and bullied, Ho-Hot would often come to comfort her. Ho-Hot gave the original body the feeling of a good friend. But Lu Qingqing felt that Ho-Hot was more like being happy to see the original body suffering to set off her own good life. No matter what Ho-Hot was like, Lu Qingqing had no plans to contact her again for the time being. Looking at Chen Lang, who had not waited for a reply and was already a little unhappy, Lu Qingqing held his hand. "I'm not good friends with her. We are best friends." Hearing this, Chen Lang, who was already smiling with a big white teeth, also held Lu Qingqing's hand tightly, and the two walked home quickly. When they were almost home, they met Lu Tianxin and the Yao family, who had just returned from looking at the house. "Uncle Tianxin, have you finished looking at the house?" When Lu Tianxin saw Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang, he also smiled and replied, "Yes, Brother Yao thinks the house is okay, but there is too much snow. Plus, the house needs to be repaired, so I want to pay for the villagers to help." At this point, as if he thought of something, he turned to Yao County Magistrate and said, "Brother Yao, what do you think of my nephew? He has practiced martial arts, has a lot of strength, and is close to here." Yao County Magistrate looked at the tall Chen Lang and nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, the person recommended by Brother Lu is definitely right. I think this little brother is also strong. If you are willing to help, I will give you 5 cents of silver. What do you think? It only takes 1 day to remove snow in the village, and many people are eager to do it for 20 or 30 cents. Knowing that he was doing this for his eldest brother's sake, and thinking that the medicine his eldest brother had just applied was brought by Chen Lang, he no longer refused, turned to look at Chen Lang and the others. "Xiao Lang, Dia, are you willing?" When Lu Qingqing heard this, she knew that others were deliberately taking care of them, and she responded crisply, "Of course you will. We promise to clean it up thoroughly." Lu Tianxi nodded with a smile and continued to look at County Magistrate Yao. "Brother Yao, the snow has stopped now. After my nephew finishes cleaning up in the afternoon, I will go to find Brother Wang in the village. He used to specialize in this. If there is any repair in the back of the house, let him find a few young men to do it. You can live in my house with peace of mind. I will definitely fix the house up." After the parties said goodbye with polite greetings, Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang took the keys given by Lu Tianxin and went home. After telling her grandmother about the situation, Lu Qingqing wanted to go to Zhuzi's house and ask Zhuzi to come over to help watch while she and Chen Lang went to sweep the snow. But Grandma Chen thought that thieves would not dare to come again in broad daylight, and besides, the house where the snow was being swept was not far from here, so if there was anything, they could just knock on it with a basin, and it would be heard. Unable to persuade Grandma Chen, the two of them took the tools and went to the house. They thought they would go back after a while, go back for lunch at noon, and finish their work early in the afternoon. When they arrived, they saw that the house was mostly covered with snow, and the snow on the bottom layer had frozen. Lu Qingqing asked Chen Lang to clean up the unfrozen parts first, and she went to the side and scraped away the top layer of snow, revealing the clean ice that was frozen on the bottom layer. Use a shovel they chopped down with and when they reached the bottom, they changed direction until they chopped out a large rectangular block of ice. When they heard Chen Lang was still chopping ice there and saw that there was no one around, they quickly put the ice into the space. The bottom layer was separated by bamboo mats, and the rectangular ice blocks were leaning vertically against the wall of the space, which could save some space. When it is hot in summer, the ice will come in handy. The two of them worked hard and cleared the snow outside the house in half a morning. Lu Qingqing took the opportunity to collect a lot of clean ice. When they cleaned the yard, they first cleared a path, went home to get a ladder, and were relieved to see that there was nothing wrong at home. With the ladder, Chen Lang climbed up the ladder to the house and cleared the snow off the roof. The house was built with solid materials, and the tiles on the roof were indeed a little damaged, but it looks it's not a big problem. The two of them went home to eat, and went back to work with their stomachs warm. When the yard was almost cleaned, the whole picture of the house appeared in front of them. The tall blue brick and tile house is square, with 4 main rooms and east and west wing rooms on both sides. It is very imposing. The furniture in the house is still there, and there is not much dust on the ground. It seems that someone often came to clean it before. In view of the fact that the silver money given by County Magistrate Yao was really a lot, Lu Qingqing and the others cleaned the house again after cleaning the snow, and then went to the old village chief's house to call people over. When County Magistrate Yao saw the cleaned house, his eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, it was cleaned up so well, and he nodded with satisfaction. Lu Qingqing asked Chen Lang to take the 5 cents of silver he got, and looked at Chen Lang, who was extremely excited about making money for the first time, and almost ran on the way home. After returning home, Chen Lang held the money in his hands and handed it to Grandma Chen. As expected, the two were praised by Grandma Chen. Chen Lang listened to the praise and proudly raised his head and chest. This was the first time he made money. Grandma Chen touched the two people's cheeks lovingly, and they were cold to the touch. Looking at the two children's red hands, Grandma Chen hurriedly boiled half a pot of hot water to soak their hands and feet, and took a hot towel to apply to their faces. The hot towel would not easily cause frostbite. At this time, Wang's family. The youngest son, Wang Dezhe, was lying unconscious on the Kong. The wound on his chest was rolled outward, and the wound was exposed, resulting in severe frostbite. The frostbitten area has changed from white at the beginning to large blisters now. With the rolled wound, it looks particularly creepy. At this time, the eldest son Wang Ziban turned over and cried out in pain, "Dad, my arm hurts so much, it seems to be bleeding again, please help me." Wang Kongshe hurried over and saw that his eldest son's wound was bleeding again. He shouted to the kitchen, "Go and get the medicine powder." An old woman with a bruise on her face hurriedly ran over with a packet of medicine powder. Looking at the bloody wound on her eldest son's arm, she couldn't help but curse again. That family is unlucky. Why didn't God take them away, causing my son to suffer like this? Before she could curse again, Wang Kongshe slapped her in the face and shouted in a low voice, "Shut your stinky mouth. The neighbors all know about your shouting. How can our family live well? I think I didn't beat you lightly, so you still have the energy to talk nonsense here." Wang Pa covered her face and shrank her head, not daring to say anything. Wang Kongshe carefully applied the powder and bandaged it with white cloth. Seeing his eldest son gasping in pain, and then looking at his younger son who was unconscious beside him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of ruthlessness in his heart. The Chen family kid and his yellow-haired girl's child bride, he just wanted to steal some food, so he was so cruel. The family was already on the verge of breaking even, and they would be completely out of food in a few days. When the family was at a loss, they heard from the old woman that when the Chen family went to the county to pay grain taxes, they still had spare money to buy cotton. Presumably there was still some food in the family, and his family was a separate household in the back mountain, and they were old and stupid, and there was a little girl who was even easier to deal with. Even if they were discovered when they went to steal, they would not be afraid of losing. It was so cold now, and no one was walking around, and no one would find out if they were killed. When the spring came next year, even if they were found dead, they would not be found. The Chen family was in trouble. Wang Kongshe was afraid of something happening, so he took the knife from home. But when he got there, before he even entered the door, his youngest son was chopped down. Before he could go in with his eldest son was shot in the arm by an arrow. In the dark night, the cold light reflected by the knife and the screams of his sons frightened him, so he hurriedly took his 2 sons and fled. As the 3 of them ran away, they looked back in fear, fearing that they would chase them out. When they got home, they remembered to cover their tracks, so Wang Kongshe took the broom from home and went out to clean up the traces one by one. When he swept to the end of the village, he was exhausted. He thought it was about time. The village was so big and the weather was so cold, who would cooperate with them in the investigation, so he went home with peace of mind. Now looking at the miserable state of his 2 sons, the hatred in his heart surged up again. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. Both sons were injured by the Chen family, and he would never let the Chen family have an easy life. Wang's house. At this time, Wang Pa had also prepared dinner and brought out 3 bowls of vegetable porridge. The porridge was made by boiling previously dried wild vegetables with a spoonful of ground millet flour. After watching her husband start eating, Wang Pa brought the bowl to feed her eldest son. After Wang Ziban took a sip, he spit it out. What kind of pig food are you making? It's bitter, astringent, and irritating to the throat. Wang Zibin glared at his mother. Wang Po watched the food spit out on the Kong and hurriedly picked it up and stuffed it into her mouth with a distressed look. While chewing, she kept muttering, "My dear son, I want to give you something good to eat, but there is nothing to eat at home. It's all because of that evil family. We just lent them some food, but you were injured like this. If they pretend not to hear us, we'll just lend them a few bags of food to eat. Why did you make such a fuss, with injuries and blood?" Wang Zibin listened to his mother's mumbling. He was already irritated by the pain of his wound, and he remembered that it was his mother's bad idea that caused him to be injured. Thinking of this, he pushed Wang Posey hard with his uninjured arm. Wang Posey was caught off guard and was suddenly pushed by her eldest son. In order to protect the food in her hand, her head hit the table next to her. This was a serious hit, and she had a severe headache and saw stars. She didn't protect the bowl in her hand, and it fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Wang Posey didn't care about her dizzy head. She cried out in pain and hurried to catch the porridge on the ground. She ate the top layer without soil and went to the kitchen to get a bowl to put the rest. She planned to rinse it with water later before eating it. Wang Zibin and his son didn't care about the bump on Wang Po's head. Wang Zibin was thinking about how to make something delicious. What his mother made was pig food, which he couldn't eat at all. Wang Kongsha was planning in his mind how to take revenge on the Qin family and get their food and money back. Looking at her younger son, who was still unconscious, Wang Po called a few times and saw no response, so she pushed him again. Seeing that he was still unconscious, she touched her younger son's forehead with heartache and was slightly relieved when she saw that he didn't have a fever. She picked up the porridge in her hand and asked her eldest son if he wanted to eat it. Seeing that, Wang Zibin turned his head away in disgust. Wang Po then picked up the porridge and took a few mouthfuls quickly. After thinking about it, she left half a bowl, in case the younger son woke up, and heated it up for him. At night, the youngest son, Wang Diz, developed a high fever, and his groaning woke up Wang Debin beside him. He was already hungry, and his stomach was uncomfortable. Hearing the groaning of his brother beside him, he was even more irritable and woke up his mother rudely. Mrs. Wang touched the forehead of her youngest son, was startled, and hurriedly woke up her husband beside her. Wang Kongsha also looked helpless at this time. There was no medicine to treat the cold at home. The villagers endured minor illnesses, and only those with some money at home would go to see a doctor. Not to mention that his family was very poor. Even if they had money, there was no place to see a doctor now. They had to arrange for the old woman to apply a cool cloth to the youngest son's head and change it frequently, hoping that the youngest son could get through it. The three people of the Qin family didn't know that the Wang family was in chaos. They were worried that the thieves would come again, so Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang planned to set a trap by the courtyard wall. Judging from the previous footprints, the thieves climbed over the wall from outside the courtyard wall. The snow outside the wall was a bit high. After walking around the house, he found that it was difficult to climb over the wall except for this place, and his door was also very solid. Last time, one of them climbed over the wall and opened the door from the inside. Lu Qingqing planned to set a trap in this place with high snow. Insert some sharpened bamboos into the courtyard wall and use broken bowls at home on the top of the wall, with the sharp end facing up, and pour water on it to freeze it on the top of the wall. Worried that it would not be fixed well, he poured a few more layers. Wearing thick gloves, pinching and pulling, it was finished when it felt like it couldn't be pulled anymore. He found 2 strong sticks and planned to prop them up in the door at night. In the past, the door baffle was buckled from the inside at night, but 2 more wooden sticks were still needed to ensure that it could not be pushed open from the outside. Grandma Qin found the bell that Chen Lang played with when he was a child, and directed the 2 to hang a rope around the trap and tie the bell. After trying a few times, as long as the rope was touched, the bell began to shake, and the sound was crisp and could be heard clearly in the house. After the trap was made, Lu Qingqing sharpened the arrow in her hand again, making it reflective. At dinner, Grandma Qin made white flour dumplings stuffed with sauerkraut vermicelli. The thin skin and large stuffing of the sauerkraut dumplings filled the mouth with the unique taste of sauerkraut. A sip of the hot dumpling soup was a real enjoyment in the cold winter. After dinner, Lu Qingqing began her daily archery practice, working harder than before, and stopped to rest until she couldn't lift her arms. Before the thieves attacked, she was forced to go on the field before she had mastered archery. It was like in the previous life. She wanted to study hard all night before the exam, but she fell asleep as soon as she picked up the book and found that she had to take the exam the next day. This feeling is the same. It's so uncomfortable. Grandma Qin watched the two children practice seriously and didn't disturb them too much. She silently boiled hot water and prepared it for the two to wash after practice. Before going to bed, Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang lay on the kong. Under the oil lamp, Grandma Qin picked up Chen Lang's clothes that were scratched when he was working and patched them up. After chatting for a few words, the two fell asleep. They had done too much work that day and were exhausted. After Grandma Qin finished mending the clothes and looked after the two children for a while, she turned off the lights and lay down. When she woke up in the morning, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but feel annoyed and slapped her head. She thought she should be more vigilant last night, but she fell asleep not long after she lay down. Grandma Qin was amused and said with a smile, "Little girl, you are at the age when you are growing up. How can you not sleep? Don't make it difficult for yourself. I am old and sleep lightly. If someone comes, they will hear it. Don't worry." Lu Qingqing remembered that it was Grandma Qin who heard the thieves last time and woke them up. She scratched her messy hair with some embarrassment. Her hair was already messy because she didn't sleep well, and it became even messier because of the scratch. Chen Lang also came in from outside at this time. Seeing Lu Qingqing's messy hair, he pointed at her and laughed. "Deya, your hair looks like a bird's nest on a tree. Hey, it's almost there." As he said that, he went forward and pulled the hair by her ear. "It looks more like it this way, Grandma. Do you think it looks like it?" When Chen Lang pointed at her and laughed, Lu Qingqing was still a little confused, but now she reacted. She got up and put on her cotton coat and chased Chen Lang as if to hit him. When Chen Lang saw that Dia was annoyed by his laughter, he quickly flashed behind Grandma Qin and made faces at her. Grandma Qin watched the two children playing with a smile and called Lu Qingqing over after a while to tie her hair. After raising her for a few months, Lu Qingqing's hair was still a little yellow and looked very frizzy. Grandma Qin sighed in her heart. This girl's body was still not well. Thinking of this, she directed Chen Lang to get snow to boil water, and now the well water was frozen. Since the snow, the family has been drinking snow water. At breakfast, Grandma Qin divided the sauerkraut dumplings left over from yesterday between the two of them, leaving only 5 or 6 for herself. She specially heated up a few more white flour buns, and when she saw Lu Qingqing finish eating the dumplings, she stuffed another bun into her mouth. Lu Qingqing knew that Grandma Qin was good to her, but her stomach, which had shrunk due to hunger when she was at the Lu family, could not eat too much. Although she had gradually increased her appetite in the past few months at the Qin family, she really could not eat a large plate of dumplings plus a bun, with vegetables and dumpling soup. She had to break off half of the bun and stuff it into Chen Lang's mouth. As expected, both of them were full in the morning. The Qin family was having a good time, but the Wang family was noisy again. Mrs. Wang took care of her youngest son and was busy for most of the night, without sleeping. It was not easy for her son to get rid of his fever. She had just fallen asleep when she was woken up by her eldest son. Wang Debin was so hungry that his stomach was acidic. He did not dare to lose his temper with his father, so he went to his mother. Mrs. Wang got up helplessly and listened to her son yelling for something delicious, and was determined not to eat the pig food like yesterday. Seeing her husband's lack of reaction, Wang Pe, who was afraid of being beaten, had to take out her newest jacket from the inner room and went to the next door. With a smile on her face, she finally exchanged half a pound of flour from the neighbor. Seeing that there was flour, Wang Debin asked his mother to make him some pancakes. Wang Kongsher also swallowed his saliva when he saw the flour. As soon as a pancake was baked, Wang Debin didn't care about the heat and grabbed it in his hand. Just as he was about to eat it, he saw his father coming out of the house. The fear he had developed since childhood forced him to endure the discomfort in his stomach and handed the pancake to his father. Seeing his father eating the pancake in big mouthfuls, Wang Debin swallowed his saliva greedily. As soon as the second pancake changed color, he grabbed it and took a big bite without caring whether it was cooked or not. He grimaced from the heat and finished the pancake in a few bites. Seeing that there was only one pancake left, Wang Debin wanted to eat more, and then he heard his father speak. "Debin, your brother hasn't eaten yet. He is seriously injured, so we have to leave some for him." Wang Debin heard this and went back to the house unwillingly. After Wang Posey baked the pancake, she went into the house to wake up her youngest son. Wang Di saw the white flour pancake, grabbed it, and stuffed it into his mouth. It immediately pulled the wound on his chest, and he grimaced in pain, but this did not prevent him from eating the pancake. It has been a long time since he last ate white flour. He had been eating coarse grains every day, which made his throat sore. Recently, the coarse grains at home have run out, and they have started to add wild vegetables to the coarse grains. The mushy and bitter taste of the vegetables really made him uncomfortable. Wang Posey watched her youngest son eat the pancake with big mouthfuls, and she swallowed her saliva and inhaled the fragrance of the white flour pancake. Seeing that her son choked badly after eating, she hurried to bring him some water to drink. Then he went to the kitchen, looked at the only half bag of coarse grains left at home, carefully scooped out some, cut a handful of dried vegetables, and poured them into the pot. After the pot was boiled, he quickly put out the fire at the bottom of the pot. There was not much firewood at home, so he had to save it. In the inner room, the youngest son Wang Dezhou woke up, felt the pain in his body, and said to his father with a sinister face, "Dad, the Qin family dared to hurt me like this. We must never forgive them. The last time I went in, I saw that his family's firewood room was full of firewood. There is no entrance to the cellar in the yard, so it should be hidden in the house. The silly boy of the Qin family is tall and strong, so there must be no shortage of food at home. That silly boy is really strong. If the knife had gone a little higher, I would have been dead." Wang Kongsher looked at the pale face of his youngest son, feeling very distressed, and said with gritted teeth, "We can't let it go like this. We have to get this account back. Before, I just wanted to get some food, but this time his family must not be allowed to stay." Having said that, he looked at the two sons lying on the Kong. "You should take good care of your injuries during this time, especially the second son who is seriously injured. The knife of the Qin family kid is too sharp, and that stinky girl and his family can also use arrows. I have to think of a way." After pondering for a while, Wang Kongsher still felt that even if the three of them went again, it would not work. They still had to find someone. Even if they had to share some of the Qin family's things, they had to get rid of those three people. Thinking of this, he thought about the people in the village who could do this together. Among the people they often played with, Lu Tianfu was number one. He was almost always there every time they went out to play, but his family had the help of the old village chief, so they could still make ends meet. Besides, that kid was very timid and probably wouldn't dare to do this. Among the rest of the people, most of them had families, parents, and brothers, and it would be easy for them to be exposed. Suddenly, Wang Kongsher's mind flashed with the two bachelors in the village, brothers Lu Xingwang and Lu Xingxuan. Brother. The parents of these two people died early, and they are brave and aggressive. Not many people in the village interact with them. Moreover, the two brothers had been in the county casino for a while before, and they are quite good. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Wang Kongsher immediately went out and walked towards the house of Lu Xingwang brothers. The house of Lu Xingwang brothers was a shabby thatched house with 2 rooms in total. The fence at the gate of the courtyard was not high, and the snow on the ground was piled very high. It was obvious that it was not cleaned properly. The gate of the courtyard was just an ordinary broken wooden door, and it was not even closed tightly. Wang Kongsher shouted twice in the yard, and then heard a man respond. After a while, a tall man came out, tightening his tattered cotton coat. "Hey, Brother Wang, what gust of wind blew you here? You can't go to the county to play now." Lu Xingwang scratched his greasy hair and showed a slightly obscene smile. Seeing this, Wang Kongsher hurriedly took 2 steps closer to him and said, "Brother Lu, the weather is almost freezing people into popsicles now, so I don't have those thoughts. Besides, The family is almost out of food. How can we spend money on those prostitutes? This time, my brother came to tell you something good about making money. The two of them went into the house. The dimly lit room was filled with an unpleasant smell. The kitchen was inside, and there were frozen leftover rice bowls on the stove. The pot was uncovered, and there was frozen porridge inside. There was not much firewood in the room, and it was thrown in a mess. Wang Kongsher frowned unconsciously after entering the house, thinking that he still needed a wife at home. When they were young, the three of them, who were the same age, all went to see a girl from the neighboring village. The girl was famous for her big ace and good at giving birth. The two brothers looked better than themselves, so they were chosen by the girl. Unfortunately, the brothers' families were too poor, and the girl's parents did not agree. Even if they were more capable and could make more money than herself, now it seems that their lives are not as good as hers. Although her wife was not very good-looking, she could do housework and outside work, and she also gave him 2 sons. Thinking of this, Wang Kongsher straightened his back unconsciously. Lu Xingxuan in the room heard someone coming in and put on a tattered cotton-padded coat with cotton wool showing. Seeing that it was Wang Kongsher, he did not even get off the Kong, but just lazily leaned against the wall. Wang Kongsher explained the situation of the Qin family and emphasized that the Qin family had sufficient food. Seeing that the two were not interested, he mentioned that Mr. Qin was able to make money in the past few years, and he must have saved a lot of wealth. Hearing this, the two brothers Lu Xingwang also became interested, as his family still had some food. During the drought, the two were in the county, and when they saw the chaos, they stockpiled some food. The only thing they were short of was money, so they worked as thugs in the casino and knew the casino's routines. They didn't gamble but loved to visit brothels, and over the years, the money the two brothers earned outside was basically spent on this. This time, after listening to Wang Kongsher's tricks, the two brothers also became interested. They thought that the two brothers, plus the 3 fathers and sons of the Wang family, 5 people would have no problem dealing with the 3 old and weak people of the Qin family. But they heard that the 3 fathers and sons of the Wang family had been there once and were beaten back, and the 2 brothers were injured. Hearing this, Lu Xingwang cursed Wang Kongsher in his heart. If his 2 sons had not been injured, this old fox would not have come looking for us brothers. Although he thought so, he still agreed to it. He had been holding it in for a whole winter, and he must go to Xiao Taohong to vent his anger in the spring. That woman only cares about money, and she can't be seen if there is less money. Thinking of this, Lu Xingwang became angry again. Listening to Wang Kongsher still chattering about how fast Chen Lang's sword was, and how his little child bride could shoot arrows, Lu Xingwang waved his hand impatiently. The father and son of the Wang family were just village guys. How powerful could he be? His brothers were in great physical condition, and they were rare tall men in the surrounding villages, and they were also very strong. He even learned some kung fu outside, otherwise he would not have been noticed by the casino owner. He had fought with many people during these years and had seen many big scenes. How powerful can the Qin family be, with its old, young, and stupid people? Wang Kongsher saw that Lu Xingwang did not take the Qin family seriously, and secretly cursed him as an idiot who only grew tall but not smart. But thinking that he still had to rely on these 2 brothers, he had to patiently explain. When he heard that the youngest son of the Wang family had a knife wound as long as his arm and almost died, Lu Xingwang took the Qin family's idiot seriously. It seemed that this idiot was not that weak, so he still had to be careful. As for the little girl Wang Kongsher mentioned, Lu Xingwang still remembered that she was like a skinny little bean sprout, and he could strangle her neck with one hand. Not to mention the old woman of the Qin family, she was too old and not to be feared. The most important thing was to deal with the idiot of the Qin family. After the 2 sides discussed, they felt that after the last incident, the Qin family should have been prepared, and the big knife of the Qin family's silly boy was indeed dangerous. If they wanted to attack again this time, they would definitely need more people. The youngest son of the Wang family was so seriously injured, there was no need to think about it. The arrow wound of the eldest son of the Wang family was not very deep, and he could continue to go after recuperating for a few days, which would be useful. The 2 brothers, Wang Kongsher and the injured eldest son, totaled 3.5 people. There were not enough people, but if they found more people, they would definitely have to share some things with them, and they were a little reluctant. Lu Xingwang suddenly thought of Li Chengkai, the kid who had always wanted to follow him. But the kid didn't have much money, so he didn't like to take him with him. If he took him with him to the Qin family this time, he could be of some use, and he didn't have to give him more things. The kid was a simpleton, and he could be sent away with a little bit of things. The Qin family's courtyard wall was quite high, and the door was also strong. There would definitely be casualties if they forced their way in. Although the Qin family is far from the village, if there is any trouble, they will be in trouble, and they will have to live in the village in the future. Lu Xingxuan remembered something, and went to the Kong cabinet to find a package of things. "Brother, look at this Chuanyang," and I asked for it. This is a special incense made in the building. The effect is very strong. A small amount can make a cow faint. Seeing this, Lu Xingwang took the paper package and opened it to take a look, but did not dare to get close. He knew this thing, which was specially used to deal with girls who had just been sold to the building. After fainting, they would lose all consciousness. The effect was very strong. The three discussed the plan and decided to go in a few days. On the one hand, it can make the Qin family relax their vigilance. On the other hand, it can also allow the eldest son of the Wang family to be raised. After a discussion among the few people, Wang Kongshi went home, and Lu Xingwang went to Li Qingsai's house. Qingsai's parents were not very happy to see the famous gangster in the village come to find their son. Although his son often wandered around the village, he was smart and filial, unlike the two bachelors. However, Li Chengkai was so excited when he saw Lu Xingwang coming to see him. Brother Xingwang was a person who worked for Master Xiong, and he had begged for a long time, but Brother Xingwang didn't pay much attention to him. Li Chengkai coaxed his mother out with nice words, then closed the door, took out the tea leaves collected at home, and made a cup of tea for Lu Xingwang. Lu Xingwang took a sip of tea and smelled a musty smell of stale tea. He immediately curled his lips in disgust. "Chengkai, I know you've always wanted me to introduce you to Master Xiong, but Master Xiong doesn't accept cowards. We brothers who follow Master Xiong are all brave enough to go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. Do you have the guts to do it?" When Li Chengkai heard this, he thought that Brother Xingwang was finally willing to help. It was worth his long plea, so he quickly responded, "Of course, I, Li Chengkai, am not a coward. Brother Xingwang, if you need anything from me, just ask, and I will definitely be the first to help." At this point, he patted his skinny chest. Lu Xingwang looked at the skinny guy, forced his eyes away, and said, "Do you know the Qin family at the foot of the back mountain? His family has made us unhappy, so we plan to rush into his house at night and borrow some money and food." Li Chengkai was stunned when he heard this. This was stealing, which was a big deal. But if he didn't do it this time, Lu Xingwang would probably not take him with him in the future. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Xingwang, you tell me what to do, I'll listen to you." Seeing that this kid was quite reasonable, Lu Xingwang patted him on the shoulder and said, "We will gather at the end of the village at show time in 5 days, and then go to the Qin family together. We are all together, only stealing property and food. What if we alarm the Qin family?" Li Chengkai asked when he heard about the gathering, and he became a little worried when he thought of the Qin family being awakened. "Don't worry, there are 5 of us in our group, and the only obstacle is the silly boy from the Qin family. Don't take the rest seriously. What are you worried about? Besides, when has your brother Wang ever done anything that he was not sure of? Don't worry, I prepared the sleeping pills in advance and blew them in through the window to ensure that the whole family will sleep until noon the next day. When it's done, you will definitely get some benefits. But there is one thing, this matter must not be revealed. Otherwise, you know my methods." When Lu Xingwang said this, he looked at Li Chengkai with cruel eyes. Arya, who was squatting outside the window and eavesdropping, shivered with fear. He dared not listen any more and tiptoed back to the nearby firewood room. When Lu Xingwang came out, he saw the little girl huddled in the straw pile in the firewood room and curled his lips in disdain. "I don't know why your mother bought you such a little girl, so thin and shriveled, and she is to be raised for many years. She has been left like this all these years? You know Xiao Taohong, right? That figure with a waist and an ace is what a woman should be like. You can tell at first glance that you have never tasted that. After this is done, I will take you out to play in the spring. Li Chengkai nodded and bowed to send Lu Xingwang out. When he came in and saw Arya, he couldn't help spitting and went back to the house cursing. Arya was frightened when she heard this, and she huddled in the straw pile and shivered. These days in the Li family were hard, and they had to do housework during the day. At night, they only had a torn mattress to cover their bed, and they were often too cold to sleep. When the cold front came a few days ago, she was still awake. She felt something was wrong, so she ran to the kitchen to light a fire. The noise of the fire woke up the Li family. Feeling that the temperature was dropping, they lit a few more fires to get through it. After that, Chingsai's mother ordered her not to enter the kitchen by herself in the future, and scolded her a few more times before she was done. Thinking about the days in the Li family, she missed the days in the Lu family even more. Although they also needed to do work at that time, Sister Daya took good care of them and helped them with a lot of work. During the drought, Sister Daya asked Brother Dazhuang to give her water. She was so thirsty at that time, and now she still remembers that the water was very sweet. No, she had to find a way to tell Sister Daya that Li Chengkai and the rascal in the west of the village wanted to harm her.
Qin family.
After waiting for a few days without any thieves coming, the Qin family became more and more nervous. Grandma Qin directed the two to deepen the trap at the courtyard wall. The bottom of the trap was full of sharpened bamboo sticks, and if they fell out, they would definitely become hedgehogs. The windows of the house were also reinforced and fixed with wooden boards from the inside. The cabinet was moved behind the door, leaving only one door open, and the large cabinet was used to prop up the door at night. That night, after the Qin family members went to bed, they heard someone knocking on the door. Chen Lang and Lu Qingqing got up and took their weapons to the door of the house, shouting through the door, "It's so late. Who is it?" Only to hear a little girl at the gate outside the yard saying in a trembling voice, "Sister Daya, it's me, I'm Arya. I'm here to tell you something. Li Chengkai and a gangster in the village are coming to harm you." When Grandma Qin heard this, she lit the oil lamp in the house and looked through the door. There was no one in the yard. She asked Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang to open the door, took their weapons to the yard, climbed up the ladder, and saw that there was indeed only Arya and a little girl at the door. Then she opened the door and let her in. Arya was wearing thin clothes and was shivering with cold after going out at night. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing hurriedly poured her a bowl of hot sugar water and watched her drink a few sips before she recovered. "Sister Daya, I haven't found a chance to come and tell you the news these days. They went to the Li family to discuss a few days ago, saying that they would come at Cho time tomorrow. They also prepared smoke, saying that 5 people would come. You have to be careful." After Arya finished speaking, Lu Qingqing thought about it. The thieves who came that night were thin and weak, far from being as tall as the Lu brothers. She guessed that this was because they had found new helpers after failing to succeed last time. The Lu brothers were quite strong. Before Lu Qingqing could think about it, Arya got up to go back. She sneaked out while the Li family was asleep. Chingsai's mother often got up in the middle of the night to urinate. She was afraid of being discovered and had to go back quickly. Seeing that Arya was shivering with cold, Grandma Qin called her and went to the cabinet to find a small cotton coat. "Good kid, it's hard for you to risk running out to tell us the news. This is a piece of clothing that is too small for the family. Please don't dislike it." Arya was a little stunned, looking at the cotton padded jacket, but didn't dare to take it. Lu Qingqing hurriedly took the clothes and put them on her. "Wear this inside when you go back. If the Li family finds it and asks, just say your mother gave it to you." Then she went to the stove to get a few steamed buns and stuffed them into Arya. "Arya, you helped me this time. After this matter is over, I will thank you very much." After Arya left, the 3 members of the Qin family discussed. 5 young and strong men will come tomorrow, and the 3 of them may not be able to do it, so they have to find helpers. After discussing for a long time, they decided to ask the old village chief's family, Zhuzi, and the village chief's 3 families to help. Zhuzi is good at fighting, and the old village chief's youngest son Lu Tianxin is also a strong man. With the trap, it's almost done. The village chief is mainly here to be a witness, and then he'll be caught in the act. The next morning, Chen Lang and Lu Qingqing went out to the village. It was still very cold at this time, and basically no one in the village went out. After inviting the three people back to Chen's house and telling them the story, the village chief didn't believe it at first. Do those hooligans in the village have the guts to do this? When he heard Grandma Chen say that this was true, the village chief believed it a little bit, and he would know when he saw it in the evening. Then, the village chief reacted and became angry again. These street scoundrels are just a few rat who came to ruin the reputation of the village. It's not easy for him to be a village chief, and he encountered these bad things just after taking office. Because they were afraid of being discovered by Lu Xingwang and others, the village chief and his three people didn't go back since they came in the morning and stayed at Chen's house until midnight. At the hour of the ox, a pig-like scream suddenly came from the Chen's yard, and the people who were on high alert in the house reacted instantly. At the trap in the yard, Lu Xingwang looked at Wang Kongshi, who fell inside and was still wailing, and whispered to him to keep his voice down. The people inside couldn't help howling in pain, so Lu Xingwang simply ignored him and asked the people behind to come in and catch up. Wang Debin looked at his father, who was screaming in pain in the trap, and wanted to pull him up. But when he pulled him, the bamboo tip scratched his wound, which hurt even more. In desperation, Wang Debin gritted his teeth and promised his father that he would definitely avenge his father, and then he quickly followed the three people in front. Seeing that there was no response in the house despite the big commotion outside, Lu Xingwang thought that the people inside were scared. He asked the others to pry the door baffle at the door, and he came to the window of Grandma Chen's house. After poking the window paper, he found that there was a thick mattress blocking it. When he continued to turn over the mattress, he heard a shout from the house. There are really little rascals who dare to come and cause trouble. At this time, a door opened and someone came out with an oil lamp. Before Lu Qingqing in the house could stop him, she saw the village chief carrying the oil lamp out. Wang Debin at the door thought that it was the Chen family boy who came out and chopped him with a knife. When he saw that the person in front of him was the village chief, he could no longer control his strength. Fortunately, Chen Lang pulled the village chief and didn't hit his shoulder, but he still cut his arm. Hiss, it hurts so much. You rascals, you really dare to do it. I think you want to be expelled from the Lujia village. The village chief covered his arm, hissed in pain, and cursed. When Lu Xingwang and his men saw the village chief, they were also dumbfounded. The village chief's arm hurt so much that he yelled and cursed, and the others stopped talking. When Lu Xingwang heard the village chief asking Chen Lang and his men to come and tie them up, a fierce look flashed across his face. It seems that this matter can't be resolved peacefully, brothers. If you are caught, you will be expelled. It's freezing cold, and going out will mean death. Why not just do it once and for all, and make these people shut up, and then we brothers will be safe? Lu Xingxuan was the first to obey his elder brother's words, and he took the knife in his hand and chopped at the people at the door. Chen Lang saw that the situation was not good, so he pulled the village chief at the door to the side and took the lead to chop with Lu Xingxuan with a knife. Zhuzi and Lu Tianxin saw that several people next to them were also approaching with knives and raised their sickles for self-defense. Only the village chief's arm was injured, and he could not react in time. Seeing Wang Debin rushing over with a the knife was getting closer and closer to him, and he retreated in panic. When the village chief was chopped, Lu Qingqing had already grasped the bow and arrow in his hand. Seeing that the village chief was in danger, he quickly took out the arrow and pulled the string, and an arrow shot at Wang Debin's arm. This time Wang Debin's other arm was also injured, and the arrow directly pierced his arm, and blood spurted out of the wound. The knife fell to the ground with a clang sound, and Wang Debin rolled on the ground in pain. Seeing this, Lu Xingwang cursed inwardly. Although he called her a waste, he did not dare to underestimate Lu Qingqing anymore. He planned to get rid of this long-range danger first, and ran over here with a knife. Chen Lang saw that Lu Qingqing was in danger, and chopped off Lu Xingxuan's knife with a strong knife, and ran over to Lu Qingqing. It was 4 against 3 on the scene, and Juzi took advantage of the situation to block Lu Xingxuan, and the two started to chop each other. Although Juzi had some skills, his weapon was not good. He could not use the sickle in his hand, so he had to use clever strength to support it. Lu Tianxin faced Li Chengkai, who was holding a knife, but Li Chengkai did not dare to make a move, and the two just confronted each other. Lu Qingqing saw Lu Xingwang running over here and was about to meet Chen Lang. In a state of tension, she had only one thought in her mind: to get rid of Lu Xingwang. She put aside all distractions, quickly took out the arrow, and pulled the string, this time aiming at Lu Xingwang's heart. In a state of tension, her adrenaline surged, as if even her strength had increased a lot. The bowstring was almost fully drawn, and an arrow was shot out. With a whoosh, an arrow flew towards Lu Xingwang, who was running here. An arrow shot through the heart, and Lu Xingwang kept running forward. The expression on his face changed from fierce to unbelievable, and he fell to the ground. The arrow feathers on his body were still shaking. Everyone at the scene was shocked and stopped moving. No one thought that a little girl like Lu Qingqing would dare to kill people. The whole scene fell into an eerie silence. Lu Xingwang kept spitting blood from his mouth and making rapid gasps in his throat. Lu Xingxuan just ran 2 steps to his brother's side and saw Lu Xingwang stopped breathing and his head fell down. Seeing that his brother was dead, Lu Xingxuan was a little crazy. He roared in pain and turned around to chop more fiercely. The pillar he was chopping with couldn't hold on for a few hits, and the sickle, after being chopped to the ground, there was a clang sound, and everyone reacted. Chen Lang hurried forward to resist, and the two of them started to chop each other. At this time, Li Chengkai saw that Lu Xingwang was dead, and it seemed that he just realized what he was doing. He screamed and threw away the knife in his hand, turned around and ran to the door, crying and running away. Seeing that Li Chengkai ran away, Lu Tianxin took the knife to help Chen Lang. Juzi also picked up the knife that Wang Deben threw away and went to help. The 3 of them attacked together. After Lu Xingxuan was stabbed several times, he finally couldn't resist and fell to the ground. Lu Tianxin hurriedly stepped forward to kick away the knife in his hand, took the rope and tied him up tightly. Listening to the fighting and crying coming from outside, Grandma Qin in the room had been nervously holding the sickle in her hand. It was not until this time that she heard the fighting stopped that she was slightly relieved. After Wang Deben was tightly, they came to the trap. Under the light of the oil lamp, Wang Kongshi in the trap was really miserable. The bamboo tip pierced his thigh, calf, and buttocks, and the entire bottom of the trap was stained red with blood. He had lost too much blood and had fainted. When several people pulled him up with ropes, the severe pain from the multiple wounds on his body woke him up again. Wang Kongshi didn't know that Lu Xingwang was dead yet, and he was only concerned about the pain in his body. When he came out of the trap, he saw the village chief and was shocked. Seeing that they were all, he realized that something was wrong. With a turn of his eyes, he wanted to push the blame on Lu Xingwang and his brothers, saying that he had also listened to their instigation. Wang Deben saw that his father was still quibbling and knew that no matter what he said this time, it would be useless. He chopped the village chief himself, and if that idiot hadn't pulled him back, he might have chopped the village chief's neck with this knife. What's more, he listened to Lu Xingwang's words later and wanted to kill everyone so that there would be no evidence. This time, they are really finished. The village chief didn't listen to Wang Kongshi's excuses at all. He tied them up and threw them into the woodshed, along with the dead Lu Xingwang. The village chief's arm was injured, and the wound was quite deep. Juzi was also scratched on the thigh during the fight, and Grandma Qin hurriedly took out medicine. It was already insure by the time they treated the wounds of the two. Seeing that it was getting late at night, the village chief went to bed directly at Qin's house, and everything would be dealt with tomorrow. As for what would happen to the people in the woodshed in such a cold day, no one cared. The next day, at dawn, everyone in the Qin family got up. The village chief ordered Lu Tianxin, Juzi, and Chen Lang to go to the village to call the old village chief and the elders of the clan. They had to deal with this matter. Lu Qingqing was a little nervous, although Grandma Qin had comforted her last night. According to convention, People like Lu Xingwang, who robbed the host's property and wanted to kill people to silence them, would not be punished if they were killed when the host resisted. But Lu Qingqing was still in a panic. She hadn't fallen asleep since yesterday, and the scene before Lu Xingwang's death had been replaying in her mind. After a while, all the elders in the village came over. Seeing the mess in the Qin family's yard and the bloody scene, people frowned. In the woodshed, Wang Kongshi had fallen into a coma, his lips were pale, and only the slightly rising and falling chest showed that he was still alive. Lu Xingxuan's wounds were red, swollen, and inflamed, and he was also in a coma. The elders looked at the situation at the scene and listened to the village chief's introduction of what happened last night. When they heard that Lu Xingwang wanted to kill to silence him, they couldn't help but frown. They also heard that when Wang Debin was about to chop at the village chief, it was Lu Qingqing who shot an arrow and saved the village chief's life. The elders nodded involuntarily. These elders were basically the elders of the Lu family. The village chief was elected by them and represented all the Lu family members in the village. In the middle, Lu Qingqing mentioned that 3 people came to attack at night last time and fled after being injured. It was speculated that they should be the 3 fathers and sons of the Wang family. At that time, one was injured in the arm and the other was injured in the chest. Wang Kongshi wanted to pick his youngest son out and take the blame on himself. But Wang Debin was not fair. His younger brother followed suit. How could he be fine? He successfully implicated Wang Di's. Wang Kongshi was almost out of breath by his eldest son's operation. After hearing the story, it involved a murder case, and the village was not easy to convict a few people. But now, not to mention that he couldn't go to the county government was also occupied by mountain bandits. The old village chief remembered that the Yao Countycheng family brought back by his eldest son was not the deputy of the county magistrate, so he could ask him to try. After a while, Yao Countycheng and Lu Tianming were both invited. When the mountain bandits were rampant before, villagers were often killed and reported to the police, and most of the cases were handled by Yao Countycheng. The two discussed and decided to capture the suspect first. The elders arranged for some people to go to Wang Daijia and Li Qingsai's homes to take the suspects back. At this time, Wang's family. When Mrs. Wang saw that her husband and eldest son had not returned home for a long time, she initially thought that there were too many things and they could not be brought back, and she was a little happy. But when it was dawn, the two had not returned yet, so she began to worry. Looking at her youngest son, who was sleeping like a dead pig beside her, Mrs. Wang wanted to wake him up to discuss it, but she didn't dare. She was so anxious that she walked around the house, woke up Wang Daijia, and was complained by him. When the village chief led the young men in the village, Mrs. Wang panicked and was so shocked that she couldn't speak clearly. The village chief briefly explained the matter, and when she heard that the matter was exposed, Mrs. Wang collapsed on the ground. The village chief looked at him with disgust, signaled the young man around him to take the person, and then wanted to take Wang Daijia away. When Wang Posey saw that they were going to kidnap her youngest son, she rushed over and hugged him, refusing to let go. Helplessly, they had to take Wang Posey away with them. Li Qingsai's home. Li's parents woke up from their son's return last night. Seeing their son, who was frightened and unconscious, they hurried to ask what happened. Li Chengkai was in a trance, and it took a long time for him to answer each question. It took them a while to understand. Lu Xingwang and his brother and Wang's father and son took him to Qin's house, and if the robbery failed, they would kill him to silence him. When they heard this, they were so scared that their legs were shaking. They also heard that Wang Debin had chopped the village chief and Lu Qingqing had killed Lu Xingwang in return, and they were even more dazed. Oh my God, this is a disaster. Li Qingsai's mother covered her chest, wailing and calming herself down. Although Li Qingsai's father was also frightened, he quickly recovered and asked about the details. Hearing that his son had not done anything from beginning to end, he relaxed a little. He wanted to discuss with his son what to do, but he saw that his son was so scared that his hands were shaking. He sighed and thought about how to save his son. His Li family only has this one child, and there can't be any mistakes. After thinking for a long time, he could only ask the elders of the Li family for help. At dawn, Chingsai's father went to the Li family's hometown with a bag of food. There are not many families with the surname Li in the village. They all moved to Lujia village later. Fortunately, after so many years in the village, they have taken root in Lujia village, and the Li family has also produced an elder. Who knew that when he arrived, the elder of the Li family had already left. Hearing that he was invited to the Qin family, Chingsai's father felt a pang in his heart. It's bad, he's late. But there was no other way, so he left the food at the elder's house and asked her to ask the elder to plead for him later. When Chingsai's father went back, he ran into Lu Tianxin leading people to arrest people. No matter how Chingsai's mother cried, Li Chengkai was still arrested. Chingsai's parents followed their tied son to the Qin family. When they went to arrest people, some neighboring families heard the noise and came out to check. Hearing that there was a murder in the village, they were shocked and followed to the Qin family. The fire of gossip was burning, and they didn't care about the cold, leaning on the door to look inside. At this time, in the Qin family's house, Yao County Magistrate and Lu Tianming sat in the main seat in the middle, and the elders sat on the left and right sides. Li Chengkai, Wang Debin, and Wang Diz knelt on the ground, and Wang Kongshi and Lu Xingxuan fainted and lay beside them. Wang Pozi was pulled by the women in the village to prevent her from making trouble. After Li Chingsai's parents went to the elderly to plead for mercy to no avail, they stood by and watched the situation anxiously. After a round of questioning, Yao County Magistrate made a direct decision. This case is clear and conclusive, with solid evidence and witnesses. Lu Xingwang, Lu Xingxuan, and Wang Debin injured people and wanted to kill them to silence them. They were sentenced to be beheaded in the autumn. Wang Kongshi, Wang Daizhe, and Li Chengkai intended to kill people, but they were sentenced to exile because they did not hurt anyone. Yao County Magistrate and his clan elders discussed with each other and decided to lock them up in the ancestral hall first and let these families pay money and hire villagers to guard them. Lu Xingxuan and Wang Debin were already injured and locked up in the ancestral hall. If they survive, they will be transferred to the county government for handling when new appointments are made in the county in the spring of next year. The damage caused to the Qin family was ordered to pay the Qin family 1 tael of silver. The injured village chief and Juzi were each paid 1 tael of silver for medicine. Lu Tianming felt that his brothers were not injured, so in order to avoid suspicion, he did not order any compensation. When Li Chingsai's mother heard that her son was going to be sentenced to exile, she fainted. Chingsai's father had been winking at the elder of the Li clan since just now, but the elder of the Li clan was not easy to say at this time. In a hurry, Chingsai's father knelt down in the hall and tearfully asked the county magistrate to give him a lenient sentence. "County magistrate, my son didn't do it. He was just bewitched by Lu Xingwang." Then he turned to Lu Tianming, who was sitting next to him. "Brother Tianming, we grew up together. Please speak for him. You also saw Chengkai when he was a child. What a smart child he was. He didn't have any bad intentions." Seeing this, County Magistrate Yao turned his head to look at Lu Tianming beside him. Lu Tianming coughed lightly. "Li Xinghuai, don't make a fuss here. Your son has made a big mistake. Although he is not the main culprit, they did hurt people. Look at the injuries on the village chief and Juzi." Chingsai's father looked at the village chief with his arm in a sling and Juzi's obviously bandaged wounds, and immediately lowered his head with some guilt. Then, he thought of his son and had to bite the bullet and plead with the two men. "I know that it was that useless boy in my family who hurt you. I am here to apologize to you. I am willing to pay more money. Please, I just want to save my son's life. He is the only child in my family. Without him, the Li family will be extinct." Seeing Chingsai's father crying and begging, the village chief felt a little bit sorry for him as he grew up in the same village. Thinking that Li Chengkai did not dare to do anything last night, but the victim's family was the Qin family, he could not take the initiative to speak. The elders of the Li family also spoke up at this time. "Sir County Magistrate, can we pay more money to compensate the injured village chief, Juzi, and the Qin family? My Li family is really not prosperous, and there are only a few children among the younger generation. If he is really sentenced to exile, Chengkai will never survive. If we pay more money, they will also benefit. County Magistrate Yao did not speak, but just looked at the three victims. When the elder of the Li family saw Juzi next to him, he remembered that his family was having a hard time and hurriedly said, "Juzi, we are willing to pay more food and money. Are you willing to understand?" After all, Chunkai didn't dare to do it last night. Juzi hesitated a little. His family was indeed short of food. After paying the grain tax this year, the remaining food at home was not enough for the family to survive the winter. He wanted to dig more wild vegetables, but the drought was so severe that even the wild vegetables were gone. But this matter still had to be decided by Grandma Qin, and he couldn't make the decision. Seeing that Juzi and the village chief were a little hesitant, Chingsai's father knew that the problem was still with the Qin family, and he knelt down in front of Grandma Qin. "Aunt, it's my Chinkai who is sorry for you. You can beat him or punish him as you like. We are willing to compensate for any losses as long as we can save his life." At this point, looking at Chen Lang beside Grandma Qin, he said, "Aunt, Chunkai took Chen Lang to play when he was a child and had dinner at your house. He came back at that time and said that you were a kind person and gave him sugar-coated fire cakes to eat." Grandma Qin was also a little soft-hearted. Chunkai was very good when he was a child. He knew to call for help when he saw someone. I don't know how he grew up to be a gangster. Lu Qingqing looked at the three people who had softened a little, and then looked at Li Chunkai who was kneeling next to him. This kid was a coward and ran away when he saw blood last night. But Arya is still in his house, and her life is not easy. This matter must be solved while it lasts. Lu Qingqing tugged at Grandma Qin's sleeve and whispered Arya. Grandma Qin instantly understood what Lu Qingqing meant. Seeing this, Lu Tianming knew that there was a chance for this matter to turn around, so he took the initiative to speak. Li Chunkai is an accomplice and did not play a major role in this incident. If the victim is willing to forgive, he can be sentenced lightly at his discretion. Upon hearing this, Chingsai's father looked at Grandma Qin eagerly. Seeing this, Grandma Qin took the initiative to speak. "Mr. County Magistrate, Chunkai did not hurt anyone last night. If the village chief and Juzi are willing to forgive, I also agree." Chingsai's father was immediately overjoyed and pulled Li Chunkai to kowtow to Grandma Qin and others. Seeing this, Wang Pozi next to her also wanted to beg for mercy. Her eldest son was sentenced to death, and her youngest son and husband were sentenced to exile. How would she live alone in the future? But just as Wang Pozi started, she heard the village chief snort, "Last night, I was almost beheaded by that rascal, Wang Deben. If it weren't for Qin Kid pulling me, I would be lying in the coffin waiting to be buried." Wang Pozi was speechless by the village chief's words. Thinking of her youngest son's lack of participation this time, she wanted to plead for her youngest son. "Aunt, my youngest son didn't participate this time. Please forgive him this time." Grandma Qin replied coldly, "Last time, the three of the Wang family sneaked into my Qin family in the middle of the night, and it was your youngest son who rushed in with a knife first. If it weren't for my grandson learning some moves and my granddaughter-in-law being able to draw a bow, my family of three might not see the sun the next day." Wang Pozi was speechless and had to shut up. As for Lu Xingxuan, no one pleaded for him, and he was still dizzy. His parents died early, and all the relatives in the village had been offended long ago. Seeing that things had come to this, Lu Tianming directly issued a ruling. Lu Xingxuan and Wang Deben were sentenced to death. Wang Kongshi and Wang Dezhe were exiled. Li Qingkai, who had bad conduct, was sentenced to rectification within the village, with a 1-year deadline. During this year, he was responsible for helping the three families with miscellaneous tasks, including but not limited to snow removal, firewood chopping, water fetching, and other housework. The village elders supervised, and if there was any violation, the county would punish him. After that, he asked the families to go back and get the compensation silver. Chingsai's father hurried back to get the silver, but Wang Po was in a dilemma, as there were only a dozen copper coins left in the house. In view of the fact that Lu Xingwang was dead and Lu Xingxuan was unconscious, Lu Tianxin took people to get the silver from his family. They searched the house and only found 5 cents of silver, so they had to take the food from the house back. After the families got the money and food back, Everyone watched the compensation from the families. Chingsai's father knew that he couldn't offend the old village chief's family, not to mention that Lu Tianming had just helped a lot. Although Lu Tianxin was not awarded compensation, he was still prepared to do it. Chingsai's father spent a lot of money this time. Each of the 4 families paid 2 taels of silver, and each family gave a bag of grain. Wang Pozi really had no money and no grain, so she had no choice but to find out the land deed of her family. The Wang family had a total of 2.5 acres of land, and that half acre of land could be sold for 3 taels and 5 cents of silver, so she gave the land deed of half an acre of land. After a few people discussed it, the half acre of land was given to Zhuzi. Zhuzi took out 2 taels and 5 cents of silver, of which 2 taels of silver were given to Wang Pozi, and the remaining 5 cents were used to buy grain. Zhuzi felt that he had taken advantage, so he took out some grain and distributed it to the 3 families. Lu Xingwang's family's grain and silver money amounted to 1 tael, and the 4 families divided it equally. The remaining grain was placed in the ancestral hall for Lu Xingxuan to eat and drink. The village chief arranged for a family close to the ancestral hall to take care of the 4 people, and gave a portion of the grain collected by the 3 families to the caretaker as a reward. The matter was temporarily over, but for a long time afterwards, the matter became more and more mysterious in the village. Some said that the Qin family fool was so strong that he split Wang Di's in half with 1 knife, and he must be the reincarnation of the king of Chu. In this life, his spirit has not returned to its place, and he is in a daze because he is missing a soul. Some people also say that the Qin family is a feng shui treasure land. The eldest daughter of the Lu family was originally just a yellow-haired girl. It was only after she entered the Qin family that she could shoot arrows with 100% accuracy. No matter how it is spread, the Qin family has become famous in the village this time, and most people think that the 2 young people of the Qin family are powerful figures. Of course, some people also think that the village chief, Zhuzi and Lu Tianxin, who helped in the past, are powerful, but they just gave the credit to the 2 children of the Qin family. In any case, the adults in the village have taught their children not to provoke the Qin family fools in the future and stay away from them when they see them, so as not to be chopped by the fools. In the ancestral hall, Lu Xingxuan woke up and stared blankly at the tablets above. Thinking of the scene that night when his brother was pierced through the heart by an arrow, his eyes flashed with deep resentment. Soon, he was awakened by the pain in his body again. The multiple knife wounds on his body were red, swollen, and inflamed, and his head was dizzy. His lips were dry and cracked. When he asked for water, his throat was swollen and painful, and his words were hoarse. "Water, pour me a glass of water." Wang Deben and Wang Deja heard the voice and turned to look at Lu Xingxuan, who had woken up. They couldn't help but feel guilty. They had just come in today, and the food they delivered was based on the number of people. The 2 brothers looked at the 2 unconscious people and thought it would be a waste if they didn't eat, so they shared the 4 bowls of food. At this time, seeing that Lu Xingxuan had woken up, Wang Deben, who was less injured, stood up and handed a bowl to Lu Xingxuan. The water in the bowl had frozen into ice cubes. The temperature was too low at this time, and the boiled water would freeze in a short while. The family in charge of the care only brought some water when they delivered 2 meals a day. It was not allowed to light a fire in the ancestral hall, so they could only endure it. When Lu Xingxuan saw the ice cubes in the bowl, he was stunned, and then anger surged in his heart. Although his 2 brothers were just idling around, when had they ever suffered such a punishment? But now he had no strength to resist, so he had to bite off a piece of ice, slowly warm it up and swallow it. The temperature in the ancestral hall was low, and this bite of ice was even colder to the bone. Lu Tianxuan secretly swore in his heart that he must avenge his brother and make these people pay the price. The 3 people of the Qin family, especially the stinky girl, were the murderers of his brother. If there was a chance, he would kill her first. And the father and son of the Wang family in front of him, if it weren't for them, his 2 brothers would still be at home hibernating. Including the escaped Li Chengkai, how could he be fine? And those who judged him, he would not let any of them go. At this time, The voice of Wang Posey talking to someone came, his third uncle. I really trouble you to come with me again in such a cold day. The guard touched the copper coin in his hand and couldn't help laughing. Debin mother, why are you being polite? Just go in. As soon as Wang Posey came in, she rushed over and hugged her two sons. My son, you have suffered so much. Come and let me see you. Wang Dizha was held too tightly by his mother. The wound was pressed, and he cried out in pain. Mrs. Wang then let go of her hands and touched the heads and faces of her two sons. Seeing that they were red from the cold, she felt distressed. She took out the big bag she brought with her and took out the bedding and a few tattered clothes from it. She quickly sorted out the original straw and spread the bedding, then looked at her husband lying next to her. Wang Kongshir had lost too much blood and was frozen, so his face was pale and he was still unconscious. Mrs. Wang was still helping him clean up when she heard her eldest son muttering about being hungry. Mrs. Wang had no choice but to take out a coarse flour and vegetable steamed bun from her arms. She took out 3 in total, which were not very big. Wang Debin couldn't help but curl his lips in disgust, but still quickly reached out and took it. At this time, the person guarding outside coughed a few times. Wang Pa knew that she was letting her go, so she hurriedly told him, Debin, you are the least injured. Take good care of your father and your brother inside, okay? Wang Debin waved his hands impatiently. I know, mother. Don't forget to come and see us tomorrow. We only give you a bowl of porridge here, but you can't be full at all. Hey, there is no food at home. Mother, please do your best. Wang Pa looked helpless. Debin mother, are you okay? The person guarding outside the door was a little impatient. It was a cold day, and he was watching them outside, freezing like a dog, and he was still not working well inside. Wang Pa responded and walked out quickly. When she saw the guard, she said a few more nice words to him before leaving. Qin's family. After everyone dispersed, the 3 generations of the Qin family cleaned up the yard. Grandma Qin looked at the big jar that was broken during the fight and felt distressed. This was the one used when the old man was here. Chen Lang and Lu Qingqing cleaned up the yard again, fixed the trap, and reinserted a new bamboo tip at the bottom. This trap was still kept, just in case it could be used again. Grandma Qin pushed out the cart, put 5 bags of grain on it, and after thinking about it, asked Chen Lang to go to the firewood room to pick up a load of firewood. She took out 2 bottles of ointment and 3 taels of silver from the house, and told the 2 to go out when it got a little dark. After the 3 of them had dinner, seeing that it was getting dark, Chen Lang pulled the cart and went out with Lu Qingqing. They went to Zhuzi's house first. Zhuzi's family was still having dinner. When they saw the 2 of them coming, Zhuzi's wife greeted them warmly. Dia, Xiaolang, you came just in time. Let's eat together. Don't mind. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing waved her hand and stuffed the silver in her hand to Zhuzi's wife, and signaled Chen Lang to put down the food and firewood. Sister-in-law, don't bother. We came here after dinner. This is what Grandma asked us to bring. Put it down for you, and we'll leave. Zhuzi was still a little stunned when he saw this. Zhuzi's wife reacted and said hurriedly, Oh, Dia, what are you doing? Take the things back quickly. We can't take this money either. What are you doing? She said, and tried to push the silver back. We have distributed a lot of silver and food during the day. We can't ask for your things anymore. Take the things back quickly. Zhuzi also reacted at this time, and hurriedly carried the things back to the cart. Sister-in-law, this is what Grandma gave me. Without your help, my family would not be in such a good situation last night.
Please don't be polite.
Nauda and I and Er and I are still young. They need to eat enough to grow up. Besides, it's unusually cold this year. You can use this firewood first and come to my house if it's not enough. Lu Qingqing looked serious. She was really grateful to Zhuzi and his friends for coming to help last night. Otherwise, she and Chen Lang would definitely be injured. Grandma is old, and it would be troublesome if she got hurt. Zhuzi and his wife couldn't resist and accepted the food and firewood. But Inzi refused to take it, saying that he had already collected half an acre of land, which could not be bought with 3 taels and 5 cents of silver at ordinary times, and it was a great bargain for them. Lu Qingqing had to give up, left the wound medicine, and told them to clean the wound on time, and then continued to walk towards the village. They went to the old village chief's house first, and found out that the house had been cleaned up after they arrived, and Yao County Magistrate's family had moved there in the afternoon. Lu Tianming's wound was no longer serious, and the medicine he had sent last time had not been used up. The two left the food and silver money and were about to leave, but were also rejected by the old village chief and Lu Tianxin. After a tug of war, the two sides finally left the 2 bags of food, and the silver money was stuffed back into Chen Lang's hands. The old village chief looked at the 2 people walking away and couldn't help sighing. The children taught by Chen's sister-in-law are all good. You should take care of them more in the future. A lot of silver and food were distributed during the day, and now these grains are sent again. We are taking advantage of them. What the old village chief didn't say was that the eldest son's family came back and brought back Yao Xianqing's family. They lost a lot of food in order to escape. The old village chief had to share some food with his family. He had to add the eldest son's family to his family, so the food was indeed not enough. Lu Qingqing didn't know what was happening behind her. When she arrived at the village chief's house, it was already dark, and it became colder after the wind started. The house of the village chief was warm. When the village chief's wife welcomed the 2 people in, the village chief was sitting cross-legged on the kong, smoking a pipe. He was surprised to see the 2 people coming. When he saw the food and silver, the village chief refused several times. The village chief's wife was frightened, afraid that the food and silver would fly away. She kept winking at the village chief. The village chief looked at his wife and blushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, it was late at night, and the light in the house was dim. After a lot of refusals, she took the things. After sending the 2 people away, the village chief looked at his wife happily touching the silver and money and wanted to scold her. But he remembered that his 2 children were about to tell others. On weekdays, his wife carefully calculated the expenses of the family. The family was indeed not rich, so he had to give up. After returning home, Grandma Chen looked at the returned silver and money and lamented that the old man made friends with good people. After her husband passed away, it was not easy for her to raise her grandson as an old widow. Zhuzi often came to help with the work, and the old village chief and the village chief also helped with the village affairs. I heard that Yao County Magistrate's family had moved there. It was already late. Grandma Chen asked the 2 to go there tomorrow, just in time to deliver food as a congratulations on moving to a new house. After breakfast the next day, the 2 went to the Yao family to deliver food. Hearing that it was a gift to congratulate the move to a new house, the Yao family accepted it and sent a box of beautifully packaged snacks as a return gift. Mrs. Yao was very good at dealing with people. She didn't mean to look down on the country folk at all. She entertained the 2 very warmly. Seeing that they were about the same age as her own children, she asked them to come over and play when they were free. When they returned to the Qin family, Li Chunkai was already sweeping the snow outside the yard. Seeing the 2, he stepped back in fear. Lu Qingqing stepped forward when she saw him. I heard that my sister Arya is often bullied by you in your house. She doesn't even have food to eat. Is it true? Li Chunkai started shaking with fear when he saw the evil star approaching him. She dared to kill people.
No.
No, I never hit her. I was ignorant before and scolded her a few times, but I will never dare to do it again. At this point, seeing that Lu Qingqing was still staring at him, he quickly assured, I will never dare to do it again in the future. I will definitely treat that stinky. Oh no, Arya well, and I will never bully her, nor let my parents bully her. Seeing him like this, Lu Qingqing's expression eased. Okay, finish cleaning here, I'll go back with you to see Arya. After saying that, without waiting for Li Qingsai's reply, she went back to the house. When Grandma Chen saw the return gift from the Yao family, she opened the snack box, which contained all kinds of snacks, which looked very good. She let the 2 pick a few snacks they liked and put the rest away. When Grandma Chen heard Lu Qingqing say that she wanted to see Arya, she told her to bring Arya back directly and have a meal at home. Seeing that Li Qingsai's work was almost done, the 2 went to Li's house. From a distance, they could hear Qingsai's mother's harsh abuse from inside. You little hoof, You can't do much work all day long, and you keep saying you're hungry. Did I buy you here because I owe you? I think you're a jinx. My Chunkai was fine before, but you got involved in this mess as soon as you came. How much have we lost? It's all because of your evil sister. As she got closer, she heard Chingsai's father growling in the house. Enough? What are you yelling about? The compensation is not enough. Lu Qingqing turned her head and glanced at Li Chunkai beside her, and saw that he was so scared that he kept waving his hands. While explaining that it would not happen again in the future, she quickly ran to the yard, shouting as she ran, "Mom, what are you doing?" Chingsai's mother had just slapped Arya at this time. When she heard her son running back to question her, she was stunned. This little is disobedient. What's wrong with me teaching her a lesson? Hasn't it been like this before? When Lu Qingqing ran in, she heard this, looked at Arya, who was beaten to the ground, stepped forward quickly to help her up, looked at Arya with a red and swollen cheek, and said coldly, "And is so majestic, if you don't know. You would think you are the county magistrate who solves the case. You can beat her whenever you want." When Chingsai's mother saw Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang coming, she couldn't help but be stunned. When Chingsai's father in the room heard the words "solve the case" said by Lu Qingqing, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. He had just pleaded with the Chen family for his son during the trial yesterday, and he cried bitterly. At that time, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't care about anything, but now he felt embarrassed. Chingsai's father walked out of the house quickly and scolded Chingsai's mother. "You lazy woman. Arya is fine. Why did you hit her? If you make trouble again, I will beat you." Seeing her husband's fierce look, Chingsai's mother immediately became honest and dared not say a word. Lu Qingqing hugged Arya and looked at Chingsai's family in front of her coldly. "Uncle Li, although Arya became your family's child bride, she also has her family. She is my sister no matter what." Auntie beats and scolds her at every turn and doesn't even let her eat a bite. Does she really want to kill people? Our Lujia village is also governed by the laws of the court. Killing someone for life has been around since ancient times. With the clan elders and the village chief making the decision for everyone, no one will be wrongly accused. Seeing Lu Qingqing's stern face and hearing the words "killing someone means paying with one's life," Chingsai's father remembered that there was a man in front of him who dared to kill, so he hurriedly explained with a smile, "Oh, Daya, it's all because of my old wife's bad temper. I will definitely discipline her in the future. We will definitely treat Arya as our own daughter in the future, and we will definitely treat her well. Don't worry." When Li Chunkai entered the house and saw that his mother dared to hit Arya, he was already scared. This is Arya's biological sister, and he was afraid that she was going to be finished. When he saw his father explaining, he hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, my family will definitely treat Arya well in the future, and we will definitely not bully her again. Uncle Li, it's winter now, and there is not much work to do at home. When Brother Qingkai comes to my house in the future, let Arya come with him. What do you think?" Lu Qingqing stared at Chingsai's father and saw him nodding repeatedly as soon as she finished speaking. Okay, there's really nothing to do in this cold winter. The child's mother can do it herself, and just let Arya go to your place to play." Lu Qingqing looked down at Arya in her arms and asked, "Arya, which room do you live in? Sister will carry you back to lie on the Kong for a while." Arya pointed to the firewood room next to her, and Lu Qingqing looked towards the firewood room next to her. There was a nest made of straw in the firewood room, without even a bed or quilt, and the door of the firewood room was just made of broken wooden boards, which leaked even when closed. Seeing Lu Qingqing's ugly face, Li Chunkai hurriedly said, "I was ignorant before. Arya will sleep in the room where I used to sleep from now on. The Kong there is warm, and I will sleep in the same room with my parents in the future." Lu Qingqing looked at Arya, who was shivering with cold, picked her up and walked into the house, looked at the dirty quilt on the Kong, and pulled the quilt to the side. Her eyes swept to Li Chunkai, who hurriedly went to the cabinet to get a thick quilt. He ran to his parents' room again, brought a new mattress, spread it out neatly, and watched Lu Qingqing put Arya in it eagerly. "Go get a bowl of hot water." Li Chunkai listened to Lu Qingqing's instructions and hurried to the outer room to find his mother to boil water. After feeding Arya the water and seeing that she recovered, Lu Qingqing felt relieved. Little Area buried her head and hugged her waist, sobbing and thanking her. Looking at the thin little girl in front of her, Lu Qingqing felt very distressed and secretly pondered the possibility of buying Area back from the Li family. After thinking about it for a while, she felt that it was not possible. Even if the Li family was temporarily afraid of her and allowed her to buy Area from the Li family. But if Area went back to the Qin family with her, Lu the old man will definitely come to cause trouble. As a cousin, her reputation is definitely not as good as that of Area's parents and grandparents. The Lu family wants Area back on the grounds of filial piety. But will Area have a better life if she returns to the Lu family? The Lu family doesn't have much food left. With the character of Old Man Lu, he is addicted to selling his granddaughter and doesn't care about his face at all. If Area is sold again, I don't know where she will be sold to. I'm afraid she will live worse than the Li family. After thinking for a while, it is the best choice for Area to stay in the Li family. The Li family is afraid of me now. As long as I take care of Area more, they dare not do anything to her. And Li Chengkai is working in his own family. During this 1-year observation and transformation period, if his family is not satisfied, Li Chengkai will still be in trouble if he brings it up. I will go back and get a lock and lock the door of this room. In the future, let Area come to me more often, and I can help her at any time if there is anything. After Lu Qingqing went back and told the whole story, Chen Lang clenched his fist and said, I will beat anyone who bullies Area. Dia, don't worry. I will protect you and won't let you be bullied like her. Lu Qingqing looked at Chen Lang, who was serious about helping her beat someone up, and her heart couldn't help but feel warm. Dia, let's take care of Area more in the future. This child has such a hard time, but she still wants to help us report the news. She is a kind-hearted child. Grandma Qin said, and got up to take out the unused cloth from the cupboard. This material can still make a set of clothes. I see that the child doesn't have a decent piece of clothing. It's very cold today. I'll make her a set of clothes in the next 2 days. Add some more cotton, and she will be warm when she wears it. Lu Qingqing looked at Grandma Qin with a loving face and went forward to hug her. This short old lady looked very much like her grandmother in her previous life. Grandma Qin patted Lu Qingqing's back gently, and Chen Lang saw this and also came over to hug them. At lunchtime, Lu Qingqing helped Grandma Qin cook a table of dishes and then went to find Area. When the little girl arrived, she was obviously frightened by the big table of dishes. In a panic, she subconsciously looked at Lu Qingqing beside her. Little Area, don't look at your elder sister. You are invited here today by the old woman. You took such a big risk to come here to report the news last time, but you helped a lot. Thanks to you, we can stand here and talk to you safely. Don't stand there, sit down and eat while talking. Grandma Qin motioned Area to sit down. Area sat down only after seeing that Lu Qingqing and Grandma Qin's family were all smiling kindly. The little girl was small, and Grandma Qin was afraid that she could not reach the dishes, so she moved a slightly higher stool for her, and most of the meat dishes on the table were placed around her. Area was a little embarrassed when she first sat at the table, and did not dare to stretch out her chopsticks for the meat dishes. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing kept picking up meat dishes for her. Slowly, Area also let go unconsciously. She had never eaten so much meat in her life, and it was not until she was full that she reacted and apologized hesitantly. I'm sorry, Grandma Qin, Sister Dia, and Brother Lang. I ate a little too much, and I couldn't stop just now. Silly girl. What's there to apologize for? I invited you to dinner today, and you're giving us face by eating more. Grandma Qin looked at the embarrassed little girl in front of her and said to her with a smile, Your sister Dia is your real sister, and you've been kind to our family. Just treat this place as your own home in the future. If you have any difficulties, just tell us. When Lu Qingqing heard Grandma Qin say this, she also spoke, Area, I have already warned the Li family today. If they dare to bully you again, just tell me and I will help you vent your anger. Grandma Qin also nodded, Little Area, come over before noon every day in the future. The weather will be warmer then. Every household is hibernating at this time, so it's okay. We can have a meal and chat together. Area was a little embarrassed, Grandma Qin. I can't keep coming here to take advantage of you. No one has enough food this year. Grandma Chen was embarrassed to see the little girl lowering her head. Knowing that she was an honest child, she pretended to be angry and said, "You don't come because you look down on our family and think we can't even afford this little food." Seeing Arya waving her hands in panic, her expression eased a little. "If you regard us as close people, just come over. I get along well with you." Seeing that the matter was settled, after dinner, several people returned to the Kong and sat down to chat. Grandma Chen took out needles and thread and material from the Kong table, drew lines on Arya's body, and then began to cut. Arya had seen Old Lady Lu cutting cloth and sewing before, and knew that Grandma Chen was making clothes for her, and her eyes were red. She had never worn new clothes since she was a child. In the past, her mother also took her own old clothes to alter them for her, and the clothes were always much larger and often dragged on the ground. At this time, Arya didn't say anything, but just silently kept this thought in her heart. If she has the chance in the future, she will repay her. Several people chatted in the house for half an afternoon. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang got up to send Arya back. Grandma Chen packed some food in her bag and also packed some snacks that Arya liked to eat in the afternoon so that she could eat when she was hungry. Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang sent Arya back to the Li family. When Li Chengkai saw them, he became nervous. Seeing that Chen Lang and Lu Qingqing both had stern faces, he hurriedly made another round of assurances. At this time, Qingsai's mother also started to cook dinner. Lu Qingqing began to try the locks she brought. After trying several times without any problems, she hung the key rope around Arya's neck. After a while, the Li family's meal was served on the table. Qingsai's father saw Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang were also there and made way with a stiff face. Lu Qingqing naturally would not keep any food for Arya. Seeing that Arya was on the table and the food was the same as that at Li Qingsai's house, she said goodbye. After leaving the door, he squatted at the window at the back of the house and listened for a while. Qingsai's mother complained a few words and was scolded by Qingsai's father. Li Chengkai was also scared. When he heard that his mother was going to scold Arya, he hurriedly asked his mother to be obedient and not to provoke Arya again. The two then went back. After that day, Li Chengkai came to do housework every day. Except for cooking, all other work was done by Li Chengkai. When there was nothing to do, the two continued to practice martial arts. Lu Qingqing made rapid progress and was already able to fight with Chen Lang. Arya wore a thick new cotton-padded coat and sat in the house with Grandma Chen to learn needlework. Watching the two fighting, she was curious and yearning. Grandma Chen decided to let Chen Lang teach Arya as well some basic ways to strengthen the body. The three of them started practicing ping-pong, and the whole yard seemed to be full of energy. Soon it was the Little New Year, and Grandma Chen attached great importance to the New Year. On the day of the Little New Year, before dawn, Grandma Chen was busy at the stove. There were various ingredients on the stove. Today was the day to worship the kitchen god. Grandma Chen had already fried some meatballs. The meatballs just out of the pot were still sizzling with oil, and the aroma spread to the yard. The two people who were exercising in the yard were attracted to the kitchen. After quickly finishing a set of boxing, the two ran into the kitchen in 3 or 2 steps and walked around Grandma Chen. Grandma Chen looked at the two children with amusement, like greedy cats, picking up meatballs with chopsticks and feeding them. One person fed two, and seeing that the two were not full, Grandma Chen took a small bowl, picked a bowl of meatballs for the two, and asked them to eat on the side. The freshly fried meatballs have a crispy skin and are tender and elastic inside. After chewing, the aroma of meat and spices bloomed on the tip of the tongue, and the eaters couldn't stop. After a while, this small bowl was finished. Grandma Chen saw that there was not much left, and she had to save it for the kitchen god. But being stared at by the two people, she couldn't stand the puppy-like eyes, so she promised to make them 8 treasure rice later. The two cheered and ran to the yard. In front of Grandma Chen, Lu Qingqing felt like a child again. Lu's family. At this time, the Lu family didn't have the atmosphere of celebrating the New Year. Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu looked at the bag of grain with only the bottom left, and their faces became longer. Even if they saved and saved, the bag of grain was still empty. This winter, the family changed from 2 meals of porridge a day to 1 meal a day. Now, it seems that this meal has to be thinner. At noon, Luli went to Old Lady Lu to ask for today's food, planning to make lunch. I thought that today was the little new year and my mother-in-law would at least give me some good food. If I cooked, I might be able to eat something secretly. She was so hungry. As a result, looking at this little food, it was less than the usual meal. Thinking if there was anything else that was not taken out, she tried to ask, "Mom, today is the little new year. In addition to this porridge, are you going to make other food?" Old Mrs. Lu looked at her eldest daughter-in-law in front of her. She was as thin as a rib and very greedy. Hearing her words, she immediately got angry. "Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Where can you get enough food to fill your bottomless pit? If you can get this bite of food, be content. Go cook quickly. Don't leave it here to bother me." As she said, she wanted to go back to the house irritably. After thinking about it, she was afraid that the eldest daughter-in-law would steal the food, so she turned around and followed her to the kitchen. Luli took the bag into the kitchen. Just as she was about to steal some, she heard footsteps outside, and her hand holding the food loosened suddenly. He quickly squatted down and pretended to light a fire. Seeing that it was Old Lady Lu coming over, he cursed in his heart but had to put on a smile on his face. After the meal was ready, Old Lady Lu was responsible for distributing the porridge. There were still some rice grains in the bowls of the old couple and their 3 sons, less in the bowls of their grandsons, and almost all of the bowls of the 2 daughters-in-law were water. Lu Li and Lu Wang came to get the porridge from the first and second rooms, and only Lu Lao Sen came to get it from the third room. Lu Li took the bowl back to the room. Lu Lao Da was sitting on the Kong and saw that the porridge was thinner than before. Thinking that Lu Li had secretly eaten it again, he cursed and wanted to beat her. Lu Li jumped up and hid outside in fear, and hurriedly explained, "Boss, I didn't eat it secretly. Today, Mother gave me less food. If you don't believe me, go ask Mother." Lu Li was very hungry before and took the opportunity to steal the food from Lu Laoda's bowl while serving the meal. After being discovered by Lu Laoda, he beat her up so badly that she couldn't get out of bed for several days. After that, Mrs. Lu Li dared not touch the food in the bowl of Lu Laoda. She just secretly took a little from the food given by Old Lady Lu when it was her turn to cook. Lu Laoda looked at his wife, who was so scared that she looked like a quail, and thought that after being beaten that time, she would not dare to steal food again. But why did his mother suddenly reduce the food again? Today is the little new year, and in previous years, chickens, ducks, fish, and meat must be prepared to offer sacrifices to the kitchen god. His mother always attached great importance to these things, but today there was only a bowl of porridge, so it must be that the family has run out of food. Thinking of this, he blamed the third brother even more. Not only did he lose all the money and food in the family, but he also stole the heirloom in the family and refused to hand it over no matter what. Lu Laoda already knew that the lost hairpin was a gold hairpin, which was said to be very exquisite. Unfortunately, when he knew it, it was gone. Lu Laoda always suspected that the third brother had hidden it, but he searched every place in the house and couldn't find it. He even watched the third brother for a long time, and he looked for him in every place he had been. But he still couldn't find him. According to his observation, the second brother did the same, watching the third brother for a long time, but he couldn't find him. The 2 brothers beat the third brother several times, but the third brother pretended so well that if he didn't know that only the third brother could access his mother's key, he would have believed it. Because of this, the eldest brother Lu blamed his parents. They said that he was the eldest son, and most of the family property would be given to him in the future. He didn't even know about the most valuable gold hairpin in the family. In the second brother Lu's room, Lu Wangshi brought the porridge back to the room. Today's porridge was less than usual, so she didn't scoop it out again. She secretly went to see her daughter a few days ago. Her second daughter was taller than before and had more flesh on her face. The Qin family are all good people, and they gave the second daughter a lot of food. I heard from my daughter that she went to the Qin family for lunch every day and ate a lot. Last time she secretly went to see her daughter, Arya insisted on bringing her some food back when she left, but how could she accept it? Her daughter saved some food and wanted to give it to her, which made her feel warm in her heart. Her daughter was like her and knew how to be grateful. In fact, she could eat anything, but her Arya was still so young, she had to eat a lot to grow up. Looking at her husband, who had become more and more gloomy since he became lame, Mrs. Lu Wang lowered her head. A hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Ever since Arya was sold, she has looked at the people of the Lu family coldly. Lu Lauer is a devil in human skin, and he doesn't love anyone except himself. His daughter was sold to such a vicious family and was almost beaten to death by the old woman of the Li family, but he didn't care at all, and only cared about the little food that was sold for her daughter. She would never let him have an easy time. And Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu, the two culprits who sold her daughter, she would never let them go. Now the plants outside are frozen to death. Just wait a little longer. When the plants grow up on the mountain in spring, she will always be able to find the grasses she knows. Soon, the time came to New Year's Eve, and Grandma Qin specifically asked Lu Qingqing to go to the Li family early to call Arya. She thought the Li family would stop them, but she didn't expect that Li Qingxai's parents wanted them to call Arya away. The family made some delicious food for the new year, and they could eat more after Arya left. Lu Qingqing ignored them and happily called Arya to come home to celebrate the new year. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, Lu Qingqing helped Grandma Qin prepare a large table of dishes. Yesterday, 2 large pots of white flour buns were steamed, and another pot of sugar corners, 8 treasure rice, etc. were steamed. Grandma Qin also specially took out the good wine that Grandpa Qin had hidden before. The children drank the wine she brewed herself. Lu Qingqing had tasted it before. It had a low alcohol content, was sweet, and tasted good. On New Year's Eve, Grandma Qin was very happy looking at the children. After drinking a glass of wine, she became more talkative. Grandma Qin kept praising the children, especially Lu Qingqing. She was so praised that she was embarrassed to listen. What she said was not like her. The old and young were very happy to have a meal. After the meal, they ate snacks and chatted, and laughter could be heard from the room from time to time. Arya was too young to stay up late and fell asleep soon. Lu Qingqing also forgot what time she went to bed, but she only knew that when she woke up in the morning, she saw the red envelopes prepared by Grandma Qin. The 3 children got up, kowtowed to Grandma Qin, and wished a happy new year. They smiled so hard that their teeth were not visible when they held the red envelopes. In recent days, the temperature has slowly risen, and the snow on the ground has begun to melt. After this winter's exercise coupled with a good diet, the 3 of them have grown rapidly, especially Lu Qingqing, who had grown a lot taller and had gained some weight. The weather was getting warmer, and green buds were sprouting on the back hill. The villagers began to go out to dig wild vegetables. After a winter of consumption, most families had no grain in their home jars. It was the time to eat wild vegetables, so Grandma Qin asked the 3 of them to dig some tender shepherd's purse and bring it back to eat shepherd's purse and meat dumplings at noon. The 3 of them were greedy when they heard about shepherd's purse and meat dumplings. This winter, there were basically no green leafy vegetables. Tender green shepherd's purse mixed with meat, wrapped into white flour dumplings, just sounded drooling. The 3 of them went out with baskets and met many villagers. Lu Qingqing found that after this winter, people had become thinner. The chilblains on their hands and faces were very serious, and most people were in poor condition. Fortunately, Grandma Qin was afraid that it would be cold outside, so she asked the 3 of them to wrap their heads and faces before going out, so they were not so conspicuous at this time. Seeing that many villagers went to the fields, the 3 of them walked to the foot of the back hill. From a distance, we can see that the mountain has already turned green. When we walked to the foot of the mountain, we found that the wild vegetables here were bigger than those in the field. There was a place full of shepherd's purse, which was green and tender. After a while, we dug half a basket. At this time, the sky was a little gloomy. Arya found that there was a large patch of shepherd's purse not far away and was about to call Lu Qingqing over. Then she saw something falling not far away, and it made a sound when it fell on the ground. Arya was a little confused about what fell. Lu Qingqing's heart tightened. She had good eyesight and clearly saw that it was a fist-sized hailstone. She quickly glanced around and saw a shallow concave hole on the mountain wall about 10 meters to the right front. Lu Qingqing grabbed the two people beside her and ran quickly towards the mountain wall. The hole was too shallow. The three of them just barely shrank in when they saw dense hailstones falling. The hailstones fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The splashed hailstones hit the legs and faces of the three people, hitting them painfully. The three of them had to use clothes to protect their heads and faces, and tried their best to shrink into the cave. Listening to the dong-dong sound of hail hitting the mountain wall, Lu Qingqing was a little worried that the mountain wall would collapse. Looking at the hail falling in front of her nervously and apprehensively, a layer of hail accumulated on the ground in a short while. Lu Qingqing thought of Grandma Qin at home and was very worried, just hoping that the hail would stop soon. It felt like a long time had passed, and the hail finally stopped. Lu Qingqing kicked away the hail piled at her feet and shouted for the two to run home quickly. Along the way, she saw several people lying on the ground with blood on their heads after being hit by hail, and Lu Qingqing became more and more anxious. Many roofs in the village were hit by hail and had big holes, and a layer of hail was scattered on the ground. She ran into the yard in one breath. There was a layer of hail on the ground in the yard. Seeing that Grandma Qin was not in the yard, Lu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to go into the house, she saw some blood near the wellhead. Lu Qingqing's breath was choked, and she ran into the house quickly. She saw Grandma Qin lying on the floor of the main hall, and the bloody wound on her head was still bleeding. She ran over with some weak hands and feet and helped Grandma Qin up. Seeing her chest still rising and falling, she finally let go of the breath she had been holding. Lu Qingqing felt the coolness on her face at this time, and she realized that she had shed tears when she touched it. At this time, Chen Lang and Arya also ran in. Seeing the injured Grandma Chen Lang suddenly remembered that when he was a child, his grandfather was also injured and came back, bleeding a lot, and soon passed away. He ran over in a panic, hugged Grandma Chen tightly, and held her tightly without saying a word. Lu Qingqing quickly went to get the medicine and shouted several times before Chen Lang heard her and made way for her. With shaking hands, she sprinkled the hemostatic powder on the wound. The powder was sprinkled on a layer and was quickly washed away by the blood. In a panic, Lu Qingqing directly poured the whole bottle of medicine and then quickly covered the wound with a cloth and finally stopped the bleeding. The pain from pressing the wound woke up Grandma Qin. Seeing the three children crying, Grandma Qin tried to smile and comfort them. "Don't be afraid. Grandma is fine." Grandma Qin's face was a little pale. She had lost a lot of blood, and it was very difficult for her to speak, and she soon fainted again. Lu Qingqing was very flustered. She asked Chen Lang to carry Grandma to the Kong, and she quickly went to get the pills for nourishing blood production. She stuffed the pills into Grandma Qin's mouth, and she couldn't swallow it after feeding her with water several times. Lu Qingqing was so anxious that tears came down, and she cried and begged Grandma Qin to take the medicine quickly. Grandma Qin seemed to hear her voice, opened her eyes, tried to swallow the pills, and fell asleep again. Chen Lang kept lying beside Grandma Qin, while Lu Qingqing went to find the medicine she had bought before and found a tonic soup from it. This was the medicine that the doctor prescribed after she told the doctor about Grandma Qin's situation. Usually, Grandma Qin didn't want to waste it, so she didn't let Lu Qingqing boil it. Lu Qingqing hurried to boil the soup, and Arya took the initiative to watch the fire, asking her to do something else. Lu Qingqing went to make another bowl of brown sugar water and slowly fed it to Grandma Qin. In the afternoon, the old village chief came to check on the situation. Seeing that Grandma Qin was injured, he sent some brown sugar and millet and told Lu Qingqing about the situation. Many people were killed or injured in the village this time. An elder of the Lu family passed away. He was also Lu Qingqing's great-grandfather from the next room, and he had a good relationship with Grandpa Qin. The temperature has risen rapidly these days. The villagers were worried that high temperatures would breed epidemics, so they decided to keep the bodies of those who had gone there for 3 days and bury them together after 3 days. In the evening, Grandma Chen finally woke up and her complexion looked a little better. Knowing that this incident frightened them, she comforted the children softly. "Don't be afraid. This will happen to everyone. Grandma has lived for almost 60 years, and it's enough. You don't have to be sad even if she passes away." Chen Lang's voice was crying, and his eyes were red. "Grandma, don't leave me." Grandma Chen looked at her grandson with nostalgia in her eyes. The teenage Xiao Lang grew tall and strong, and really looked like her eldest son. "Xiao Lang, if I die, I will go to find your grandfather. I will be reunited with your grandfather, parents, and uncle in heaven, so you don't have to be sad. We will be watching you in heaven when the time comes. You have to live well with Dia, understand?" The children just shook their heads, hoping that Grandma Chen would get better. At night, Lu Qingqing moved back to Grandma Chen's room from her own room because she was afraid that Grandma Chen would have a fever. Lu Qingqing just moved back when the weather warmed up a few days ago. Fortunately, Grandma Chen did not have a fever that night. She drank a tonic soup in the morning, and her complexion improved a lot. After getting up, she was able to have the energy to talk to them, but she was still weak and had difficulty moving. Seeing that Grandma Chen was better, Lu Qingqing told her about the situation in the village. Grandma Chen couldn't help but sigh. Many people in the village died again this time. Then, she told Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang to go to the funeral. The elder was Lu Qingqing's great-grandfather from the next room. When the Chen family first moved in, they took good care of the Chen family. Now that someone is gone, it is only right to go and see them off. Lu Qingqing was a little worried about Grandma Chen's health and was worried about her being alone. Grandma Chen thought that it was only half a morning, and there was nothing to do. Lu Qingqing thought about it. She was just going to say goodbye. According to the local custom, men carry the coffin during the funeral procession so she can come back early. She looked up at the hole in the roof, thinking that she had to repair the roof today. The hail had damaged many parts of the roof. Although the weather was not so cold, it had to be repaired as soon as possible. There were no extra tiles at home for the time being. So she moved the tiles from the woodshed to the bedroom for use, and temporarily used thick straw curtains to support the woodshed. When the weather got hot, the large amount of snow in winter melted, the river bends were filled with water, and the air became humid. After Lu Qingqing replaced the tiles, she was not sure if there would be hail again, so she wove a thick layer of straw curtains to cover the tiles. "If there is hail again, I hope it will work." Soon, it was the day of the funeral. Seeing that Grandma Chen looked good, Lu Qingqing and the others went out after feeding her medicine. On this day, many families in the village held funerals together, and the crying was deafening. Lu Qingqing looked very sad. After paying farewell in the morning hall, Chen Lang followed the men to the funeral, and she walked home quickly. When she got home, Lu Qingqing unlocked the door and went in. She called out Grandma, but there was no response. Thinking that Grandma might be asleep, Lu Qingqing walked into Grandma Chen's room. When she opened the door, she saw a dagger stuck in Grandma Chen's chest on the Kong, and blood was all over the Kong. Lu Qingqing's mind buzzed, and she rushed over to hug Grandma Chen. She could feel that Grandma Chen's body was still warm. The blood was stuck on Lu Qingqing's hands and arms. Lu Qingqing tried with shaking hands, but she was not breathing. Grandma Chen's eyes were still open, with some fear in her eyes. Lu Qingqing felt a little breathless. She tried to take a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and observed the situation around her. The room was turned upside down, and the things in the closet were thrown out. The person who came obviously wanted to find money, but he was so vicious. The knife stabbed Grandma Chen's heart, and he didn't want her to live at all. Wait, this dagger looks familiar. It's the dagger that Lu Xingwang used. It was that dagger, and the handle was wrapped in green cloth. Lu Qingqing wiped her tears randomly, and her mind told her that she couldn't cry anymore. She wanted to avenge Grandma Chen. Grandma Chen's body was still warm, which meant that she hadn't gone far, and might even be hiding in the house. She took out the bow and arrow from the space and put it on her back, and then took out the hatchet and held it in her hand. She held the knife in one hand and opened the cabinet door in the house with the other hand. There was no one. There was no place to hide in Grandma Chen's house except the cabinet. Lu Qingqing held the knife and walked towards her own room. She pushed open the door and saw that the cabinet doors in the house were all closed, and her heart was immediately trembling. She walked lightly, approached the largest cabinet, held the knife tightly, and used the hatchet to pry open the cabinet door. There was no one inside. She approached another cabinet and slowly approached with the hatchet in her hand. Before she could pry open the cabinet door suddenly opened. A man with a ferocious face rushed over with a knife, and it was Lu Xingxuan. Lu Qingqing dodged and narrowly avoided the knife. Without waiting to turn around, she quickly chopped back. The knife hit Lu Xingxuan's arm, causing him to scream in pain. But he continued to attack Lu Qingqing fiercely. The moves that Lu Qingqing had made with Chen Lang these days had worked. The two men started slashing, and although Lu Qingqing was a little weaker than Lu Xingxuan, she had the upper hand because of her clever moves. When Lu Xingxuan was injured again, he dodged and ran outside. Seeing the man running out, Lu Qingqing quickly put an arrow on his head, aimed at Lu Xingxuan's heart, and shot an arrow. Unexpectedly, Lu Xingxuan happened to look back and saw this scene, and he was so scared that he jumped forward. The arrow missed the target and only hit his waist. He was still wearing a cotton coat at this time, so the injury was not very serious. Lu Xingxuan fled to the back mountain with the arrow on his waist, and Lu Qingqing quickly got up and followed him. He avoided the arrow several times by using obstacles. Lu Xingxuan was tall and had long legs, and soon he left Lu Qingqing behind. Lu Qingqing followed him for a long distance, but still lost him. She chased him in all directions, but still found no trace, and angrily chopped the dead tree beside her. Lu Qingqing was furious, and went back to call Chen Lang, and then came in to chase him, and she must kill Lu Xingxuan to avenge her grandmother. While pulling out the knife, she thought of every bit of her time with Grandma Chen, and tears flowed down unconsciously. After Lu Qingqing came to the Chen family, Grandma Chen took care of her everywhere. Worried that she was embarrassed to say something, she secretly asked Chen Lang to take care of his sister Dia. Lu Qingqing was able to integrate into the Chen family so quickly, thanks to the care of Grandma Chen and Chen Lang. And she coaxed Chen Lang to go home and tell Grandma Chen that he wanted to marry her as a wife, and Grandma Chen knew about this from the beginning. This was only later when Lu Qingqing was chatting with Chen Lang and asked him inadvertently. Grandma Chen knew her grandson well. When Chen Lang first said he wanted to marry her, she asked about the whole story. Grandma Chen knew very well who the old couple Lu were. But she still went to the Lu family to ask for marriage, more because she felt sorry for this little girl. People who have lived to this age can see through the human relationship, but they still have some kindness. Sincerity for sincerity, Grandma Chen really regarded Lu Qingqing as her own grandchild. Thinking of the fear in Grandma Chen's eyes before her death, Lu Qingqing wanted to kill Lu Xingxuan immediately. No, he couldn't die so easily. She wanted to cut his skin with a knife so that he would also die in fear and pain. Coming down from the back mountain, he ran into Chen Lang, who was coming back. Chen Lang was shocked to see the blood on Lu Qingqing's body and hands and ran over to check. Seeing that he was not injured, he asked what happened. Lu Qingqing didn't dare to speak. Chen Lang was like a child in his heart. Now that the grandmother who had been with him since childhood is gone, he is afraid that it will be difficult to accept. Grandma was killed by Lu Xingxuan. When Lu Qingqing's dry and hoarse voice came out, Chen Lang was stunned, as if he didn't understand what this sentence meant. Then, he reacted and ran quickly into the house. Lu Qingqing was afraid that something might happen to him, so she quickly followed. After Chen Lang entered the house, he was obviously shocked by the scene in front of him. After a long time, he stepped forward and held Grandma Chen's hand. The old woman's hand showed grayish-white after the blood faded. Lu Qingqing seemed to be able to feel the warmth when she touched her head before. Lu Qingqing seemed to be unable to stop her tears and couldn't wipe them away. Did Lu Xingxuan kill Grandma? Chen Lang turned his head to look at Lu Qingqing and confirmed with her. The boy's eyes were red, and his face was full of tears. It was him. I just shot him with an arrow, and didn't leave him. He ran to the mountains. He got into the deep mountains, and I didn't catch up. Let's pack up our things and go into the mountains later. He ran to the mountains. He got into the deep mountains, and I didn't catch up. Let's pack up our things and go into the mountains later. He ran to the mountains. He got into the deep mountains, and I didn't catch up. Let's pack up our things and go into the mountains later. He ran to the mountains. He got into the deep mountains, and I didn't catch up. Let's pack up our things and go into the mountains later. We must kill him to avenge Grandma. The hatred in Chen Lang carefully observed the surrounding environment, searched carefully along each road, and walked a long way before finding the footprints left. Chen Lang carefully observed the surrounding environment, searched carefully along each road, and walked a long way before finding the footprints left by Lu Xingxuan when he escaped. The two tried every road along the way until they found the traces, and continued to chase forward. Seeing that the sky was completely dark, the dew on the ground was heavy. Now, the two can't get sick. Lu Qingqing thought about it before leaving. Carrying luggage would increase the burden and affect the speed. Chen Lang was not surprised. He knew that Daya was blessed by the Bodhisattva. He knew it when he drank bone soup before. The two of them rested for a night, but they didn't sleep. Lu Qingqing heard Chen Lang get up in the middle of the night and sharpen his tang sword in a distant place. It was just dawn, and the two quickly put some things aside and continued to search. Finally, at noon, they saw Lu Xingxuan from afar. Seeing that the two had chased so far, Lu Xingxuan was afraid of Lu Qingqing's arrows, so he ran wildly into the depths of the forest as soon as he saw people. Lu Qingqing couldn't keep up with the pace when she ran and was worried that she would lose him, so she asked Chen Lang to chase first and leave a mark on the road, and she would catch up. After chasing for more than an hour, Lu Xingxuan finally couldn't run anymore. When Lu Qingqing arrived, Chen Lang was fighting with Lu Xingxuan, and he fell to the ground in a few strokes. Lu Qingqing asked Chen Lang to spare his life and tied him up with a rope and tied him to a tree. Lu Xingxuan was still very tough at this time, thinking that Lu Qingqing didn't dare to kill him and only dared to tie him up, and he was still cursing. Lu Qingqing ignored him and took out the dagger he had used to kill Grandma Qin. She looked Lu Xingxuan up and down, wondering where to start. Lu Qingqing's expression was too calm, as if she was cutting back. She saw Lu Xingxuan's expression change from fierce mockery to terrified begging for mercy, and when he saw that begging for mercy was useless, he began to curse loudly. Feeling the pain in his body and the blood slowly flowing out of his body, the feeling of fear and powerlessness broke his heart and made him beg for mercy again. Lu Qingqing's expression did not change from beginning to end. In her eyes, Lu Xingxuan was a beast. He was the demon who killed Grandma Qin. After learning martial arts, Lu Qingqing also learned the acupuncture points of the human body and understood the distribution of blood vessels, avoiding large arteries and blood vessels with heavy bleeding. It was not until late at night that Lu Xingxuan died in fear. Seeing that he had died, Lu Qingqing seemed to be relieved and collapsed on the ground. Chen Lang came over and hugged her, and Lu Qingqing hugged him back. The two children who lost their grandmother hugged each other and comforted each other. The next morning, when the two were going down the mountain, they met Zhuzi's wife, who came to deliver food. Zhuzi was worried that Lu Xingxuan would sneak down the mountain at night, so he slept at the foot of the mountain last night. Lu Qingqing thanked the two. Zhuzi looked at the blood splattered on their bodies and didn't ask about Lu Xingxuan's fate. The two went home to clean up and changed the burial clothes for Grandma Qin. Looking at Grandma Qin lying there, this kind old woman left like this. Lu Qingqing cried out in pain unconsciously. After crying for a long time, she finally recovered a little. She tried to open her swollen and painful eyes and saw Chen Lang holding Grandma Qin's hand motionless. Lu Qingqing called him several times, but he didn't respond. Lu Qingqing was a little panicked, approached Chen Lang, and comforted him softly. "Brother Chen Lang, we have avenged Grandma. Do you remember? Grandma said that after she left, she went to heaven to accompany Grandpa. Chen Lang still didn't respond, but just held Grandma Chen's hand tightly. Lu Qingqing looked at Chen Lang like this and felt very distressed. But in this era, people pay attention to being buried in peace. Grandma Chen has prepared a coffin and shroud for herself early. She must let Grandma Chen go in style. Thinking that she didn't understand the ancient funeral process, she still had to trouble the old village chief. Before she could find him, the old village chief had already come. It was Juzi's wife who went to invite him. The old village chief looked at her red and swollen eyes and felt pity in his heart. In the future, the old Chen family will only have these 2 children. Alas, what's the good of living old, watching familiar people leave one by one? The 2 children of the Chen family don't understand the funeral. After so many years of friendship, he must let the old sister-in-law go well. Thinking of this, he told Lu Qingqing that he would help them preside over the funeral. Lu Qingqing asked the old village chief, hoping that everything would be the best for Grandma's funeral. Whoever has something useful, she can exchange it with food. The old village chief knew that the child was filial, and after agreeing, he asked his children and grandchildren to call people to help the Chen family finish the funeral. Before the coffin was put in, Chen Lang refused to let go and held Grandma Chen's hand tightly. No matter who tried to persuade him, he would not respond or let go. Lu Qingqing knew that he was sad, but she could only persuade him at this time. Brother Chen Lang, you hold too hard. Grandma's hand will hurt. When Chen Lang heard the words Grandma will feel pain, he seemed to react and suddenly let go of her hand. But he still followed Grandma Chen closely. After Grandma Chen was put in the coffin, he followed by the coffin. Grandma Chen's funeral was very grand. People who were friendly with the Chen family came, and even the Yao County Magistrate's family came to pay their respects. When the funeral was held, a large group of people went to the cemetery together. Chen Lang was still in a daze and did not cry or make a fuss. He just followed the coffin silently. Seeing this from the side, Lu Tianfu sneered. What a fool. He didn't even cry when his grandma died. This sentence successfully angered Lu Qingqing, who stepped forward quickly and slapped Lu Tianfu in the face. This slap used 100% of her strength, and he turned around and spat out teeth mixed with blood. Lu Qingqing stared at Lu Tianfu fiercely. Uneducated trash, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth off. Lu Tianfu was dizzy from the and didn't react. Just when he wanted to fight back, he looked up and saw Lu Qingqing's fierce eyes. He felt his hair stand up and took 2 steps back in fear. He didn't know that Lu Qingqing had just seen blood not long ago, and her momentum was unconsciously revealed. Seeing her son being beaten, Lu Tianfu's mother went forward and tore him with curses. He was kicked in the stomach by Lu Qingqing, and the whole person flew back 2 steps, fell to the ground, and covered his stomach in pain and cried out. Grandma Chen passed away, and Lu Qingqing was already holding back her anger, so she didn't hold back this time. The old village chief came over from behind, and when he saw Lu Tianfu and his mother making trouble, he was so angry that he wanted to beat them up again. It was not a good day to make a big fuss, so he scolded the 2 of them a few more times, and when he saw that they were obedient, he followed the team and left. Lu Qingqing ignored Lu Tianfu and his mother behind her and continued to move forward with the team. When the coffin was buried, Chen Lang looked at the small grave mound steadily, and after a long time, he uttered a sentence, "Will Grandma live here in the future?" Lu Qingqing looked at Chen Lang with heartache and said softly, "Yes, Grandma will live here in the future. Look, that's Grandpa's residence. Over there, it's my father and mother's residence. They will live together in the future." Chen Lang followed Lu Qingqing's finger and looked over and saw that the graves were next to each other. "Dia, can we visit them often in the future?" "Of course. This place is not far from our home. We will visit them often in the future." Lu Qingqing stepped forward, held Chen Lang's hand, looked into his eyes and promised seriously. After Grandma Chen passed away, Chen Lang had a high fever for several days in a row. When he was confused by the fever, he always sobbed and cried. Lu Qingqing took him to the Kong in her room to take care of him, cooling him down, feeding him water and food day and night. Finally, on this morning, Chen Lang's fever subsided, and he woke up. Chen Lang was very quiet when he woke up, but he was more attached to Lu Qingqing. Whether it was cooking or doing housework, he followed her closely. Lu Qingqing knew that he was uncomfortable, and there was no good way to comfort him, so she let him follow. After Chen Lang's fever subsided, Lu Qingqing cheered up and cleaned up the house. Only then did she realize that the gold bracelet that Grandma Qin wanted to give her several times before was not found. It was a family heirloom given by the Qin family to their daughter-in-law. At that time, only 50 taels of silver were found from Lu Xingxuan, but there was no bracelet. This gold bracelet had been kept in the Kong cabinet by Grandma Qin. On the day of the incident, the house was turned upside down. At that time, Lu Qingqing knew that the silver and money were stolen, but her mind was not on this. At that time, Lu Qingqing saw Lu Xingwang's dagger and only thought about revenge. She also saw that only Lu Xingxuan was hiding in the cabinet with a knife, but she didn't expect that he had an accomplice. Now that I think about it, if Lu Xingxuan had helpers, the most likely ones would be the father and son of the Wang family. If the Wang family was really involved, the biggest possibility was that they killed Grandma Qin and ran away with the money. It was only because Lu Xingxuan had too much hatred for his family that he ambushed in the cabinet and wanted to kill her by surprise. Lu Qingqing went to the courtyard wall to observe carefully, and sure enough, the footprints over the wall did not look like one person. The traces on the ground were no longer visible. There were too many people at the funeral in the past few days, and they were covered by other people's footprints. Lu Xingxuan is already dead. If you want to know, you can only start from the father and son of the Wang family. Since Lu Qingqing knows that there may be other murderers who killed Grandma Qin, she will never let him go. This is just a guess, and Lu Qingqing didn't tell Chen Lang. After finding an excuse to appease Chen Lang, Lu Qingqing went to the ancestral hall. The family in charge of delivering meals was a little scared when he saw Lu Qingqing. He had heard before that Lu Xingxuan might have been killed by Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang. At this time, seeing Lu Qingqing coming over, he was very cooperative and opened the door directly to let her in. The west wing of the ancestral hall. The three Wang family members were discussing something. Lu Qingqing suddenly pushed the door in, and they were startled. The two brothers Wang Di's and Wang Debin moved back unconsciously and looked at Lu Qingqing vigilantly. After all, Wang Congsher lived a few more years, and there was no emotion on his face. Lu Qingqing was fumigated by the smell in the room when she entered the door, and she couldn't help covering her nose. The mattress on the ground was torn and dirty. Something in the bowl next to the mattress had grown hair. The strongest smell came from the toilet not far away. The lid of the toilet was thrown on the ground casually. It seemed that the toilet had not been emptied for a long time. There were stains on the side and a strong stench. In this environment, it was a pity that the Wang family father and son could stay. It seemed that they had suffered a lot during this period of time. The three of them were dirty and thin. The injuries of the two brothers Wang Debin seemed to have healed, but their father Wang Congsher did not look good. He was still lying on the mattress with thick scabs on his wounds. Lu Qingqing's eyes fell on the two brothers Wang Debin. Wang Debin shrank a little when he was stared at, while Wang Dizhe avoided her sight. Wang Debin was sentenced to death before, and Wang Dizhe and Wang Congsher were sentenced to exile. Wang Congsher's injury was so severe that he could not even walk properly. Of the two brothers left, Wang Debin was more suspicious. But of the two brothers, Wang Debin looked like a coward, while Wang Dizhe was braver than his brother. When the Wang family father and son attacked the Qin family at night for the first time, it was Wang Di's who led the charge, and it was he who chopped Chen Lang with a knife first and was injured. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing pointed at Wang Debin. "Come out, the house of County Magistrate Yao needs to be repaired, come with me." Wang Debin instinctively wanted to hide when Lu Qingqing asked him to go out to work. Lu Qingqing glared at him, took out the bow and arrow on her back, and pointed the arrow at him. Wang Debin wanted to hide behind his father, but his father was still lying on the ground with his wounds still not healed. His younger brother next to him even retreated directly to his father's side. Seeing that no one was helping him, Wang Debin reluctantly followed Lu Qingqing out the door. He thought he was going to follow to the north of the village, but Lu Qingqing took him directly to a room east of the ancestral hall. After closing the door, Lu Qingqing pointed the arrow directly at him, without saying a word, staring at him coldly. Wang Debin broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "Sister Daya, no, Sister Daya, what do you want from me?" Lu Qingqing's face turned cold. She pulled the bowstring to its full extent, aimed directly at Wang Debin and said, "Where's my family's money? Where did you hide it? I'll count to 3. If you don't tell me, I'll shoot one of your eyes blind first, then I'll shoot your other eye after pulling it out, then skewer them and roast them to feed the dogs. Anyway, you've been sentenced to death, so I don't think the county magistrate will mind such a small matter as losing 2 eyeballs." Wang Debin saw that the bowstring was fully drawn, and his legs began to tremble with fear. He had seen with his own eyes that Lu Qingqing pulled the bowstring to its full extent and shot an arrow through Lu Xingwang's heart. Just 1 arrow, and the man was dead. Now the arrow was aimed at him, and Wang Debin felt that the arrow was like a death warrant. His knees softened, and he knelt on the ground, stammering and begging for mercy. Big sister, I really didn't take your money. It's really not me," Wang Debin said while observing Lu Qingqing's expression. Seeing that she was not angry, he rolled his eyes and continued, "It's all Lu Xingxuan, it's all him. He has been cursing you and shouting that he wants to kill you since he was locked up. It must be him. I haven't dared to go out since I was locked up last time. I swear to God, it's really not me." Lu Qingqing sneered, "But Lu Xingxuan said that you killed my grandmother, and you took the gold bracelet and the silver. He said that this was planned by your Wang family, and he just followed orders. It was you, Wang Debin, who did it. Let me take revenge, and make sure to find the right person," Lu Qingqing said as she pretended to shoot an arrow. Wang Debin was shocked and angry. His face was ashen. This matter had nothing to do with him. It was obviously Lu Xingxuan and his brother who did it. He saw the gold bracelet his brother hid in his sleeve, but now he is to take the blame. The madman in front of him is about to kill him.
He is really more wronged than Do-e.
He didn't get the money, but he died. Wang Debin hated Lu Xingxuan and his brother so much that he cursed in anger. Lu Xingxuan, this rascal, obviously did it. He went with my brother, and the money was taken by my brother. It has nothing to do with me. Please don't kill me. I know it was my fault to go to your house that night. I really know it was wrong. I just wanted to get some money to buy food at that time. I would never dare to hurt anyone. Really, Grandma Qin's matter has nothing to do with me. Please spare my life." He kowtowed and cried bitterly, with tears and snot flowing down his face. Lu Qingqing's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Sure enough, Wang Di's was also involved. But even if she found witnesses and physical evidence, Wang Di's would not die for the time being. Yao County Magistrate's family had been to the county some time ago, and the bandits had not yet withdrawn. If things were delayed, it would be easy for something to happen. What if the Wang brothers ran away? The world is so big. Where could she find them? The best way was to let them run away by themselves and kill them outside without anyone knowing. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing pretended to be angry. "What evidence do you have to prove that it was your brother and not you?" Wang Debin hurriedly explained it was really Lu Xingxuan and my brother who went to the Qin family. The gold bracelet is still hidden in my brother's chest. At that time, some silver was also distributed, and my father took it away and hid it under the mattress where he was lying. Please let me go. I can help you get the things out. The two returned to the west wing of the ancestral hall. The father and son of the Wang family were still wondering why they came back so soon. They saw Wang Debin turning over his father's mattress and pushing his father aside. Before Wang Kongsher could stop him, he ran over with a handful of silver and handed it to Lu Qingqing. Seeing that Lu Qingqing was holding a bow and arrow in both hands and had nothing to put them in, he quickly tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes and wrapped up the silver. Wang Kongsher was stunned by his son's behavior. He reacted now and pointed at Wang Kongsher and cursed. "You idiot, you. Wang Debin didn't care what his father said at all. His life was the most important thing at this time. He put the silver at Lu Qingqing's feet and ran to his brother again. Wang Deja instinctively covered his chest and saw Wang Deja pull his hand away and take out the gold bracelet with his other hand. Wang Deja wanted to grab it, but he saw his brother pointed at Lu Qingqing and said, "Second brother, if you don't want an arrow to hit you, give me the bracelet." Wang Deja turned his head and saw that Lu Qingqing had already made a bow and was ready to shoot an arrow at any time. Wang Deben took this opportunity to quickly return the gold bracelet to Lu Qingqing. He quickly put the gold bracelet in the middle of the pile of silver and tied it into a small bundle. After finishing, he straightened his chest and looked up at Lu Qingqing as if waiting for Lu Qingqing to praise him. At the door, the person in charge of guarding was stunned by Wang Deben's series of actions. "I didn't realize before that the eldest son of the Wang family has the potential to be a lackey. Not to mention the stunned father and son Wang Kongshi and Wang Deja. The two of them couldn't help but have a thought in their minds. Has my eldest son, eldest brother, been bewitched? You are really crazy, really crazy." Wang Deja was so angry that he stuttered and glared at his eldest brother. "Your elder brother has confessed everything. It was you and Lu Xingxuan who killed my grandmother. Now we have found physical evidence. You are dead." County Magistrate Yao has received a notice from the county that the imperial court has pacified the mountain bandits. They will you to the county as soon as the constables come. Lu Qingqing stared at Wang Deja and saw a flash of panic on his face. Wang Deben, who was standing next to him, was also a little panicked when he heard this. He begged Lu Qingqing, "Sister, can you help me plead for mercy for my meritorious service? I can also help you with work and farming like Li Chunkai. As long as you spare my life, everything will be fine. I will report the matter of your meritorious service today to the county magistrate truthfully." After Lu Qingqing finished speaking, she no longer cared about the three Wangs and turned to go home with the silver. She had to go back to sleep and would have to watch over them at night. She didn't dare to take action in the village, but as long as Wang Di's ran out, she could avenge her grandmother. Going out to spy at night, she must have Chen Lang, and Chen Lang also had the right to know the truth. At night, Lu Qingqing kept a close eye on the east wall and the main entrance of the ancestral hall, and Chen Lang was responsible for watching the west wall and the entrance. At about midnight, a figure finally climbed over the wall and ran to the south. It was Wang Di's. After the people ran a little way, Lu Qingqing called Chen Lang to follow. The two slowly followed behind, and seeing the people running out of the village, they kept chasing behind them at a leisurely pace. Until they were far away from the village, the two quickened their pace and chased forward. After a while, Wang Di's heard footsteps coming from behind and turned around to see that it was Lu Qingqing and the others. Just as he was about to run, he suddenly reacted and exclaimed, "Did you deliberately lead me out? Just to kill me with your own hands?" Wang Di's looked at Lu Qingqing with some suspicion, as if he couldn't understand. The villain died because of his talkativeness. Lu Qingqing didn't want to say more. She took the bow and arrow and aimed at Wang Di's right leg. Wang Di's wanted to run, but was shot in the right leg by an arrow and fell to the ground in pain. "It wasn't me who killed your grandma, it was Lu Xingxuan, it was him." Seeing Chen Lang approaching with a dagger, Wang Di's explained in a panic. As the dagger got closer and closer to him, the scene of the Qin family at that time reappeared. Lu Xingxuan hated the Qin family who killed his brother, so he persuaded him to go to the Qin family to get some property. After this, Lu Xingxuan would run away, and all the things could be blamed on him. Wang Di's thought that he would take some property, and if something happened, he would have Lu Xingxuan as a cover, so he went with him. That day, there was a funeral in the village, and he thought that no one was in the Qin family. As a result, he climbed over the wall and found that Grandma Qin was at home. After entering the house, he was discovered by Grandma Qin. Seeing that Grandma Qin wanted to call for help, Wang Di's was afraid of being discovered, so he stepped forward and covered Grandma Qin's mouth. Grandma Qin struggled hard, her fingernails scratched on his arm. Feeling the pain, he held down Grandma Qin's arm with his other hand, making her unable to move. Unexpectedly, at this time, Lu Xingxuan stepped forward and stabbed Grandma Qin's heart with this dagger. Wang Di saw Grandma Qin die in front of him, bleeding, and was shocked. After reacting, he began to blame Lu Xingxuan. Are you crazy? You killed her. Lu Xingxuan sneered at him and mocked. Oh, don't you really know that I can kill people? To tell you the truth, I came here to kill people today. Killing one will cover my investment, and killing two will make a profit. Besides, she has already found out, and if I don't kill her, you will have to flee. Wang Di's was shut up by these words and turned around to search the cabinet. I didn't expect that the Qin family was so rich. A total of more than 110 taels of silver and a gold bracelet were found. Lu Xingxuan didn't know that he had hidden the gold bracelet, so he only divided the silver he found. After Wang Di's got the money, he hesitated between running away from the village and hiding in the ancestral hall. If he ran away, he would have to run away for the rest of his life. He could not do anything without a household registration. After thinking about it, he returned to the ancestral hall. Oh, if he had known it would be like this. Wang Di's felt the pain in his chest and slowly lost consciousness. Lu Qingqing looked at the dagger stuck in Wang Di's heart for a while, walked over and held Chen Lang's hand. We avenged Grandma. Lu Qingqing took out a shovel from the space, dug a hole in the woods by the roadside, buried Wang Di's in it, and then quietly returned to the village. The next day, the person in charge found that Wang Di's was missing when delivering food and hurried to report to the village chief. The village looked everywhere but couldn't find him. Everyone thought that Wang Di's had escaped. Wang Debin saw that his brother really ran away and suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known that he could escape so smoothly, he would have gone with them. Now, he just hopes that when they are escorted back to the government office for trial, he will be given a light sentence because of his meritorious service. Qin's house. The two men who had taken revenge seemed to have lost their target all of a sudden and lay in a daze at home for a few days. Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang would occasionally forget that their grandmother had passed away and would unconsciously call for her. Only after they called out did they remember that Grandma Qin had passed away, and both of them would be depressed for a while. On this day, Zhuzi's wife came over. She had come several times after Grandma Qin passed away. Thinking that Grandma Qin had passed away, she was worried that the two children would have some inconvenience in their lives, so she came to help. When she came here today, she saw that there was no one in the yard, and she knew that the two children were lying in the house again. Dia, Xiaoling, are you in the house? Lu Qingqing got up, opened the door, and welcomed Zhuzi's wife in. Dia, I came here today to ask you something. Now that the weather is warm, many families in the village have replanted wheat. Do you think we should also replant wheat? The two families live close to each other, and Zhuzi's wife knows that the Qin family harvested a field of cabbage last year. When the Qin family was planting, many people in the village laughed at them, thinking that the Qin family was stupid and would not plant cabbage on such a good land. Unexpectedly, all the wheat planters were frozen to death, while the Qin family's cabbage was harvested. In winter, many people couldn't help but think that if they had a cellar of cabbage, they wouldn't be so hungry. Zhuzi's wife thought that Lu Qingqing was a man of great foresight, so she came here to ask. When the winter cold wave hit, the wheat in the field had already frozen to death. A few days ago, there was another hailstorm, and the crops in the field were completely destroyed. In the first few days after the hailstorm, some villagers didn't dare to go out. Gradually, they found that it didn't rain again, and the villagers became bolder. Now, some families in the village have started to turn the soil and plan to plant crops again. Lu Qingqing couldn't tell Zhuzi's wife about the Little Ice Age disaster. After thinking for a while, she said, I think we should wait and see. There was a hailstorm a few days ago. The weather has changed so quickly in the past 2 years. Let's wait and see. Besides, it's still early now. It won't be too late to plant later. Zhuzi's wife felt that what Lu Qingqing said made sense. Her family didn't have much grain seeds left. If there was another disaster, there would be nothing to plant. Zhuzi's wife chatted for a while, and when she saw that Lu Qingqing didn't have much energy, she said goodbye and left. This morning, the sky was gloomy. Lu Qingqing was practicing archery in the house, and she heard the muffled sound of something hitting the ground outside. Looking out through the window, Hailstones of different sizes fell crackling and hitting the ground continuously. Lu Qingqing dragged Chen Lang into the closet, listening to the sound of the wind outside mixed with the crackling sound of the hail, and the breathing of the two could be clearly heard in the enclosed space. Occasionally, there was the sound of tiles breaking on the roof, and then there was the sound of hail hitting the floor in the house. After a while, the sound outside slowly stopped. Lu Qingqing opened the closet door, and there was some hail on the floor in the house. Some of the roof tiles were broken, and the hail came in from the gaps between the straw mats. At this time, many villagers were busy in the fields. Encountering such a large hail, it is estimated that there will be casualties in the village again. At the funeral of Grandma Qin, Lu Qingqing told several good friends that they should try to go out less during this period to avoid being injured by hail again. I don't know if they listened to the advice. Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang cleaned up the hail in the house, and this time some tiles were broken in several rooms. Fortunately, the straw had some buffer, so there were fewer broken tiles than last time. After cleaning up, the sky began to clear up. The wife of County Magistrate Yao came hurriedly, looking a little flustered. When she saw Lu Qingqing, she begged, "Miss Lu, I'm sorry to bother you without permission. To be honest, I came here to ask for medicine for my youngest son. He was hit on the head by hail just now and has been bleeding. The medicine I prepared at home can't stop the bleeding." Lu Qingqing knew that she was anxious, so she quickly went into the house to get the hemostatic medicine. After thanking her, Mrs. Yao took the medicine and left in a hurry. There were still a lot of medicines for injuries at home. Lu Qingqing thought that the prescription had been lost, but she didn't expect Chen Lang to say that all these medicines were made by him. Chen Lang talked about the medicinal materials used. Except for dragon bones, the others sounded commonly used. Since the hail, Lu Qingqing was worried that it would hail again, so she didn't let Arya come again and brought her some food back. During the winter, she was used to having Arya around. These days, Arya didn't come, and she was alone at the Li family, and Lu Qingqing was a little worried. Thinking of going to the village, I would visit Juzi, the village chief, and the old village chief's house. Seeing that the sky had cleared up, I hurried out with the medicine. When I was going downhill, I passed by Juzi's house and saw Juzi and his wife repairing the roof. After chatting for a few words, I learned that no one in his family was injured, so I continued to walk towards the village. When I arrived at Li's house, Qingsai's father was repairing the roof, and Qingsai's mother was sweeping the hail on the ground. After greeting the two, I walked towards the house. Arya saw Lu Qingqing coming over and ran out happily to hold her hand. Seeing that Arya was not injured, several people went to Arya's house and sat down. These days, Arya listened to Lu Qingqing's advice and never went out. Seeing Arya like this, the Li family also followed suit and stayed at home. Lu Qingqing was a little confused. If that was the case, why was Li Chengkai still lying on the Kong? After listening to Arya's explanation, I knew what was going on. It turned out that when it hailed last time, Li Chengkai was repairing the road next to the village chief's house. The road was very muddy due to the melting snow. Seeing the hail, he hurriedly ran to the house. Unexpectedly, the more anxious he was, the more mistakes he made, and he fell into the ditch beside him. He twisted his ankle and watched the hail as big as fists falling down. Li Chengkai didn't care about the pain in his ankle, climbed up quickly, and dived into the firewood pile next to him. The firewood pile was piled high, and the hail could not hurt the people below, so he escaped. Seeing that Arya was fine, Lu Qingqing looked at it and found that there was still a lot of food left for her. She told her to find her if she had any problems, and then said goodbye and walked towards the village chief's house. Along the way, many families were repairing their houses. Passing by an old bachelor's house in the village, the old bachelor was crying in the yard. His thatched house was collapsed by hail. I heard from the villagers that the old bachelor's house was built by his parents when they were young. When he was young, the bachelor was a gambler and lost all the land in the family. I haven't done any proper work in these years, so naturally this thatched house has not been repaired. In the summer, it rains heavily outside and drizzles inside. In the winter, when it snows heavily, One of the houses collapsed, and the remaining house has now been knocked down by hail. In these days, Lu Qingqing has heard a lot of crying, and she has cried a lot herself. After hearing so much crying, her heart seems to have become hardened. After coming here, she really realized the fragility of human beings. This place is not like modern times, where there are so many medicines. Most people rely on hard work when they get sick, and they die if they can't bear it. Not to mention the frequent natural disasters. During the drought, countless refugees died outside. The same is true in the village. Some were killed by wolves when they entered the mountains, some died of thirst when there was no water, some were frozen to death in the cold wave, some were killed by hail, and some were killed by her for money and food robbery. And the good Grandma Chen is gone. Chen Lang seemed to sense her emotions and held her hand tightly. Lu Qingqing looked at Chen Lang beside her. After this winter, he had grown a lot taller. Practicing martial arts every day made him not as thin as his peers, and his broad shoulders made him look like an adult. Lu Qingqing adjusted her mood and continued to walk towards the village. The crying of the old bachelor fell far behind. She realized one thing more and more clearly, that she was just an ordinary person, and it was difficult to protect herself and the people she cared about in this natural disaster. When Lu Qingqing arrived at the village chief's house, the village chief and his son were repairing the roof. When the village chief saw Lu Qingqing coming, he hurriedly greeted his wife to come out to receive her. After Lu Qingqing entered the house, she found that the village chief's little girl Lu Shuyun was lying on the Kong with her head broken. Fortunately, the wound was not serious, and the village chief's wife had treated her with wood ash. Lu Qingqing looked at the wound. The broken skin was not big, and it was mainly redness, swelling, and bruises caused by the beating. She left a wound medicine for the village chief's family and said goodbye to the grateful thanks of the village chief's wife. Before she arrived at the old village chief's house, she saw De Zhuang running out from a distance. When De Zhuang saw her, he turned around and ran towards her instead of running towards the old village chief's house. De Zhuang cried as he ran, "Sister, Dad is going to beat Mom to death. You go and save Mom." Lu Qingqing held De Zhuang, who rushed over. He was covered in dirt, and his face and head were also dirty. He started crying, and his tears washed away the dirt on his face, leaving 2 obvious marks. "What's wrong, De Zhuang?" De Zhuang sniffed and said in a crying voice, "Mom stole food from my uncle, and my grandparents found out, and they wanted Dad to beat her to death. Sister, go and save Mom." As he said that, he was about to pull Lu Qingqing home. Lu Qingqing grabbed Da Zhuang and suggested, "It's useless for me to go. Our grandfather is most afraid of the old village chief." Da Zhuang ran to the old village chief's house, and Lu Qingqing followed him in. As soon as they entered, they saw Da Zhuang pulling the old village chief out. "Dad, they don't want you to go either. You will be disliked if you go." Lu Tianxin chased out of the house, and just as he was talking, he saw Lu Qingqing and the others, and suddenly stopped talking in embarrassment. Lu Tianxin then invited the 2 to come in and sit down. Lu Tianming in the house heard the sound and hurried out. When he saw Lu Qingqing and the others, he enthusiastically asked about their recent situation. He was relieved to hear that everything was fine. After Grandma Chen passed away, he was worried that the 2 would not be able to live well, so he asked his mother to take things to them several times. Grandpa Chen was very kind to him, and now only Chen Lang's bloodline is left, so he must protect him more. Lu Tianxin was relieved when he saw his eldest brother chatting with Lu Qingqing. After all, it was Daya's biological mother who was beaten, and he was discovered when he tried to stop it. It was so embarrassing that he dug his toes into the ground. Lu Qingqing did not notice Lu Tianxin's embarrassment and was not happy about Lu Li being beaten. If De Zhuang hadn't come to see her, she wouldn't have cared about this matter at all. Her attention was focused on the chat with Lu Tianming, and a piece of information was revealed in the chat. County Magistrate Yao had sent people to the county town to inquire, and now the county town was still occupied by refugees. This matter revealed an unusual meaning. The county town had been out of contact for so long, and it was understandable that the prefectural city didn't send anyone to inquire during the blizzard. But this official road has been passable for a long time, and it was a bit unusual that no one was sent from the prefectural city. Lu Tianming didn't say anything clearly, but revealed that the barbarians entered the pass once during the autumn harvest last year. The temperature was so low last winter, and the barbarians must have suffered serious losses. Seeing that she was thoughtful, Lu Tianming didn't say much, and only said that County Magistrate Yao had sent people to the prefectural city, and if there was any information, he would definitely inform her. After a while, the old village chief came back. When Lu Tianxin asked what was going on with the Lu family next door, the old village chief sighed and started talking. The Lu family now has 2 daughters-in-law who take turns cooking, and Grandma Lu always feels that the eldest daughter-in-law doesn't cook enough. Thinking about the fact that the eldest daughter-in-law's brother from her natal family came to see her again some time ago, Grandma Lu had an idea. This time when the eldest daughter-in-law was cooking, she left after seeing the food in the pot as usual, but she hid at the door of the house. As soon as she left, she saw the eldest daughter-in-law scoop out some food and secretly hid it in a cloth bag in her arms. Grandma Lu jumped out and caught her red-handed, and the Lu family was completely furious. The second and third sons of the Lu family jumped out to accuse the eldest wife of being unkind. Now the whole family is short of food, and they stole food from home to eat. The eldest son of the Lu family felt very wronged because he didn't eat the food hidden by Lu Li. The eldest son of the Lu family was immediately annoyed when he saw that his parents and brothers were blaming him because of his wife, and he glared at her. He looked at his wife and asked her where the food had gone. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Lu Li sure wanted to explain at first, but after being beaten a few times, she stammered that she gave it to her younger brother from her natal family. Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu were already worried about the family running out of food, and now there was a thief in the family who shouted that the eldest son had to divorce his wife and send her back to her natal family. Lu Li sure knew that after being divorced and sent back to her natal family, she would definitely have no way to survive. In desperation, she saw De Zhuang and immediately cried as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, saying that she had given birth to the eldest grandson of the Lu family. De Zhuang was also scared at first, but now seeing his mother crying like this, he also pleaded for mercy. Seeing his son like this, the eldest son of Lu softened his heart and followed the old man and the two to plead for mercy. Seeing this, Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu wanted to warn Lu Lisher and let it go. It can be seen that the second and third sons were not ready to finish, so they had to let the 2 sons continue. The second and third wives insisted that Lu Li return the food she had given her parents. Lu Li argued that she had not given much to her parents, but no one believed her. Finally, Old Man Lu made the decision that Lu Li would go back to her parents' home to get 2 kilograms of food, and the matter would be settled. If she could not get the food, she would not have to come back. Lu Li was desperate when she heard this. Where would her parents' home get the food for her? She immediately cried and begged. The eldest brother Lu looked at his 2 younger brothers and saw that they were not done yet. He hated his wife for not living up to his expectations and beat them up. De Zhuang saw that his mother was beaten so badly that he ran out to ask for help. The old village chief was helpless when he saw the situation of the Lu family. After all, it was the Lu family's family affair, so he could only persuade the eldest brother Lu not to hurt people and talk things over. Seeing that the eldest brother Lu stopped, he came back. At this time, Lu Qingqing had also learned that no one in the old village chief's family was injured, so she got up and said goodbye. On the way, she kept thinking about what Lu Tianming said. In this era, the contact between superiors and subordinates is still relatively close. Not to mention the distant past, the county government should submit a year-end summary to the prefectural city before the new year. The prefectural city has not sent anyone to encircle and suppress the refugees in the county city. I am afraid that it is too busy to take care of itself. The current situation, combined with her impression of the late Ming dynasty, came to a terrible conclusion. I am afraid that the barbarians have already attacked the prefectural city. In the original body's memory, I have also heard about the news of the barbarians. According to legend, they are tall and strong, covered with long hair, and have fangs, like the Iksha in the underworld. If they really come, Lu Qingqing doesn't think she can survive under their iron cavalry. She still remembers the massacres when the Qing army entered the pass, the famous Yangzhou 10 days and Jiaoding 3 massacres. At that time, basically 9 out of 10 houses were empty. If what she is thinking is true, then she has to think of a way out in advance. Once the Qing army captures the prefectural city, it will inevitably plunder everywhere to replenish military supplies. Historically, the Qing army entered the pass many times and plundered and retreated, thereby continuously consuming the financial and human resources of the Ming dynasty. Although the dynasty she lived in might be a fictional dynasty, human nature is the same. There are struggles for power and profit everywhere, and the barbarians will inevitably fight with the Ming dynasty for profit. It is estimated that there will be constant wars in the next few years, and the people in the war zone will not be well off. The mountain behind Lujia village is not a paradise, and burning mountains is not uncommon during wars. After thinking for a long time, I finally realized that I had to escape. And I can't escape by myself. There are many mountain bandits everywhere now, and there are probably many refugees on the road. The whole village must escape, and the more people there are, the greater the chance of survival. Lu Qingqing began to collect things that are not used at home into the space, and asked Chen Lang to help clean up. In the afternoon, the 2 people who were cleaning up in the house heard a knock on the door. When they opened the door and saw that it was Da Zhuang, they greeted him. "Da Zhuang, come in and sit down." After entering the door, Lu Qingqing went to pour a bowl of sugar water for Da Zhuang, and then went to get the dried fruits fried during the New Year. When I came back, I saw Da Zhuang still standing on the Kong and greeted him to sit down, but he saw that he was picking at the corner of his clothes with his fingers and refused to sit down. After all, he was just a child of 5 or 6 years old. Lu Qingqing saw his embarrassment and went to get a stool, and he sat down. Da Zhuang was slow to speak after sitting down. The small person looked even smaller sitting on the small stool. Lu Qingqing looked at her brother in front of her. He was thinner than before the winter, with a big head on his thin body. In fact, as soon as Da Zhuang came over, she knew what was going on. Da Zhuang was different from herself. Lu Li really loved her. Lu Li went back to her mother's house to ask for food. According to the Li family's habit of favoring boys over girls, she probably wouldn't get it. Lu Qingqing remembered that when she was in the Lu family before, Da Zhuang defended her and took the initiative to ask, "Did mother go back and get food?" Da Zhuang looked up at Lu Qingqing's sister. "Do you know everything?" "My uncle's family said that there was no food, and when they saw that mother was still pestering, they beat her up. Now mother is still lying at the door of the house, and grandparents won't let her in." "Sister, Da Zhuang said, and stopped again. He looked at his mother lying at the door, and his father didn't care. He really had no other way, so he thought of looking for his sister. But he couldn't speak when he saw his sister. His sister was sold to the Qin family. He heard from his friends in the village that child brides worked like animals in their husband's family. It seemed that his sister was not having a good time in the Qin family. If he asked, his sister would be very sad in the Qin family. Seeing Da Zhuang's embarrassment, Lu Jia said, "Grandma wants 2 kilograms of food. Did she say what she wanted?" Da Zhuang hesitated, looked at the tall Chen Lang next to him, and then looked at his sister's thin figure. If his sister was beaten by her brother-in-law, Da Zhuang shuddered when he thought about it. "Sister, goodbye, I'll go back and beg Dad again," Da Zhuang said and got up and walked out, but was grabbed by Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing took out a small bag of food from the space in the Kong cabinet and handed it to Da Zhuang. Da Zhuang looked back at Chen Lang next to him first, and when he saw that he didn't lose his temper, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister, I must grow up quickly and grow food for you as soon as possible so that you won't be embarrassed." Lu Qingqing smiled and touched Da Zhuang's head. "By the way, when you go back, just don't say that you asked me for the food." At this point, seeing Da Zhuang's thin appearance, she said, "Did you not eat the food and water I gave you before? Why are you so thin? You haven't grown in the past 6 months." Then she stood up to compare heights with Da Zhuang. Da Zhuang scratched his head a little embarrassedly. His sister had secretly given him food and water twice before. Seeing that his parents were starving, he secretly took out some each time and shared it with the family. His sister must have saved it secretly. He was afraid that his parents would come to his sister to ask for food and embarrass her. So he said that his grandparents secretly gave it to him, and his parents believed it. Seeing Dazhuang like this, Lu Qingqing knew that he didn't eat it himself. He also took out a few steamed coarse grain cakes from the space under the cabinet and stared at him to make him finish it. Dazhuang looked at his tall brother-in-law looking at him, feeling a little scared, but he still said, "Brother-in-law, these grains are all borrowed from me. When I grow up, I will definitely pay them back, and I will definitely pay you more. Please don't make things difficult for my sister." Chen Lang talked to the little kid in front of him, not quite understanding why he wanted to make things difficult for Dia. But he often didn't understand what was said, so he didn't get tangled up and just nodded. Seeing his brother-in-law like this, Dazhuang thought he was not angry, so he gathered the bag of grain in his arms again. "We can't spill it, grain is too precious now." As soon as Dazhuang arrived at the door of the house, he pulled his mother aside, took out the bag of grain, and handed it to his mother. When Luli saw the bag of grain, she hurriedly opened it and took a look. It was coarse grain, more than 2 kilograms. She was so hungry that she subconsciously grabbed a handful of food and was about to stuff it into her mouth, but was stopped by Dazhuang. "Mom, this food is for Grandpa and Grandma. You can't go home without it." Lu Lisher finally reacted, hugged Dazhuang with the bag of food and asked, "Dazhuang, my good son, I knew you were a capable person. Unlike your sister, that ungrateful person, she couldn't even drool when I asked her for it." When Dazhuang heard his mother slandering his sister again, he immediately pushed his mother away unhappily. "Don't say that about my sister. She has a hard time in the Qin family. Don't go to the Qin family to find her again and make things difficult for her." When Lu Lisher saw the bag of food at this time, she was only happy in her heart and no longer said anything bad. Okay, Mama, listen to you, let's go home. By the way, who did you borrow this food from?" Dazhuang hesitated. He wanted to let his mother know that her sister was a good person, but, remembering her sister's instructions, he still said, "I borrowed this from the old village chief, and I have to pay it back later." "Mom, when you go back, tell Grandpa and Grandma that you went to your uncle's house to ask for it, otherwise Grandpa and Grandma won't let you go back." Mrs. Lu hugged Dazhuang with a proud face. "My good son, you are really capable. You can even borrow it from the old village chief's house. Don't worry, I will say that I borrowed it from my mother's family. By the way, don't let your father know." Dazhuang nodded, and the mother and daughter went home. When Mr. Lu saw that she really came back with a bag of grain, he was also shocked. His mother-in-law's family has always been a pichio, only taking in and not giving out. This time they can actually take out 2 kilograms of grain, which also opened his eyes. Mrs. Lu took the grain, looked through it carefully, and confirmed that the bag was good. After weighing it, she felt that it was more than 2 kilograms, so she put the grain in the cabinet. Turning around, she still reprimanded Mrs. Lu a few words, and the Lu family dispersed. Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu went back to the house and looked at the food in the cabinet and became worried. Even if the 2 kilograms of food that the eldest son's wife had just brought back were added, the family would not have enough food to last for a few days. The two of them had no money left. After such a long period of coercion and inducement, Old Man Lu did not get any news about the gold hairpin and silver from the third son. The families of the daughters-in-law were of no help, and the second daughter-in-law's family lived far away. The eldest son's wife's family could only get back these 2 kilograms. Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu originally estimated that the eldest son's wife would not get anything back this time. It was just the right opportunity to throw her out to fend for herself, and there would be one less person to chew. Who would have thought that she actually got it back? As for Old Lady Lu, her brothers from her mother's side were all gone, and her nephews were not very close, let alone. At this moment, the old couple thought about it for a long time and decided to set their sights on Lu Qingqing. After all, there was no deed written at that time, so she was still their granddaughter. Moreover, the old woman of the Qin family had just passed away, and there was no one who could take charge of the family now. The Qin family had lived a wealthy life in the past few years. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. They must have some food now. It was difficult for Old Man Lu to show up, so he planned to let Old Lady Lu take his son and daughter-in-law to the Chen family to ask for food. Old Man Lu, Old Second Lu, and the children stayed at home. Since Old Second Lu became lame, he was very gloomy and unwilling to go out. That evening, Old Lady Lu made dinner for the first time. Although there were more water and wild vegetables and less food, the family was able to get enough water. After barely eating, several people were energetic. Old Lady Lu first drove the children out of the house to sleep to prevent them from listening to the news and going out to talk nonsense. Seeing that the children had all left, she said that she would go to the Chen family to borrow food in the evening and arrange the division of labor for everyone at the dinner table. After going there, Mrs. Lu Li and Aunt Lu Er were responsible for crying and complaining, mainly saying that the family had run out of food, and then see how Dia would react. If Dia was obedient, it would be fine to give her food. If Dia dared to resist, Lu Laoda and Lu Lao San would go up to restrain Chen Lang, while Lu Li and Lu Er's hen would restrain Dia. They also heard about Lu Xingxuan and the Wang family sneak attack on the Chen family and thought that it was probably because the village chief and Juzi, who helped, were powerful. Now there are only 2 half-grown children in the family, and they have so many people. If it doesn't work, they will use force. Thinking of Dia's submissive nature before, Mrs. Lu estimated that she would not dare to resist so many elders. There is only a half-grown silly boy left, 2 sons and so many people, so it should be no problem. As long as the grain is moved back to their own home, the Chen family lives in the back mountain, and there are not many people living around. It's late at night, and no one in the village will go to the back mountain. Mrs. Lu felt that the arrangements were in place, and she waved her hand confidently, and the group set off. Mrs. Lu and her group arrived at the door of the Chen family, looking at the closed door, and pushed it several times, but it didn't open. There was still an oil lamp on in the house, obviously at home. Looking at the solid gate and high walls of the Chen family, Mrs. Lu was extremely jealous and muttered, "How can a cheap girl and a fool live in such a good house? It should be offered to the elders. This door is really solid. There must be some treasure in the house." After cursing for a few times, she felt better and raised her chin to signal Mrs. Lu to come forward and knock on the door. Mrs. Lu saw her mother-in-law's actions and hurried forward, slapped the door hard, and shouted, "Dia, I'm your mother. Your grandmother and I are here to see you. Come and open the door." When Lu Qingqing heard Mrs. Lu calling the door in the house, she knew that the visitor was not friendly. But she knew better that they were just a bunch of bugs. Even if she hid at home and didn't go out to avoid them this time, they would still come to haunt her in the future. And if her previous guess was right, it would be more troublesome to be entangled on the way to escape the famine. It would be better to solve it all at once now. They will not dare to come again if they are scared. Chen Lang heard many relatives of Dia knocking on the door outside, and he was a little nervous. Lu Qingqing patted his hand soothingly. "Brother Chen Lang, don't be afraid. They are not my relatives, only you are. They are different from Grandma. They are not really good to us. If you fight later, don't worry. Just fight directly without hurting yourself, understand?" Chen Lang nodded. "Dia, don't be afraid. I will protect you." Lu Qingqing held Chen Lang's hand. She must not let the Lu family bully them. Lu Qingqing thought about it, went to the cellar first, took out the key and opened the big lock, which was full of grain. When Wang Dizhe and Lu Xingxuan came here before, they also found this cellar entrance. But the key was in Lu Qingqing's hand. They smashed the lock for a long time but couldn't break it, so the grain in the cellar was not ruined. Lu Qingqing only left a bag of coarse grains in the cellar and put the rest into the space. After coming out and locking the door, she put all the things in the house that looked neat into the space. After checking and confirming that there was nothing good, she slowly prepared to go out. Hearing the increasingly urgent knocking on the door and the already somewhat exasperated shouting outside, Lu Qingqing sneered. Good people are often bullied. She must defeat them once and for all this time. Otherwise they will come to her again and again to ask for food and money, and she will really not be able to live like that. At this moment, filial piety and the opinions of the villagers are nothing in the face of survival. Outside the door, Old Lady Lu was already impatient. Seeing that the eldest son's wife had called several times, there was no response from the house. She remembered that her eldest son seemed to have a better relationship with Daya, so she asked Old Lady Lu to knock on the door again. Thinking that as long as the door could be opened, the Qin family's food would all belong to the Lu family. Thinking of this, Mrs. Lu held back from cursing, fearing that Daya would be scared and afraid to open the door. Boss Lu had just knocked on the door for a while when he saw the door open. He thought Daya was still thinking about him and opened it for his sake. He immediately turned his head and looked at his mother with pride, meaning that it had to be me. Lu Qingqing opened the door with an oil lamp and saw the large group of people from the Lu family. She ignored Boss Lu and asked directly, "You are knocking on my door so hard in the middle of the night. Is there something serious?" As she said that, she deliberately approached the door, holding the oil lamp and carefully checking it bit by bit. She pointed to a scratch on the door and said, "Oh my, you really broke the door with such great force. Look at this. The door will not be complete in the future. This door was made by a master craftsman specially found by Grandpa Qin from the county. It cost more than 10 taels of silver. You broke this piece, and for the sake of our relationship, I don't want much, just 2 taels of silver." Old Mrs. Lu was angered by Lu Qingqing's words. "This is a door made of gold, and you want 2 taels of silver for such a small scratch. Don't even think about blaming us." After saying that, she felt something was wrong. The door was not broken by them. Why should they pay for it? And immediately shouted, "You stinky girl, who said that we broke the door. Don't blame others. Don't talk nonsense. We elders are here today, of course. We have something to tell you." Old Mrs. Lu said with a high attitude, and looked at Lu Li. Lu Li instantly realized that it was her turn, and quickly stepped forward to hold Lu Qingqing's hand, but she dodged. She wanted to grab her arm again, but she dodged again. Suddenly, she stood in front of Lu Qingqing awkwardly, cleared her throat, and cried, "Daya, our family has run out of food, and your mother and father haven't eaten for 2 days." When Mrs. Lu Li said this, she wanted to raise her eyelids to see Lu Qingqing's reaction. She met her eyes without any preparation. She quickly lowered her eyelids with some embarrassment and continued to howl, "Mom and your father are hungry, and your brother is still so young. He has no food in his stomach and hasn't pooped for 5 days. Before she heard a response, she looked up and saw Lu Qingqing staring at her like watching a show. She instantly felt like she was being fooled. At this time, she couldn't remember Mrs. Lu's arrangement and raised her hand to hit Lu Qingqing. In anger, she used too much force, and when Lu Qingqing dodged, she didn't react and rolled to the ground. Lu Qingqing watched her fall to the ground and almost laughed out loud. "Isn't this just a case of suffering after failing to hit someone? I've avoided her twice, but she still hasn't learned her lesson. Who should I blame? Oh my, Mom didn't come to my house on purpose to blackmail me. I didn't even touch the corner of your clothes and you fell. It was so fake." After hearing this, second Aunt Lu was trying to hold back her laughter so much that her body trembled. She was originally a little worried that Daya would suffer and was thinking about how to help her without leaving a trace. Now, seeing that her sister-in-law was always being humiliated, she felt relieved. Mrs. Lu Li was covering her arm that was hurt from the fall and was about to get up. After hearing what Lu Qingqing said, she was so angry that she almost fell down. Old Mrs. Lu looked at the useless look of her eldest daughter-in-law and then looked at Lu Qingqing with a fake smile on her face and a carefree look and felt that it was impossible to ask for food in a nice way today. Thinking of this, she stepped forward a few steps and said in a commanding tone, "The Lu family is out of food now, and I came here today to borrow a few bags of food from you. Rice and white flour are best, but if you don't have any, coarse grains are also fine." Lu Qingqing was so angry at the shameless words of old Lady Lu that she laughed. "Oh, Grandma is so arrogant. There are only a few families in the whole Lujia village who can afford rice and flour. Even the coarse grains and millets are not available to many families. To tell you the truth, my family has no food. I was planning to borrow some from you, but you were faster than me." Old Lady Lu looked at Lu Qingqing's foolish look and pointed at her angrily for a long time without saying a word. She fell to the ground, holding her chest and gasping for breath. Today, she came to her to ask for food, but she still wanted to borrow food from him. She was dreaming. Seeing that his mother was so angry that her fingers were shaking and she couldn't speak, old lady Lu immediately frowned and scolded Lu Qingqing. Dia, how do you talk to your elders? You don't even understand filial piety. Apologize to your grandma. Lu Qingqing looked at him like this. This old Lu family is really full of weirdos, and they are so shameless. Dad, what did I say wrong? My family is really out of food. I was thinking of borrowing some food from you. I will return it after the autumn harvest. Lu Qingqing looked at Boss Lu with an innocent face, as if he really didn't know what he had done wrong. Boss Lu was choked by these words. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with Dia's words just now. But then he reacted and realized that they came here to ask for food, and they had to find fault with her even if they were right. Just listen to what your grandma says to you. You keep talking back and forth, and your grandma will be angry. Okay, don't say any more. Your grandma is angry. She needs to eat some dry food. Go and get some food to cook. Seeing that Mrs. Lu was still cooperating and was about to fall to the ground, she looked weak and powerless. Lu Qingqing was angered by the shameless appearance of the Lu family. They were really shameless in their own ways. She stopped pretending, and the fake smile on her face disappeared. She said sarcastically, "My family has no food. Since Grandma is hungry, just go home and lie down. There is no shortage of water now, and it is not difficult to drink enough water. If you are too lazy to drink water, just open your mouth and drink some northwest wind." Brother Chen Lang closed the door and send the guests away. Chen Lang had been beside him, waiting for Lu Qingqing's order. When he heard the order, he immediately started to chase people away, pushing several people in the yard out. Mrs. Lu was immediately anxious, and she stopped pretending to be weak. She got up from the ground swiftly and hugged the door of the woodshed. "I won't leave. If you don't give us food today, none of us will leave." After hearing this, Mrs. Lu Li also started to act like a rogue and sat on the ground. Aunt Lu looked at them like this and despised them. The Lu family was just a bunch of rogues who bullied a little girl. Lu Laosa noticed that the door was not locked, and while Chen Lang and Lu Qingqing were paying attention to other people, he ran into the house. The food and valuable bedding in the house had been put away by Lu Qingqing, but even the remaining ones made Lu Laosa jealous. With the light of the oil lamp, he quickly glanced at the new big iron pot on the stove in the house. And this cupboard was also made by a carpenter. It was so neat. There were so many bowls and chopsticks inside, all new. She peeked inside and saw some leftovers in the bowl. When Lu Laosen saw a piece of fat in the leftovers, he was so greedy that he took it up and stuffed it into his mouth. He also saw some oil in the leftovers, so he picked up the bowl and shoveled it into his mouth. Lu Qingqing was confronting old lady Lu at the time. When she heard the door being pushed open, she turned around and found that Lu Laosan had run into the house. It was good to go into the house, just in time to close the door and beat the dog. Lu Qingqing asked Chen Lang to follow her, and saw that all the Lu family members ran in. She went to close the door and locked it directly from the inside with a big lock. As soon as she ran to the door of the house, she saw second Aunt Lu standing at the door waiting for her and reminded her in a low voice, "Before I came, I arranged for your father and Lao San to control Chen Lang, and let me and your mother control you. I guess they will take action soon. I was afraid that you would suffer losses, so before I came, I secretly asked Dezhuang to ask the village chief. You just delay for a while and wait for the village chief to come." Lu Qingqing knew that second Aunt Lu was doing this for her own good, so she smiled at her gratefully. "Thank you, second aunt." After saying that, she quickly entered the house, and as soon as she came in, she saw third Lu eating from a bowl, stuffing the food directly into his mouth with his hands, leaving grease stains all over his mouth and clothes. This look made Lu Qingqing very sick, and she silently decided that they would never use this bowl and would put it in the space to feed the chickens in the future. The other members of the Lu family were also walking around the house, and they were very curious about the things in the house. They touched this and looked at that, as if these things were already theirs. Mrs. Lu Li took a fancy to the cloth on the Kong and was about to touch it with her dirty hands.
Snap!
With a crisp sound, the room suddenly became quiet, and Mrs. Lu Li gasped in pain while covering the back of her swollen hand. Lu Qingqing quietly clenched her hands. She had used too much force in her anxiety just now, and now her palms were burning with pain. But she couldn't show her weakness in front of the Lu family and stared at the group of people with a cold face. Why? Are you trying to rob us openly? This is the Qin family, not your Lu family. Lu Li finally reacted at this time. She was actually beaten by that dead girl. I'm your mother. How dare you hit me? While yelling, Lu Li stepped forward and tried to tear Lu Qingqing apart. The two were too close and Lu Qingqing was caught off guard, and her clothes were grabbed by her. After all, Lu Li had been doing farm work for so many years, so she still had some strength. Seeing that she couldn't break free for a while, Lu Qingqing took advantage of the situation to pull Lu Li towards her and punched her in the chest. The pain of being hit in this position is comparable to the pain of a man being hit in the. Lu Li bent over in pain, and Lu Qingqing hit her several more times in places on her body that couldn't be seen by others. Seeing that Lu Li couldn't stand up in pain, she took advantage of the situation to put her on the Kong. Lu Qingqing was in a relatively inner position, and the light was not very good, so Old Lady Lu and the others didn't see what was going on inside. Seeing that Lu Li was leaning against the Kong, they thought Lu Qingqing had given in, so Old Lady Lu started a tune and said, "After all, you are a child raised by our Lu family. Your father, mother, and grandparents are almost starving to death. We don't want more. Just give us 3 or 5 bags of food to keep us going for a while." The eldest brother Lu also reacted at this time. He just took a look and found that the Qin family was indeed rich and had a lot of good things. When the third brother was eating just now, he saw that there was meat. Thinking about the broken cabinets used in his own family, and then thinking about the astringent wild vegetable soup, he continued, "Yes, Dia, Dad loved you so much in the past, you still remember. Now that you are living a good life, you can help your mother's family." He wanted Lu Qingqing to give him some alone, and while speaking, he leaned towards Lu Qingqing and whispered, "Give some to Dad alone. Don't let your grandma and others see it, I think. It hurts me to death. The head of the family beat her to death for me. Beat her to death." Lu Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. This girl was too cruel. The eldest brother Lu realized what was going on and wanted to attack. Chen Lang came to help. The two sides were completely at each other's throat. The third brother Lu came over with gritted teeth. "Mom, big brother, this girl is very hard-hearted. If you don't give us food, just do it." As he said that, he rushed towards Chen Lang. Seeing this, the eldest brother Lu also followed the original instructions of the old lady Lu and rushed towards Chen Lang. At this time, Lu Li also hit Lu Qingqing. She hated Lu Qingqing now. Lu Li shouted to the second Aunt Lu and the old lady Lu to help. At this time, the second Aunt Lu grabbed the old lady Lu's arm and shouted, "Mom, don't rush up. Look how hard the big girl hits people. It would be bad if she hurts you." The old lady Lu thought about it and pushed the second Aunt Lu to let her go up to help. From the moment she went up, the second Aunt Lu pretended that she couldn't beat them and then took sides. Taking the opportunity, she twisted Lu Li several times. She had been bullied by Lu Li many times before. Lu Li was attacked from both sides. Her chest, lower abdomen, and thighs were hit several times. It was estimated that they were all twisted and blue, but the injured parts could not be exposed. Seeing that Lu Li was beaten and lying on the ground and unable to get up, second Aunt Lu also lay down and pretended to cry out in pain. On Chen Lang's side, Lu Laoda and Lu Lao San were beaten badly. Chen Lang saw that the two had no weapons, so he also went in with bare hands and punched them hard. When Chen Lang started practicing martial arts, the first thing he learned was the acupuncture points of the human body. This time, he hit the painful parts, and after a few hits, Lu Laoda and Lu Lao San were lying on the ground and unable to get up. When the fight started, Mrs. Lu packed up everything she had seen in the house, thinking that she would take them away later. Unexpectedly, she was defeated so quickly.
The room was quiet now.
Seeing her carrying a big bag, Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang came towards her. Old Mrs. Lu had seen how badly her son and daughter-in-law were beaten. Seeing these two demons coming to beat her, she was so scared that her knees softened and she knelt down. Lu Qingqing was startled and dodged before she knelt down. This was serious. She would lose several years of her life if she knelt down. Old Mrs. Lu admitted her fear, and the other members of the Lu family also fell to the ground. However, Lu Qingqing was worried that if she didn't beat them well this time, they would come to cause trouble again in the future. She said to Chen Lang, "Brother Chen Lang, how did you deal with the people who came to our house to rob last time?" Chen Lang directly pulled out the tang sword he was carrying, and the tang sword made a crisp metallic sound when it was unsheathed. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, the tang sword flashed with cold light and slashed in the air, which scared the Lu family members. They had heard about the Lu Xingwang brothers and the Wang family father and son before, and they just thought that the village chief and his people helped, but they didn't think that it was really the two evil spirits in front of them who did it. The eldest and the third Lu were so scared that they moved to the corner, fearing that Chen Lang would notice them and use the knife to hit them on the spot. When Mrs. Lu Li saw the knife flashing with cold light, she remembered the rumors in the village that Lu Xingxuan and Lu Xingwang both died in the Qin family. Now she knew it was true, and she was so scared that her crotch was hot and she peed all over the floor. Mrs. Lu was begging for mercy when she heard a knock on the door outside, and the voice of the village chief came in. "Dia Xiaolang, are you home?" Mrs. Lu seemed to hear the sound of nature. She got up with a skill that was not suitable for her age, and ran to the gate in a flash, shouting as she ran, "Village chief, help." Mrs. Lu ran to the door and found that it was locked from the inside. When she turned around, she saw the two evil stars coming towards her, and she was so scared that tears came out. She wanted the village chief to save her, but she didn't dare to run into the house. She hid by the gate and curled up into a ball. Lu Qingqing ignored her and opened the door to welcome the village chief in. She saw De Zhuang next to the village chief with an anxious look on his face. He was relieved to see that she was okay. Lu Qingqing waved her hand and asked him to go back first. It would be troublesome if he was seen by the Lu family. As soon as the village chief came in, Mrs. Lu ran up and grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly, but she didn't notice De Zhuang, who had run away. The village chief walked in and asked Lu Qingqing, "Dia, what's wrong?" Lu Qingqing smiled and replied, "Actually, it's nothing. My parents and grandparents missed me and came to see me." Before they even reached the door of the house, they saw the Lu family running out. They were happier to see the village chief than to see gold for the first time, and they all ran to the village chief. Without any prior agreement, they all avoided Lu Qingqing's side. Lu Qingqing went into the house and poured a glass of sugar water for the village chief, and also poured a glass of plain water for the Lu family. The Lu family huddled on the village chief's side, and no one dared to reach for the bowl. The village chief had heard from Dazhuang on the way and knew that the Lu family wanted to take advantage of the Qin family. Seeing the frightened look of the Lu family, he knew that they did not get any advantage. He had seen Chen Lang's skills, and Lu Qingqing's arrow saved his life. At this moment, the village chief saw that the Lu family members had no injuries on their faces, let alone missing limbs, so he didn't ask what happened, but started to scold the eldest brother Lu. "What are you doing running to the Qin family in the middle of the night?" Seeing that the eldest brother Lu was stammering and couldn't say anything, he despised that the Lu family members had done such shameless things and now they still knew how to save face, so he continued to scold. "Since Dia has been sold to the Qin family as a child bride by you, and so much food was collected at that time, the Qin family gave you face and didn't sign the deed, you should also know more. Don't think I don't know why you came here today." The village chief said this and glared at Mrs. Lu. Although she was an elder, she was disrespectful. Due to her status, it was not convenient for him to say anything directly to her, so he scolded Old Man Lu again. "Don't think that just because Aunt Qin is gone, you can bully Xiaolang and Dia at will. Don't forget that the Jinshi from our Lujia village was able to go to Beijing safely for the exam thanks to Uncle Qin's. This is the glory of our entire Lujia village." The village chief suddenly smelled a strong smell of. He looked around and found that it was Luli, but he didn't dare to look anymore. He just moved to the side quietly and continued, "Why do you think our village only pays a flat bucket of grain tax and doesn't have to pay a full bucket like Lija village? Think about it yourself. My cousin is in the village now. If he knew that you bullied these two children like this, you would be in trouble." Old Lady Lu and the two brothers of the Lu family felt very aggrieved at this moment. It was not them who bullied these two evil spirits. It was clearly these two evil spirits who beat them unilaterally. What's even more hateful is that they brought it upon themselves. They couldn't even mention it to anyone after they left the house. It was embarrassing enough. Now, they all realized that the village chief was openly helping Lu Qingqing and the others, and they didn't dare to refute a word. Only Mrs. Lu Li was a little embarrassed at first because she wet her pants, so she was too embarrassed to step forward. Now, listening to the village chief scolding, she felt very aggrieved. She wanted to complain to the village chief, but no one else spoke up, and she couldn't talk about the place where she was beaten. She couldn't tell the village chief, a stranger, so she had to hold back all the words in her heart. The village chief was a little thirsty at this time, so he picked up the sugar water and drank a sip. It was really sweet. Dia was a very honest child. A lot of sugar must have been put in it. Thinking of this, he was even more angry that the Lu family was shameless to bully these two honest children. Mrs. Lu and her group listened to the village chief's lecture honestly and ran away in shame. Mrs. Lu Li's pants were wet, and the smell came out when she ran. Following behind her was Lu Laosan. Lu Laosan covered his nose, moved to the side, and said with disgust, "Sister-in-law, you smell too bad." When Lu Li heard what her brother-in-law said, she felt embarrassed and her face turned red. She almost cried again, and she quickened her pace to run home. Seeing her running away in shame and anger, Lu Laosan felt relieved. He was beaten badly by the boy from the Qin family. He couldn't beat that boy, so it was good to vent his anger on his mother-in-law. When Lu Laoda heard what his brother said, he felt that Lu Li was embarrassing him, and he quickened his pace angrily. Qin's family, the village chief, saw that the Lu family had left, and he also got up and planned to go back. Lu Qingqing hurriedly called for someone to stay, and took a piece of brown sugar wrapped in cloth to the village chief. The village chief wanted to refuse, but Lu Qingqing used the excuse that Lu Yuanyuan had injured his head and should be mended. These days, brown sugar is really hard to come by. Thinking of the wound on his daughter's head, the village chief accepted it.
Lu family.
When old man Lu heard the noise coming from the gate, he hurried out to meet them. He thought they would bring back a few bags of food, but he didn't expect that the group came back empty-handed. Before he could ask, he heard Lu Laosan crying in pain, "Dad, it hurts so much, come and help me." Old man Lu hurriedly stepped forward to support his youngest son and walked into the house. There was no oil lamp at home, so the group entered the house in the dark. Lu Li secretly went back to the house to change her pants, secretly thinking that she was not seen by the villagers in the dark. In the house, after listening to his youngest son's story, old man Lu was also stunned. He really didn't expect the two half-grown children to be so powerful. They couldn't beat them even if they fought hard, and the village chief and Lu Tianming were on their side. For a moment, old man Lu was speechless. The second son Lu, who was standing by, was a little dissatisfied. He felt that the eldest and the third son were too cowardly. They couldn't even beat two half-grown children. He taunted them. "Eldest son, third son, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but where was your ferocity when you fought with me? You can beat your own brothers, but you can't beat a half-grown child?" The eldest son Lu ignored him. At this moment, his body was in pain and numb. Thinking back to the big fist hitting him, he shuddered again. He was afraid of the idiot from the Qin family. No matter what the second son said, he didn't want to take the fight. If he had the ability, he could go and try it himself. After all, the third son Lu was young and hot-tempered. When he heard this, he stood up angrily, but he pulled the wound all of a sudden. He sat down again, holding his stomach with a cry. He still felt angry and called his mother, "Mom, talk to the second brother, are we cowards? That idiot is so strong. It hurts so much when he hits me." But Mrs. Lu didn't respond at all. She looked like she had lost her soul since she came back. At this time, Old Man Lu coughed, looked at his second son who had become somewhat gloomy since he became lame, and said, "Okay, stop arguing. It's getting late, go back and rest." Old Mrs. Lu was so scared that she developed a fever not long after she lay down that night, and her groaning woke Old Man Lu up. Old Man Lu went to the big house to call for help, and the eldest son of the Lu family asked Mrs. Lu Li to go and take care of his mother. Old Man Lu stayed in the big house for the night. Mrs. Lu Li looked at her mother-in-law, who was confused by the fever, and remembered that she had forced her to go back to her parents' home to borrow food. She hated her so much that she took a wet rag and put it on her head and left it alone. No matter how old Mrs. Lu groaned at night, she covered her head with the quilt and slept soundly. The next morning, Mrs. Yao came to the Qin family with gifts to thank them. After thanking them, Mrs. Yao brought explosive news that the barbarians had already fought near the state capital and the prefect had fled. At this moment, the barbarian army was only 4 or 5 days away from them. County Magistrate Yao had already gone to inform the old village chief and the village chief. It was expected that the village would soon come to a decision. Mrs. Yao said goodbye after she finished speaking, and they also had to go back to pack up. After a while, Lu Qingqing heard the sound of a gong, and it was estimated that the village chief and others had made a decision. Lu Qingqing pulled Chen Lang to the entrance of the village. Seeing that they were almost there, the village chief said with a bad face, "Today, Lord Yao received news that the barbarians have already reached the state capital, and they are only 4 or 5 days away from us." Hearing that the barbarians were coming, the villagers went wild. The village chief cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Everyone be quiet. The elders have just discussed and decided that everyone in Lujia village will flee south together. The barbarians are entering the pass from the northwest. In order to avoid the barbarians, the best direction to escape is to go south." When the villagers heard that they were going to flee from famine, many people were reluctant to leave their houses and fields, and there was constant discussion in the crowd. The village chief called for everyone to be quiet, but the villagers were too loud. The village chief knocked the gong helplessly, and when everyone quieted down, he continued, "I know that everyone is reluctant to give up their houses and fields, but no matter how important these are, they are not as important as human lives. If you lose your life, you will lose everything. Everyone has heard that the barbarians burned, killed, and looted, and killed everyone, young or old, wherever they passed." This time, it was Yao County Magistrate Lu Zhubu and the elders who made the decision to flee southward. Go back later and pack up everything you want to take away, make more dry food, and buy anything you need in the town as soon as possible. We will set off as soon as the morning hour arrives tomorrow. Time is tight, and we will not wait for those who have not arrived yet. Everyone will come in advance. Okay, let's go back and pack up. The crowd started to talk. When they heard the village chief calling for a gathering at the entrance of the village in the town, Lu Qingqing pulled Chen Lang home quickly. This time, they didn't know how far they had to go to escape to the south, and it would be a great suffering for people to pull a cart. Lu Qingqing planned to go to the town to buy a cow and replenish some supplies. The two went home to take their weapons, pulled the family's cart, and rushed to the village entrance. When they arrived at the village entrance, some villagers had gathered. Everyone was afraid of being robbed by refugees on the road. They still remembered the scene when they went to pay grain taxes before. Lu Tianming, Lu Tianxin, Yao Xiancheng, and others were already in the crowd. When they saw Lu Qingqing and the others, they called them over. After waiting for a while, they saw that there were about 30 or 40 people. The village chief shouted and set off. On the way to the town, many refugees were digging wild vegetables. The number of refugees at this time was much less than before winter. There were dozens of people in Lujia village, most of them were men. The refugees on the roadside just looked at them for a few times and then lowered their heads to dig wild vegetables again. The group arrived in the town smoothly. There were not many shops open in the town at this time. There was a grain shop open, but the price inside was very high. Most of the villagers came to buy grain. Seeing that the grain price had risen sharply, they hesitated. Lu Tianming and County Magistrate Yao did not hesitate and filled the carriage with large amounts of goods. mainly rice and flour, and they also asked for 2 bags of coarse grains. Seeing the two buying in such large quantities, other villagers also paid. Lu Qingqing had no shortage of food, so she only bought 2 bags of coarse grains. Now the villagers were still queuing up, and it would probably take a long time to buy. Seeing that some shops in the town were still open and it seemed peaceful, Lu Qingqing made an appointment with Lu Tianming to meet at the exit of the town at noon, and then rushed to the livestock market in the town. When passing by Yuelian, she saw the shopkeeper still sitting inside, but there were not many people in the store. Lu Qingqing thought about it, went in and greeted the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Li was also very happy to see her. He hadn't seen this girl again after the winter and thought she didn't make it. Seeing Chen Lang beside her, she thought he was her brother and didn't ask much. Seeing that the shopkeeper was still sitting quietly watching the store, Lu Qingqing guessed that he had not heard the news, so she spoke directly. "Uncle shopkeeper, our village has received news that the barbarians have already fought to the state capital, and it is estimated that they will reach our town in 3 or 4 days. You should make preparations early." Shopkeeper Li was very surprised to hear the news. He did not receive the news. Seeing Lu Qingqing's serious face, it seemed to be true. Seeing that Shopkeeper Li did not reply, Lu Qingqing thought that he did not believe it and continued, "Uncle shopkeeper, I am not joking. This is true. Our village has come to purchase supplies today and will set off tomorrow." Shopkeeper Li also reacted and hurriedly bowed to thank Lu Qingqing. "Girl, I believe you. You came to tell me this news specially." "Thank you, uncle." Lu Qingqing waved her hand. She had earned the money to buy grain seeds because of the shopkeeper's care before, and now it was considered a return. Just as she was about to go out to the livestock market, she was stopped by Shopkeeper Li. "Girl, what are you going to buy? I'm familiar with the situation in this town. Many stores are closed now, but I know most of the situation in this town." Lu Qingqing hurriedly explained her purpose when she heard it. "I plan to buy a cow, otherwise it will be too painful to pull a cart on the road. I also plan to buy some medicine, salt, sugar, hatchets, and chicken. I wonder if these shops are still open?" After listening, Shopkeeper Li said, "I have a few chickens in my backyard, both roosters and hens. No customers have come for a long time. These chickens have been raised for many days and are still laying eggs. I'll catch them for you later. In addition, the livestock market has been closed, but I know a shop that sells cattle all year round. I'll take you there later. The blacksmith shop is still open, the grocery store is also open, but the pharmacy is closed, but I know where the old doctor lives." Shopkeeper Li said as he closed the front door, went to the backyard, tied the wings of 4 hens and 2 roosters, put them in bags and put them on Lu Qingqing's cart. Lu Qingqing wanted to give him money, but Shopkeeper Li refused to take it, so he had to give up. Shopkeeper Li pulled the cart and took Lu Qingqing to the north of a shop. They went to the house that sold cattle first. After knocking on the door, Shopkeeper Li shouted a few times through the door before a rough man came to open the door. "Old Li, why are you here?" Shopkeeper Li hurriedly told the whole story. The man was also surprised to hear that the barbarians were coming to attack, but he knew that Old Li was a reliable person and would not joke about this matter. He took the 3 of them to the backyard, where there were many cows, mules, and donkeys in the shed. The man helped Lu Qingqing pick a cow that had just reached adulthood, which looked very strong. Thinking that there would be a shed to shelter them on the way to escape the famine, it would be convenient to take things out. So he picked a suitable shed and installed it directly on the cart. Looking at the hay piled in the shed, thinking that there was no hay for the cows at home, he bought a lot of hay. This cow only cost Lu Qingqing 15 taels of silver. The cart shed was calculated at 3 taels, and the hay only cost 5 cents of silver. This price was a great bargain for Lu Qingqing. After Lu Qingqing finished picking, Shopkeeper Li also picked a cow. The 2 of them harnessed the ox cart. Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang also learned how to drive the cart from the man. Chen Lang got the hang of it quickly and learned it in a short time. After paying the money, the 3 of them went straight to the old doctor's house. This time they knocked on the back door, and it took a while for someone to open the door. In addition to some commonly used medicines, Lu Qingqing also asked for a lot of hemostatic medicine and nourishing blood-producing herbs that Chen Lang had told her before, planning to prepare more when she was free. Shopkeeper Li also bought some medicine. After leaving the house, Lu Qingqing separated from Shopkeeper Li. Shopkeeper Li planned to buy food first. Lu Qingqing went straight to the grocery store. There were not many people in the grocery store at this time. She let Chen Lang watch the ox cart while she started to pick out the things she wanted to buy. She bought 3 pieces of oilcloth first. This kind of oilcloth looked very strong. The shopkeeper said it was specially used to prevent rain. She bought enough lard, salt, and sugar to last for 2 years. She picked a lot of candies of various types. Chen Lang loved candies so much that he was afraid that it would be difficult to buy them after fleeing the famine. She saw a few water bags for water and bought a few more. She also bought some ropes because she thought they might be useful. It was very convenient to light a fire with a fire starter here, so she bought a dozen of them and a few torches. She saw a veil hat with a curtain, which was good for sun protection, so she bought 4. There were also some pickles here and a small jar contained 1 kind. Lu Qingqing thought it would be too choking to eat only dry food on the road, so she bought some of the pickles in the store and bought more sour and spicy ones. She walked around the store twice and bought some small items, then paid for them and loaded them into the car. After loading everything onto the car, the two went to the blacksmith shop. Lu Qingqing entered the car, put the chicken into the chicken pen in the space, and put most of the things she bought into the space. Looking at the various candies she bought, Lu Qingqing grabbed a piece of each type and handed it to Chen Lang, who was driving the car. As expected, Chen Lang narrowed his eyes when he saw him eating candies. Lu Qingqing was in a good mood, and the candies she bought could last Chen Lang a year or 2. After arriving at the blacksmith shop, she called the clerk to help watch the car, and the two went directly into the inner room with the boss. Lu Qingqing picked a sharp dagger and bought a lot of arrows. Chen Lang also liked a long knife, and since he had enough money, he bought them all. Seeing that it was still early, Lu Qingqing planned to go around again to see if there was anything else to add. When passing by the noodle shop, she found the aunt who made buns before was inside. After going in and asking, she found out that they were a couple and the stall was naturally closed because of the refugees running around before. Lu Qingqing had already eaten the steamed buns she had bought before, so she naturally couldn't let go of them now that she saw them. The aunt who sold the steamed buns explained embarrassedly that the prices of grain and meat had risen too much, and the prices of steamed buns had also risen. Now the meat buns were 8 won each, the vegetarian buns were 6 won each, and the steamed buns were 4 won each. Lu Qingqing saw that the store didn't make too many, so she ordered them all. After paying the deposit, the two of them took a few to eat first, and when they steamed the rest, they packed them up and took them away. After eating, seeing that they still had to steam for a while, Lu Qingqing asked the aunt where she bought the pork. She learned that the previous meat stall was no longer open, and the boss was slaughtering pigs at home. Now customers decide how much meat they want, and they slaughter them now. Seeing that Lu Qingqing wanted it, the aunt asked her husband to watch the fire, and she took the two of them to the butcher's house. Lu Qingqing still had some wild boar meat in her space, but the quantity was not much. After arriving at the butcher's house, she found that he had a lot of live pigs. Pigs these days are not big, each weighing more than 100 jin, so Lu Qingqing ordered 2 to be slaughtered, and the internal organs and bones were kept separately. After paying, the butcher helped load the pigs onto the car, and the group hurried back to get the buns. The buns totaled a little over 5 taels, and she took 5 taels. Lu Qingqing looked and saw that there were a little over 11 taels left in the space. It was almost time to gather, so they didn't plan to buy any more and prepared to wait at the town exit. Chen Lang drove the cart in front, while Lu Qingqing went into the carriage to put the slaughtered wild boar and the steamed buns into the space before coming out. They both sat on the shaft of the cart and drove the ox cart out. On the way, they were stopped by an old man. The old man had a flattering smile on his skinny face. Seeing that Lu Qingqing was young, he stepped forward to sell her candied haws. "Girl, my candied haws are very sweet. Do you want a string? It's not expensive, 6 coins a string." The price was higher than before, and she was worried that they would find it expensive, so she hurriedly explained, The price of sugar has risen too much now. I really don't make much money at this price. The old man thought that Lu Qingqing would like to eat it since she was young, so he asked her on purpose. Lu Qingqing turned around and saw Chen Lang staring at the candied haws, so she asked the old man to count the total number and buy the straw bundles for the candied haws. After paying the silver, Chen Lang carried the haystack to the carport. At this time, most of the things in the carport had been put into the space. After Chen Lang put it away, he took out a candied haws and asked Lu Qingqing to eat the top one. Lu Qingqing refused twice, but seeing that Chen Lang was still persistent in letting her taste this delicacy, she had to take a bite. After taking a bite, the outermost layer of sugar skin was sweet, and the hawthorn inside was really sour. Lu Qingqing couldn't open her eyes because of the sourness. She chewed a few times quickly and felt better after swallowing. Seeing Chen Lang eating happily, she really couldn't understand it. At the exit of the town, there were already many people waiting. Lu Qingqing actually saw Aunt Lu, who had been robbed by the young master before, in the crowd. Aunt Lu was standing next to the Lu brothers and Old Man Lu, and there was a lot of food on the carts next to them. At this time, many people in the village were also pointing fingers at Aunt Lu and the others. In the crowd, Zhuzi's wife saw them and hurriedly called them over. Chen Lang parked the ox cart beside Zhuzi and his wife, and saw Zhuzi's wife looking at the ox cart in shock, and then turned around and looked around. She made a surprised sound, touched the carport, and then stood up and said to Lu Qingqing with envy, "Dia, is this the ox cart you bought? The cow looks very strong, and the carport is well made. It looks like there is a layer of waterproof tarpaulin on it." Zhuzi and some villagers also surrounded the ox cart and looked at it. It's no wonder they were surprised. In the village for so many years, only the old village chief's family had a cow, but they were reluctant to use the cart easily. The village chief and another family had mules, which were also considered powerful. These days, ordinary people dig for food in the fields and can't save much money. When Old Man Lu saw Chen Lang driving the ox cart over, he couldn't believe that it was theirs. You know, for so many years, Old Man Lu's dream was to buy a cow like his cousin, and then lead the cow around the village in a grand manner, enjoying the flattery and envy of the villagers. And now, the girl he had never taken seriously before actually bought a bullock cart. Old Man Lu felt sour and upset, but before that, almost the whole family had gone out to get anything good from these two people, so Old Man Lu didn't dare to have any thoughts of robbing them. Seeing that the villagers were talking to Lu Qingqing and the others, Old Man Lu simply turned his head away and stopped watching. Seeing that the villagers were gathered around to watch, Lu Qingqing replied, "We are fleeing from famine, and Brother Chen Lang and I don't have enough strength, so we spent all the money in our family to buy this cow. At least we can keep up with the villagers on the way to escape from famine and not fall behind." The onlookers heard this and felt that it was about the same. Most families didn't have much silver. Buying a bullock cart would cost more than 10 or 20 taels, which would be a waste of their family assets. Lu Qingqing knew that buying a bullock cart would be a bit eye-catching, but she was about to flee the famine, so she couldn't care less. She didn't know how far the road would be, and the strength and endurance of mules and donkeys were not as good as those of bulls. She couldn't let her and Chen Lang pull the cart when the livestock couldn't pull it halfway. The villagers who were watching dispersed after watching for a while. After all, they were about to flee the famine, and the fear of the unknown loomed in everyone's heart. Seeing that the crowd had dispersed, Lu Qingqing started chatting with Zhuzi's wife next to her. "Sister-in-law, why didn't we see you when we set out this morning? Hey, your group left early, and another group gathered behind us and set out." When Zhuzi's wife said this, she signaled Lu Qingqing to look in the direction of third Aunt Lu and said excitedly, "Have you seen your third aunt? We were waiting for someone at the entrance of the village this morning, and we saw her coming to the village alone.
Her clothes didn't look cheap."
At this time, several aunties nearby heard this topic and came over. An auntie who usually liked to chat and gossip continued, "Wasn't she robbed by a young man in town before? I don't know why she came back again. Do you think the Lu family still wants her?" Another auntie said with contempt, "Hey, this is not simple. She must have brought money back. Look at her clothes. Wow, She must have become a concubine for a rich master. Look at the way she twists her waist, so wild. The third son of the Lu family has become a cuckold, and he has to endure it for the sake of money. Otherwise, where would old man Lu get the money to buy so much food? He was so poor that he had to sell his granddaughter before. When the aunt said this, she seemed to react and realized that it was inappropriate to say this in front of the person who was sold. She coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment. Soon these aunts continued to chat, and they all spoke of Aunt Lu San with contempt, and the content of the chat turned to things that the couple could not talk about. Lu Qingqing was a little embarrassed, and she went to talk about other things with Juzi's wife. But the group of aunts got louder and louder, and they pointed at Aunt Lu San with contempt from time to time, and the disgust on their faces was too obvious. Aunt Lu San naturally heard it, and she was angry and annoyed at this moment, but she didn't dare to refute these people directly, so she wanted to complain to her husband beside her. But she saw that the third son of the Lu family beside her lowered his head with an ugly face, and she didn't dare to say a word. Lu Laosen was feeling very upset at the moment. When Lin Yang was kidnapped, he hoped every day that Lin Yang would come back so that their family could live the same life as before. But now that Lin Yang is back, he was only happy to see her at the beginning, but felt embarrassed afterwards. The villagers' gossip and finger-pointing made him unable to raise his head. Lu Laosen looked at Lin Yang, who was still so delicate and fragile beside him. She seemed to be more beautiful than before, and he couldn't help but think that she was raised in that young master's house. His whole heart seemed to be clenched, sour and jealous. Lu Laosen was caught in contradiction and entanglement. Deep in his heart, he still loved Lin Yang. If it weren't for the villagers' finger-pointing, he would be willing to continue living with Lin Yang. In the morning, Qin Lin Yang hurried back to the Lu family and saw the two children she had been thinking about. Lu Laosen was also very happy to see her, and the family was immersed in the joy of reunion. At this time, old man Lu came out of the house and asked Qin Lin Yang with a cold face, Laosen's wife, "Why are you back?" The people from Lu Laoda and Lu Lao Air's families gathered around to look at Qin Lin Yang with some contempt in their eyes. Qin Lin Yang felt a little embarrassed and said, "Young Master Yang's family got the news that the barbarians had reached the city, so the whole family went to the home of my uncle, who is the prefect. I took advantage of the chaos in the city and sneaked back, thinking about telling the news to my family." When old man Lu heard this, his first reaction was to worry whether the young man would come to cause trouble, but he couldn't bring it up directly, so his brows frowned immediately. At this moment, Qin Lin Yang understood her father-in-law's worries and took the initiative to explain. Young Master Yang was in a hurry to escape, so he set out in the morning. I secretly took my confidant and hid in the water jar in the backyard. I watched the carriage go away before I ran back. In fact, young Master Yang wanted to take her with him. Young Master Yang treated her well these days, but she missed her two children, her husband and her family, so she ran back. When old man Lu heard that there was a confidant, his attitude immediately became enthusiastic. "Old third family, you haven't seen the two children for a long time. You should go back to the house and talk to the children." Seeing Qin Lin Yang go back to the house, old man Lu left the eldest and second sons behind, and after the rest of the people went back to the house, he pulled Lu Laosen aside and said, "Laosen, you know the situation at home. We are about to flee from famine, and the food at home will not last for a few days. I'm afraid that our family will starve to death on the road. Zhuang's mother has some silver in her hands. You can persuade her to take it out first to help the family tide over the difficulties. Don't worry, when things settle down in the future, Dad will make it up to you." Seeing that Lu Laosen looked reluctant, he raised the stakes and said, "No matter how much silver you give now, Dad will give you an extra 20% interest after things settle down." Lu Laosen looked at the eldest and second brother, and when he saw that they both nodded, he went into the house to persuade Qin Lin Yang. After a while, Lu Laosen took 15 taels of silver to find old man Lu. The Lu family hurried to the entrance of the village and went to the town to buy food with the villagers. Along the way, people in the village pointed at Qin Lin Yang and Lu Laosen from time to time and talked in a low voice. The Lu family forced themselves to endure, and they felt much better after buying the food. But while waiting for the car, the villagers' voices became louder and louder. Soon, Lu Tianming and County Magistrate Yao came back with 3 very impressive carriages. Lu Tianxin was behind driving a bullock cart, which was also loaded with several bags of grain. The momentum of the carriage overshadowed Lu Qingqing's bullock cart. The villagers were a little afraid of the 2 families and whispered about them. After everyone arrived, they started to walk back. When they were about to reach Qingjia village, Qin Linyang poked Lu Laosan beside her. Lu Laosan understood instantly, walked to his father, and said, "Dad, Linyang bought 2 more bags of grain. We will send them to her parents' home later. You go with the village team first, and we will go home later." When Old Man Lu heard that they had to send out grain, he felt very distressed. How expensive is grain now? It's like digging his flesh. He thought that the extra bags of grain bought by the 3rd wife were for their 3rd room to eat. At that time, I was quite happy. If the 3rd son's family bought more food, they could eat less at home. After all, the meat did not run out of the pot of the old Lu family. But now the youngest son finished talking to him, and before he could say anything, he went back to his wife. Old Man Lu couldn't help but feel sour. The 3rd son was still the same as before, with only his wife in his eyes. Alas, the son should not be kept when he grows up. The eldest and 2nd sons of Lu felt a little sad when they saw the 3rd son carrying 2 bags of food to the 3rd son's wife's parents' home. But after all, the money for buying food was paid by the 3rd son's wife, so they couldn't say anything. When the 3rd son of Lu and Qin Linyang entered Qingjia village, many people saw the 2 carrying 2 bags of food and talked to Qin Linyang. "Linyang, are you sending food to your parent home?" "Oh, these 2 bags are full of food. You really married a good family." Some villagers stepped forward and pinched the bags, and felt that there was food inside, and praised them one after another. "This is your man, right? Oh, this guy, he is really good-looking, generous, and really loves you." Lu Laosan has received good reviews since he entered the village. He forgot that the food was bought by Qin Linyang and thought that he really loved his wife. In this famine year, he can still send 2 bags of food to his mother-in-law's house. Isn't it good for him? When they arrived at Qin's house, Qin's father and mother were lying on the Kong in the house. They didn't find out until the 2 entered the house. Seeing his daughter coming back, Qin's father was stunned. Wasn't his daughter taken into the mansion by Mr. Yang in the town? Why did she come back with her son-in-law? Qin's mother didn't care about much, and threw herself on her daughter and cried, "My poor daughter, how are you doing? Have you suffered?" As she said, she looked up and down, and was relieved to see that her daughter was fine. At this time, Qin Linyang's 2 younger brothers also came out. When they saw their sister coming back, their first reaction was not joy, but worry that they would be implicated. Qin Wen asked in a questioning tone, "Sister, did you sneak back? If young Master Yang finds out, he won't vent his anger on us, will he?" His younger brother Qin Wu also said, "That's right, we can't afford 20 taels of silver. Sister, go back before young Master Yang finds out." Qin Linyang was embarrassed. Her 2 younger brothers told her husband and parents that she was taken into the mansion by another man, which made her blush from face to neck. But then she got angry again. She didn't follow young Master Yang, just for her husband, children, and her family. But her younger brothers didn't appreciate it at all, let alone care about how she was doing. Qin's father felt that his 2 sons were too straightforward. He saw his daughter and son-in-law bringing 2 bags of grain, and was worried that they would get angry and take the grain away, so he said, "Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you 2? Sister and brother-in-law are here, but you don't know to let them in and pour a bowl of water." Qin Wen and Qin Wu pouted unhappily and went out. Qin's father took the bag of grain from Lu Laosan's hand, and the smile on his face could not be hidden at all. "Laosan, Dad knew you were a good person. When you came to ask for Linyang's hand, many people in the village didn't think highly of you, but Dad saw through you. Now it seems that my vision is right." Qin's father praised Lu Laosan so much that he felt that he had given the right grain. After letting his daughter and son-in-law sit down in the house, Qin's father asked, "Linyang, how could you come back? When Chen Lang explained the situation, Chen's father and mother became nervous. Is there really going to be a fight? What should we do? There are many refugees on the road now. Does your village really have to flee from the famine? Lu Laosan nodded. My eldest cousin is the chief clerk in the county. He got the news that the barbarians will attack soon. We have to flee. After a few simple chats, Chen's father was going to inform the village chief. This was a big deal. Whether the village should flee from the famine had to be decided by the elders. Chen's father instructed Chen's mother, go cook some delicious dishes and let the two children have a meal at home. After a long while, Chen's father came back, and he looked a little dazed. After asking, he learned that the elders of Qingjia village planned to flee to the capital. They felt that it must be safer under the emperor's feet than ordinary places. Chen's father knew that it was the chief clerk and the county magistrate who decided to flee to the southeast for Lujia village. The vision of these officials was definitely better than theirs. But the elders in the village believed that it was safer under the imperial city. If Chen's father wanted to flee to the south, he would have to separate from the villagers. Until the family finished dinner, Chen's father had not decided which side to follow. Chen Lang had persuaded her father many times in the afternoon, but she was still hesitating when she met her father. Had to inform that they would set out from Lujia village at 7 o'clock tomorrow. When the two rushed back to Lujia village, they found that every household was preparing dry food and many families were making pancakes in the yard. When they returned home, they saw that old lady Lu was directing her two daughters-in-law to make pancakes, and she didn't give them a good face when she saw them. When Lu Laosan saw his mother like this, he knew that she was holding back her anger and hurriedly pushed his daughter-in-law back to the house. Old lady Lu was furious when she saw her youngest son like this. She had been feeling unwell for the past 2 days, but her son didn't care at all, and he was devoted to his daughter-in-law. He really forgot his mother after marrying a daughter-in-law. But because the old man said that he was not allowed to provoke the third son's wife, she must have money in her hand, so she forced herself not to get angry. Chen's house. After returning, Lu Qingqing began to deal with the pork she bought, while Chen Lang squatted on a small stool to pluck the hair from the pig's head. In order to save time, Lu Qingqing planned to follow the Shandong cuisine Chaotian pot method, wash the pork offal and put it into the big pot, add spices and boil until the meat is soft and the aroma of meat mixed with the aroma of spices floats out. The big pot did not stop all afternoon, and the two did not stop until the evening. Many foods were inconvenient to make on the road of escape, so most of the pork in the space was made. A lot of dry food was also made, and with the buns and steamed buns bought before, it can be eaten for a long time. During this period, Lu Qingqing asked Chen Lang to watch the fire and put everything that could be taken away from home into the space. Thinking that tiles are also expensive to buy these days, she climbed up to the roof and put away all the tiles. Fortunately, there is another layer under the tiles, so you can't see the stars at night. At this point, the whole house has completely become Assyrian rough style. In addition to the big pot that is still in use, only a layer of bedding is left on the Kong for sleeping at night. After finishing the housework, they began to pack up the ox cart. Worried that the ox would get sick from the rain on the road, Lu Qingqing made a rainproof frame with oilcloth and wooden sticks that could be placed on the ox. Lu Qingqing also arranged the inside of the ox cart. A wooden barrel was placed on the innermost right side of the carriage to hold water. It was tied to the frame with a rope and fixed. After closing the lid, heavy objects were placed on it to prevent it from spilling on the road. 2 bags of grain were placed on the left side. After a layer of oilcloth was covered on top, 2 people's bags of clothes and bedding were placed on it. It looked bulging with a lot of things, but it was not heavy. On the side, there were 2 bundles of hay, which were the rations for the ox on the road. The rest of the scattered things were also piled on the side, which looked full. In this way, if someone gets into their carriage, they won't be exposed. After the meal was all ready, Lu Qingqing put the food and pot into the space. After packing up, the 2 lay down to sleep early. They had to rest up enough. It would be difficult to rest well on the road of escape. The next day, at dawn, the 2 got up, and Lu Qingqing put the sleeping bedding into the space. After the 2 washed up, Lu Qingqing took out the food she had prepared before, white flour pancakes with meat, and a few shallots. After thinking for a while, she took out a few garlics. As the saying goes, if you eat meat without garlic, the flavor is half less. With a bite of meat and a bite of garlic, the two of them ate until their stomachs were full. After a round of walking around the house, they saw that there was really nothing to take away, so they walked towards the village entrance. At the entrance of the village, there were already villagers waiting. Some pulled carts, and the carts were piled high. The carts were loaded with iron pots, wooden barrels, bedding, farm tools, etc. from their homes. The broken house was worth a lot of money, and they were reluctant to throw away the slightly valuable things. Some pushed wheelbarrows, and the carts were also tied with ropes with large and small objects, stacked high. Those who didn't even have wheelbarrows used a shoulder pole to carry 2 large bamboo baskets, and the bamboo baskets were also filled to the brim. Many more people came one after another, all with big and small bags. There were also many people from other villages, whom Lu Qingqing did not know, probably relatives from the village. As more and more people came to the village, some of them saw their relatives coming, and the two families gathered together, and the team became larger and larger. The Lu family also came, and the eldest brother Lu pulled a cart, which was also full. The second and third brothers Lu both carried shoulder poles, and the old man and the old lady Lu carried bags. Several wives of the Lu family carried backpacks, and several children followed them. Dazhuang was the oldest child, and he also carried a water bag. Dazhuang was very happy to see her, but because of his parents beside him, he just smiled at her. At this time, Zhuzi and his wife also came over. Zhuzi pushed a shabby wheelbarrow, and Zhuzi's wife carried a large backpack and held 2 children in her hands. When she saw Lu Qingqing, she came over to them. The two chatted for a while, and saw from a distance Lu Li's brother Li Jinbao, who was pushing a wheelbarrow with great effort, and Jinbao's wife was helping to push the wheelbarrow. The 2 little boys sitting on the wheelbarrow wanted to get off to play, and Li Jinbao's parents were coaxing their grandchildren. At this moment, Li Jinbao saw his sister, and as if he had seen a savior, he said, "Sister, I can't push it anymore. Come and help me." Lu Li ran forward to help push the cart, and when the cart stopped, Li Jinbao sat down on the ground and said weakly, "Sister, you don't know how tired I am on this journey. This cart is so heavy, as if it was carrying a mountain. My hands are all blistered from pushing the cart all the way." Li Jinbao's mother was also helping. "Zhao Di, your brother is exhausted. He has never suffered any hardship since he was a child. You have to help him a lot along the way." Lu Li looked at the blisters on her brother's hands with such heartache, and listened to her mother's words, and nodded repeatedly. "Jinbao, I will help you push the cart on the road later. Don't worry, I won't let you get tired." When old man Lu heard this, his brows were furrowed so much that they could pinch a fly to death. When he was arranging a marriage for the eldest son, he also heard that the eldest son's wife's family's younger brother was a lazy man. But at that time, he felt that they were 2 families and did not live together, so the brother's laziness would not affect his family. Now seeing them like this, they might rely on their family on the way. Thinking of this, old man Lu glared at the old woman fiercely. He told the old woman yesterday to keep an eye on the daughters-in-law and not let them run to their parents' home. The old woman didn't take it seriously. Now the eldest son's wife's family has come to stick to her. Old lady Lu didn't see old man Lu glaring at her. Her head is still hot now. She has not recovered from the scare she had the other day, and she feels dizzy. "Third son Li Nyang, we are here. Fortunately, we made it in time." Qin Li Nyang's parents and brothers also came over. Qin Wen pushed a wheelbarrow, and Qin's father came quickly with a load on his shoulder. When they saw old man Lu, they greeted him with a smile. "My dear relatives, the 3rd child went to tell us the news yesterday. Our Li Nyang really did not marry the wrong person. You taught the 3rd child well. He is filial and capable. He is a good child." Father Qin's words praised the 3rd and old man Lu highly, leaving old man Lu so angry that he had nowhere to vent. After greeting them with a stiff smile, he sat down next to the 2nd son angrily. "Well, 2 of the 3 daughters-in-law are here. Fortunately, the 2nd son's daughter-in-law's family lives far away." Old Man Lu looked at Lu Wangshi sitting next to the second son, and he was more and more satisfied. She was honest and capable, and she didn't cause trouble. Little did he know that Lu Wangshi, who seemed honest in his eyes, was thinking about how to poison them. A few days ago, when the weather was warm and wild vegetables sprouted, Lu Wangshi dug up the poisonous weeds she had been thinking about in the name of digging wild vegetables. In fact, they were aconitum and water celery. Aconitum was not easy to find. There was only one plant, but it was highly toxic. After the weather warmed up, the whole family returned to the dining table to eat, and Old Lady Lu scooped it out from a pot and distributed it to everyone. Lu Wangshi never found an opportunity, although she hated Old Man Lu, Old Lady Lu, and Old Second Lu for poisoning them alone. The children were innocent, especially De Zhuang, who was well-behaved and sensible. He had also secretly given the food and water that Daya had given him to Arya. The two children were of similar age and had always had a good relationship. Lu Wangshi had to endure it silently. She touched the poison in her arms and told herself to endure it. One after another, Lu Tianming and County Magistrate Yao's family also came. Lu Tianming stopped the carriage next to Lu Qingqing and the others, and told them to follow them closely after the famine escape began. At this time, Li Qingsai's family also came. Qingsai's father pulled a cart, Qingsai's mother carried a shoulder pole, Li Chengkai carried a backpack, and Arya also carried a small bag. At this moment, Lu Qingqing saw Arya and called her over. She weighed the bag and felt it was not heavy. Seeing this, Arya smiled and said, "Sister Daya, these are my own clothes and mattresses. They are not heavy." Lu Qingqing smiled and touched her head, but when she looked up, she saw Aunt Lu staring at Arya in the distance. She poked Arya, and when she saw her mother, she immediately ran to her mother, and the two of them hugged each other and talked. Not long after, the village chief and his family came over. The village chief had a dark face, followed by Wang Kongshi, Wang Debin, and Wang Pozi. Wang Debin was pushing a wheelbarrow with a pile of luggage on it, and Wang Kongshi was lying on the luggage. Next to him, Wang Pozi was carrying a shoulder pole with 2 bamboo baskets filled to the brim. When the village chief saw Lu Tianming, he came over to say hello to him, and when he saw him looking at Wang Kongshi's family, he said angrily, "Puang went to ask the elders for help." The elders discussed it and felt that it was 2 lives after all, so they warned them not to commit the same mistake again, and let them flee with them. Lu Tianming didn't say anything else. Now that the barbarians were coming, escaping famine was the most important thing, and everything else could be put off. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, the village chief took out a book and started to call out names, only calling out the names of the heads of each household, and the heads of households counted the number of people in their families. After everyone arrived, everyone in Lujia village started to hurry on their way. Lu Tianming and the carriage of County Magistrate Yao led the way, followed by the old village chief's ox cart and Lu Qingqing's ox cart, and then the village chief and another family's mule cart. The front row deliberately controlled the speed to prevent the back unable to keep up. The group set off from Lujia village in a mighty procession. Many people in the crowd turned back and looked at the place where they grew up. It is very likely that they will never return in this life. Many people secretly wiped their tears. Yao County Magistrate had a map of the county in his hand. It was relatively simple, but at least he could know the nearby towns and roads. Since the county town was still occupied by mountain bandits, if such a large group of them passed by the county town, they would definitely be discovered. Therefore, they discussed last night and took the small road next to it, bypassed the county town, and went south. Not long after they set out, children started crying and refusing to go. Families with carts or wheelbarrows put their children on them. Families without carts could only pack up their bamboo baskets and make space to put their children in them. Behind the crowd, Sanya could no longer walk and was put on the cart. At this time, Zhuang's feet also began to hurt, and he was clamoring to get on the cart. Qin Linyang thought that it was Lu Laoda who was pulling the cart, and Zhuang was still walking by himself. If both of her children got on, it would not be good. But Zhuang started crying, which made Lu Laosan, who was carrying the load in front, feel distressed. She turned around, hugged Zhuang, and put him on the cart. When Luli saw that it was her son who was walking, she also came to Zhuang and asked him, "Son, do you want to get on the cart? Do your feet hurt after walking for so long?" Zhuang felt the pain on the soles of his feet, but seeing that his father was struggling to pull the cart, he pretended that it didn't hurt. "Mom, I'm fine. I will get on the cart and rest by myself when I'm tired." At this time, Li Jinbao saw that his sister did not help push the cart and began to complain of being tired. Luli heard it and hurried back to help push the cart. After a while, it was Luli who was pushing the cart and Li Jinbao's family was on the side. Li Jinbao was still reluctant to help Li carry such a heavy backpack. De Zhuang looked at his mother running to help his uncle's family again, feeling helpless. Obviously, she didn't get any food last time she went back and was beaten, but his mother was always like this. She soon forgot about it and became nice to his uncle's family again. He had advised his mother countless times, and every time his mother could always find all kinds of twisted reasons to refute. De Zhuang sighed and went to his father to help push the cart. Lu Laoda felt that the cart seemed to have become lighter. He turned around and saw De Zhuang helping to push the cart. He was relieved and a little distressed. The children in the family were not much different in age. The third child's both children were sitting in the car, and his son had been walking for such a long time and was still helping him push the car. The family arranged for the three brothers to take turns pulling the car, and he couldn't let his family suffer a loss, so he wanted to ask his wife to carry his son to the car. When he turned around, he didn't see anyone, but he ran to his brother-in-law's house to push the car. Lu Laoda was so angry that he stared and couldn't help but secretly cursed his wife for being stupid, but he couldn't speak directly in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. He had to ask his father to help put Da Zhuang in the car. Da Zhuang was a little uncomfortable when he got on the car at first, and wanted to jump off, but was stopped by Lu Laoda. When Aunt Lu saw Da Zhuang getting in the car, she couldn't help but think of her Arya. Arya followed the Li family and walked in front. There were too many people, and she could hardly see Arya. Aunt Lu unconsciously quickened her pace and wanted to move forward, but was grabbed by Lu Laoer beside her. "Where are you going? I tell you, Arya has been sold to the Li family. Don't think about bringing her back. The food at home is not enough for us to eat." When Lu Laoer was at the entrance of the village, he saw his wife holding Arya and talking to her, and knew that she wanted to bring the girl who paid the money back. Even if the Li family didn't want food to let Arya come back, she would still have to eat food. He was willing to support his wife because he hoped that she would give him a son to carry on the family line. That little girl was not worthy of eating his food. "I warn you, if you dare to bring Arya back, I have plenty of ways to make her disappear." Aunt Lu'er was so angry that she trembled all over when she heard what Lu Laoa said, but she forced herself to endure it, lowered her head, and stopped talking. If something happened on the way, the Li family would definitely not protect Arya. She had to bring Arya back to her side. Lu Laoer was the biggest obstacle now. Thinking of this, Aunt Lu'er looked up and glanced at Lu Laoer's water bag. At the Li family, Chingsai's father was pulling the cart in front, Li Chengkai and Chingsai's mother were walking beside the cart, and Arya was following behind alone. Chingsai's mother pouted. She really shouldn't have bought this little girl back at that time. Now she had to take this little tail with her and give her food to eat when she was fleeing from famine. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. She wanted to scold her to vent her anger. As soon as she opened her mouth, Li Chengkai covered her mouth. Li Chengkai was so scared that he looked forward, and when he saw that no one saw Lu Qingqing, he breathed a sigh of relief and complained to his mother in dissatisfaction. "Mom, you want to kill your son?" Li Qingsai's mother also reacted. This stinky girl couldn't be beaten or scolded. She felt even more aggrieved and wanted to throw Arya back to the Lu family. But when she thought of the food she had spent, she felt distressed. "Forget it. Let's do it this way for now." Chen Lang was driving the Lu family's ox cart. Lu Qingqing was bored in the cart shed, so she came out and sat on the shaft of the cart, talking to Chen Lang while driving the cart together. Lu Tianming in front was worried that the people behind could not keep up, so he obviously reduced the speed and looked back from time to time to see if the people behind had kept up. At this glance, He found that 7 or 8 refugees had caught up with the team one after another, far behind the Lujia village team. Lu Tianming was alert and took people to drive away these refugees. As soon as a group of men from Lujia village went over with weapons, they saw these refugees kneeling down and crying. They said that they were all fleeing from the disaster in the nearby county and had absolutely no bad intentions. They didn't need the Lujia village people to take care of them on the road, they just asked them not to drive them away so that they could keep up with the Team 5 behind so as not to be harmed by the pack of wild dogs. Lu Tianming looked at the refugees in front of him, among whom was a couple with a child of 6 or 7 years old, and the others were men traveling alone. But without exception, these people were already skinny, and their expressions were full of pleading and fear. Lu Tianming had seen the refugees who attacked the county town, and those people had strong, aggressive eyes. The surrounding villagers were also talking on the side, especially many women who felt very sympathetic towards the child. Most of the villagers in Lujia village were not very afraid of these skinny refugees. They had seen too many since the drought. Most of these refugees were people from nearby counties who became refugees to escape famine. Seeing this, Lu Tianming warned the refugees not to get too close, and then continued on his way. Gradually, the sun rose, and everyone was sweating from the heat, and some people at the back began to slow down. At this time, Li Tianfu's mother ran forward and shouted. His uncle, Tianfu, fainted. The old village chief leaned his head out from the ox cart, and seeing that it was Lu Tianfu's mother, he hurriedly got off the cart and asked, "What's wrong? What happened to Tianfu?" Seeing this, Lu Tianming had to stop and followed to the back of the team. When he reached the back of the team, he found Lu Tianfu lying on the ground. The old village chief hurried forward to check and shouted for a long time, but he didn't wake up and he was a little anxious. Lu Tianming, who was next to him, saw Lu Tianfu's Adam's apple move and stepped forward to check, pinched Lu Tianfu's philtrum, and as soon as he exerted force, Lu Tianfu cried out and got up. The old village chief looked at his nephew who got up and looked very energetic, not like he was tired at all, and immediately threw his hand away in anger and walked back. Lu Tianming stared at Lu Tianfu solemnly. "We are going to escape. If you dare to play tricks and delay everyone's journey again, don't blame me for being ruthless and kicking you out." Lu Tianfu looked at his eldest cousin with a cold face in front of him. He was so frightened by the aura brought up by being an official that he could not speak. After warning this good-for-nothing cousin, Lu Tianming said as he walked back, "Dear fellow villagers, we are on this trip to escape. The barbarians behind may attack us at any time. The barbarians' cavalry are very fast. We must take advantage of this period of escape to increase the distance. I know everyone is exhausted. We will stop to rest at noon. I hope everyone will keep up with the team. Once left behind, I believe everyone knows what a person will experience on the road." Okay. The team continues to set off. The group continued to set off, and the people following behind also began to gather together, vying to move forward, fearing that they would fall behind and not be able to keep up. Lu Tianfu's mother began to pull the cart, while Lu Tianfu walked with a backpack on his back. The villagers nearby saw it, and curled their lips in disdain. A strong man did not pull the cart, but let his mother pull the cart. Although the villagers looked down on him, they did not say anything because of the face of the old village chief. Near noon, there was a large forest in front, and the terrain was relatively flat. Lu Tianming struck the gong to signal everyone that they could rest. When the villagers heard the gong, they hurried forward to find a shade under the trees and sat down. After a while, the sound of a man instructing his wife to cook came from the crowd. The man who pulled the cart had exerted a lot of effort all the way, and now he was tired and hungry. After Chen Lang stopped the car, he first unloaded the cart from the cow. When he saw the cow shook its ears briskly, he patted its head gently and tied it to the tree beside the car. He went to the carriage and took a handful of hay, and then took a basin to scoop water to feed the cow. Families with livestock in the village also unloaded the frame first, after stopping the car. On the road to escape famine, livestock are pulling heavy belongings, which are much more important than people, and they must not get sick. Lu Qingqing sat down and tapped her swollen calves. This morning, She and Chen Lang took turns to walk a distance, and now her calves were swollen and painful when she sat down. Seeing that everyone sitting down to rest around her was pounding their legs, Lu Qingqing suddenly remembered the leggings she learned when she participated in the school club hiking activities before. Lu Qingqing climbed into the carriage, found an old piece of clothing, and cut it into wide strips with scissors. She pulled Chen Lang, who was standing by and watching, over and tried it on him. After tying it, Chen Lang felt that his calves were tight and uncomfortable. Lu Qingqing saw that he was uncomfortable and comforted him. By binding my legs like this, I won't feel any pain in my legs even if I walk for a long time in the afternoon. After Lu Qingqing finished speaking, she also tied her legs and then began to prepare dry food for dinner. Looking at the old village chief and the Yao County magistrate's families in front, they took out white flour mixed with some coarse grains, which looked a little yellow. Looking back, many families in the back took out pure coarse grain cakes, which were eaten with water bags. Further back, many women went to dig wild vegetables. There were not many coarse grain cakes, so they planned to mix some grains to make wild vegetable porridge. After Lu Qingqing had a general understanding of the food of the people around her, she entered the carriage and took out the coarse grain cakes from the space. This was specially made by her last night, with coarse grains mixed with a little white flour, just to make it less conspicuous. There was a pickle in the coarse grain cake, which tasted a little salty. Chen Lang was not picky about food, and he ate it in big mouthfuls. When they were full, Lu Qingqing saw that Lu Tianming's family in front had finished eating and were cleaning up, so she pulled Chen Lang over. Seeing the two people coming over, Lu Tianming thought they had encountered something and asked hurriedly, "Xiaolang, Dia, have you encountered any difficulties?" Seeing this, Lu Qingqing hurriedly explained, "Uncle Lu, we didn't encounter any difficulties. I saw that the villagers had been traveling for a long time and their legs were sore, so I thought of a way to speed up their journey." As Lu Qingqing spoke, she pointed at Chen Lang's leggings and said, "This is what Grandma Chen told me before. Some merchants who are away from home all year round will tie their legs with cloth strips so that even if they walk for a long time, their legs will not hurt." After hearing what she said, Lu Tianming also became interested in this thing. He was now worried that he was traveling too slowly. He studied the leggings on Chen Lang's legs and listened to Lu Qingqing's explanation of how to tie them. Lu Tianming pondered for a while, called Lu Tianxin over, and tied his legs according to Lu Qingqing's instructions. Lu Tianxin felt uncomfortable with the cloth strips on his legs and wanted to touch them unconsciously, but was stopped by Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming briefly explained it to him, and Lu Tianxin realized that his eldest brother wanted him to try this method to see if it would work. Although it was uncomfortable to have his legs tied, Lu Tianxin had been suppressed by his eldest brother for many years, and he had no idea of resisting. He obediently took the leggings and went back to rest. Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang also went back and looked at the back of the team. At this time, the refugees had also found a shade under the trees to lie down and sleep. Seeing that his family was in the middle and it was broad daylight, Lu Qingqing then spread out the bedding, and the two of them lay down beside the car and took a nap. When Lu Qingqing woke up, Chen Lang had already gotten up and was collecting the grass that the cow had not finished eating. After a good sleep, when she got up and walked around, she felt the leggings on her legs, and they didn't feel as tight and uncomfortable as at the beginning. At this time, most of the people around had also gotten up and were packing their own luggage, and there were conversations in the crowd. In front of Lu Qingqing, the old village chief, Lu Tianming, the village chief and county magistrate Yao were discussing the next journey on the map. The group had only walked 10 miles in the morning, and they planned to walk 30 miles a day, so they had to speed up in the afternoon. Seeing that everyone in the village had packed up, Lu Tianming rang the gong to announce their departure. When they set out, the sun was shining, and Lu Qingqing took out a bamboo hat for Chen Lang to wear, and took out one for herself to wear. When they set out in the afternoon, Lu Tianming controlled the carriage to speed up, and the carriage behind them was pulled by a horse and a horse. The crowd of people following the carts had a hard time. In the afternoon, many families pulling the carts took turns. At this speed, it was okay to walk without luggage, but it was very strenuous to pull the carts. But everyone knew that the sharp sword of the barbarian was hanging behind them, so they gritted their teeth and kept up. The few families that didn't have anyone to take turns suffered, and they had blisters on their hands and shoulders while carrying shoulder poles or pulling carts. Lu Tianxin no longer felt uncomfortable with his leggings, but felt that walking was a lot easier. Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang continued to take turns walking, and they could clearly feel that they walked a lot more lightly after tying their legs. In fact, Lu Qingqing's family's ox cart had no problem pulling 2 people, as they didn't have much stuff on the cart, and all the heavy things were placed in the space. But the 2 still tried to follow the team as much as possible. On the one hand, it would be easier for the ox, and on the other hand, it would also be a way to exercise their bodies. They hadn't done anything during the 2 days of fleeing famine. Practice martial arts again. If you don't exercise for a long time, your body function will decline. This road is not peaceful, so you still have to prepare in advance. In front, the old village chief looked at the tired and panting cow and felt sorry for this old friend. He didn't sit in the ox cart to drive the cart, but went to the front to lead the cow. Following next to them were Lu Tianxin and his wife, his son Lu Shui, and his daughter Ho Hot, while the old village chief's wife was in Lu Tianming's carriage. Lu Tianming wanted to ask his parents to come to his carriage several times, but the old village chief didn't want to cause trouble for his eldest son. He was still strong, and a carriage was not enough for his eldest son's family. At most, he would let the old woman go, and no matter how many horses there were, they couldn't bear it. At this time, Ho Hot had been following for most of the day, and her feet were worn out. Although her family didn't let her carry anything, she had never done any work since she was a child, and she was already exhausted after walking for such a long time. Looking at the carriage of her uncle's family in front, thinking that her cousin was 2 years older than her, but she could ride in a carriage, she couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. As she was walking, she noticed Lu Qingqing sitting on the shaft of the cart at the back and Chen Lang walking beside the cart. Seeing Lu Qingqing sitting on the cart with such ease, she couldn't help but feel jealous. In the past, Daya was not as good as herself in everything. Her clothes were always tattered, she was skinny and short, and was not liked by her family. But now the person sitting on the shaft of the cart has grown up a lot, with flesh on her face and fair skin. If her clothes were not still the coarse cloth of a farmer, she would look like her cousin, a lady from a wealthy family. Ho Hot felt more and more aggrieved. She had obviously been sold by her family, so how could she be getting better and better? The more Ho Hot thought about it, the more she felt unwilling to give up. She came to Lu Tianxin and said coquettishly, "Dad, I can't walk anymore. My feet hurt so much. It seems like I have blisters." Hearing this, Lu Tianxin looked down and saw that his daughter's pink cloth shoes were covered with mud and became dirty. The original color was almost unrecognizable. Seeing his daughter frowning and crying in pain, Lu Tianxin couldn't help but feel distressed. Ho Hot had never done any work since she was a child. It was normal for her to be unable to stand walking for such a long time this time. Lu Tianxin went forward to discuss with his father. "Dad, Ho Hot's feet are blistered, and she can't walk anymore. Let her sit on the ox cart for a while." The old village chief looked back at Ho Hot standing there, and then looked at the old ox with its tongue out and panting, and sighed and said, "Second brother, our ox is not as strong as other people's. It has been in our family for 11 years, and it is already very hard to pull so many belongings. Let Ho Hot hold on a little longer. We don't know how long it will take on this journey, so we have to train our legs." When Ho Hot heard what her grandfather said, she felt so wrong that tears came out, and she cried, "You are biased towards my uncle's family. My cousin is 2 years older than me. Why can she ride in the car? I have been walking for almost a day, and my feet are blistered, and you still let me go." When Lu Tianxin heard his daughter say this, he knew something was wrong, and hurriedly looked forward, and saw his eldest brother sticking his head out to look, and he was immediately embarrassed and scolded. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just too good to you, and I've spoiled you. You're even comparing yourself to your cousin. Your cousin has bound feet. How can you expect her to walk such a long distance? Don't you see that girls of your age are walking? They're carrying luggage. Your family doesn't ask you to carry anything, and you're still making so many troubles. Otherwise, just keep up with them. If you keep messing around, you won't get dinner. It was the first time that Ho-Hot saw her father lose his temper so much. She was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. Seeing her father go to the front to talk to her uncle, she sobbed softly. After a while, Lu Tianxin came over and said in a low voice, "Your uncle asked your cousin to get off the car and walk, and you go to their carriage. Be honest when you get there. If you make trouble again, I'll beat you." Hearing this, Ho-Hot raised her head and looked at her father happily. She could actually ride in a carriage. She raised her hand to wipe her tears and walked quickly to the carriage in front. The atmosphere in the Lu family's carriage was a little subtle. After Ho-Hot got on the carriage, she curiously looked here and touched there and made exclamations from time to time. Lu Tianming's wife Cui looked at Ho-Hot, who was sitting restlessly opposite her, thinking that it was because of her clamoring to get on the carriage that her son had to walk and suffer, and a flash of disgust flashed in her eyes. At this time, Lu Shuha's wife Xiao Cui also touched Lu Yuanfang with her elbow, indicating that she should look at Ho-Hot's behavior. Xiao Cui and her husband had just been married for a short time, and they were in a close time. She was also displeased by Ho-Hot's trouble. Seeing her getting on the carriage with an unworldly look, she couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. Lu Yuanfang looked at the obvious expression on Xiao Cui's face, patted her hand soothingly, and indicated that she should restrain herself. Xiao Cui had always been good friends with Lu Yuanfang when she was in the boudoir, and knew that she was a kind person, so she just pouted and said nothing more. Lu Tianming's mother sighed and pulled Ho-Hot over, asking her to be quiet. She looked at Ho-Hot, who had already displeased her eldest son's family without realizing it, and she couldn't say anything in the carriage, so she just tried her best to keep Ho-Hot from moving. In the evening, the team happened to pass by a village. Thinking that a lot of water had been consumed that day, they stopped outside the village. The group stopped the car, and Lu Tianming took a few people to negotiate with the village in front, explaining their purpose and hoping to get some water from the village. Seeing that Lu Tianming was extraordinary, the villagers looked at the household registration they took out. It was a village in the north of Yidu County, all in the same county, so they were less wary. Seeing that there were both old people and children in the team, they agreed. The village chief asked why they fled from the famine, and Lu Tianming bluntly said that the barbarians had attacked the state capital, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations. The village chief saw that their team was fleeing with their families, so he believed it and hurriedly called the villagers to discuss. Lu Tianming and his men came back and asked each family to send one person to fetch water from the village in front. When Chen Lang heard that they needed to fetch water and saw Lu Qingqing nod at him, he went to the carriage to get a bucket and carried it to the village. In fact, the well in Lu Qingqing's space was always full, and there was no shortage of water. But the face-saving project still had to be done well. After the men went to fetch water, many women went to dig wild vegetables nearby. Wang Kongshi lay on the wheelbarrow and asked his wife to find the farm tools and iron tools in the house first, and then go to exchange some food with the villagers. His family was really running out of food. Before, his wife bought some coarse grains with the 5 cents of silver she got from selling the land, and now the remaining ones can't last for a few meals. Lu family. Old man Lu and his 3 brothers went to fetch water. There were many people in the family, and they used a lot of water. De Zhuang was at an age of curiosity, so he followed. Aunt Lu saw that the water bag used by Lu Lao Air was thrown on the bamboo basket, and she was happy and quickly observed the surrounding situation. Mrs. Lu went to help Li Jinbao fetch water, while Qin Linyang took the child to talk to his mother, and Mrs. Lu closed her eyes and leaned on the luggage, tired. At this time, people around were either out or busy cooking, and no one paid attention to her. Second Aunt Lu got up and approached the bamboo basket. While packing the luggage, she quickly stuffed the water bag into her arms. Then she continued to pack the luggage and put away the pots and other things for cooking. Seeing that Mrs. Lu was still sleeping with her eyes closed, she walked quickly into the woods. This is the designated area for women to go to the toilet. Seeing that there was no one around, she quickly poured some powder into the water bag, thought about it, and added some more. Shake it evenly, and when the powder is no longer visible, she put the water bag back into her arms and walked back. She went back and put the water bag back in place. Seeing that Mrs. Lu was still sleeping, she said that she was going to dig wild vegetables and went out. Second Aunt Lu deliberately dug a lot of bitter vegetables, planning to add more when making porridge in the evening. Aconitum is a bit bitter, so Lu Lauer will definitely drink water during dinner so that the bitter taste of the wild vegetable paste will cover the taste of aconitum, so that it is not easy to reveal the truth. After Chen Lang went to fetch water, Lu Qingqing took out the things she would use at night. Thinking that there might be dew in the morning, she spread the bedding under the cart. After adding hay to the cow, she specially took a basin to put some bran and added a handful of ground grains. After settling the cow, she started to cook dinner. There was more time in the evening, so Lu Qingqing planned to make something hot to warm her stomach. It was a bit cold after the sun went down. Now things with a strong smell cannot be eaten. Seeing that it was getting dark, people around came back one after another. At this time, the whole site was lit up one after another. Looking around, except for the land lit by the fire, other places could no longer be seen. Lu Qingqing took out a few eggs and added water directly to the pot. After the water boiled, she beat the eggs, added some salt and a little lard, and covered the pot after it boiled and turned off the fire. After a while, Chen Lang came back with water. Seeing that Lu Qingqing had already prepared the meal, he hurriedly scooped some water into the basin to wash his hands. Each of them took a hot white flour bun with pickles in the middle and egg soup. They ate it very deliciously. It was a little cold now. After quickly drinking the hot egg soup, the two began to wash. After washing, Chen Lang saw the cow blowing in the wind next to him. He was afraid that it would be cold, so he went to the car to get a straw curtain to cover the cow. At this time, Lu Tianming asked his son Lu Shuhe to come and invite Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang. Chen Lang thought about watching the luggage, so he let Lu Qingqing go by herself. When Lu Qingqing rushed over, Yao County Magistrate, the old village chief, the village chief, and the elders were all waiting on Lu Tianming's side. When they saw her, they asked about the skill of leg wrapping. It turned out that after dinner, Lu Tianming called Lu Tianxin over to ask, and knew that the leg wrapping was indeed useful. After walking for an afternoon, not only did he walk a lot faster, but his legs didn't hurt. Lu Tianming then invited the elders to come over and explain the matter. Everyone was very interested in this method. Although Lu Tianming had also learned how to tie his legs, he wanted Lu Qingqing to tell the story. This method of tying the legs can help the villagers escape. Now that it is told in front of the village elders, the elders will also be there to help the two children of the Qin family if they have any problems in the village in the future. After Lu Qingqing finished explaining the leg tying technique to the elders, County Magistrate Yao was the first to affirm this method. He had heard that many mountain herders in Lingnan also tied their legs in this way, and Lu Tianxin had already tried it, so this method seemed to work. Seeing this, the elders also agreed. Seeing that the villagers had finished their meal, Lu Tianming asked people to call all the men in the village over. After seeing everyone gathered, he said, "I called everyone here because the eldest daughter of the Qin family proposed a good method that can make everyone's legs less painful after a long journey and speed up the progress of everyone's journey. We have tried it this afternoon, and it really works. Now let the eldest daughter tell everyone about this method, and you all listen carefully." The men in the village were a little disdainful when they saw the eldest daughter and a little girl come out to talk about something, but Lu Tianming said this method so powerfully that everyone quieted down and listened. This method was heard by a merchant in the south by Grandma Qin before. "Chen Lang, Uncle Tianxin, and I tried it this afternoon. After traveling for an afternoon, my legs no longer hurt." Lu Qingqing called Lu Tianxin and his son to demonstrate. As Lu Qingqing was talking, Lu Tianxin tied his son's legs. Lu Tianxin took the wide cloth that had been prepared earlier and began to wrap it from the calf upwards. Lu Qingqing instructed from the side that the ankle must be wrapped tightly and the cloth should be folded when going up so that it can be wrapped tightly. Apply a little less force on the calf and apply less force on the calf. Lu Qingqing watched Lu Tianxin finish tying the legs, and then continued to the villagers. When you tie your legs, you must follow the techniques I just mentioned. The ankles should be tied the tightest, the calves should be 70% to 80% tight, and the area below the knees should be 40% to 50% tight. This force still requires practice. If it is too tight, it will be uncomfortable to bend the calf, and it will not work if it is too loose. Seeing that Lu Qingqing had finished teaching, Lu Tianming came out and said, "Dia has already taught you how to tie your legs. Go back and teach your family. Don't take it lightly, otherwise it will not only hurt your legs. If other people who have tied their legs are fast and leave you behind, don't complain anymore." After Lu Tianming finished speaking, he asked most of the villagers to go back and try. Lu Tianming took Lu Qingqing and Lu Tianxin to walk around the team, and if he saw someone who didn't know how to do it, he would go over and teach them. At this time, many people in the village have tried it on their legs, wrapping it around their legs as Lu Qingqing taught them. Some who were unsure of the strength would chase after them and ask about it when they saw them passing by. But some were reluctant to cut the strips of cloth. Li Jinbao's mother cried and shouted to stop her son from cutting strips of cloth from old clothes at home. Why cut such nice clothes into strips? It will ruin the good stuff. Dia is a troublemaker. She has the clothes, but she won't bring them to honor her grandmother. She will chop them up instead. Lu Tianming happened to be walking nearby and heard this. He said in a cold voice, "Dia proposed this method for the good of the villagers, not to force you. You don't have to tie your legs if you don't want to. But one thing, don't let me hear you say bad things about Dia because of this method. If I know that there is someone who destroys the unity of the village again, don't blame me for driving him out." A fierce old woman from a family who was already tying their legs echoed, "That's right, I felt uncomfortable listening to you talking just now. It was because you were Dia's grandmother, otherwise I would have gone over and torn your mouth. Dia proposed this method so that everyone could travel faster, but in your mouth it became a disaster. How stupid." After the old woman finished speaking, some wives from the nearby Lujia village followed suit, and a few people who had agreed with Jin Baonyang's words before also became honest. When Lu Qingqing heard Lu Tianming and the villagers defending her, her heart warmed, but she was not angry. She did not propose this method purely out of selflessness. Now the whole village is one, and this method can indeed speed up the villagers and prevent the barbarians from catching up. In addition, it can also improve the favorability in front of the elders so that they can help when encountering problems in the future. After walking around for a while, several people went back. Lu Tianming arranged several people to keep watch at night, and these people were distributed around the entire venue. The location of Lu Qingqing's ox cart was not far from Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming was on duty tonight, and they could also have a good rest. After a dreamless night, at dawn the next day, a man's exclamation was heard, followed by chaos. "Second brother."
My son.
Old man Lu cried and shouted, looking at his second son, who had stopped breathing. The expression on his face still maintained a painful look. His hands tightly clutched the clothes on his chest, and he looked like he couldn't breathe. Old man Lu felt distressed and regretful. Last night, he heard the second son shouting that he was uncomfortable, but he was too tired and didn't respond even though he listened. He heard the second son tossing and turning on the mattress, which made him cover his head with a quilt before falling asleep. When Mrs. Lu heard the old man's cry, she ran over and saw that her second son was dead, and she burst into tears. Although she loved her youngest son, the second son was also raised by her. Now that the man was gone, she cried with snot and tears while holding the body of Lu Lauer. Aunt Lu looked at the painful expression on the face of the dead Lu Lauer and suddenly lowered her head. She almost couldn't control her expression. After so long, she finally got it done. Last night, when she saw Lu Lauer finish drinking the water, she knew it was done. At night, the men slept on the same quilt, and she listened quietly to the other side. When Lu Lauer tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, and said he was uncomfortable, she knew the poison had taken effect. At night, she heard Lu Lauer tossing and turning over on the other end, gasping for breath several times and then calming down, and then she fell asleep with a curled mouth. The person who stopped her from finding Area was gone, and she could protect her daughter in the future. Lu Tianming and the village chief heard the sound and came to check the situation. They were also shocked to see that Lu Lauer was dead. After checking the situation, there were no obvious insect bites, and there was no blackening on his face due to poisoning. Judging from the movements before death, it seemed that he was out of breath, so it could only be attributed to physical problems and sudden death. Now there was no condition to make a whole coffin, so Old Man Lu directed his 2 sons to dig a pit nearby and buried Lu Lauer. Aunt Lu put the water bag close to her body under the pretext of sorting out the relics. Before Lu Lauer was buried, Aunt Lu called Area over to kowtow to him. In front of all the relatives of the Lu family, Aunt Lu brought Area to kneel in front of Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu, crying and begging, "Dad, Mom, the head of the family is gone, and Area is the only descendant of his family. Please redeem Area." After saying this, he brought Area to kowtow to the 2 of them. The villagers who were watching around started to talk about it, mostly saying that the only descendant of Lu Lauer was sold, and that the Lu family was not respectful. The sound reached Old Man Lu's ears, and he was so angry that his face turned red and his head was buzzing. Although everyone in the village knew that he sold his granddaughter before, not so many people said it to his face. Old Man Lu forced himself to calm down. The second son was gone, without any offspring. This daughter-in-law and the money-losing girl would just be eating for free if they continued to follow them. Thinking of this, Old Man Lu made a decision. He pretended to smile with a stiff face, motioned Old Man Lu to help second Aunt Lu up, and said, "Second brother's family, you've been married to my family for so many years. Although you didn't give birth to a bloodline for the second brother, at least we have been together for so many years. Now that the second brother is gone, I know you miss Area. How about this? I will give you food, and you go to redeem Area." After hearing this, second Aunt Lu finally showed a sincere smile, hugged Area and smiled, and then cried again while laughing. But Old Man Lu continued, "But there is one thing. The second brother is dead, and the eldest and third brothers are not young anymore, and I plan to separate the family." Second Aunt Lu knew what Old Man Lu was thinking, but dividing the family was just what she wanted, so she nodded. Li Qingsai's mother was in the crowd of onlookers. When she heard Old Man Lu say that he wanted to redeem Area, she hurriedly said, "Area's mother, I know you and your son want to be reunited, and my family is not so unkind. It's just that Area has been eating food in my house for so long, you have to give us some more." Seeing that the Li family wanted more food, Old Man Lu poked Old Lady Lu and motioned her to go and talk. Old Lady Lu endured the headache and pulled Qingsai's mother aside. The 2 argued for a long time and decided on the food to be returned. Only then did Old Man Lu take out the food he wanted to give from the car and handed it out with heartache. But thinking that he could soon distribute it to the second son's family and save a sum of food, he felt better. Second Aunt Lu took the document written when she sold Area and asked the village chief to help check it.
It was the previous one.
After confirming that there was no problem, she gritted her teeth and tore the document to pieces. When she raised her hand, the fragments were blown away by the wind. Lu Tianming saw that the problem was solved, and most of the villagers had finished breakfast and tied their legs, so he let everyone set off. Because of the delay in the morning, they set off late, so Lu Tianming's speed increased a lot. No one in the village complained. Lu Tianming said during the break yesterday that they walked too little yesterday, and the speed of the barbarian cavalry was too fast. They had to maintain at least 30 miles a day to avoid being caught up. Now they're walking on a small road. If they can walk 30 miles today, they can get on the official road before noon tomorrow. After entering the official road, the road is easy to walk, and everyone can go faster. At this time, the villagers who pulled carts in the village tried their best to keep up. Fortunately, most of the villagers had their legs tied, so they didn't feel so uncomfortable when they were rushing. The villagers who didn't have their legs tied didn't feel anything at first, but they started to feel uncomfortable after walking for a while, and their calves were twitching and hurting. Now, looking at the appearance of the people who had their legs tied, they began to regret it. But now the team has set off, It is naturally impossible to stop and wait for them to tie their legs, so they had to grit their teeth and persevere. The whole morning was like a forced march. By the time of the lunch break, those who didn't have their legs tied were exhausted and collapsed on the ground, with their calves cramping. But they soon got up again, found old clothes at home, and cut them into wide strips, and asked those who had tied their legs how to tie them. Some of those who had tied their legs were also tying them again. In the morning, many people either tied them too tight or too loose. When they first set out with their legs tied, some villagers were not used to it and felt that their calves were tied too tightly, so they took off their leggings halfway. Now, feeling the pain in their calves like cramps, they all started to tie their legs again. By the time they set out in the afternoon, everyone in the team had tied their legs. In the evening, Lu Tianming saw that it was getting dark, so he rang the gong to signal everyone to rest. Most of the men put down their luggage and sat down to rest. They were in a hurry today, so they shortened their rest time at noon. Not long after the villagers had eaten, they continued on their way. At this time, when the women began to collect firewood to cook, Lu Tianming, Yao County Magistrate, the village head, and the elders gathered together to discuss the next itinerary. They walked more than 30 miles today, and they are not far from the official road. It is estimated that they will be able to get on the official road tomorrow morning. They expect to arrive in Pingkong County the day after tomorrow. The Pingkong County Magistrate is a good friend of Yao County Magistrate. The main purpose of their visit to Pingkong County this time is to apply for a road permit. At that time, the county city was lost and the situation was urgent. The official seals were all in the county government. Lu Tianming and Yao County Magistrate only brought their household registration and private seals from home, but no road permits. If everyone wants to pass through the city again, they will need a road permit. After discussing the next itinerary and the night watchman, the group went back to eat and rest. Lu's family. The group was eating dinner. Old man Lu glanced at Arya and the second son's wife, who were eating with bowls in their hands, thinking about the separation of the family in a while. After dinner, everyone in the Lu family gathered together. Old man Lu spoke first. Everyone is here now, let me say something. Now that the second son is gone, your mother and I are not in good health, and you are all grown up. Let's divide the family today. Old man Lu was anxious. His father had promised him that he would pay him interest on the money he took out to buy grain. Now he heard that his father wanted to divide the family, so he would not take the money for nothing. Thinking of this, he was anxious to speak. Seeing this, Old man Lu knew that he was thinking wrongly, so he held him down and continued, "We have a lot of food now, but you all know that we had no money during the drought, and the money to buy food was paid by the third daughter-in-law. When I borrowed money from the third daughter-in-law before, I agreed that in addition to the principal, I would have to pay 20% interest when I pay back the money. Second son's family, you haven't paid back the food that the second room ate before, and this morning my family used food to redeem Arya, so we won't ask you to pay back the money you owed before, which is considered to be the most righteous thing for you." Second Aunt Lu looked at the hypocritical old man Lu in front of her, knowing that he wanted them to leave the house. But now they are fleeing from the famine, and if there is no food, it will be difficult for them to survive by relying on wild vegetables. Second Aunt Lu looked at all the members of the Lu family, her eyes fell on Chen Lang, and she begged, "Third sister-in-law, I am willing to pay you 30% interest. Please lend us some food. As long as you stop, I will go to work to earn money to pay you back." Chen Lang looked at Second Aunt Lu and the little Arya, and couldn't help but feel a little pity. Just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Lu Lao-san. "Second sister-in-law, there is no extra food at home for you, and who knows if you can pay it back." Chen Lang was a little embarrassed, and she didn't say anything more when she saw her husband like this. Second Aunt Lu knew that it was useless to say more. The household registration was more important to her, so she said to Old Man Lu, "Dad, since we have divided the family, give me the household registration of the second house. Besides, the bedding of the second room was my dowry at that time, and we should also have a share of the pots, bowls, chopsticks, and other things when the family is divided." When Old Man Lu heard these odds and ends, he nodded indifferently, found the household registration in the luggage, and handed the second room's one to her. "Okay, go and pack it, and live alone with Area tonight. Second Aunt Lu went straight to where the second room's luggage was placed and packed the things in the bamboo basket. Most of the second room's luggage was in bamboo baskets, so the Lu family didn't bother her anymore. Second Aunt Lu was about to leave, but after thinking about it, she went to the place where the farm tools were placed and got a shovel and a sickle. Old Lady Lu saw it and was about to stop her, but she heard Second Aunt Lu holding the sickle and saying, "This journey is not peaceful. I need a sickle for self-defense. If Mother disagrees, then I'd better stay in the Lu family, otherwise I will die if I leave." Old Man Lu stared at Second Aunt Lu with a gloomy face, and seeing her firm attitude, he called back Old Lady Lu with a cold face and watched Second Aunt Lu carrying the load and leaving with Area. When Mrs. Lu Li saw that the second aunt had left, she thought that her family and the third aunt's family would be divided next, and said excitedly, "Dad, it's time for my family to be divided next." Old Man Lu was originally very happy that there were 2 less people to eat at home, but when he heard what the eldest sister said, his face fell, and he scolded the eldest sister Lu. "Control your wife, you stupid one. If it weren't for your father's plan, you would have starved to death long ago. Get out of here." The eldest and second eldest Lu family were scolded and shrank their heads back to their mattresses. Mrs. Lu Li grumbled in her heart, thinking that her family could get some share, but who knew that only the second eldest family would be driven out. Mrs. Lu lay down and wondered how to get some food. Her mother had told her several times that the family was running out of food. Second Aunt Lu carried a bamboo basket and walked to the front of the team and found an open space to settle down. When the people nearby saw this, they knew that the Lu family had separated the mother and daughter, and many of them whispered about it. Second Aunt Lu ignored all this, took out the bedding from the bamboo basket and spread it out, then lay down with Area in her arms, patted Area on the back, and whispered to her, "Little Area, from now on, it's the 2 of us, mother and daughter, who will live together. Mother has our household registration, so you don't have to worry about being sold in the future." Area nestled in her mother's arms, feeling her mother's breath spraying on her head. She felt very relieved and asked softly, "Mom, won't we live with Grandpa and Grandma in the future?" Aunt Lu listened to her daughter's question and said with a smile, "Yes, we have separated, and we will be 2 families in the future." Area listened to this and said happily, "That's great, Mother. We will be together in the future. I will help you with the work, and you won't have to work so hard." Aunt Lu smiled, but she thought of her mother. Her mother's home is far away from Lujia village, close to the city. Ever since she learned about the barbarians, she has been a little worried about her parents, but time is too tight, and she still has to protect her daughter, so she has no time to go back and see. She can only comfort herself in her heart that her father and 2 brothers have been slaughtering pigs all year round, and they have a lot of strength in their bodies, so they will be safe. At this time, on the official road, the 3 Wang family members pulled the food on the cart and fled with Wang's mother, looking back from time to time to see if there were any deserters chasing them. Just now, a group of deserters attacked the villagers of Wangjia village who were resting. The sudden attack caught them off guard, and there were not many people who resisted. Most people were so frightened when they saw the sneak attack and murder that they fled in all directions. The Wang family father and son were slaughtering pigs all year round. When they saw the sneak attack, they chopped down several people before pulling Wang's mother out. There were many villagers behind them who knelt down and begged for mercy when they saw that they could not win. Wang Dashan saw with his own eyes that the kneeling man was stabbed to death. Seeing this, the Wang family father and son ran even faster. The sneak attack deserters were busy robbing the wealthy families in the village. The ox carts were full of food. Seeing these people who didn't have much food running away, no one chased them for the time being. The Wang family father and son ran for more than an hour before stopping. They didn't dare to stop by the roadside. They found a forest and walked a long way into the forest before stopping to rest. At daybreak, Second Aunt Lu got up with Area, while most of the villagers were still asleep. When the villagers woke up, Second Aunt Lu and Area had already dug up half a bag of wild vegetables. After a quick breakfast, everyone set off again. In the middle of the morning, the people of Lujia village finally got on the official road. This official road is very wide and looks like it can accommodate 2 carriages running side by side. The road surface is higher than the road next to it, and there are drainage ditches dug on the roadside. When the ox cart got on the official road, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but sigh that the official road is still easier to walk on.
It was not so bumpy at last.
However, there were a lot of refugees on the official road. Apart from those who were traveling alone, they could occasionally meet groups of people fleeing famine. Most of the refugees had no belongings. At this time, the refugees saw that the Lujia village team had both horse-drawn and ox-drawn carts, and even the families pulling carts had a full cart of things. Although they saw that most of the carts were bedding, iron pots, etc., and no food was seen, these things made them very envious. Lu Tianming noticed the eyes of the refugees around him and readjusted the personnel distribution of the entire team. The front row was still the families pulling the carts with livestock, and then the elderly and weak people in the family were arranged in the middle of the team, and the families with more males were arranged in the back row, so that everyone could keep their weapons at hand and take them out at any time. Lu Tianming warned everyone that there would be more people after going to the official road, and if they wanted to relieve themselves, they should try to go during the team's rest time. If they were in a hurry on the road, the family members would continue to follow the team with the luggage, and the people who were going would call a few people to go together. Don't leave your luggage outside the team, or it will cause trouble if you cause a scramble. Everyone knew the seriousness of being left alone, and no one went out to relieve themselves until the lunch break. When the gong sounded at noon, the men and women went to relieve themselves in 2 directions. Lu Qingqing was watching the luggage, and Chen Lang went to relieve himself first. At this time, each family in the team left someone to watch the luggage. Lu Qingqing saw Aunt Lu and Arya in the team and greeted them with a smile. Arya ran over happily and pestered Lu Qingqing to talk as before. She talked about the things that happened on the road of fleeing famine in the past 2 days like a chatterbox. Lu Qingqing looked at the soft and cute Arya and touched her hair. The little girl had never been far away, and she was curious about everything she saw along the way. She said whatever she thought of, talking about everything. It was not until she talked about not being sold again after the family split up that Lu Qingqing knew that Old Man Lu had driven Aunt Lu and her daughter out last night. Lu Qingqing looked at the smiling faces of second Aunt Lu and Arya and felt that for them, getting the household registration and being kicked out of the Lu family was not necessarily a bad thing. At this time, Chen Lang also came back. Second Aunt Lu brought the luggage over and asked Chen Lang to watch it. The 3 of them went to the forest to relieve themselves. At this time, people had used the toilet outside the forest, so Lu Qingqing and the other 2 walked into the forest. As soon as they squatted down, they heard footsteps coming from behind. Lu Qingqing looked back and saw that it was a woman. But seeing that the woman was walking straight towards the 3 people, Lu Qingqing's heart was alarmed, and she quickly stood up and pulled up her pants. At this time, the woman had already approached and begged, "Kind person, pity the old woman and give me something to eat." Second Aunt Lu and Arya were both startled by the sudden voice behind them. Except for the women in the forest who were familiar with each other and made an appointment to relieve themselves, most of the others would avoid them when relieving themselves to avoid embarrassment. This person suddenly appeared and was so close. Second Aunt Lu and Arya hurriedly stood up to pull up their pants and saw that the woman squatted down and hugged Arya, who was closest to her, and put her hand on Arya's neck and continued to say to Second Aunt Lu and the others, "Do you 2 have food?" Second Aunt Lu saw this, and she was a little anxious. She wanted to go forward and pull Arya out, but she didn't dare to act rashly, so she had to comfort her. "Yes, there is food at home. I will go back and get it for you later. Let the child go first." At this time, several men came out from behind the tree and walked towards this side, all with knives in their hands. Lu Qingqing's whole body tensed up. When the woman hugged Arya just now, she had already taken out the dagger from the space. Now she knew that she couldn't wait for the men to get close, so she quickly stepped forward and stabbed the woman's neck with a knife and quickly pulled Arya back. At this time, blood spurted out of the woman's neck, and she fell down softly. Seeing this, the men behind hurriedly stepped forward and tried to subdue them. Lu Qingqing pulled Arya to run in front, and Aunt Lu followed closely behind, shouting as she ran, "Help, there's a thief." Seeing that the man was about to catch up, Aunt Lu gritted her teeth and pulled over the branches beside her, hitting the man behind her, hoping to hold them and buy some time for the two children to escape. However, the woman's strength was much worse than that of the man, and the man had a knife in his hand. In just 2 strokes, the stick in Aunt Lu's hand was cut off. Then, another man chopped her arm with a knife, and she fell to the ground with a ouch in pain. Lu Qingqing heard the sound and asked Arya to go back and call for help, and she went back to help. The dagger in her hand was too short, and Lu Qingqing was almost injured several times. She hated herself in her heart. Why didn't she carry the bow and arrow when she went out to relieve herself? Lu Qingqing helped to block these few blows, and Aunt Lu also climbed up. After blocking another knife attack, Lu Qingqing shouted, "Run." The two quickly ran out of the woods. At this time, they saw Chen Lang running over with a tang sword in one hand and a bow and arrow in the other, followed by Lu Tianming and a group of village men. Lu Qingqing quickly ran towards Chen Lang. When she got the bow and arrow and turned around, she saw several men rushing over here. Chen Lang had already rushed over with the tang sword, and Lu Qingqing quickly put an arrow on the string and shot at the man, hitting the center of the heart with an arrow. At this time, Lu Tianming also rushed over with the men in the village. Seeing that the situation was not good, the men who attacked by surprise began to run back, and the offense and defense were exchanged. Chen Lang chased behind, while Lu Qingqing pulled the string and shot arrows, and the men in the village also followed. After a while, the 2 remaining survivors were by the villagers and taken back to the team. The 2 men were now crying bitterly and begging for mercy. "Gentlemen, please spare my lives. We were just starving and just wanted to get some food." Lu Tianming didn't listen to their excuses and asked directly, "Where are you from? When did you arrive here? How many people are there in total? Besides the one who just died, do you have any accomplices?" The shorter man wanted to explain himself, but his hands were tied behind his back by a pillar. He exerted force, and his arm was dislocated. He cried out in pain. The taller man was so scared that he trembled and answered honestly, "We are both from Tajayagu, near the provincial capital. The barbarians attacked the provincial capital a few days ago. Some deserters attacked the villagers, and those of us who survived began to flee south. We just got here this morning. There are only a few of us who fled here from the village. There is no one else." Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Yao nodded and said, "I got the news before that there are indeed many deserters in the provincial capital since the barbarians attacked the city. What these 2 people said may be true. We still have to get to Pinkong County as soon as possible, otherwise if we encounter deserters, there will be casualties." Lu Tianming nodded in agreement. Yes, these deserters are all armed, and ordinary people have little chance of winning against them. After Lu Tianming finished speaking, he asked Juzi to remove the arms of the 2 men to prevent them from playing tricks. He planned to take them to Pinkong County and hand them over to the county government for disposal. Then, he asked everyone to hurry up and eat and set off early at noon. Lu Qingqing was applying medicine to Aunt Lu. The knife cut her arm, and the wound was a little deep. When applying the medicine, Aunt Lu hissed in pain, which made Arya beside her cry. The little girl looked at her mother's arm and remembered that when she broke her arm before, such a shallow wound was very painful. Her mother's wound was so serious that it was probably too painful. Aunt Lu looked at her daughter with a smile, touched her head with her other hand, and comforted her that she was fine. After applying the medicine, Aunt Lu thanked Lu Qingqing solemnly. Lu Qingqing waved her hand and said frankly that when she was running away, Aunt Lu stopped and risked her life to buy time for her and Arya, and she should thank her. After they finished talking, both of them laughed and stopped being polite. When they were on their way in the afternoon, Lu Tianming was driving the carriage forward when he saw many refugees running back in front of him. His expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly called the team to stop. Everyone took out their weapons and took a defensive posture. However, the refugees did not stop, bypassed their team, and continued to run back. Lu Tianming jumped off the car and grabbed an old man, asking, "Old man, what happened in front? Why are you all running back?" The old man was in a hurry to run, and after struggling twice, he couldn't break free, so he said anxiously, "There is a fight in front, and a group of people are robbing the rich man. Let go." Lu Tianming let go of his hand and saw the old man running away at a very fast speed. Yao County Magistrate heard the old man's words on the side, looked around, and pointed to the woods next to him. Lu Tianming looked in the direction he pointed. The forest was very deep, and they could hide in it if they walked in. Lu Tianming was the first to drive the carriage inside. Before they all went in, they saw two men behind them shouting for help and running towards them. The two men were wearing silk and carrying a large bag on their backs. 30 refugees were chasing them from behind, and blood was still dripping from their knives. Lu Tianming was the first to react. He couldn't let them get close. He ordered the men in the village to block the way with their weapons and signaled the two men not to come over. Seeing this, the two men could only continue to run towards the main road. Before they ran far, they were caught up by the people behind them and chopped down with a knife. Those people opened the bag and looked at the things inside. Then they picked up the bag and walked back with satisfaction. When they passed by the people of Lujia village, they saw such a large team and were obviously very alert. Both sides were very vigilant until the group of people walked away, and then the people of Lujia village relaxed. After a long time, they could not hear any movement from the front, and Lu Tianming ordered everyone to set off again. When they got to the front, they knew why the refugees passing by were running away. There were more than 40 bodies lying on the ground in front of them. Almost every body had multiple wounds, and the blood flowed out and dyed a large area of land red. These people showed terrified expressions on their faces. There were also chopped arms and fingers, broken knife heads, and various sundries on the ground, which were all traces left by the fight. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which showed the fierceness of the previous fight. Except for a few young women and children dressed in gorgeous clothes, most of the bodies were wearing uniform clothes, probably the guards hired by the rich man. There were also a few bodies wearing tattered clothes, similar to the clothes of the refugees who chased the two people just now, and they were probably killed in the fight. When everyone in Lujia village saw it, they all gasped. Most of the women covered their children's eyes, fearing that they would be frightened and have a fever. Everyone silently sped up and quickly passed through this area before they all breathed a sigh of relief. After this, the villagers did not need to be reminded. They all became more vigilant and unconsciously sped up. At this time, a woman with ragged clothes and a dirty face raised her head from the hillside next to her and looked at the convoy of Lujia village in front of her. The convoy was huge, and most of them were pulling carts, and there were many men in it. The woman forced herself not to tremble. She had just seen the scene of the massacre. Not only the rich, but also the scattered refugees passing by were killed. It was unknown how long it would take to escape on this road. The team of more than 30 people with guards and knives were robbed. She and her child were afraid that it would be difficult to escape alive. She had to find a team with more people for herself and her child to rely on. The team in front was the largest team she had seen in her long years of fleeing famine. With so many people, no refugees would dare to attack easily. She had to find a way to get in. She looked down at the child beside her. The child's skinny body was supported by a big head, his face was sallow, and he was hungry. A touch of heartache flashed in the woman's eyes. As if she had made up her mind, she quickly went to the side of the road to get some water from the water bag to wash her face, and then gathered her hair, and then hurried to the team in front. After following the team and observing for a while, the woman decided on her target, Lu Tianfu. Although the cart of Lu Tianfu's family was also covered with bedding, a corner was exposed, and the bag of grain inside could be seen. At this time, Lu Tianfu's mother was pulling the cart, and Lu Tianfu followed behind with a backpack on his back. The woman led the child to Lu Tianfu's side, and Lu Tianfu was startled by the sudden appearance of the woman. But after seeing the woman's appearance clearly, Lu Tianfu hurriedly stopped the villagers who wanted to take action. Seeing Lu Tianfu's gaze, the woman estimated that it might work and said, "Brother, I fled from Ling County. My family suffered a disaster, and my husband is gone. Can you find a place for me and my child to eat? I can work and can do all the work at home. Lu Tianfu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and was immediately moved. When Lu Tianfu's mother saw that there were refugees entangled with her son, she picked up A and wanted to drive them away, but was stopped by Lu Tianfu. Sister, do you think I can do it? I'm 32 years old and still haven't started a family. If you're willing, I'll support you in the future. Lu Tianfu stared at the woman's face and said, noticing the child beside her. He quickly added, I'll support you and the child. The woman heard this and whispered, okay, brother, you're a good person. Just call me Xiaoer. Lu Tianfu said with a happy face, hey, Xiaoer, don't worry. I will treat you and the child well. Seeing her son being bewitched by a seductive woman, Lu Tianfu's mother cursed angrily. But noticing that they were falling behind the team, she was worried about the danger and shouted to her son, okay, Tianfu, catch up with the team. Lu Tianfu came back to his senses and quickly grabbed the woman's hand and rushed to the front of the team. Many people in the team saw this scene and teased Lu Tianfu. Oh, Tianfu has found a wife. He will have a wife and children in the future. You have to work harder. Lu Tianfu spat and said, need you to tell me? I will treat them well. Lu Tianfu secretly looked at Xiaoer beside him from time to time along the way and liked her more and more. After a while, he noticed that Xiaoer and her mother were shaking when they walked, and he guessed that they were hungry. He hurried to the cart to find white flour cakes and stuffed them into Xiaoer and her mother. The two hadn't seen white flour for a long time. They had been living on wild vegetables during this period. When they saw white flour, they didn't care about anything else and stuffed it into their mouths. While stuffing, they paid attention to the surrounding environment. When they saw that they were in the team, they felt relieved. Xiaoer stopped after eating a few bites. Seeing her son eating deliciously, she wanted to leave the cake in her hand for the child. Seeing this, Lu Tianfu went to get 2 more pancakes and stuffed them into her mouth, asking her to eat. Xiaoer then started eating again. When she was full, she saw her son touching his belly with satisfaction, and then she felt that she had done nothing wrong. If she could keep her son alive, her dead husband would not blame her. Xiaoer looked at Lu Tianfu beside her and decided to stay in this team. Thinking of this, she took the initiative to pull the cart. Lu Tianfu hurriedly stopped her. No need for you. You should have a good rest and take care of your body. You look so thin. Xiaoer looked at Lu Tianfu's mother staring at her and hurriedly said, I've eaten a lot just now. It's not good for my mother to pull the cart. I can do it. Seeing this, Lu Tianfu grabbed the cart, asked his mother to go to the side to rest, and pulled the cart himself. After walking for a while, seeing the child staggering, he carried the child to the cart. It was already dark, and it was time to stop and rest, but Lu Tianming didn't call for a stop. In the evening, they encountered a team consisting entirely of ox carts and mule carts. That team was faster than them. They had just passed them before, but they had not seen that team since then. Most of those who stopped to rest on the surrounding roads were scattered disaster victims without any luggage. Lu Tianming felt uneasy and continued to move forward. However, as the sky was getting darker and darker, he could not see the road farther away, so he did not dare to go on and found a flatter place to stop. As soon as Lu Tianming stopped this time, he adjusted the formation of the team, allowing the families with more men to move closer to the edge, almost forming a circle. Then he arranged for people to keep watch. Today, there were more than 3 times more people on watch than in the past, and they were all distributed on the periphery of the team. Lu Tianming was still a little worried and told the people on watch, be alert tonight and call for help immediately if there is any problem. Then he said to the villagers, everyone should be alert tonight. Don't take off your clothes before going to bed, and keep your things by your side. Seeing how nervous Lu Tianming was, everyone became alert. Most families were a little nervous. No one went out to dig wild vegetables today, and those who went out to relieve themselves did not go far, but went together. Lu Tianfu's mind was not on this. He was going to get married with Xiaoer today, so he asked his mother to prepare some food, and he went to invite several elders from his family. Lu Tianfu invited everyone, but He didn't dare to invite Lu Tianming. He was very afraid of this cousin, and today he violated his orders, so he didn't dare to tell him, so he asked his uncle to talk to him. When Lu Tianming was still worried about whether there would be a sneak attack tonight, he heard his father say that his cousin was going to get married tonight, and he couldn't help but laugh. Today he repeatedly reminded the villagers that there might be danger, and they should be more alert. But this cousin just ignored his words. Lu Tianming wanted to say something else, but his father looked relieved, knowing that his father was worried about his cousin not getting married, so he said nothing more. Under the auspices of the old village chief, Lu Tianfu and Shi Xiu'er became husband and wife after 3 kowtows. All the direct elders of the Lu family came over to give gifts and blessings, and the old village chief even gave a generous gift. In the middle of the night, the villagers were sleeping soundly, and snoring could be heard one after another. The night watchman was also so sleepy that he kept nodding his head. A gust of cool wind froze Chen Lang, and he shook his head to wake himself up. Chen Lang gathered his clothes and moved closer to the fire. Suddenly, he heard a sound as if a branch was broken by stepping on it. But when he listened carefully again, it seemed that there were only the snoring in the team and the humming sound of the wind blowing through the woods. Chen Lang looked at the night watchmen around him. They didn't notice anything unusual. But he always felt that the sound just now was not an illusion. Thinking of Lu Tianming's reminder before, as long as he heard something unusual, he would wake everyone up. Chen Lang directly picked up the copper pot beside him and knocked it. When the people in the team heard the sound, they all jumped up. In the darkness, a group of men in the forest were staring at the Lu family not far away. Seeing that they were woken up, the leading centurion glared at the subordinate who had just made the sound. The subordinate shrank his head. At this time, a man next to him lowered his voice and asked, "Brother, they're awake now. Should we still do it?" The leading centurion frowned. Originally, this time was the best time to attack, but he didn't expect that the idiot stepped on a branch and was discovered. But the brothers have been squatting for half the night. If they don't take action today, these fat sheep will enter Pinkong County tomorrow. Thinking that after the robbery this time, he will take his brothers to hide in a mountain corner. The food they robbed will be enough for them to eat for a long time. The leading centurion no longer hesitated, waved his hand and growled, "Do it." A group of deserters rushed towards the people of Lujia village with swords in their hands. Chen Lang had just woken up the villagers. Now the men were holding weapons and saw the deserters rushing over. Lu Qingqing had already been waiting with a bow and arrow. The flickering firelight only allowed her to see the situation nearby. When the first deserter came into sight, Lu Qingqing shot her arrow at the man. With a whoosh, the leading man fell down. The deserters in the front row immediately crouched down to cover their bodies and shouted to the back, "There is a shooter. Everyone be careful." After these people lowered their bodies, Lu Qingqing's position was not easy to attack, so she climbed onto the cart and found a new position. After the deserters made a noise, the old and weak women in the team ran to the back and hid, as they had said before. The strong men in the team stood in front with weapons, while Chen Lang and Juzi stood next to each other, holding knives and staring at the front cautiously. A few timid men also wanted to run back and hide in the group of women at the back. Lu Tianfu also wanted to run back with his weapon, but when he thought of Xiu'er's admiring eyes, he stood still again with shaking legs. The men beside him saw that some people wanted to run back, so they hurriedly stopped them. At this time, the front row had already started fighting. The deserters were always experienced in actual combat, and the villagers rarely won in a one-on-one fight. Screams were heard from the crowd from time to time. Lu Qingqing tried her best to calm down and not let herself listen to these screams. She calmly repeated the process of taking arrows, stringing, aiming, and shooting, harvesting again and again. The leading centurion saw that the archers on the opposite side had killed 6 of his brothers in this period of time, and shouted loudly, "Brothers, rush in quickly, fight together, and it will be difficult for the archers to do it." After hearing this, the deserters behind him no longer hesitated and rushed towards the crowd quickly. Soon, the men in the front row could not hold on any longer and unconsciously wanted to retreat. Lu Tianming shouted to the men. This group of people not only robbed things but also killed people. Think about your wives and children. Moreover, there are many more men in our team than this group of people. Don't be afraid. Are you afraid that you can't beat 2 against 1? Lu Tianming shouted as he continued to rush forward with a knife. Chen Lang and Juzi followed closely behind him and beat the deserters back a little. Seeing this, the men of Lujia village also continued to rush forward. In the light of fire and knife, those who were injured were pulled to the back, and the people behind continued to push forward. The wife of County Magistrate Yao and the eldest daughter-in-law had just run to the back at this time. They all had bound feet and were inconvenient to move. They wanted to run to the women in the village, but saw Lu Qingqing shooting arrows out of the cart. Mrs. Yao grabbed the eldest daughter-in-law who was about to run and came to Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing heard the noise and nodded at them, but she had no time to greet them. The women in the village were listening to the sound of iron colliding in front of them, and their hearts were up and down. They were all worried about their own men. At this time, 2 deserters bypassed the men in front and rushed towards the women behind. They ran over, and several women were so scared that they screamed and hid behind. But there was a sound of breaking air, and a deserter was shot and fell down. Seeing this, another deserter found an obstacle to hide and rushed over. Lu Qingqing dodged several arrows shot by him and saw him running close, so he hurriedly picked up a knife. The deserter saw Madame Yao and her eldest daughter-in-law next to him and stretched out his hand to pull them over as shields. Lu Qingqing chopped with a knife, and the man quickly retracted his arm to avoid it. At this time, Madame Yao and the other woman had already run a few steps away. The deserter was afraid of Lu Qingqing's arrows, so he wanted to take her down first. Lu Qingqing stood on the cart and fought with the man. Madame Yao and the other woman saw Lu Qingqing fighting with the deserter alone, so they asked the villagers to get a long-handled to interfere. At this time, Juzi's wife and Aunt Lu, who were in the pile of women, saw this situation and rushed up with hoes. With these people harassing her on the side, Lu Qingqing soon found the right opportunity and chopped the man's neck with a knife, ending the fight. Seeing that the man was dead, Lu Qingqing picked up the bow and arrow again and aimed at the people fighting in front. The women saw that Lu Qingqing had just killed 2 deserters and hid beside her as if they were grabbing a life-saving straw. Lu Qingqing couldn't care too much at this time. She kept paying attention to Chen Lang, who was fighting in front of her. Chen Lang kept rushing in the front, and Lu Qingqing was afraid that he would get hurt, so she kept staring at that side. At this moment, the man fighting with Chen Lang retreated, and Lu Qingqing shot an arrow, hitting him right in the middle of his eyebrows. Chen Lang knew that it was Lu Qingqing who helped him, so he grinned, swung his arrow, and was shocked when he chopped back. After he felt his arms go numb, he continued to rush forward with his long knife. During the battle, Lu Qingqing looked for opportunities to shoot arrows from time to time and saved many people. It felt like a long time had passed, but in fact it was only about 20 minutes. The people of Lujia village had already gained the upper hand. After dozens of deserters were chopped down, the rest were scared and fled. The men of Lujia village chased after them and brought all the deserters back. At this time, the leading centurion was forced to kneel in the middle, with other deserters kneeling on the side, a total of about 20 people. When the deserters saw the men coming with bloody knives, they immediately admitted their mistakes and kowtowed while begging for mercy. Lu Tianming looked at the deserters kneeling in a row in front of him and asked, "Are you the soldiers who escaped from the state capital when the barbarians attacked?" Seeing a group of people nodding, he continued to ask, "I heard before that deserters looted the village and did not spare any of the villagers, young or old. But you?" At this time, the deserters did not dare to nod, and some of them hurriedly explained, "That was not us. It must be other soldiers who escaped. We are all civilians from nearby counties and were forced to go to war. Please spare our lives, sir. We didn't mean to kill anyone. I really didn't do anything." Lu Tianming looked at the group of deserters in front of him with cold eyes. They may indeed be civilians from nearby counties, but it is impossible to say that they did nothing. At this time, County Magistrate Yao also came over with his wound bandaged. After hearing this man's explanation, he said, "Since you said you haven't done anything bad, then you can report the people around you to each other. If you report others successfully and haven't done anything bad yourself, I will let him go." When the deserters heard that there was an opportunity, they all spoke up, and some of them also revealed the silver, money, and food that these deserters had robbed during this period. After listening for a while, Lu Tianming and County Magistrate Yao found that the one who did the most bad things was the captain, who was kneeling in the middle and leading the group. The captain heard the backstabbing of his brothers around him and knew that he would not be able to escape today. He laughed and mocked the people who backstabbed him. "Do you really think they will let you go? I guess all of us brothers will be buried together today." Mr. Yao looked at the centurion and thought he was still clear-headed. At this time, every deserter had been reported. They had burned, killed, and robbed too many villages during this period, and all of them had killed people. Lu Tianming and Mr. Yao looked at each other and asked them to remove the arms of the deserters in front of them. Mr. Yao took half of the men to guard them. Lu Tianming took the other half of the men to two of the deserters to search for the silver, money, and food they had hidden. Lu Tianming was worried that there was an ambush in their lair, so he asked Lu Qingqing to follow them. The deserters' lair was not too far from where they rested, and it took about half an hour to walk there. There were 5 or 6 men lying and sleeping in the lair, and 2 night watchmen were sitting around the fire, and they also fell asleep with their heads down. The people of Lujia village quietly he approached and slashed a deserter's neck with a knife. The man's struggle before death woke up the night watcher. Everyone no longer hid. Lu Qingqing took one person's life with an arrow. Most of these deserters were injured and were no match for them in a fight. The rest were quickly dealt with. The deserters' money and food were also on carts, a total of 10 carts. 5 of them were pulled by people, and the other 5 were pulled by livestock. 1 was an ox cart, and the remaining 4 were mule carts. Most of the carts were filled with looted food and a small amount of bedding, iron pots, and other items. In addition to food, several boxes of gold and silver jewelry were found on the ox cart. Lu Tianming led people to search the surrounding area again, but did not see anything else, so he went back with the harvest. On the way back, the people who came out to search he looked around nervously, fearing that someone would jump out and these things away. When Lu Tianming and his group returned, the villagers were surprised to see that they had pulled so much food. Lu Tianming discussed with County Magistrate Yao, the village chief, and the elders, and decided to deal with all these deserters. This time they got so much food and gold and silver. If the deserters were handed over to Pingkong County, I am afraid that the news would be leaked and cause unwarranted disaster. Besides, if they were handed over, the county government would execute these deserters. When dealing with the deserters, Lu Tianming found that the 2 robbers he had caught before were missing. He heard from the women in the village that the 2 men ran away when the deserters attacked. County Magistrate Yao had led people to search the surrounding area before, but they didn't find them, and everyone didn't care anymore. Now the focus is how to divide the batch of gold, silver, and food. Lu, after Tianming discussed with County Magistrate Yao, the village chief, and the elders, they decided to give priority to distributing the gold and silver to those who died in the sneak attack, and then divide the rest equally among the men who participated in the battle. As for food, it was divided according to the number of people, with adults taking 1 portion and children taking half. A few boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry were moved out, and the gold was picked out first, a total of 12 gold ingots. And from the remaining treasures, a small number of jade bracelets, jewelry, etc. were picked out. In addition to some silver ingots, most of the remaining were scattered silver grains and copper coins, with a total of more than 980 taels of silver and copper plates. There were 9 people who died this time. Each family of the dead received a gold ingot, and the remaining 3 were placed in the public treasury, and any further expenses on the road would be paid from here. When it was time to divide the silver, Lu Tianming specifically called Lu Qingqing out and said, "Dia played a very important role in resisting the sneak attack of the deserters this time. What do you think, should she be given some silver?" The men and women in the village who had been helped by her in the previous battle shouted, "She should be given some. Give it to her." When Lu Tianming saw the elders all nodded, he included Lu Qingqing in the count. There were a total of 92 young and strong men who participated in the war, including Lu Qingqing. Each person received 10 taels, and the remaining dozens of taels were kept in the public treasury for expenditure. When it came to distributing the food, the women were also excited, as they also had a share of the food. There were a total of 204 people from Lujia village who fled the famine this time, and a total of 42 relatives who came to seek refuge. All the food obtained included more than 2,600 kilograms of fine grains and more than 7,200 kilograms of coarse grains. It was already midnight when all the food was distributed, but the villagers were very excited. Some families who didn't have carts even used silver money to buy carts from the village. People took the food they received back to their resting places, and families with more people even carried several bags back. Lu Tianming stopped Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang, gave Chen Lang a gold ingot, and gave Lu Qingqing 2 jade bracelets. The elders have agreed to reward you. You two are both good children. Not only did he play a key role in this night attack, but he also proposed the good idea of leg binding. The team's marching speed has increased a lot. You two should accept it quickly. When Lu Qingqing saw the elders nodded, she and Chen Lang accepted it. Lu Tianming also told them separately not to tell anyone to avoid trouble. As soon as Lu Qingqing returned to the resting place, Madame Yao came over with gifts to thank her.
Soon other people came.
It was already very late, and the people who came just put down their things and left after saying thank you. This time many women from the village came, and even a few aunts who were a bit mean on weekdays came. Most of the gifts given by the villagers were half a pound of food and a handful of wild vegetables. She put down her things and left without giving her a chance to refuse. When they set out the next morning, Lu Tianming couldn't hide his excitement and encouraged everyone. Everyone should work harder this morning, and we will be in Pingkong County before noon. Everyone in the village was very happy. There were too many inconveniences on the road to escape the famine, and every family had some things that needed to be replenished. Along the way, the more they went forward, the more people they met. Many of them brought their belongings. They should be the group of people who fled before the barbarians attacked the city. When Aunt Lu passed a group of refugees, she felt that the figures pushing carts in front of her were very familiar. When she saw that it was her mother sitting on the cart, her nose was sore, and she ran towards her family with sobs. The queen mother looked at her daughter, who suddenly appeared, hugged her excitedly, and burst into tears. The father next to her looked at his daughter, who was held by his wife. She was dark and thin, and there was a wound on her arm. The father felt sad. He knew that his daughter had suffered a lot. After Aunt Lu cried for a while, she came to her senses and remembered that her daughter was still behind her. She wiped her tears and looked back, and saw Arya being held by her 2 uncles and playing happily. Aunt Lu looked up and saw that the team had walked a distance, so she hurried forward with her parents. After Aunt Lu caught up with the team, she introduced Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang to her family. When Wang's father and mother heard from their daughter that Lu Qingqing had taken care of their granddaughter for a long time, they expressed their gratitude to Lu Qingqing, and Wang's mother also gave them a large bag of homemade dried meat. Without giving Lu Qingqing a chance to refuse, Aunt Lu put the dried meat directly on their ox cart. When the father saw that his daughter had no luggage, he asked and found out that after they were injured, their luggage was placed on Lu Qingqing's carriage. After thanking him, Wang's father put the luggage back on his own cart. His daughter had been taken care of by others many times, and now that they were here, they naturally couldn't take advantage of them anymore. Wang's father was a generous person. He told Lu Qingqing to just look for him if she had any problems in the future, and he would never refuse. Lu Qingqing looked at Wang's father, who was burly and bearded. His appearance and personality were a bit like the one who beat Jin Guanxi in Water Margin. Looking at the 2 uncles who were playing with Arya, Lu Qingqing was really happy for Arya and second Aunt Lu. The 3 of the Wang family, father and son, were all burly, belonging to this kind of people. He was a tall and strong man, rare in that era, and he loved Arya very much. In the future, they would have someone to rely on the road of fleeing famine. Near noon, The team finally arrived at Pinkong County. At this time, there were 2 long queues at the city gate. A team of soldiers with knives were guarding the city gate, and the people in the queue followed the team obediently. The people of Lujia village also lined up behind the team. While waiting, Lu Qingqing saw that several men who were being checked were pushed to the side and detained by the soldiers. Those men were still clamoring to enter the city, and the noise was too loud. The people behind began to stare at this place, and there were discussions from the crowd. The soldiers guarding the city were afraid of causing chaos and shouted loudly. The county magistrate knew that the barbarians were coming, and everyone didn't apply for a pass. Now they only need to show their household registration to enter the city. These people don't even have a household registration, so we must check it. Don't be nervous. Everyone can go in as long as the household registration is fine. The people in the queue at the back were relieved. They fled as soon as they heard that the barbarians were coming. How could they have time to apply for a pass? County Magistrate Yao in the team frowned when he heard the soldiers' words. The court strictly checked the pass. His friend openly disobeyed the order, and he was afraid that he would be punished later. But think about the current situation. If the pass is still blocked, 99% of the people will not be able to pass the city. They can't just watch the people being killed by the barbarians. Pinkong County is in a special location. If they take a detour, the surrounding mountains will make it difficult for most people. County Magistrate Yao couldn't help shaking his head when he thought of this. It's difficult. Soon, the group of people from Lujia village came to the line. County Magistrate Yao took the lead and showed his private seal to the soldiers guarding the gate, saying that he was a good friend of the county magistrate. The soldiers guarding the city called the city gate officer. The city gate officer looked at the seal, hurriedly asked the people to step aside, quickly checked the household registration of the people from Lujia village behind, and then led the people to the county government office. After the city gate officer brought them to the county government office, County Magistrate Yao and Lu Tianming asked everyone to rest at the gate, and they would come out after they got everyone's pass. In the county government office, County Magistrate Gua talked about the pass issue after exchanging greetings with County Magistrate Yao and Lu Tianming. Hearing this, County Magistrate Gua smiled bitterly. Wenlin, I know that it is a big mistake to let so many people enter the city without a pass. But I watched so many people die outside Pinkong County. I am afraid I dare not close my eyes at night. Pinkong County has a special location, and it is extremely difficult to take a detour from the side. I can't block this way of life for the people. Looking at his friend who was in pain, County Magistrate Yao said, Shuehai, the barbarians will probably attack us in the next few days. Do you have any plans? County Magistrate Gua looked up at County Magistrate Yao and said, Pinkong County is the only checkpoint in the surrounding counties that can stop the barbarians. If Pinkong County is broken, countless people will be slaughtered. Fortunately, Pinkong County has military camps and strong city walls, so it can hold out for some time. If the court can send troops to support, there is still a chance to hold on. If there are no reinforcements, then all of us swear to live and die with Pinkong County. County Magistrate Yao and Lu Tianming looked at County Magistrate Gua for a long time without saying a word. The two stood up and bowed deeply to County Magistrate Gua. County Magistrate Gua smiled and said, Do and think of me as so noble. Although I can't leave, I have sent my wife and children away. By the way, I will now open the county government office to issue travel permits to the people who have fled. I will ask the lawyer to take your household registration to get the travel permits. Without a pass, the county behind us might not let us pass. Seeing the two men looking at him with admiration, County Magistrate Gua said self-deprecatingly, Anyway, if the barbarians come, I won't survive, so I might as well do a good deed and accumulate blessings for my frail child. Lu Qingqing waited at the door for a while, and then someone took them to get a travel permit. This time, she changed her name directly to Lu Qingqing. She and Chen Lang were on the same household registration. After getting the travel permit, Lu Tianming and County Magistrate Yao also came to meet up. The people of Lujia village wanted to do some shopping in Pinkong County, but they found that all the shops were closed and there were very few people on the streets. After asking around, they learned that County Magistrate Gua had sent away the elderly and the weak. In addition to the stationed officers and soldiers in Pinkong County, there were a small number of people who volunteered to stay to guard the city, and some elderly people who did not want to leave their hometown also stayed. Everyone found an ancient well on the street to replenish the water source. Because the water level in the ancient well dropped a lot, it took a long time to fill the bucket. The families who did not have much dry food before started to make dry food while there was water. County Magistrate Yao found Lu Tianming during his break. Brother Lu, you and I have known each other for many years. Please forgive me for being blunt. Your daughter is gentle and virtuous. I came here to ask for my second son. I wonder if you are willing to give her up? When Lu Tianming heard this, he thought of Yao's second son, Bo. The child was mature and steady. Unlike the other brothers who studied literature, he practiced martial arts since he was a child. Yao Bo was a good child. He was only 1 year older than Yuan Fong. It would be a good thing if they really got together. Lu Tianming had already accepted it in his heart. Thinking about the journey to escape famine, he said, Bo has always been steady and down to earth. I like him very much. But now we are all on the journey to escape famine. I am afraid it is not convenient. When Yao County Magistrate heard this, he hurriedly said, Of course, Yuan Fong cannot be wronged. I think the 2 children are old enough. It is better to let them get engaged first, and then hold a wedding for the 2 children after we settle down. Lu Tianming thought it was okay, and took the initiative to say, It is difficult on the journey to escape famine, and everything should be simple for engagement. Just exchange tokens, and hold a wedding properly after we settle down. When County Magistrate Yao saw that the matter was settled, he took his leave and went back to prepare the engagement gift. When Cui saw County Magistrate Yao walking away, she came over and said, My husband, the Yao family is willing to propose to marry Yuan Fong. Madame Yao has always thought that her family is of high status and has never looked down on us. I have mentioned it vaguely before, but she has always been avoided. Why is she willing this time? Lu Tianming looked at his wife and said, Things are different now. Everyone in our team is from Lujia village, and most of them are related. In the previous sneak attack by deserters, 2 of the 4 men in County Magistrate Yao's family were slightly injured, but Shuha and I were not injured. Why do you think that is? Cui suddenly understood that no matter how noisy the people in Lujia village were on weekdays, they would still help their own family when they really encountered trouble. Yao County Magistrate's family was sad. They had just walked a short distance and didn't know how long they would have to walk in the future. The best thing would be to marry into their own family and become in-laws, which would always be closer. However, Cui was still a little worried and said, Bo is a good kid. The Yao family and his uncle's family will be able to help him in the future. What I'm worried about is, after things settle down, will the Yao family regret it? Lu Tianming glanced at Cui, who was worried, and comforted her. Brother Yao is a man of his word. This time, he took the initiative to ask for our Yuan Fong's hand in marriage. You don't have to worry too much. Yao County Magistrate went home to find the token and the gifts he had prepared before, and asked Madame Yao to pack them up and prepare to exchange the token. Madame Yao was still a little hesitant. This girl from the Lu family is good, but her family background is not good. It will be difficult for her to help our Bo in the future. Do you want to consider it again? Seeing that his wife was still hesitating, County Magistrate Yao went over, hugged her, and comforted her. You saw the deserters' sneak attack before. Bowen and I were both injured. We don't know how much danger there will be. Now Lu Tianming is commanding the team. The closer our relationship with his family, the greater our chances of survival in the future. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yao stopped talking, packed up quickly, and the 2 of them went to Lu's house. After leaving Pinkong County, there was basically no food to be found on the roadside. A large number of people fleeing famine were rushing forward along the way, and the wild vegetables on the ground were basically eaten up. Moreover, the people in Lujia village did not encounter any water sources along the way. The ditches they encountered were dry, revealing the dried mud and sand underneath. Fortunately, everyone replenished water in the county town, so if they saved a little, they could drink it for a few days. Ho-Hot heard the news that her cousin and the second son of the Yao County Magistrate's family were engaged while having dinner in the evening. She had met the second son of Yao, a heroic young man with a handsome face. Ho-Hot had never seen such a handsome man in the village. She secretly told her mother about it once, but was scolded by her mother. Her mother said that it was impossible for the son of such a wealthy family to marry someone from the village and told her not to think too much because her family would worry about her when she got older. And she sternly warned her that no girl would find her husband on her own, and if she ruined her reputation, her life would be over. But now, her cousin can marry him, the second son of the Yao family. They are all girls from the Lu family, and her father and uncle are brothers. Ho-Hot felt sour and bitter in her heart. She thought for a long time and felt that there was no better man around her than the second son of the Yao family. Ho-Hot looked at her uncle's house next to her, stared for a while, and then lowered her head. When resting at night, there were refugees resting around the camp. With the experience of being attacked before, everyone in Lujia village was more vigilant. In addition to the night watchman, some families with a large population arranged a separate night watchman that night. One person could hold on for 2 hours. Lu Qingqing, Juzi's family, and Aunt Lu's family also arranged to keep watch. At this moment, Lu Qingqing was curled up by the fire with a quilt on her body, and the wind was blowing. The dust blew over, making my eyes a little dizzy. I rubbed my eyes and felt better. I looked around, and it was quiet. Lu Qingqing's consciousness entered the space and looked at the potatoes and sweet potatoes that I had planted before. They were growing very vigorously. In the vegetable garden, I only planted some tomatoes and a small bunch of green vegetables. In the chicken coop, eggs had not been collected for several days. Now there were already quite a few eggs in the chicken coop. Lu Qingqing took out the eggs under the cover of the quilt and put them into the basket specially for eggs on the shelf in the space. After cleaning up, looking at the yam beans that had been cooked on the shelf, Lu Qingqing took out a bowl. Seeing that no one was paying attention around, I ate the yam beans with my back to the light and the cover of the quilt. I felt that the taste was not good, so I took out some sugar powder and dipped it in the sugar to eat. The glutinous texture of the yam bean powder is really good with the sugar. I finished it in a short while and put it on the shelf. The peeled yam skin was put back on the ground in the space. Lu Qingqing took out the water bag and drank a few sips, then poured some water to wash her hands, and then continued to sit down to keep watch. When the time came, Juzi's wife came to keep watch, and Lu Qingqing went back to sleep. Nothing happened overnight, and everyone continued to move forward the next day. In the middle of the morning, the temperature was getting higher and higher. Everyone on the road was sweating, and beads of sweat kept coming out of Lu Qingqing's head. She took a handkerchief to wipe it and continued to walk. The air was dry and hot at this time. Since no water source had been found since leaving Pinkong County, the villagers were very frugal in drinking water. At noon break, Lu Qingqing, as usual, unloaded the frame first and saw that the cow was sticking out its tongue due to the heat, so she went to the water bucket in the carriage and scooped half a basin of water for it to drink. It was probably because of the heat on the road. The cow put its head into the basin and drank the water in a short while. Other families with livestock were not so generous, and they all scooped a small bucket of water for the livestock. When refilling water in Pinkong County, many people thought they could find water on the road as before, so they only filled their buckets halfway. It's not that they didn't want to fill them up, but because the car was loaded with a lot of luggage, it was already very heavy, and a full bucket of water would make it even heavier. No one expected that there would be no water source after leaving the city. After a day or two of consumption, almost 1/3 of the half bucket of water was gone. At this time, everyone naturally didn't dare to waste it anymore. When they set out at noon, the mule of the village chief was so tired that it was panting and refusing to move forward. The village chief whipped it several times before it could barely keep up. Not long after they walked, the mule knelt down and refused to move no matter how he was beaten. Mules are not as strong as cows. Since they fled from famine, the mule has been struggling to pull the family's cart. It has been overloaded and has not kept up with the food. It has become much thinner than before. The village chief also knew the situation. He watched the team behind them bypass them and continued to move forward. He was worried that they would be robbed if they were far away from the team. He had to unload some luggage for his son to carry and scooped a bucket of water for the mule to drink. Only then did the mule get up and continue on the road. On the way, fearing that the mule would have problems again, the village chief gritted his teeth and grabbed a handful of food from the grain bag and fed it from time to time. Another family with a mule saw the village chief's meal like this and was afraid that their own mule would also have problems, so they also fed it a handful of food. Besides hay, Lu Qingqing's cow has been secretly feeding it some food at night, and now the cow looks healthy. The carriages of Lu Tianming and Yao's family have been feeding special grass, and there have been no problems. The old village chief is worried about his old cow. He's been unloading luggage these days. The things on his cart are less than those pulled by other people's mules, but the old cow is still very tired every day. The old village chief saved money for a long time to buy this cow, and he values it very much. Many farmers may not be able to buy a cow even if they save money for their whole lives. In their minds, cows are very important. At this time, on the road of escaping famine, the role of cows is even more important. The old village chief licked his dry lips and decided to save more water at home in the future, and save more water to feed this old man more water and food. Ho-Hot tugged at the bag on her back and rolled her eyes when she saw her grandfather staring at the cow again. Other people's ox carts can still be used for a while, but her cow is the ancestor. Grandpa has been unloading luggage these 2 days. Lu Tianming couldn't bear to watch his father carrying things, so he put most of the unloaded luggage on the carriage. Then, Ho-Hot was called by her father to get off and continue walking, and she had to carry the things on her back. She was now relying on her breath to hold on, and she didn't have the energy to complain. Ho-Hot looked at the 2 carriages of the Yao family and couldn't help showing a longing look. The Yao family all ride in carriages, whether they are women or men. Ho-Hot thought that when her cousin got married in the future, she could still ride in a carriage, but she could only marry a farmer, and a trace of unwillingness flashed across her face. At this time, scolding came from the back of the team. It was the famous fierce woman Tiedon's mother in the village who was scolding Tiedon's wife. Tiedon's family is not rich in the village, but Tiedon's mother is famous for being fierce and powerful. The scolding started because Tiedon's wife was seen by her husband secretly feeding water to her daughter Xiao Xiao. Since no water source was found yesterday, Tiedon's mother has controlled the water in the house. Except for her son and 2 grandsons, Tiedon's wife and granddaughter Xiao Xiao no longer drink water. Since noon, the weather has been very hot. Xiao Xiao is young after all. She has been sweating and has not drunk water, so she has a little heat stroke. Seeing that her daughter looked very bad, Tiedon's wife secretly took the water bag, but was discovered by her mother-in-law. But her daughter was very uncomfortable, and she didn't care about anything else at this time. She gritted her teeth and fed her daughter water. No matter how her mother-in-law scolded her, she refused to hand over the water bag. The team in the village was still moving forward. Taidan heard his mother scolding his wife again. Although he couldn't bear it, he turned around and continued walking as if he didn't hear it. Since getting married, his mother has been quarreling every now and then. As long as he dared to show a little bit of support for his wife, his mother would try to kill herself. Over time, Taidan no longer cared about these things. Basically, his mother pressured his wife to scold her every time. After the famine began, Tiedon's mother took control of the family's food. She took care of her 2 grandsons, and Tiedon's wife and daughter had to dig wild vegetables whenever they stopped because they were hungry. Fortunately, there were wild vegetables on the road before, and if they were really hungry, they could have a meal with wild vegetables and some water. But now, people can't last long without water. Tiedon's wife knew that if they continued like this, they would both die of thirst, so she refused to hand over the water bag. Xiao Xiao saw her grandmother scolding, and she was so scared that she hid behind her mother. Tiedon's wife stood up to block her daughter and looked at her mother-in-law without saying a word. When I saw the daughter-in-law dare to resist, her face was pulled down all at once, and she couldn't care about rushing. She caught the Iron Egg's daughter-in-law's face and scolded at hand. "You are not filial. Even your mother-in-law dare to retrieve.
It has really a lot of time.
Your dad is not early. Is it easy for me to pull you with a?" The Iron Egg felt that the people around me looked at themselves and just felt shameful. The unsatisfactory was stubborn, one by one. When Tiedon's mother was looking for a daughter-in-law, she chose one whose family was not very powerful and whose temperament was soft, to ensure that she could control her daughter-in-law after she got married. Tiedon's daughter-in-law had been very obedient for so many years and was controlled by her mother-in-law. She had to do all the work at home and in the fields. But now, seeing that if she continued to be obedient, she and her daughter would die, Tiedon's daughter-in-law didn't care about anything else. Even for her daughter, she would try her best. Seeing that she didn't listen, Tiedon just wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible, so he put down the car and wanted to come over to take the water bag. But he didn't notice that when they stopped arguing, the team in front had already walked a distance. The refugees on the road nearby saw the high luggage piled on his car and the vague bags of food underneath, and they were all a little eager to move. There was a man with messy and tangled hair among the refugees. Since they fell behind the team, he had been staring at Tiedon's car. At this time, the team in front was getting farther and farther away and approached Tiedon's car quietly. At this time, Tiedon was trying to the water bag from his wife. Tiedon's wife was not as strong as a man, but she was desperately protecting the water bag, and she didn't let go even though she was hit on the head and body by fists. At this time, Tiedon's mother was feeling proud when she saw her daughter-in-law being beaten, but she found that some refugees had already approached the side of their car, and she was so scared that she rushed to the side of the car while shouting, "Tiedon, someone is stealing food, come quickly." At this time, the man with messy hair had already approached the side of the car. Hearing that he was exposed, he quickly pulled off the blanket on top, pulled up the food bag underneath, threw it on his shoulder, and ran away. The refugees nearby also rushed to grab things. Tiedon's mother lay on the car and tried to protect it with her body, but it was useless. She was so anxious that she shouted for help. Tiedon was also beating the refugees who were stealing things, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and he was hit several times instead. Tiedon's wife was also frightened at this time. Seeing her 2 sons crying loudly beside the car and some refugees rushing towards the children, she dragged her daughter and ran to her sons. At this time, the team in front also found that Tiedon's house had been robbed, and the men in the team rushed over with weapons. The refugees were taking things out from the gap, and when they saw that the team in front had discovered it, they all ran away. The refugees who were fighting with Tiedon's wife for the child also found someone coming and immediately let go and ran away. Tiedon's wife fell to the ground holding the child. Tiedon's mother looked at the almost empty cart, and her own luggage was scattered all over the ground. She hurried to look for her own food, but found that both bags of food had been robbed, and she burst into tears. "My family's food has been robbed by these rascals. How can I live?" Tiedon also stared at his empty car in a daze and couldn't accept it for a while. He ran to the side of the car quickly and saw that there was still some water in the bucket, and he felt better. Fortunately, the bucket was tied firmly. Although it was pulled crooked and a lot of water spilled, there was still some water at the bottom of the bucket. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he opened the luggage and turned it to the bottom. There was still a small half bag of fine grain. This was what he had been allocated before. His family was reluctant to eat it and thought of exchanging it for silver when they arrived at the next county town. Unexpectedly, this was all that was left. Lu Tianming looked at Tiedon and his mother from the side. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. He had said many times before that they should not fall behind on the road, and those who were in a hurry to relieve themselves should let the luggage follow the team. This family, on the other hand, left all the food and belongings outside just for a sip of water. During the journey, the teams with fewer people were easily robbed. It was because of their large number of people that ordinary refugees did not dare to attack their team. It was difficult to persuade the ghost who wanted to die. Lu Tianming said no more, and the group continued to set off. In the team, Tiedon's mother looked at Tiedon's wife and Xiao Qiao hatefully, thinking that it was because of these 2 jinxes that their family lost their food. But now, as the food had just been robbed, she was afraid of being left behind. She cursed in her mouth, but she sped up her legs to catch up with the team. Tiedon's wife knew that her mother-in-law was glaring at her, but she ignored her and continued to move forward with the basket on her back. Now that the food had been robbed, the mother and daughter were afraid that they would not be able to eat even the little food they had before, and the wild vegetables they had stored before would not last long, so they still had to find a way to eat. Tiedon's wife observed the situation on the roadside as she walked. There were almost no wild vegetables on the roadside, but some green could be seen on the low in the distance, but the team did not go there. When they stopped to rest at night, Tiedon's mother looked at the little water left in the bucket and did not dare to cook. She wanted to exchange more coarse grains with the villagers, but no one would trade with her. At this time, food was too precious, and the villagers only wanted to fill their stomachs, and no one pursued good food. In desperation, she fried the small half bag of white flour and gave a small handful to each of her son and grandson. Seeing Tiedon's wife and Xiao Xiao coming over, he had the food bag in his arms and cursed, "You two are unlucky stars, and you still have the nerve to come here to eat. The food in the house is gone because of you. Get out of here." Tiedon's wife looked at her husband who was eating flour, but he turned his head away from her. The two sons beside her were also licking flour. The youngest son wanted to get up when he saw her, but was pulled back by the eldest son. Tiedon's wife touched her empty stomach and walked away with Xiao Xiao. Tiedon's mother looked at the two people walking away, with disdain flashing across her face. She looked down at her two older grandsons, and seeing that they were choking, she hurriedly fed them saliva. After dinner, Lu Tianming summoned the heads of the team again and emphasized once again that they must not fall behind on the road of fleeing famine. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Taidan in the crowd. Taidan wanted to bury his head in the ground at this moment. A man who couldn't control his wife was often laughed at in the village. In the past, his mother scolded his wife, but before she could make a fuss, the wife gave in. She had never made such a big fuss before, and even threw away most of the family's food and luggage. He really wanted to divorce his wife at this moment. He hated her so much that he thought about how the men in the village would laugh at him in the future. After Lu Tianming finished speaking and arranged the people on duty, he let everyone go back to rest. When Titan heard that it was over, he walked back quickly, fearing that someone in the village would laugh at him. He walked in front alone, and there were whispers of discussions from behind. Late at night, Tiedon's wife came back with Xiao Xiao, and the two of them dug some wild vegetables and brought them back. They had eaten when they were digging just now, and they didn't have much water, so they could only shake the soil off the wild vegetables as much as possible before eating. The wild vegetables mixed with soil were unpalatable, but the two were so hungry that they didn't care about that. Under the scorching sun, Lu Qingqing stood on the ox cart and looked forward. All along the road was the dirt raised by the scattered refugees, and there was no sign of a river in front. Their team had not encountered a water source for 4 days. Even if they tried to save water, most families did not have much water left, and those with livestock were even worse off. There was not enough drinking water for the livestock, and they had to travel in such a hot day, which slowed down their progress. After passing Pinkong County, the map in Yao County Magistrate's hand was useless. They could not find any water sources, and the river bends they passed by were all dry. It was better for those of them who had carts to pull water buckets, while those refugees without luggage were weak in themselves, and they would not be able to get up again if they fell on the side of the road due to dehydration for a long time. Now corpses can often be seen on the road, with a bunch of flies gathering on the corpses. The weather was hot, and a smell of decay emanated from them. Lu Qingqing was shocked when she saw it for the first time, but she had seen it almost every day after walking for so long, and now she would see it again. She just turned her head away and stopped looking. Now everyone in the team has changed into single clothes. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. If you walk for a while in single clothes, you will sweat. In the middle of the team, Lu Tianfu looked at Xiaoer, who was walking on the side with sweat on her forehead, and called his mother to come and push the cart. He ran over and wiped Xiaoer's sweat with his sleeve, and then handed her the water bag so that she could drink water. Tianfu's mother rolled her eyes in anger when she saw her son's worthless appearance, but she didn't dare to say anything. Before, she thought that she had to set rules for the new daughter-in-law when she came into the house, but she was seen by her son. Not only did he take the daughter-in-law away, but he also scolded her. Tianfu's mother felt that the son she raised was not her own. Seeing her son being considerate and caring to her every day, her heart was sour and uncomfortable. She simply turned her head away and noticed Xiao Shitu, who was sitting obediently on the cart. Tianfu's mother has been looking forward to having a grandson for many years. Although this child was brought by Xiaoer, he has always been very well-behaved and good-looking. Even though she was not her own son, she loved this grandson very much. Tianfu's mother saw that Xiao Shitu was sitting obediently and asked, "Xiao Shitu, does your ace hurt? Grandma will put some mattress for you. Come and sit here." Seeing that Xiao Shitu sat obediently, she handed him a water bag. "You must be thirsty. Drink some water quickly." Xiao Shitu took a sip of water. His mother had told him before that there was a shortage of water and it should not be wasted, and he always remembered it. Tianfu's mother saw that the child was so sensible, and she felt even more distressed, saying, "Xiao Shitu is really Grandma's good grandson. When you rest at night, Grandma will make you baked cakes to eat. They are so delicious." At this time, the atmosphere in Old Man Lu's house was not so harmonious. Li Jinbao's parents looked for Lu Li several times, but they never asked for water and food. Li Jinbao had never been used to eating wild vegetables. Even though his wife and parents had been eating wild vegetables these days and leaving food for him and the child, the family still ran out of food. Seeing that they could not get food from their daughter, Li Jinbao's parents went directly to find Old Man Lu. At this moment, Jinbao's father was crying to Old Man Lu, "My dear, I am not that bad, and I am really embarrassed to ask you for this. But the family has run out of food, and my little grandson has not eaten for 2 days, and he is so hungry that he is staggering when walking. My dear, don't worry, as long as you settle down, we will definitely pay you back." Old Man Lu had a gloomy face, and he walked while listening to the shameless in-laws crying. He even wanted to kill his eldest daughter-in-law. "My dear relatives, it's not that I don't want to lend you money, but I don't have much food left." When Jin Bao's father heard this, he knew that he wanted to shirk responsibility, and continued, "Before fleeing the famine, didn't you buy 8 bags of food? No matter how much you can eat, there is still a lot left. We won't lend you much, just 1 bag of food." When Old Man Lu heard this, his face became even more gloomy. He cursed his eldest daughter-in-law in his heart for being a traitor and exposing all the family as wealth. He also secretly cursed Old Man Li for being shameless and wanted to borrow a bag of food when he didn't even want to give him a handful of food. Old Man Lu really didn't know what to say at this moment. He glanced at the old woman lying on the cart, and he really wanted the old woman to get up and stir up trouble to get him away. But his old woman had never recovered since she was frightened before fleeing the famine, and when her second son died, her grief became even more serious. She had been lying on the cart in a daze for the past few days. Seeing that Old Man Lu had not spoken, Jin Bao's father was not discouraged. He knew that it was difficult to get the grain, so he continued, "My dear relatives, my Zhao Di has given you a grandson, and his Zhuang is smart and filial. My daughter has made great contributions. I know it is difficult for you, don't worry. I will pay you back the grain at 20% interest, and I will never let you suffer a loss." When Old Man Lu heard the 20% interest, he knew what the old man had said, and he became even more angry. But now he was on his way, and the villagers around him were listening attentively, and he always cared about his face. Looking at the attitude of the old man from the Li family, if he didn't lend it to him, he would probably keep pestering him. Old Man Lu rolled his eyes and had an idea. "My dear, I can lend you food, but there is one thing. My family really doesn't have much water. In addition to the 20% interest, you have to give me some more water. Also, you have to write an IOU for the food." When Jin Bao's father heard that he agreed, he was happy, but when he heard that he wanted water, he immediately thought about it. His family had little food, so he had filled some extra water before, thinking of cooking wild vegetable porridge to fill his stomach. Now there is indeed a lot of water at home. In recent days, many families in the team have been short of water, but if you ask which family is willing to exchange food for water, there really is no one. They all think that they can find water if they go a little further. Jin Bao's father thought about it for a while and agreed. Old Man Lu pulled out his own bag of food and scooped out painfully. When he felt that there was about 10 kilograms, he stopped. Jin Bao's father took the 10 kilograms of food in his hand, and his face twitched. He thought he could at least borrow half a bag, but he only gave 10 kilograms. He secretly cursed this Old Man Lu for being so stingy. Jin Bao's father reluctantly took the bag of grain back and only scooped a bucket of water for the Lu family when he rested at night. Old Man Lu held the IOU and secretly cursed Old Man Li for being a good-for-nothing. He estimated that it would be difficult to get the grain in the future, but fortunately he got some water, so it was not too bad. Old Man Lu looked at Lu Li, who was cooking not far away, and made a note of her in his heart. Qin family. When Qin's father heard that Old Man Lu had lent grain to his eldest daughter-in-law's family, he was also moved. Although his daughter gave 2 bags of grain before fleeing the famine, his 2 sons were at the age of eating, and they didn't want to eat wild vegetable porridge when they had grain at home. Over the past few days, the family's food has gone down a lot. Looking at his 2 sons wolfing down coarse grain cakes, he thought that his family couldn't suffer a loss. When Qin's father told his idea, Qin's mother was a little worried that his daughter would be embarrassed, but Qin Wen and Qin Wu agreed with both hands. During these days of traveling, they chatted with the boys in Lujia village and knew that the Lu family had bought a lot of grain. They also heard that the grain might have been bought with the money of their sister, but they were a little afraid of their father, so they secretly told their mother several times, but were stopped by their mother. Now that Qin's father took the initiative to bring it up, Qin Wen and Qin Wu naturally agreed. Qin Wen also said to his father, "Dad, I heard from the boy in Lujia village that the money for the Lu family to buy grain might have been brought back by my sister. My sister was raised by our Qin family, and the money she brought back went to the Lu family." Qin Wu continued, "That's right. It doesn't make sense that my sister bought the grain with money and the Lu family ate and drank lavishly while we were hungry." Qin's father just knew that the Lu family bought the grain with the money of his daughter. When he saw the 2 bags of grain before, he thought that his son-in-law bought them for him specially, and he was very happy at that time. But now he came to his senses. Although the son-in-law often sent things to his house before, they were always small things. Before fleeing the famine, the grain price had risen so much, and he sent 2 bags of grain at a time. "It must have been bought by my daughter. Otherwise, Old Man Lu would not have been so generous to let it be sent over." The more Qin's father thought about it, the more he felt that he had lost out. He secretly cursed his daughter for being stupid and giving all the money to her husband's family. He really didn't think that his daughter would have money before. Even if the young master was attracted to her for a while, how long could a woman who was already married and had children attract him? He didn't expect that his daughter could get so much money. Qin's father was now determined that they must take the food bought by his daughter. The daughter probably had some money in her hand, and this money had to be taken, otherwise it would definitely be taken away by Old Man Lu. His 2 sons are so old and still haven't married yet. Isn't it because they don't have money? When they have money, they will find wives for their sons and give birth to a few grandchildren, and then their Qin family will prosper. Qin's father seemed to see his eldest grandson waving at him. After a few bites of the meal, he called his 2 sons and was about to leave. Mother Qin wanted to stop her husband, but was pushed away. She wanted to follow him, but there were still household items at home, and someone had to watch over them. She was so anxious that she kept turning around in circles. Father Qin took his 2 sons to the place where the Lu family rested. When they arrived, Father Qin called Qin Linyang out first, looked at his daughter, and asked, "Linyang, tell me the truth. Did that young master give you a lot of money?" Qin Linyang was a little puzzled when she saw her father suddenly asking this. "Dad, why are you asking this suddenly?" But Qin's father put on an embarrassed look and said, "Hey, you also know that Dad is useless. Your 2 younger brothers are so old, and the family has no money to arrange marriages for them. I'm afraid that the incense of our Qin family will be cut off in the future. I am too ashamed to face my ancestors in the underworld." Seeing her father like this, Qin Linyang hurried over to support him and comforted him. "Dad, Your brother's marriage has to wait until we escape and settle down. By then, the family will calculate how much is needed, and I will help you a little." When Chen's father heard this, he knew that his daughter did get money from the young master. How could his daughter have money before? He was overjoyed and said, "Lin Yang, give the money to Dad first, and Dad will keep it for you. It's not safe on the road. Don't lose it again." When Lin Yang heard what her father said, she said with some embarrassment, "Dad, I don't have much money, and Erzwang and Sanya are still young, and there will be many places to spend money in the future. I heard that children have to go to school when they are 5 or 6 years old so that they can have a bright future. It will cost a lot to send Erzwang to school after we settle down." Chen's father was a little annoyed when he heard this. "Your mother and I raised you up, and now you have money, but you don't think about honoring your parents, but only think about your in-laws. We really raised you in vain." Chen Li's mother saw that her father was angry and hurriedly explained, "Dad, it's not that I don't want to give. When my 2 younger brothers get married, I will definitely help them. But my 2 children are still young, and as a mother, I have to think about them too." Chen's father spoke a little loudly when he was angry just now, and when he saw people looking at him, he whispered, "Lin Yang, Daddy doesn't want much. Just give me 10 taels of silver, and I will help your 2 younger brothers get married in the future." Lin Yang was surprised to hear that her father wanted so much, and said, "Dad, where can I get so much money?" Chen's father coaxed, "When you encounter problems in the future, you think the Liu family will take care of you, and you have to rely on your parents and brothers. Whatever you can take out now, give it to Dad first. When you have problems in the future, you can come to Daddy for it. Daddy can still give it to you." After Chen's father finished speaking, he saw that Liu Laodao was looking at him, and whispered, "Go and get it quickly. It will be troublesome if the Liu family finds out." Lin Yang also saw that Liu Laodao was looking at them, and was worried that her father-in-law would know that her family asked her for money, so she turned around and walked towards her luggage. After a while, Lin Yang came back with a piece of silver, and handed it to her father with her back to block it. Chen's father took it and saw that it was a 2-tael silver barley, and happily put it away. Although he asked for 10 taels of silver, it was an exorbitant price, which he used to cheat his daughter. Now he was very happy to get 2 taels and told his daughter, "Go back now, stay with the 3rd child and don't come out. Dad has something to tell your father-in-law." Lin Yang was a little confused, but habitually listened to her father's words and turned back. Chen's father then led his 2 sons to walk towards Old Man Liu aggressively. Old Man Liu had just finished his meal and was sitting on the ground picking his teeth. When he saw Chen's father coming over to greet him, "The in-laws are here. Have you eaten?" Chen's father put on a worried look and said to Old Man Liu, "Hey, there is no food at home. My 2 children and I are so hungry that we are staggering when we walk." Old Man Liu's face darkened instantly when he heard these familiar words. That was what Old Man Liu said when he came to ask for food in the afternoon. Old Man Liu said unhappily, "Don't joke, dear relatives. Didn't the 3rd son just send 2 bags of grain to your family before we fled the famine?" Chen's father was not embarrassed to be exposed. "My 2 little boys are really good eaters. You have many sons, so you must know this." When Old Man Liu heard this, he thought that Chen's father was mocking the fact that his 2nd son was gone, so he was no longer polite. "If you have nothing to do, go back and have a rest. You must be tired from traveling all day." Seeing that Old Man Liu was about to chase him away, Chen's father stopped pretending. "Before we fled the famine, my Lin Yang used the silver to buy so much grain. Now we don't have enough grain. Come and get a few bags." As he said that, without waiting for Old Man Liu to come back, he directed his 2 sons to load the grain onto the car. When Old Man Liu heard this, he knew that the 3rd son's wife had used money to buy grain, but he couldn't bear to watch them take away the grain, so he shouted to his 2 sons, "Eldest son, 3rd son, someone is coming to steal the grain. Hurry up and grab the weapons." The eldest son Liu had been paying attention to this side for a long time. When he heard his father shouting, he called the 3rd son who was accompanying his wife on the other side to run over here. The eldest son Liu came over with a weapon and hit the Chen family father and son who were moving the grain. When the 3rd son Liu ran over, He saw his father-in-law leading his two brothers-in-law to move his family's grain, and he was also anxious, and hurried over to stop them. At this time, the people of the Lu family village who were resting nearby heard the old man Lu shouting to steal the grain, and they all gathered around to see what was going on. At this time, seeing that it was the in-laws of the old man Lu's family who came, they didn't do anything. When the 3 sons of the Lu family and the 3 sons of the Qin family started fighting, Qin Linyang also ran over. At this time, she was trying to stop the fight, but was pushed to the ground and cried and begged them to stop. When Lu Laosen saw his wife fall, he wanted to help her, but if he let go, his brother-in-law would have to run with the food, so they could only stand in a stalemate. Someone saw the 2 families fighting and went to invite Lu Tianming over. When Qin's father saw Lu Tianming coming, he was worried that he would take the side of old man Lu, so he spoke first. "Sir Lu, today's family affairs are between me and my in-laws, so I won't bother you." Old man Lu was pulling his clothes to stop him from taking food, and when he saw Lu Tianming coming over, he hurriedly said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. The Qin father and son are here to rob food. His family came to our village and followed our team and dared to rob food. Drive them out." Qin's father got anxious when he heard this. If they were driven out, their family's food would definitely not be safe, so he hurriedly said, "Sir Lu, the food I took was bought by my daughter, not from old man Lu's family. Please don't misunderstand." Qin Linyang was also anxious when she heard that her father-in-law wanted to drive her parents out of the team just now, and now she explained, "My father didn't want to come to rob food. Please don't drive them out of the team." Lu Tianming frowned as he listened to the family's explanations. He had been traveling all day and was already exhausted. He was called over to take care of this matter. He said impatiently, "Okay, since it's a family matter, let's discuss it properly and don't use weapons. Otherwise, if someone gets hurt and it affects the team's journey, don't blame me for being ruthless. Others, don't hang around. Go back and rest early. We have to travel tomorrow." After Lu Tianming finished speaking, he turned around and walked back, swinging his arms as he walked. His shoulders were sore from traveling these days. After hearing this, the onlookers went home. Seeing that everyone had left, Qin's father became even more proud. "Mr. Lu has already said that we should discuss it properly. I am not unreasonable. How about this? I only want half of the food my daughter bought. If you give me 4 bags of food, I will leave." When old man Lu heard that he dared to ask for 4 bags, he spat at him angrily and cursed. "Bah! You are so shameless. You still want half. The 3rd daughter-in-law is married to my family, and she is my family member. I was generous to give you the 2 bags of food before. You dare to ask for it. Do you think there is no one in my family?" As he said this, old man Lu started to fight Qin's father. Qin's father naturally couldn't bear the loss. He threw the bag away, and the 2 of them started fighting. Seeing that his father was at a disadvantage, Lu Laoda wanted to go up to help, but was dragged by Qinwen again. Lu Laoda was much stronger than Qinwen. He was angry and pressed Qinwen to beat him, making him scream. Lu Laosen was still tugging at Qinwu, but neither of them really did anything. When Lu Laosen asked Qin Linyang to marry him, he bought a lot of things for his brother-in-law to coax him. Qinwu didn't really want to fall out with his brother-in-law, and he still expected his brother-in-law to take care of him in the future. The 2 of them pulled each other's clothes and pretended to pull. Mrs. Lu was also dazed at this time. Seeing that the Qin father and son were bullying her son, she forced herself to get up and rushed towards Qin Linyang. Mrs. Lu grabbed Qin Linyang's hair and slapped her face with her other hand, making Qin Linyang scream. Lu Laosen didn't care about pretending at this time, so he let go of Qin Wu and went to save his wife. Mrs. Lu was held by her son. Seeing that he didn't forget to help his wife at this time, she was so angry that she almost fell down. Seeing his youngest son like this, old man Lu was so angry that he wanted to kick him twice. But it was obvious that the 3rd brother was not working hard, and among the remaining people, neither side could beat the other. After all, he was older than Qin's father, and he was hit several times by Qin's father during the struggle. Now his face and body were in pain, and he discussed with Qin's father. There are not many people in our family, and it is impossible to give you so much food. After all, we are relatives. I will give you a bag of food, okay?" Seeing that Old Man Lu was willing, Chen's father continued. "One bag is not enough, at least 3 bags. Otherwise this matter will not end." Old Man Lu said angrily, "Do and be too shameless, at most 2 bags, or I will rely on you and see who the villagers will help tomorrow morning." Old Man Lu was so angry that he shouted out, waking up the children who had already fallen asleep. The old man in that family has always been a bad-tempered person, and he scolded directly. "The things between your 2 families, go and discuss it quietly, don't quarrel, and wake up my grandson again. I will punish you." Old Man Lu heard that it was a family with many sons in the village, and they were older than him in terms of seniority, so he immediately calmed down and spoke to Chen's father in a low voice. The 2 sides grumbled for a while, and finally the Chen father and son left with 2 bags of grain. Old Man Lu was so angry that he couldn't sleep all night, and he stared until dawn. That afternoon, Lu Qingqing followed the ox cart and was blown forward by the wind behind her. She adjusted the veil hat on her head. In order to see the road clearly, the veil hat's hood was hung up. There was a lot of sand and dust in the wind at this time. Lu Qingqing, who had been blinded by the wind and dust several times, had become accustomed to squinting her eyes to see the road. Her sight fell on the barren fields by the roadside. Looking around, there was a large area of khaki. After leaving Pinkong County, no water source had been found for 6 days. There were no small rivers or streams. Now, some families in the team have begun to collect. Lu Qingqing listened to the sound of the wind and hurriedly let down the veil hat's hood again. Soon the wind blew over, and the sand carried in the wind hit her body, which was a little painful. At this time, most of the families in the team brought changed a good version of the veil hat usually has a circle of cloth sewn on the hat to block the wind and sand. When the wind started yesterday, everyone didn't know how strong the wind and sand were, and their necks were filled with sand. The sand grains on their bodies were not pleasant. Hearing the sound of the wind behind them getting stronger and stronger, Lu Qingqing felt a little panicked as there were no trees around to block the view. Lu Tianming in the front was also frowning and looking back. At this time, the sky was dim and the sand was heavy, and they couldn't see too far. Lu Tianming shouted at everyone to speed up, and he coughed as soon as he finished speaking. He had just swallowed a mouthful of sand when he spoke. The villagers also heard the sound of the wind behind them and the sand grains hitting their bodies from time to time, and they unconsciously sped up their pace. At this time, even the voices in the team were all of them were gone, and everyone hurried forward in silence. Finally, after more than half an hour, they encountered a forest. There must have been several groups of people fleeing famine passing by in front of them, and the leaves on the trees had been picked clean. Lu Tianming rang the gong to ask everyone to stop. In fact, it was not yet time to rest as usual, and it was still daylight, but no one questioned it. The loud wind made them panic. After stopping, everyone walked into the woods at the same time. Lu Qingqing and Chen Lang were also pulling the ox cart in. They wanted to go further in, but they heard a whistling wind coming from behind. There was no time to look back, so they quickly pulled Chen Lang to hide beside a big tree. A gust of wind came from behind with sand and soil. Lu Qingqing was blown by the wind and staggered, and hurriedly hugged the big tree next to her. The ox was frightened. She kept yelling, and only calmed down when Chen Lang grabbed the reins tightly. At the same time, people screamed in fear from behind. Some people were blown away by the wind and rolled over, and some people's luggage was blown away by the wind. Lu Qingqing squatted down and buried her head in her knees. Sand and dust fell on her head and clothes. The air was full of dust, and it was choking to breathe. As soon as the wind stopped, Lu Qingqing immediately tied the reins of the ox cart to the tree and took out a rope to tie Chen Lang and herself to the tree. The 2 of them kept squatting on the ground and hugging the tree. The people around were also saving themselves quickly, tying up the children around them first and then taking care of themselves and their luggage. Many families hadn't packed up yet, and there was a terrifying whistling wind in the distance, so they had to hold on to the big tree next to them. The strong wind brought the yellow sand all over the sky and pressed over. In an instant, the whole environment turned yellow. Lu Qingqing only felt countless grains of sand hitting her face and body, and the dust seemed to every hole. Even if she buried her head in her knees, the wind and sand would still in. Even if the dust went into her nose and mouth through her respiratory tract, she could only force herself not to open her mouth to cough, because when she opened her mouth, she would have a mouthful of sand. Even if she closed her eyes tightly, the sand still hit her eyes and nose from time to time, and her eyes could not help but shed tears. She was swayed by the strong wind. Chen Lang held her hand tightly with one hand and held the tree with the other hand. His nails were bleeding. From time to time, branches blew from a distance and hit the ox cart, making the sound of branches breaking. The ox cart was also blown away, and the ox was dragged by the cart, making a terrified mooing sound.